Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about some of the most vile people on the internet. Influencer parents. A while back, we did a video on the notorious Ruby Frankie and her family vlog channel, 8 Passengers. We did it with my mom, and it was something that I found extremely fascinating, and it just made you sick to your stomach that somebody could basically prioritize content over their children. Not me and my kids. What if I told you at one time he was alive? Shit. If you don't know Ruby Frankie, she made the national headlines for essentially torturing her kids behind the scenes, leaving her trapped up in a house. It's fucking gruesome. There's been documentaries about it. Real fun stuff. I mean, what seemed like a happy, loving family on camera turned out to be a home filled with abuse and fear.
I'm only gonna say it one more time, and then you're gonna lose the privilege to eat dinner. Bitch.
And this story is not an isolated incident. This is something that's been reoccurring time and time again. It seems like a pattern where you cannot mix the selfish nature of content creation with raising a family, and especially whenever one relies on the other. Typically when content creation relies on idolizing your perfect life or perfect family. Doesn't mix, not healthy chemistry. So let's take a look at some of the worst family influencers out there. Starting off with Allie Ray, who, starting off fresh, home run swinging here, nearly killed her baby in the NICU because she was starving for a sandwich. Not the baby, Allison Ray. This controversial mother is a TikTok live streamer who is part of a niche online community called Beg Talk.
Like and subscribe.
Smash that bell. Give me money. Which Beg Talk is where they spend all day on TikTok begging for money. There's a lot of people that do it. Basically, people just being live, gassing people up to just throw money at them for virtually doing nothing besides sitting and having a camera that is live. And of course, getting pregnant gave her the perfect excuse to make content and beg for money on live streams, later revealing it wasn't an accident, but a plan to trap her 19-year-old partner. Lucky dog.
She's got like all the plays: begging, entrapment, family talk.
She's like King Griffey Jr. in 1997, dude. Unstoppable. There's gonna be a couple people who are like, oh. At first, she claimed it was his idea, but later admitted that it was her plan all along. But things only got worse as the pregnancy went on. At just 33 weeks pregnant, Allie went into labor and was rushed to the hospital. Not wanting to endure a long birth, she pushed to be induced early, telling doctors she couldn't afford to wait since she relied entirely on live stream donations. Doc, I gotta be back live tonight. Can we squirt this thing out quick, please and thank you?
Yeah, just shoot me up with some of that juice.
Shoot me up through my spine with some of that juice and fucking get a coat hanger and start pulling, dude. All right? And after a few days in the hospital, Allie delivered the baby, and it was immediately rushed to the NICU and put on multiple breathing machines and monitors because it was delivered so fucking early. Had to monitor it.
Well, she was live on TikTok saying like, I thought 33 weeks was when babies are born, not 38.
I don't know, maybe somebody who's educated on this can explain this to me, but like, what's the difference between delivering at 33 and 34 weeks? Because either way, the lungs are not fully developed until 37 weeks.
Her doctor was like, let's try to make 34, like really trying to push it.
Why don't we just keep threading that needle of like maybe 35, you know, that kind of thing. One would think that a new parent would be freaking out over their newborn's condition, but for Allie Ray, that was far from the truth. She was happy not to be pregnant and was live on TikTok. Thank God. She was reading comments and accepting roses and galaxies in the NICU. And people were already appalled by the behavior thus far, and she was already receiving a ton of hate for it. Nothing could have prepared viewers for what happens next. Sorry. While live streaming herself holding her daughter, Allie did the unthinkable. Since her baby daddy wasn't there to help out in the hospital room, she unplugged her baby from the breathing machine and monitors to get the attention of a nurse so they could bring her a turkey sandwich.
No, you're fine. It's not an emergency. Oh. I just was gonna see if you could bring me a turkey sandwich.
And it's so sad that this is all on video. Not even on video, it was happening in real time for viewers. Can you imagine just sitting there being like,
yeah, can you imagine the baby?
Yeah, the baby sitting there just like, Allie clearly didn't think she'd done anything wrong, so she did it again in a separate live stream. This time, asking for a drink instead. I bet that was rage baiting. He's fine.
He's thirsty, and so is mommy.
And as soon as it happened, people clipped it and she went viral. Numerous reports were made to the hospital and CPS detailing what Allie had done. And additionally, viewers who had experiences in the NICU were outraged that a mother could disregard their newborn's health like that. Allie tried to defend herself by claiming the nurses told her to unplug the machine, saying, quote, "I was told that if I needed something, I should unplug it. That's exactly what I'm gonna do."
Jesus Christ.
God, man, you know what's kind of do you think that she really believes that though? I do think that there's levels of narcissism that come in that you maybe perpetuate a lie so much in your head that you legitimately believe that another person said it.
They probably like, if you need anything, there's like this call button.
It was that's what I mean. And she's just like, oh well,
I'll just unplug.
She told me to unplug it so I could just like wheel myself over and get a 7-Up or a Squirt or a Vault. Hey, could you go down the vending machine and get me a Vault? They're like, what year do you think it is? News articles came out on the situation, and the amount of backlash forced Allie to delete her TikTok account altogether. CPS would do an investigation, but Allie never faced any legal trouble for her actions in the hospital.
All it's gonna do is bring more traction to my page and more money in my pocket, so
happy ending.
So it's a happy ending for Allie, and I'm sure that baby's gonna be just fine as long as she has Vault and turkey sandwiches. In many of these controversial cases, the parents typically have more than 3 children. This provides a steady stream of content, and in theory, it's a good idea, but getting 5+ kids to cooperate is hard. Borderline impossible. And that's where parents lose their patience, like the case of Fantastic Adventure. I gotta say, this is a rough watch today. This is a sad one. I wouldn't say anything probably out of the ordinary. I would say as of late, a lot of weird stuff usually, but this one in particular, I don't know why. This case is so sad. In 2012, Fantastic Adventures began uploading a wide variety of children's content, ranging from scripted comedy skits to costume roleplay. The creator of the account, Michelle Hobson, would use her 3 biological children and her 7 adopted children as characters in each episode.
10 kids?
She's like, 2 more cheaper by the dozen. My favorite Steve Martin film. The channel quickly developed a loyal fan base that tuned into each upload, and at its peak, the account had over 800,000 followers and 250 million views. Hell, I'm gonna start signing up I'm gonna start adopting myself if that's the case. Can't lie, hey, the analytics don't lie. The channel went steady for 5 years until 2017, when controversy struck. Hobson's only biological daughter sent in an anonymous tip to the police for a welfare check on the home. That's a good sign. When police arrived, nobody was prepared for the horror that awaited inside the home. The first child they found was locked in a closet with no food or water in a diaper. The rest of the children were found starved and in a weakened state. According to the children, Michelle had repeatedly beaten them, forced them to take ice baths, sprayed them with pepper spray, and purposely withheld food, all because she believes that they didn't act well enough. And when we say pepper spray as well, just for the video, I don't want to be too gratuitous, but she's not spraying it into your eyes, she's spraying it in, let's just say, an inappropriate place, which just makes me like, what kind of sadistic do you have to be? Can't say that. What kind of sadistic fucking freak do you have to be to do that? It appalls me.
Power trip, I think.
Do you think it's just a power trip, or do you think that the person's just like, wait, I have to upload. I have to, like, going and saying, I gotta get, hey, views are down. Steven, could you come over here?
Well, it's one of those things because she's saying based on poor performance. It's like she's like a theater like person.
Well, that's what I mean. Based on poor performance, do you think she means like view wise, or do you think that she's just like, you guys aren't trying hard enough?
I think it's you guys aren't trying hard enough.
Yeah. See, that's what happened in the Ruby Frankie thing too. When she's like, you need to smile and say this, and they're like, can I fucking do anything else right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brutal, bro. The children were also found to be developmentally behind because they hadn't attended school in years and instead were kept at home to film and act in YouTube videos constantly. Whoa! And as soon as these conditions were discovered, the children were removed, and Michelle and her 2 older biological sons were arrested. The 2 sons were charged with failing to report the abuse since they allegedly knew what was happening in the house, but the charges were later dropped because there wasn't enough evidence to support them being a part of it.
It's kind of like Ruby Frankie's husband.
Well, I've always been confused about Ruby Frankie's husband because I'm like, what the fuck were you doing? What I don't understand is he's like, well, she kicked me out. I'm like, you didn't want to check on your kids once? He's like, well, I had my faith.
Like, seemed fine on the cameras.
It's fine. How can you watch this go by? It's just weird. Michelle was charged with 5 counts of unlawful imprisonment, 2 counts of molestation, and 7 counts of child abuse, but she never served jail time. Because after being deemed mentally incompetent, she died in a hospital in 2019, effectively bringing the Fantastic Adventure saga to an end. You're mentally unfit, she just fucking like boils in a room. The only thing keeping her alive was pointing a DSLR camera at her. She's like a fucking Japanese like yokai spirit. She's like the ghost in the ring. the nurse is just like cracking the door and looking in. Film me! Film me! Like the Wicked Witch of the West or some shit. Most parents will go great lengths to ensure that their kids are healthy and happy. However, one Australian mom got exposed for doing the complete opposite. Let's talk about the Harris family. Alana Harris and her husband, Brock, ran a popular family TikTok account with their 1 million followers under the name The Harris Family. Scrolling through the videos, you would think that they were just another happy family sharing their vacations, pregnancies, and family events with the world. The family had 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter. Daisy, who was diagnosed with tuberous sclerosis complex, which is a rare genetic disorder that causes non-cancerous brain tumors to form. This diagnosis was devastating for the family, and Alana regularly posted her daughter in the hospital, providing the audience with regular updates and expressing gratitude for your support. Oh my God, thank you for watching and donating. I appreciate it. And eventually, a GoFundMe was set up and raised thousands of dollars to cover the cost of Daisy's medical procedures. Yet, after countless operations, doctors noticed that Daisy wasn't getting any better and that her condition was staying the same or even worsening. So a toxicology report was conducted, and it showed that her blood content had high levels of benzodiazepines, other commonly known as Xanax or Valium.
Whoa.
Fun one. This obviously raised red flags for doctors as they had never prescribed any drugs like that, and doctors continued to investigate the source of the drugs. And it didn't take long to uncover that Alana had been deliberately drugging her child to keep her sick. Gypsy Rose, ladies and gentlemen. That's like a Munchausen thing, right?
Yeah.
Munchausen by proxy or whatever. Take the Xanax. It'll make you feel like you have wings. Well, I guess for a kid, it'd be the same shit of just like, yep, you have to take it. Just that authoritative tone, you know?
Exactly. You're sick, honey.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, dude. Fucking unbelievable. Alana did this because she benefited both financially and socially by keeping Daisy sick for content, a pattern consistent with Munchausen syndrome by proxy. The investigation report was handed over to the police, and all of Alana's children were removed from the home while she was taken into custody. Thank God. Brock, her husband, if you forgot that he was fucking there, like every one of these husbands, was initially suspected of aiding his wife and poisoning their child, but he later claimed that he was completely oblivious to the whole thing. I hate that. I fucking hate that. Here's a quote from him.
I had no idea about what Alana was doing to Daisy. I pushed her for these surgeries because of my heart. I felt it would help.
But I didn't do a single thing to put... It's him just being like, he's on his lazy boy watching TV. Babe, we should do that. Am I out of line by just being like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, there's definitely is like a disconnect, but I could see it.
A disconnect? Hey, I couldn't help but notice that fucking lumpy Lou over here keeps growing things in her head. Like, what the fuck? And you just keep giving her pills. Or you never once saw her give her a pill? Word? Not once? Wait, so are you taking care of it? Yeah. Okay. Like, is that as involved as you are? Like, it just seems insane. Every other friend I have that has a child, like, they know every single thing going on with that child. Like, medication they're taking, anything. Surgery's coming up, whatever. To just be like, well, I just saw she had it totally covered.
That's what I think it was. It's more like, it's not odd to be like, here, take this vitamin or whatever.
No. Her giving the medication to her daughter. I mean, like, you're gonna trust the fucking person that's raising you, right? Yeah. But I just mean, I am so livid by these usually, I mean, in almost all these cases, Ruby Frankie and in this one here, it's like, are you doing nothing? What are you doing? Yeah. Well, I have to work.
I worked 8 hours today.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I just usually come home and I see her lumps and I say, well, okay, well, we gotta figure something out. Well, I get sleepy and I go to bed. I mean, does that not sound ridiculous, dude?
It's emotional. Like, you see your child lumpy and you just kind of want to disconnect and...
No, do you think that's what it is too? He's just like, I can't deal with this.
Yeah.
Like the stress of having to deal with that.
I think it's...
What a good father. I just can't. Yeah. Hey, babe, I'm going to go play Halo Wars in the basement.
Halo Wars?
Did you give her a vitamin? Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Halo Wars. He's like, all he has is an Xbox 360. He's playing games from like 2011. Hey, babe, I'm gonna play Sneak King. He's like, just plays the Burger King game and the... Online, many people were disgusted that they even supported someone like this and spread the story all over the internet. This ensured that the Harris family would be under a microscope for the rest of their lives. Following Alana's arrest, her TikTok account would be shut down. She would be charged with poisoning, torture, child exploitation, and fraud. Which I will say, 2 back-to-back. At least we have 2 arrests back-to-back. Usually on some of these, it's just like, well, actually, to be fair, one melted like a witch and the other one. They're like, you're insane. She's like, yeah! And this one, they're like, all right, I guess you have to go to prison. Are you going to melt? I don't think so. There are many challenges that come with raising a child, as each child is obviously different. So when you use your kids for content, it can be hard to get all of your kids to align with your narrative or brand, aka once again Ruby Frankie. Gotta get them all together. Kids go through like fucking puberty, they get all moody and all that kind of shit. And after a while, you're like, you need to smile. Mama needs to post to YouTube. We need roses on TikTok. Which, let me tell you something. This is another gut. I mean, all of these are going to be gut punches, but I remember when we were reading this one, it made me actually sick to my stomach. Because for one family, their adopted child was more work than they bargained for. The Ohio-based channel was called The Stauffer Life. Micah and James Stauffer built a family lifestyle brand, gaining over 700,000 followers on their main channel and 300,000 on their garage spin-off channel. And in each video, the parents showed off their hectic life with their 4 kids as they took them to their appointments, celebrated birthdays, and other life milestones, right? 2016 and 2017 marked an exciting time for the family as they were in the process of adopting a 2-year-old from China who they named Huxley, making sure to record every update along the way. The child they were adopting had severe autism and they were aware of it. And many viewers cautioned the parents about the work it might take to ensure Huxley was properly taken care of. If you already have that many kids and then all of a sudden you're throwing in someone who's going to need that much time and attention, I think people really underestimate what a task that is.
Yeah.
For severe autism, where it's at that point, it's like they can't take care of themselves, you know? But despite this, all Micah had to say was, quote, "But if anything, my child is not refundable." Yet, that's exactly what she did. In 2020, fans began to notice that Huxley stopped appearing in vlogs shortly after a video would be posted answering their questions. After only 3 years of living with the Stauffers, Huxley was sent to a different family within the United States. The reason why Huxley wasn't in the videos is because, like the comment said, they were unprepared for how much work it would take to give Huxley the proper care. And in a now deleted apology video, both Micah and James tried to claim that while they were aware of Huxley's special needs, there were still a lot of unknowns surrounding the conditions.
Do I feel like a failure as a mom? Like 500%.
And fans were outraged at Micah for exploiting her special needs child for views and began turning against her. And fans also created a change.org petition to remove the Stauffer's life's monetization, to which they succeeded. They cut their fucking money.
The one-time change.org.
Yeah, the one-time change.org does some shit. Though the Stauffers were never legally charged with anything, their lives and online reputation have been completely gutted because of their greed. Which I want to say too, first off, knowing that a child that's going to need that kind of attention's coming and you're like, yep, I'm totally fine with that. And then to later spend years with a child developing a relationship and then just be like, I can't. I think in many cases, especially if it's still a child and there's another family who's like, we will give them a better life, I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, this is just too much. I think it's just the angle of you 100% could tell that the Stauffers were like, this is going to be a gold mine.
Yeah. Here's my little autistic baby we can,
Yeah.
you know.
So then they're pawning it off like literally like an animal. Yeah. Like, oh, this is a dog we don't want anymore. There's no morality that way too. And then two, to not be, that's one thing. I don't think people have to be extremely transparent online. I think you have obviously like a personal life, but you don't even update it to where it's like, hey, here's this child that we have now. And then all of a sudden he's just not there anymore as if no one's going to notice. It's insane. It's just, it's fucking gross. It's gross because I look at it the same way like rich people would buy like, I don't know, an expensive car. Yeah. Or something. Well, I like the model, but I just want something new. It's like that. It's that hand. Like it's, I don't know. All narcissists, right? I think all content creators are. They have to be to an extent. But I think I probably am too, dude.
Not us.
Probably us. Probably. Sorry, dude. I fucking suck too. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. I haven't adopted a Chinese severely autistic baby though and pawned it off on somebody else, so I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. The only Chinese baby I have is Modine.
Danny, want to give Danny a kiss?
Oh. I gave him a lot of vault earlier, so he's... There it is. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Get it out of here. What the hell is wrong with you? Religion plays a big part in a lot of families' lives, with faith being the glue that holds them together. One example of this on social media was our unique family. Very culty vibes.
Our unique family, yeah.
Our unique family.
We are chosen by God.
Which it was run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons. It's just, I was just like, this is me and my boys. Run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons, the TikTok account proudly showcased their Jewish faith, sharing family-friendly content that entertained over 300,000 followers. Chaim Cohen was seen as a righteous man for adopting these 9 boys and giving them a better life outside of foster care. They lived in a huge house, were homeschooled, and seemed to have everything they could have ever needed. But this image would come crumbling down when his 18-year-old son called into an Atlanta podcast and revealed what was truly going on inside the house. According to the Sun, Chaim had been abusing and neglecting all of his sons for years. He repeatedly withheld food and locked them in their room until 4 p.m., only to abuse them when they were freed. And after the call to the podcast ended, police went to Chaim's house, removed all the children, and took him into custody. When questioned by police, it was discovered that he had been lying about his identity and faith the whole time. That's so crazy, man. That's so fucking crazy. Chaim changed his name in 2009, around the time he claimed to convert to Judaism. He wasn't even a real rabbi, and his claims that his kids come from Jewish families was false too. As soon as they moved in, he changed their names to sound more Jewish, just like he had done with his own name. He also made them grow side locks to fit into the online narrative and just kind of the general look of the people that would be watching Jewish family vlogs, you know. And on top of that, right around the time this all came out, he had started to appear on camera in a wheelchair and an air mask. Yet when he was taken into the hospital, doctors found that there was literally nothing wrong with the fucking guy. In the end, Chaim was sentenced to 135 years in prison for multiple counts of child abuse and one for injuring a child, with the judge's final words to him saying, quote, "You're gonna die in prison," which is so fucking sick, dude. That's the only time I ever envy being a judge, is when you get to really just fucking put that nail in that coffin. Hey, guess what, Chaim, or what are the ghoul, or whatever the fuck you want to be called? Bye! Boom! That's what I do too. And I'd be like, you know what? On the way out, break his ankles. That's the kind of judge I'd be. Break his toes. Recess and we'll break his toes. Hit him. If anybody opposes, I'm shooting you in the chest. Judge Hancock. That's my show. I'm Judge Judy's fetal alcohol syndrome child. All of Chaim's social media accounts are still up but haven't been touched since the arrest in 2023, except for his website, which turned into a Singaporean online casino. Was he hacked? Or is Chaim still working in the shadows behind the scenes? Who knows? And lastly, we can't end the video without talking about one of the first family channels to ever face controversy, and it's coming back to light, and it's one of the main reasons we even wanted to talk about this, is Daddy of Five's back. This channel, if you don't know Daddy of Five, the channel consisted of father, Mike Martin, mother, Heather Martin, and her 5 kids from other marriages. Not even his kids. Maybe some of them are, I don't know. It's a whole hodgepodge. It's a hot potato situation is all I gotta say. Like most family channels, they posted vlogs on their day-to-day life, jumped on viral trends like the, 1,000-degree knife challenge, and tried to record their day to life as much as possible. Just regular bullshit, following trends, yada, 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 YouTuber bullshit. All of these videos performed well, but what really brought in views were their pranks, which eventually became the majority of their content. Videos like Dad Stink Bombed Son's Room and Silly String Wake Up Prank were some of the more tame pranks that drew in millions of viewers. However, as more people tuned in, it became clear that many of the pranks were not so harmless. More often than not, the pranks involved a child getting hurt or extremely upset, usually at the hands of the parents. One of the younger children, Cody, was specifically targeted in most of these pranks. And there's a lot of things too, man. It's kind of fucked up. I mean, I think that they've even said recently where it's like, it was all fake, blah, blah, but some of these videos, it's like the kid has a busted lip. I mean, in the video, you see him getting pushed down by his other older, bigger brothers and stuff, and the dad just laughs or the mom just laughs. It's fucked. Like, there's no other way to say it. It's all fucked up. And in 2017, the channel uploaded a video titled Invisible Ink Prank, which would get them in serious trouble. In the video, mother poured invisible ink on the carpet in Cody's room, leaving stains, and blamed it on him. Both Heather and Mike screamed at Cody to the point where he became visibly distressed and started to cry. This went on for 5 minutes, and once they revealed that it was just a prank, nobody except the parents were laughing. Many people were upset by the prank, believing it had gone too far, and clips from the video went viral and made national news, prompting an investigation into the family. And a few months later, Heather and Mike took on an Alford plea, meaning they didn't admit to guilt, but agreed that there was enough evidence to convict them. With this plea came 5 years of supervised probation, and both Cody and his sister Emma were given to their biological mother. After the controversy was over, the family had attempted numerous comebacks to no avail. Mike Martin started a music career in 2019, releasing 2 rap albums, 2 heavy metal albums, and he also posts vlogs, slam poetry, and boomer-style reaction videos on TikTok.
Hating so much that I'm levitating and waiting for a miracle. But I'm cynical, so I turn to the biblical. But I'm a criminal, so it's difficult.
His oldest son, Jake, followed in his father's footsteps and has also started his rap career, as well as a clothing brand. As for Heather, she uses TikTok like a Facebook account, posting updates about her life, including her kids' graduation, family vacations,
examination after examination with cross-examination,
and other family gathering bullshit stuff. To this day, Mike and his family strongly deny any abuse at the home. They say CPS never removed Cody and Emma and claims the biological mother just hated them.
Yeah, the older son interviewed his dad, and in it, he asked, like, what would happen if none of this controversy, like, if we didn't get in trouble, be like, oh, man, we'd be set for life, man.
Yeah, it's just one of those. It's just so, in my opinion, I mean, that's the thing with online stuff. Who really ever knows anything? But from all the stuff that's in front of you, it's just so obvious when someone's guilty, you know?
I've never, yeah, we're not going to plead guilty, but you got enough evidence, so we're not going to deny it.
Well, yeah, it's just like, all right, well, I'm not going to deny it, but at the same time, it's like, I guess you got me. Yeah, I guess it all looks kind of weird. It's just bad angles. You know, it's like, what the f are you talking about? Many parents have fond memories of picking up a camera and recording videos of their kids to enjoy for the future, right? Trying to create little time capsules for themselves to enjoy later on. However, some take it a step further and allow the internet into their home by posting vlogs and other content showing off their picture-perfect lifestyle. Though their lives might look perfect, many of them are hiding a dark secret. I want to say almost all of them.
My hair looks fucked up. I would not film like this. So just go.
Okay.
So if you ever wish that your family was more like the ones you see online, just know that not everything is always sunshine and rainbows. And two, I say this, just if you have a family, don't fucking make content around it, man. Be a guy, you know what's a cool dad? The outdoor boys guy.
Oh, yeah.
Just like a guy being like, yeah, I'm gonna go camping, I do this. And like sometimes he'll bring his son along, but it isn't just like him being like every video, like, buddy, what do you think?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Or a guy who's just like, I'm a dad and I'm restoring a boat in my garage.
Well, he even stopped his channel because he's like, you know, we blew up too big and I don't want, like...
Yeah, it was affecting his personal life, which I gotta say, respect to that guy, man. It's fucking cool. There's nothing wrong with being a parent making content. It's just whenever you're using your situation to manipulate others, using your children to manipulate others for financial gain or for social credit is just fucking gross. And I think inevitably that's what a lot of it turns into. Stay safe out there. I appreciate you all for watching.
Uh-oh, Pepper needs a diaper change.
Not everybody can be a great online influencer dad like me and Pepper. Uh-oh. I saw the comments. I know you guys like watching Pepper just he dances. This is not... Pepper! Pepper, stop! Stop, Pepper! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today, my friends, the end is finally here. Oh, we're talking about doomsday. But most importantly, we're talking about the people who prep for those doomsday preppers.
When survival's the goal, it's into the spider hole. And it's cozy in here.
Another interesting facet of the world of people who are preparing for the end. People who want to be prepared for when shit hits the fan. But there's a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world right now. Inflation. The worst thing that's happening is inflation. How about monkeypox? Maybe even potentially World War III? Whoa. Pretty much what I'm trying to get at is the world is going to end. We're all gonna die! I'm kidding, we're gonna be fine right now. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe by the time I post this, we're all dead. I don't know, I can't tell you. Not a future. Not a fortune teller. But thank God there's one group of people out there who can circumvent all of these horrible things that are happening. So today I just wanted to take a deep dive down into the rabbit hole of people who are going to survive the apocalypse. There's a group of people that are here to kind of show us the way. And of course, I'm talking about doomsday preppers.
Here's to the end of the world.
Let's go. Now, we need to realize that these doomsday preppers are rational, but albeit paranoid people. A lot of people ask, why? Why save 50,000 cans of corn in your cellar? Well, you never know when shit's gonna hit the fan. But preparing for disasters is not a crazy thing. I'll be honest, I think it's downright smart. I'm from the Midwest where there's tornadoes left and right. God's just sending little twisters to come greet your house and throw it into the air. And it's nice to feel like, you know what, we got a little provisions just in case something bad happens. Is there a flood? Is my electricity gonna go out? When I lived in Texas, I was without power for like 2 weeks. And it was brutal. I did not prepare for that at all. Wish I would have. That would have been a much easier experience. When I was sitting in Texas and there was the deep freeze, I watched Amadeus, I think 6 times on my phone. If anything happens, I'm gonna blow my brains out. Like if the world ends, I will not survive. Just take me, God. When something bad happens, you wanna make sure that you have the right tools to be prepared. If a natural disaster strikes, like earthquakes, tornadoes, and tsunamis, you wanna make sure you have the basic necessities, like food, water, flashlights, and power. There comes a separation, my friends, where you go from being prepared for a lightning storm and being paranoid that the collapse of civilization is right at our doorstep, right? That's it. That's a leap.
I'm preparing my family for the imminent collapse of the United States economy.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs. Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer coffee. Sometimes I don't want a carbonated energy drink like Red Bull or Monster. I just want something a little more fresh, something a little more me. And that's why I drink Gamer Subs. Not only does it have 0 calories, so my big fat fucking belly doesn't get any bigger, also no sugar as well for that stubborn waistline. And it's even keto friendly for any of my little gym rats out there who are trying to protein bulk right now. I see you. All of the flavors are amazing. I haven't had one Gamer Subs flavor that I didn't like. All of them are extremely tasty, especially mine, raw meat. It's watermelon cantaloupe. It's basically summer in a cup. Wow. They also sell amazing waifu cup that resell like goddamn blood diamonds on the black market, so be sure to check those out as well because those are a hot commodity. And if you use my promo code PAPAMeat on any orders, not even on my products, you'll get 10% off your entire order. And just let them know Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video, and hey, stay energized, drink Gamer Subs. Back to the video.
Doomsday prepping became a popular movement in the mid-20th century during the Cold War, which wasn't really that cold, Nick.
It wasn't?
No. You could say that the Great Depression sparked Americans or people, and probably just Americans, to hoard what they have. Who knows? It's mine! Don't touch it! Get away from me! People go through some dicey shit and all of a sudden, there's no I in team. But that became, they're like, F the team. It's all about I.
There's me in team.
There's me in team? That's true. It's backwards, but it's there. With the threat of a nuclear war looming, people were encouraged by the US government to build fallout shelters and to stockpile supplies in the event of a nuclear apocalypse. I love that. I got the US government's just like, everybody, real quick, gather round. In your backyard, we're gonna start digging holes, and that's gonna stop you from having to worry about a nuclear bomb being dropped in your head. Go have fun, guys.
Have you seen the old like commercials where it's like, if a nuclear bomb drops, hide under your desk?
I love that. But my favorite one was, if there's an active school shooter, we're gonna turn off the lights and hide under our desk. He's like, nobody's home in here. All right, well, these lights are off. I'm probably not gonna go in there. But you also have religious reasons, right? For example, the Church of the Latter-day Saints believe that the end times are nigh since the dawn of their religion. So they encourage their followers to have 3 to 12 months of supplies at all times. When it comes to doomsday prepping, the goal is to have enough supplies to last you a few months inside your bunker when the world goes to shit. AKA when shit hits the fan. We watched Doomsday Preppers, the show. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but that when shit hits the fan is going to be, it's part of my everyday vernacular now. I just want to say that.
When the hits the fan.
When it hits the fan. If hits the fan.
Hey, it's gonna hit the fan sometime.
Hits the fan in 5 years, I'll probably be okay.
If you can survive in your little bunker while everyone else is fighting for resources outside, then within a few months, 90% of the population will die out, and you can emerge from your bunker as a goddamn survivor. Which we've already seen some of this, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone remember toilet paper? Does anyone remember toilet paper during the pandemic? Hello? As soon as shit starts hitting the fan, people hoard stuff like motherfuckers. I had the worst food poisoning. I tried making some chicken at home, did not cook all the way through, and I had horrible diarrhea. So it's that kind of pain in your asshole where it feels like chapped lips. I didn't even know the pandemic was that big of a deal at the time. This is before, I mean, I really knew what was going on. I went to the store, when I went to the aisle and like every single piece of toilet paper was gone, that's when I knew. I've experienced stuff before where people raid grocery stores and stuff, and you're like, they left all the bottles of water, but they took all the goddamn Tang. Something's going on here. Okay. The thing about being a doomsday prepper is that it is a beautiful spectrum. On one side, you have rational people, and on the other side, you have mentally deranged people. So you have rational people who are like, hey, it might storm, it'd be nice to have some Duracell batteries, some flashlights, and some water. And there's some people who are like, if you come near me, I'm gonna kill you. But that's what we're trying to figure out today, dude. Which end of the spectrum are you on? So level 1, the toe dippers. Ooh, the water's cold. I just ate a pizza. I'm not going to jump in for cramps. These are people who have a case of water, some canned food, and a few rolls of toilet paper. If you went into their house, you'd probably be like, a little extra supplies. They probably go through a lot. I used to go to my friend's house. His mom used to have, I'm not even joking, used to have 150 rolls of toilet paper. She was a little...
Have you seen that video of the lady getting hit with the brick in the car?
There's a video of a woman getting hit.
This guy's driving and a brick falls off a truck and lands in his mother's head.
That was her. These people, the toe dippers, usually have an emergency kit with candles, maybe a flashlight, a first aid supplies, you know, just in case anything happens. It's more so just being like, something bad might happen, but it's an afterthought. But then we get into level 2. And level 2 is where we start getting You get a little shaky, all right? We call this the paranoid. These are the people who get a little further beyond preparing for your occasional emergency and expect weeks to months long emergencies such as civil unrest and severe natural disasters. Which, let me tell you, Nick, if I was younger, I'd be like, civil unrest, what the are you talking about? Yeah, the past 4 years, goddamn, hell, I might even be at level 2, dude. I'm a little paranoid. I've experienced so many natural disasters. Anyways, Texas, the deep freeze, goddamn pipes burst everywhere, flooded the house. Unbelievable. The paranoid also believe that people are going to immediately raid the grocery stores, so you need to have a full stock pantry for you and your family in order to weather this storm. Once again, doesn't seem that paranoid whenever I've seen this firsthand. COVID, toilet paper, all kinds of stuff.
So you're never more than 20 feet away from a firearm in this house. One example is a small firearm and a number 10 can of peas. And I remember that because it's my pea shooter.
These prepper pantries are rooms or garages in people's homes where they stockpile non-perishable food items and emergency supplies that typically last a few months to even a couple years, which I can't even imagine. We could survive for years. That has to be like your entire garage is just filled with stuff. Even like canned food, like, you know how much canned food, years? Some of the items that these preppers may have include shelf-stable foods like rice, beans, and canned food, water storage containers, solar generators, some basic tools. Not Ryobi, dude. Nick bought Ryobi stuff for the studio and it pissed me off. Just get DeWalt. Why'd you do it, Nick?
That's what they had.
They didn't have any DeWalt? You're a liar. A portable stove for cooking, maybe a gun and some ammo, maybe, I doubt it, and tarps, tents, blankets, and sleeping bags. Which honestly, out of this paranoid section, doesn't feel too crazy. Doesn't feel crazy. It's the excess. Well, it's the excess, and it's also immediately jumping to the conclusion that the worst is going to happen. Or prepping as if tomorrow it's going to happen. If the pandemic happened and people did that, I'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, we're in trap. But like right now, if something happened, I don't know. Which I guess it is just hindsight, but to me, I'm just like, why don't you calm down, dude? You need years of perishables? We got enough beans to last us 4 winters. Some preppers in this category also have what is called a bug-out bag. These are duffel bags that are packed with essential items that can last 48 to 72 hours and are stored in a safe place. Bug-out bag. The bug-out bag.
Most people call this a bug-out pack, but I just refer to it as a survival pack. There are birds and ducks and things, and if I had to, potentially I could catch some meat for dinner with my sling.
Which you call it a bug out bag because if something hits the fan, you need to get a bug out bag. Get out.
Need something for my bug out bag. Bug out bag, gotta have it.
Also, you know what's kind of crazy too? This is also enters that level of paranoia. Think about how often they have to update the bug out bag. These beans are no good. We gotta update the bug out bag. If an emergency requires you to leave your house, aka bug out, then you can quickly and easily grab your bag and head to your new destination.
We're here at Walmart. I've got $100 for my $100 survival kit Walmart challenge.
$100 survival kit Walmart challenge. That does not feel that hard. For $100 at Walmart, you kidding me? He's like, I was able to pick up 2 guns, a fishing pole, and enough perishables to last us 4 autumns. The way she jolted out of that thing, goddamn, dude. Did her dirty with the edit there, though. She's like trying to turn and like smile and be like, this is what I got. And he's just like, cut that. And similarly, there are get home bags that preppers have in their cars that contain enough supplies to get them safely home. I got a pistol, a flashlight, and enough Cliff Bars to last me 6 autumns. I'm done with the winters. I'm doing autumns now. The winters I'm not scared about. The autumns is when it gets unruly and start getting diarrheas. In this category, you also learn basic skills such as CPR, medical training, and even some survival skills. Here's the thing. I just want to say, I know I said that we labeled this level 2 paranoia. It is paranoia. I still don't think this is totally egregious. The problem with these group of people is I bet you they talk about it a lot. Did you just see what happened on the news? And you're just like, oh, goddamn, dude. To me, it's mostly, I already got enough shit going on in my life. The beatus, got acid reflux, hemorrhoids, back acne. My fingers are starting to get hairy, like my Bulgarian grandpa's. I got ducks dying on me. And then some guys just like, did you just see that they actually just shot off 6 missiles? It's probably coming any day now. But can we just talk about how horrible everything? Please. Oh, I'd love that. Let's do that. Please. Thank you. Yeah, thank God I got my bug out bag though and 6 rounds of corn just in case I need to make it through the autumn. Level 2 is probably where I would still be friends with this person. But level 3, this is when I start like, I can't anymore. Which level 3 we have as the survivalist, AKA the LARPer. This category is for the extreme preppers who have swallowed the doomsday pill. These are people that are preparing and sometimes even hoping for the collapse of civilization, government tyranny, and apocalyptic events such as nuclear war, global pandemic, and even an asteroid impact. Oh, please, God, please hurl that rock at our Earth. Please, God! At this level of prepper, you're basically fully committed to the idea that the world is ending, and you are so deeply entrenched in the philosophy that this is now your identity as a person. There is even a dedicated show all about doomsday preppers showing off the crazy lengths that people will go to prepare for this end. That's just the end.
You have to get ready. There's no other way but to prepare. If you're gonna survive.
No longer are you storing canned greens and rice in your pantry. Rice? What are you talking about? Rice and canned beans in your garage? You got soft hands, sweetheart. I've been prepping since I was 6 years old.
There's kids down here who are prepping since.
Oh, I know there's kids. I feel bad for these. You know what kind of reminds me of like a cult, like a religious cult, a little bit. You know what I mean? You ever see like a kid dressed up in like a like suit? He's like, oh God, is an awesome God he reigns. I'm like, that motherfucker didn't stand a chance, dude. You know what I mean? It's like if you're older and you're just like, dude, I just love getting the gospel out. It just creeps me out, dude. When I see little kids and they're just like, I can't wait to go to heaven. But instead of, you know, your little cupcake factory that you were in before, now you're investing thousands of dollars into prepper specific brands that can last years. Such as our good old friend Jim Baker. Remember Jim Baker? Love Jim Baker's food buckets.
This is Mexican food that real life Mexicans approve of. You know, this is not gringo food. This is good food.
The Jim Baker food bucket we will buy one day, and I will try some of his soup. $300 in the Jim Baker bucket can get you 144 meals with a guaranteed shelf life of 25 years. If you purchase that bucket and 25 years later you're just like, I didn't even need this thing. Well, I had all these potato soups from Jim Baker, but guess that didn't pan out. For $4,000, you can get the Defender Dozen. We gotta spend $4,000 on the Defender Dozen. It's gonna be crazy. This gives you 2,448 total servings of food for $4,000 up front now. You're getting almost $2,500 servings of food. Does that seem like a lot? If, across you and your family.
Technically, like for a family of 6.
A family of 6.
Which divide that by 6, it's about 400.
400 meals, that lasts you like a year. Not even a year. Like, we're just cut down to 2 a day. That f***ing sucks. You, Jim Baker.
Oh, good.
And if you're cheap, like me, you can buy Costco's emergency food buckets instead. $80 for 150 meals. Dude, Costco always just does it best. $80 for 150 meals? Come on. That's 50 cents a meal, and then it's just like, dude, Jim Baker's deal. I can just stock up on Costco shit. Another popular item among your shelves are MREs, which are meals ready to eat that are used to eat out in fields by the U.S. military personnel. You know, I used to always think of peanut butter was a big thing. A sniper can survive on 2 tablespoons of peanut butter for 16 days. Most MREs suck, so the term rat was coined in the military because people would open up the pockets and only take out the good shit like desserts or whatever else was in there and just leave the rest. They're like, I'm not even gonna touch that other shit. Some preppers even have canned dog food in their pantries just to protect the puppers in the event of an apocalypse.
It's not for the dogs, it's for them.
They're gonna eat the canned dog food?
Chicken morsels. And they're just really good.
Really good.
He has Chef Boyardee right here, Nick. I don't even look at that Italian son of a bitch anymore. All I want's pedigree. There's 3 different kinds of meats and carrots in this. Says so right on the can. But eventually this supply will dwindle, so you're gonna have to live off the land. So you better learn how to farm your own crops, kill your own meat, and collect your own water. Else you're f***ed. So what, you got your fancy dog food, your pedigree, but you don't even know how to grow your own crops? Good luck, buddy. Well, let's talk about shelter. People think of doomsday preppers, they think of one thing, and it's doomsday bunkers, dude. Your little straw house that the big bad wolf can blow over isn't big enough for you and your growing supplies, and hell, your growing family. Most preppers have a room or a basement to store their supplies, but if you're a true doomsday prepper, then you have to have your own dedicated underground shelter. If you're like, I'm a doomsday prepper, and it's all in your house, you don't have some shit built underground. You're right, dude. But where are you gonna put all your stuff? These range from concrete domes to fully fledged steel bunkers. and some preppers construct their own. But if you're like me and you can't build your own, then you can get someone to professionally install a bunker right in your backyard. I saw a Reddit post years ago about a guy making his own bunker and a man cave out of a shipping container. But the problem with the guy making it, he wouldn't have saw the criticism he got on his own post. The thing was basically a death trap. He had no air vents, so he basically was going to suffocate. And the container that he used to store pesticides. So he would have just suffocated and just been poisoned to death. All for a little man cave, which to be fair, kind of metal. I watched the football games in the rat poison den that I like to watch my games in. Simple bunker can cost anywhere between $20,000 to $80,000. A simple bunker, okay? These are underground structures, typically made of steel, reinforced with concrete, that contain 1 to 2 rooms in order for you to store food, water, and other survival necessities. And there are dozens of companies throughout the world that specialize in doomsday bunkers, like the company Atlas Survival Shelters, who have prefabricated bunkers that they can install in your very own backyard. That'd be a crazy thing, man, in your suburban neighborhood. What's Douglas putting in his backyard? They have a wide variety of options to choose from, ranging from a simple 5x7 design to a 6,000 square foot military complex. This looks like the f***ing Fallout game. I was just wondering, because it looks like 7 families interconnected their yard with a giant metal structure system. All the people are like, I don't think it was me. Or there are even nuclear silo condos. In the state of Kansas, a company is renovating Cold War era nuclear missile silos into condos. It's actually kind of sick. The Survival Condo Project is a luxury bunker development designed to provide safety and comfort in the event of catastrophe. Well, just because we're surviving doesn't mean we can't look good while doing it. These silos can hold up to 75 people and have over 20,000 square feet of floor space per silo. They span 200 feet underground with 15 floors. The facility has a shared pool, gym, bar and lounge, and a custom theater, a library, classrooms, medical center, and you need the last one, a command center. Also, not to mention, there's Wi-Fi. Because when the world does end, you better believe all of our beautiful internet companies who love us will keep that shit running forever. That even when Earth is gone, those fiber cables are going to be f***ing working, all right? If you're interested in owning one of the spaces, the project features a few unit options. For 1.5 million buckaroos, you can buy half a floor condo. Not too bad. For only, what, $1.5 million? Chump change. Chump change. This gets you 900 square feet of living space, 1 or 2 beds, a kitchen, and a TV in every entry. It's a lot of TVs. You're welcome. Or, for $3 million, you can get the full floor. That's about a little over 1,800 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, then a kitchen, a great room, and a dining room. But if you're like me, then you might want to go for the $4.5 million package, which can get you 3,600 square feet condo on 2 goddamn floors. You can even pay for a custom build complex ranging anywhere from 50,000 square feet to 300,000. Did you want to live in a legitimate military base factory? You okay? Just making sure. You could build this out to be your own specification. You can modify it however you want to your tailored apocalypse experience. I think that seems pretty cool. You can have a giant pool, an arcade room, a theater, a full gym, and a conference room are just some of the examples of the spaces you can get built. I like the conference room. What meeting are you having? The meeting of the minds. Well, the world has ended. What next? Thank God we have this inquisitive conference room to think in. Let's access the internet. Appears the internet is down. Even better example is the $18 million bunker house in Las Vegas, Nevada. This bad boy is 15,000 square feet, and it has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a dance floor, yeah, a barbecue, yeah, a pool, a 4-hole golf course, 2 hot tubs, a sauna, a bar, lighting systems that can simulate sunlight and twinkly stars, artificial trees, fake rocks, and hand-painted murals simulating the outside world, a 1,000-gallon water tank, a cryogenic capsule that can hold up to 5 human heads and 4 bodies. Not to mention, it has cell phone reception, cable, and internet. Thank God. And you can rent the property out right now for receptions, weddings, and even dance parties. That actually does sound kind of cool. But I will say, seeing pictures of it, the outside scenery thing makes it look like you are being held captive by some murderer. It's like, let me leave in time. I feel claustrophobic looking at it. Also, I want to say this. There's like a family where they're like, let's go down the elevator ride. I would not get in that elevator. That would be my fate. Thank God we have the bunker. Can't wait to play some golf. Get my sauna.
Wow. It's really fast. We're going deep, guys. Don't be fooled by the slowness of the wall. We are now 50 feet down.
Sure, we talked about the bunkers and where you stay, but let's talk about defense, because in the apocalypse, and from what video games and movies have told me, it's a dangerous place. You have food and shelter, but no way to defend it. That's why you need to stockpile guns and ammunition and learn how to fight when shit hits the fan. Like Steve H., who's preparing for the United States economy to collapse, which it will. It's going to. Better buckle up. Every Monday, he sets prepping goals for his family. And by the end of the week, everyone in the family has to contribute to the prepping supplies. This isn't fun and games. He also vacuum seals his weapons to make sure no moisture gets in. Good man, Steve. And a good tip from Steve is to place explosives around your property to ensure that no one can break your defenses, because they'll blow up. Checkmate. Steve often performs drills that simulate what it would be like to have his property invaded. These kids are going to enjoy that. Dude, sometimes you have to make sure the fam is up to date. Sometimes shooting at a car just makes you feel a little better. But you know what? Steve is a pretty sane guy. He glued back his own tooth instead of going to the dentist. Sometimes you gotta drill your teeth in, dude. It's also important to live off the grid and away from society. That way, when the world does end, you're already far away from anyone trying to steal your precious supplies. Like Michael, for example, who fears his land will be targeted in an overpopulated world. He's like, this is the Garden of Eden. All right, and if the world's overpopulated, people are going to try to come and take my land. Michael created his own alarm system using bird calls. He said he has studied the language of the bird for 2 decades and is now passing on to his children. He can even mimic the bird noises. Take it away, Michael. He doesn't want to have to be relying on guns and prefers to throw axes, which he made his kids practice for 7 years. He also makes them practice martial arts as well, just in case they have to fight any invaders on their land. He also uses a throwing stick, claims that they're just as good as shotguns.
Hands in the air. Hands in the air now. What do you do?
I have a feeling that girl would have gotten shot in the back of the head right there. I'm almost like, let me see your hand. She like turns around, pop. Michael also gave his son his umbilical cord back once he turned into a man.
You're entering a new stage of your life. You're no longer a little kid anymore, turning into a young man. This here is your umbilical cord.
He's 12. He's a man. Son, just want to give you this back. Oh, what do you do with that? You just put it wherever. And if you got the cash, you can install an incinerator in your bunker as a last-ditch effort for intruders.
You can simply push this button right here and eliminate that threat. A torch fire chamber.
Just burn them. Burn them down.
Or run a homemade device that turns water into fire. This is an incinerator room. And also, we're able to turn water into fire. Did I mention that already? I feel like I'd just rather build a castle. But sometimes I believe with these doomsday preppers, as goofy as they may seem, I think that sometimes it goes a little too far. Controversial opinion. Sometimes prepping for the end can lead to tragedy. Survivalist named Peter Keller feared that the world was going to end. So for 8 years, he worked on a secret bunker he dubbed Camp Keller, which could be confusing because of Helen Keller's fame. In one of his journals, he had sketches of a bunker with notes on how he wanted a laboratory space to study viruses. This is some Resident Evil shit. Then in 2012, when the bunker was complete, Peter killed his wife and 18-year-old daughter, set his house on fire in order to live in the bunker. I'm laughing because of how shocking that is, all right? That's not me laughing at the situation. That's just unhinged. Could you not have just lived in the bunker without doing that? Why didn't you just live in the bunker?
He was so paranoid of like people finding him that's why he killed his family.
So they couldn't even tell him.
But then that's what like led people to find him.
If he just would have been like, hey, I'm divorcing you. I don't want to see the kids anymore, which is also horrible. Not as horrible as murdering them. But after 7 weeks of searching, Peter was found in the bunker dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. When he was found dead in the bunker, there were weapons and ammunition, explosive devices, bulletproof vests, 45 pounds of beans, wine-making stuff, and various of other survival essentials. And for years, he would vlog about the construction of the bunker, as well as conspire to kill his family. In one of the videos, he says, I'm getting to the point where just trying to live and pay bills and live as a civilian, go to work, it just freaks me out. It's actually more comfortable for me to think about living out here robbing banks, pharmacies, and just taking what I want for as long as I can. At least it will be exciting.
Think about living out here,
robbing banks, pharmacies, just taking what I want. At least it'll be exciting.
The Diaries of a Legitimate Madman. A reason we bring this up at the end, I think, is because paranoia can amplify fear. But I think people fantasizing over things can become an obsession. I think a lot of people would get under the impression of like, well, why would you want something horrible to happen? When I don't think that these people want these things to happen. I think that they just believe it is going to happen. And that becomes the fantasy. That is the narrative in their head that repeats over and over and over again. There's nothing wrong with stockpiling beans and corn, or even having something to protect yourself in your house, like a gun, or having a flashlight, something that gives you a bit of security. But it's when you amplify these things to such a means that once again, as affects others or affects people around you that you love. I mean, it becomes a dastardly, deceptive obsession that just completely overconsumes every other facet of your life, where it's the only thing you think about. That's where I think the paranoia and the doomsday prepping gets a little dicey. If the world ends, I'm sorry to say it, we're probably all fucked.
Not me.
Not Nick, because he did spend the $1.5 million and has the bunker in his backyard, but that's his story, not mine. I just want to say that trying to be prepared is not a bad thing. I think trying to instill the idea that the world is going to end is also probably not a fictitious thing to say either. I think I'd like to live in an existence where I can do my part now and try to make it a better place for today. That's all I gotta say. Also, I like beans and corn. So that's our video today on Doomsday Preppers. Are you a Doomsday Prepper? Hopefully the world doesn't explode so you guys can see this video. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
This is just all part of our preparedness kit so that we can have transportation. The way that we educate our children and our prepping needs is basically show them ways of preparing for events and natural disasters that are going to take place, that have been taking place.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming on sundown, because today we're going to be talking about sports betting.
This is a public health emergency happening. We're not talking about it yet.
Since being legalized in 2018, there has been a massive influx of online sports betting. It has gotten to a point where it's inescapable. I mean, I watch a lot of football, right? I cannot believe the amount that sports betting sponsorships have on actual broadcast television. That seems insane, to the point where even before games there's odds. And the only reason I even want to talk about this now is because it's gotten so crazy that I cannot watch a game without having a couple friends sit over and them talking about oh, I just lost that bet, and they go through 7 different apps on their phone with all these different bets. It's a problem. We're in a problem. It's on your TV, your phone, billboards, and even the radio. Sports betting has become one of the most profitable and addictive markets in the world. Every single sporting event now has a multitude of different things you can put money on. And while this is exciting for seasoned bettors, it's starting to get more and more younger people to open up their wallets and gamble, pretty much.
There are ways to bet when you are 18. I have a couple friends who use their dad's email on FanDuel. Online, it says a 50-year-old man's placing the bet, but no, it's my buddy.
Not only that, but because sports betting apps are growing so popular, they are now allowing people to place bets on everything, from politics to even the weather, okay? Even professional athletes and coaches are betting on their own games to make a quick buck. And it's, Harry, what was the team, the basketball team, the guy got caught?
Terry Rozier was a player, and then Chauncey Billups, the coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, also. His was a little bit different because they're saying something through the mob. They think he has ties with the mob. Where they
What is happening? And not only that, but then Ohtani's translator was sports betting, and it definitely wasn't Ohtani. Word off, dude. There's gonna be a huge supernova star collapse that's going to happen with this sports betting stuff. It's going to implode on itself very, very shortly. If traditional gambling wasn't already doing enough damage, we're starting to see a massive increase in gambling addiction due to the rise of sports betting and how easy it is to bet with these apps, and even seeing people like your own athletes that you like, they're sports betting. You have Shaq and Kevin Hart and LeBron James spewing out shit every other commercial. It's an impressionable system where it starts with, it's just $1. And then all of a sudden, how about my rent? To put things into perspective, look no further than the upcoming March Madness. It's currently expected that this NBA tournament alone will rack up to $3.1 billion in sports betting. College kids, which just recently were able to get paid from this stuff. I want to say thank you, Johnny Manziel. Money Man Manziel. Just recently, a young high schooler referred to as Max explained how disappointed he was to find out that this yearly Super Bowl party he throws with his friends is now 100% focused around betting all of their money on this event. Which, you know what, dude? Don't do it, Max. Supposed to say, oh, I feel bummed it's happening. Then don't participate in it, dumbass. Not only were his friends becoming addicted to sports betting, but he noted that many kids at his school are pulling out money from their savings and bar mitzvah accounts to do it. Oy vey. And according to him, it's all the kids in school are talking about, with the youngest person he knows starting at 11 years old. And that's straight from the source, baby. Because also, I like how people too are like, well, you have to have an ID to get on. It's like, you don't think that, have we not had Photoshop for, I don't know, 70 years? Like, oh my God. Also AI face filters. This is me. And someone's like, okay. It doesn't help that betting on sports is more accessible than ever, with various apps to choose from like FanDuel, DraftKings, Bet365, BetMGM, Fanatics, Caesars, Stake, and many, many more. I like how we just label that all off just to give it to you, in case you want to get addicted yourself. Sorry. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard. Don't let holiday stress get to you. Stay strong and let Fume help you out. Fume is not a vape. It's not an e-cig. It's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. Fume has great flavors like cool mint, peach blush, cinnamon hearts, and grapefruit. Fume is also there for you when you're feeling anxious. The device is so compact that you can take it anywhere, letting you keep Fume by your side and find your calm. With its satisfying clicks and snaps, you can fidget with the device to your heart's content. I keep mine here at my desk without taking up any space. It's so tiny, like me. Over 700,000 people have already added Fume to their daily routine, and I totally get why. It's simple, it's satisfying, and it doesn't come with any of the downsides of smoking or vaping. Literally none. And right now, if you order the Journey Pack using my code BABAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume topper. So if you've been thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Go to tryfume.com/BABAMEAT or scan the QR code on screen to get yours today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring this video. FanDuel, one of the leaders in sports betting, even has physical locations where people can place bets and grab drinks as they watch games on multiple screens at once. It's pretty much just a live sports book where it's like taking your dad to Buffalo Wild Wings and the dog track at the same time. It's now becoming much more normalized among casual watchers as social activity, right? You go there, you throw down a couple bones, you watch the game, you eat some wings, you go home. And sometimes you can hit it big. And that's the problem, is when you hit it big, because then you're chasing that high forever. It's one thing to bet money on the Super Bowl, but some people will literally bet on anything. Bet Online, an offshore online gambling company, even admitted that a staggering amount of people take bets on Little League baseball games. That should be illegal. Betting on small Mexican and Chinese boys playing baseball, that should be illegal. It's prevalent enough that Little League puts on an official statement condemning the act. You guys have got to stop. You guys have, the Great Lakes American baseball team, they're scared. After a while too, what's going to happen is if it becomes, they're like, there's too much going on, every one of these fractions is going to want a piece of the pie.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you're gonna get worried for the players, because I could see like a grown man betting on a child, and then he loses.
A kid, not even that, but Jorge, whoever plays for Mexico, is playing China, whatever. He's like a huge slugger. Who's not to say that someone does a crowbar to a shin before the game? Huh? I mean, that's what these kids should be afraid. If you're a child, you should be afraid. Okay? And I bet you anything, it goes even more local, where people who want their fixes on that, they do stuff where it's like not even on an app, but it's like parents betting on their own child's game with other people in the community. He's like, he's coming over to my house, I'll poison him, I'll put eye drops in his water or his Coca-Cola, get him all sick and shit. Exactly. According to Harry Levant, a therapist and addiction specialist, he has young patients that are college students gambling away their federal student loans, betting on sports.
I have patients who gamble in the shower. I have patients who gamble before they get out of bed in the morning. I have patients who gamble while they are driving. There are no guardrails. We scientifically know the human brain, the risk-reward system for a young man, isn't fully formulated until you're 25.
And this is leading to all sorts of chaos within the world of professional sports. It's ruining the lives of fans, fundamentally changing how people consume sports, and causing athletes to be harassed by angry gamblers. And it is just generally deemed bad for society by more than just about everybody, right? Everybody's saying this is bad for human beings as we know it. When you go to place a bet, you are betting on more than just the outcome of the game. Nowadays, you can bet on every little detail, from specific player stats, the specific time at which athletes score, and even how many people are in attendance at the game. How many people decide to show up? Which, if your bet's big enough, you could be like, I'll pay everyone's ticket and go there and I'll score. You know what I mean? I literally believe you could orchestrate something like that. Parlays are another mechanic that has hooked the majority of sports bettors because it means you don't have to place a large bet to win a large payout. Parlays allow you to string together multiple bets on various aspects of the game. They take a lot to hit, but if they do, usually the payout is a large sum. So usually you're betting on micro things to happen through a game on a series of small bets that has an insane payout. That's why you set it's a multiplier. That's why you see a guy in Buffalo Wild Wings ball his fist and drive it through the server's face when a 16-string parlay doesn't hit. It was right there! That's how it ends up happening.
That would be a lot of money, though, to be fair.
Oh,
16
boy.
leg?
Exactly. He's going to go home and put a gun in his mouth. I could have had it all. This system is extremely, extremely addictive. Not only because it's like buying a cheap lottery ticket, but because you usually need all of your legs to hit in order to get the payout. So you're just scratching, you're itching. Oh God, did he shoot it? Who made that score? It's what happens. It's like watching heroin addicts watch a game. Sports books, it's like, seriously, it's like someone taking a crack rock and being like, fight for your freedom. That kind of thing. Most bettors miss one or two legs, creating what's known as a near miss outcome. Near misses are addictive because, much like getting two matching symbols on a slot machine, your brain interprets it as being almost a winner, which urges you to try again. Companies like DraftKings realized this and even offered special promos such as ghost leg parlays, which allowed bettors to win a payout even if they last the one leg they needed. This creates a vicious feedback loop that leaves bettors wanting more and more until they have nothing left to lose. Thanks, DraftKings. Another big mechanism that brings people in is prop bets, which let you bet on specific stats and players. Not only has this widened the pool of things to bet on, but it has also led to some very ridiculous bets. In 2021, infamous YouTuber Vitaly, who's in prison now in like a different country because he's he placed a bet on whether or not there would be a streaker in 2021 Super Bowl between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To ensure the best hit, he enlisted a man named Yuri Andrade to run out onto the field before getting tackled and arrested. See, as I'm saying, you do that thing, you pay someone to go and take the hit, you give him like a percentage of whatever it is. Ohtani did this. If you think Ohtani didn't do something like this, the 2025 Super Bowl also had a ton of weird prop bets. For example, you could bet on the color of the Gatorade that would be dumped on the winning coach. According to DraftKings, the color with the best odds were purple, followed by a tie between orange and yellow. I would have bet yellow. I almost always feel like I unanimously see yellow. Do they also, this is regardless of whatever, do people still do the Disney thing? What are you doing now? I'm going to Disney. That was like a big thing they did in the NBA, I feel like.
Michael Jordan and the Bulls, you just won your first NBA championship. What are you going to do next? We're going to Disney World. Yeah!
Whoever won the NBA championship in the crowd, where are you going? What are you going to do next, Shaq? I'm going to Disney. Some bet on whether Travis Kelce would propose to Taylor Swift or whether or not someone would cry during the national anthem. Chris Jones, that's easy. He cries at every national anthem. It's fucking ridiculous. Other ridiculous bets include guessing the specific time it took to sing the national anthem, how many Canadian viewers there were, and if there would be a power outage. With all these various ways to play, people have gotten superstitious about how they place their bets. One of the biggest sports bettors on the planet is Drake. I'm just gonna let that sink in for a second. He will bet millions at a time and has a historically bad track record of betting on teams or players that lose. Kiki, do you love me? This has led to a phenomenon called the Drake curse, in which bettors purposely bet against Drake, believing it's a slam dunk win. Many sports bettors claim they can't enjoy simply watching sports anymore. They have to place bets, otherwise there's no thrill to the enjoyment anymore. It's like, it's like there's no thrill of the hunt anymore, right? I can't just watch professional athletes be superhumans. I have to have have money at stake. If I don't lose money, am I really having fun? While they're not betting, many experience mood swings, depression, substance abuse, or declining performances at school or work as they struggle to cope with their addiction.
That seems like a cop-out.
You think so?
The excuse, I'm not betting, that's why I'm a like...
I think that there's some merit to that just because I think that having a constant dopamine hit of like refresh and doing that, and then when you don't have that, you're more irritable. I can see that. And don't get me wrong, the person's still a piece of shit, but still. It's just a thing where that person was probably a nuisance before. They're a monster now. When we say that sports betting is everywhere, that truly cannot be understated. Popular apps like Stake, an online casino and sports betting service, are now known to randomly watermark viral clips with undisclosed advertisements. They're basically like, what's that like America's Funniest Home Videos that's everywhere in like random, it like loops clips. It's like Chive. Stake is like Chive. I'm telling you, it's like Chive. I'm like, why is there a Stake watermark here? This year, during the Stanley Cup Finals, it was discovered that 3.5 to 4.7 references to popular betting services appeared every minute. Every 60 seconds, 3 to 4 sponsors were on the screen. That's pretty crazy. In total, researchers pointed to 6,282 instances, whether it be a logo plastered on a player's jersey, commercials, courtside ads, or commentators shouting them out directly. Hey, thank you so much to Bet365. You know, very old head type shit. It's fun. I like when they say shit too. The sports bettors or like the announcers will be like, I had a great time with it. Me and my grandson will do it. You're like, DraftKings and FanDuel literally have VIP programs consisting of top bettors that receive lavish vacations, personal hosts that act as your own personal customer service agent, and all kinds of other promotions, awards, and gifts, including points to be used within the app to make sure you keep betting. Whether it's marketed as a way to reward loyal customers, it's being seen as a way to push whales to bet as much as possible, often leading to life-ruining financial repercussions. I don't think DraftKings is going to stick around if you're not a whale anymore either. Do I still get to go to Hawaii? They're like, no. Dr. Kavita Fisher, a psychiatrist in the VIP program, went on to bet wildly after joining, ultimately losing $153,000 when she emailed her VIP host about how she was thinking of quitting gambling due to her addiction. She was met with a message urging her to reel it back and play within her budget, only to receive 6 emails the next week enticing her to raise her deposits. All right, you're reeling it. Well, let's not be, you know, I mean, we're trying to make money here. I mean, you're gonna win, you know, like just keep betting. What the hell? At one point, she started asking her for loans from DraftKings after being drained and unable to make mortgage payments. Once she was unable to deposit money for her bets, she was told she was no longer in the VIP program. And because of this, Dr. Kavita filed a lawsuit against DraftKings claiming their special VIP program intentionally targets gambling addicts. Services like DraftKings, to no one's surprise, likely do not care about the people whose lives they're ruining by their service. Of course not. They give a fuck? Hell no. In another tone-deaf effort to boost profits, DraftKings created the Never Forget 9/11 themed promotional parlay in which people could bet on 3 New York-based teams winning their upcoming game on the anniversary of the tragic event. Soulless demons is what these people are, seriously. It's like, what if we did like a New York, what's like a big thing people like about New York? 9/11? Boom. They soon had to apologize for this, reiterating that they actually cared super duper hard about the 3,000 people who lost their lives that day. 100%. Dude, we did that because I actually am so stoked on them, okay? Kalshi is another betting service making the rounds on TikTok, allowing people to vote and bet on the outcome of any event taking place. It skirts state gambling laws by having you trade on the outcome of a real-world event rather than bet the way you would on sports betting service. I'm sure that's going to be around for a long time. This doesn't just include sports, but even things like the election, who will win on Dancing with the Stars, whether or not Trump will release the Epstein files, and even what the weather will be like on a certain day.
The long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. And I think if you do build a general...
Their marketing consists of nonstop physical and online ads, some of which are fully AI generated. And they also sponsor tons of TikToks to show off their predictions, to push traffic, to get people to spend that money. Because also too, it starts with the joke shit like that too. Well, people, because these are also soulless demons who are like, well, you know, what about people who don't watch sports? I mean, Dancing with the Stars has this, you could bet on that. And you're capitalizing on meme bets, and then meme bets turn into real shit to where they're just like, well, I actually started watching sports just because I was on the Cashly app or whatever it's called.
That's actually really smart. I didn't realize that.
It's not smart, Nick. It's evil. We're not going to reward them with a compliment. I like how Nick's just like, okay, so I should start my own app company. You parasite, good God. In every sports league, it is against the rules for players to bet on themselves or their team. Oh, Johnny! Unsurprisingly, as more athletes are sponsored by sports betting apps and become more involved in the betting world, they begin to ruin their own sport. Otani! Toronto Raptors player Jonte Porter was investigated after he was caught placing 13 bets on NBA games from a friend's account while he was traveling with the Raptors league team. What a idiot, dude. God, people are so dumb. It's unbelievable. During their investigation, the NBA also found out that Jonte had discussed his health with an anonymous sports bettor and then purposely underperformed so their bet of $80,000 would hit for $1.1 million.
These defendants perpetrated a scheme to defraud by betting on inside, non-public information about NBA athletes and teams.
The investigation concluded he was guilty and banned him for life. He's like, I like basketball. What are you talking about? Terry Rozier was caught selling info to bettors for $100,000 and purposely left a Hornets game in March of this year with an injury so their underperformances money line would hit. That's a bit weird, right? Even worse, he flew the bettors out so he could count the profits with them. He was placed on an immediate leave by the NBA and is indicted on charges of wire fraud conspiracy and money laundering conspiracy. As for the head coach, Chauncey Billups has been linked to an anonymous bettor who would tell other bettors that Portland would tank, as well as revealing certain players would miss multiple games in the 2023 season. This was a part of the backdoor deal to help bettors he worked with to win prop bets. He was also involved in rigged high-stake poker games with the Mafia, in which multiple other famous former NBA coaches and players participated. LeBron for sure. I can see LeBron being like, what? He's like, what? LeBron's like, you Italian and a mobster? Let me get in on that hand. Brony's in the back dribbling. I could see LeBron doing it. Also, I bet Michael was there. Trying to tell me Michael Jordan wasn't in those Mafia card games. Yeah, right. Following Chauncey, 14 Mafia members were arrested in New Jersey for running a multi-million-dollar sports betting ring that involved several NBA and college players. One of the highest paid sports players of all time, Shohei Ohtani, the rat himself, recently faced a scandal that cost him millions. Impei Mizuharu was Shotani's interpreter that followed him everywhere as he repeatedly interviewed. Because Shotei is very wealthy, his interpreter was also paid pretty fucking well. However, his salary wasn't enough, and he went behind Shotei's back, stealing nearly $17 million directly from his bank account. Oh, I'm sure. I'm gonna go in speculation time here. Because he gets 2 years in prison. You think Otani's not going to be like, I'll give you $50 million. I'm going to give you $50 million if you go 2 years in prison. The guy's like, I get to retire. 2 years of not doing anything, laying on my ass in prison, just trying not to get... That's it. That's all I have to do. Come on. Back in 2002, 3 friends were charged and sentenced to multiple years in prison for wire fraud because they were caught rigging horse bets. A 2002 horse bet ring? Come on, man. That's sick. One of the friends, Chris Harn, worked for a company called Autotate, which managed all horse racing wagering for the major races. While working, he noticed that there was a window after the races ended between when the bets were placed online and when the actual money reached their system. So he placed bets for himself and his friends on the 2002 Breeders' Cup and went in. After the race was over, he would change their bets and win big. In the end, their $1,000 bet turned into $3.1 million jackpot, and they began celebrating their newfound riches. However, it was never paid out because they got caught.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Are you kidding me, dude? They got it fair and square. The horse they chose had 43-1 odds, and he was the only person to pick all 6 races correctly. A bit greedy. It soon became apparent that he had cheated, and once the FBI concluded its investigation, all 3 men pleaded guilty to their charges. After their sentencing, all their winnings were redistributed to 78 bettors who had correctly picked 5 of the 6 races, and the horse racing industry quickly upgraded its betting software to prevent something like this from happening again. One of the worst things about becoming entrenched in the world of high-stakes sports betting is simply the fact that even a casual game of football suddenly becomes the most stress-inducing event of your fucking life. There are countless videos of people losing large sums of money betting on sports only to ruin everyone's day by screaming like a maniac and breaking objects. Many TVs have lost their lives in the process. One man who bet money on the Super Bowl erupted into tears and threw a tantrum in front of all of his coworkers after losing his entire paycheck on the Super Bowl. He shouts about how he'll never watch a football game again as everyone films him and cracks jokes at his expense, which I would have done the same. Idiot. Many sports gamblers take their anger out on the watch party, as it's now become more common for people to send furious messages and straight up threats to athletes after losing bets. 23-year-old Ben Parlay Pats, for example, was caught using anonymous Instagram accounts to say horrendous things to athletes, going as far as to threaten to break into their homes and behead their entire families. Good old Ben Parlay, huh? This is such a big problem that the NCAA had to run the Don't Be a Loser ad throughout the March Madness, which was essentially an anti-harassment video urging people not to abuse players due to sports betting. Hey, could you not cyberbully these 18-year-olds on live television? Thanks. If you're struggling with a gambling addiction, make sure to reach out and get help. We'll even put a little link right here. I mean, who knows? I'm telling you, at least with all the odds that I read, I bet you 1 in 5 Papa Meat viewers are a gambling addict. So here's your link if you need help. After all, the world of sports betting has gotten out of hand, and there's no telling how much worse it's gonna get. What is now a billion-dollar industry is set to continue to grow and become an inescapable part of our daily lives. So do whatever you can so you don't overindulge in it. Just because it's more common doesn't mean it's any less dangerous, y'all. Stay safe, keep your wallet intact, and for the love of God, maybe just watch the superhumans play sports for fun. All right? We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I don't believe that there is an addiction to mobile betting any more than there is an addiction to utilization of your phone for any other reason.
You don't think adding a layer of betting makes the phone more addictive than just tooling around Instagram?
No. There is problem gambling. It is a real problem. Whether it's gotten bigger or it's just become more noticeable because sports betting is legal, I think is an unknown.
Really? Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we'll be pulling back and unveiling the horrors of hair transplants. Not me though, dude. Look at this hairline.
Oh, you got a good hairline.
All you bald bitches out there. Hey, Jacob! Come here! Don't make me wait.
What's up?
Sit on Dad's lap. You're a big guy. You're looking at me and you're looking at this full head of hair. Now look at what you could become.
Wait.
What happened? What? Why are you hiding? Hey! You son of a bitch! You cut it off! God damn it! Why? Get out! You're fired! Get out of here! I can't believe you cut it!
I had to!
You had the most beautiful set of hair coming, and you ruined it. You bald son of a bitch. Get out of here. Fuck! I ruined my entire fucking month. Everyone wants to like the way they look, except Jacob. Whether it's trying a new hairstyle or updating your wardrobe, there's usually ways to do it. But what about those cursed with bad genes? I'm talking about baldness. Yuck! 2 out of every 3 men experience hair loss to some degree before age 40. And by age 60, hair loss comes for us all. Many will go completely bald. It can be hard to lose your hair, especially when it's such an important part of your look, right? Because of this, many have turned to hair transplants. It may seem like a life-changing opportunity, but if you're not careful, you can be left scarred for life. With the potential financial and physical risks that come with attempting to get your hair transplants, it makes you wonder why people would ever go through with it. And for many, it's very, very simple. Being bald is the worst. Do I have a bald spot on top of my head?
That's just where your hair parts.
Are you sure? Problem is I feel like it comes mostly with good-looking men. Good-looking men, they went through their whole life, getting their dick sucked, balls licked, girl taking her fingernail, rubbing the ridges of his taint, and all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Living La Vida Loca, and then those motherfuckers get their hair thinned out real quick. Then they look at it and they start doing this. Us big, fat-ass, beautiful men, balls full of semen from never being touched by a woman. My beautiful lion mane. How foolish you are to give away your seeds so easily, my friend.
What if that is the thing?
I think it has partially to do with semen retention. As if I wasn't just in my fucking bedroom beating it all day.
It's transferring to the woman. They're taking all your fucking hairline again.
I tell you what, too, just to turn around a bit, I've seen some women's hairlines. God damn.
Turn around?
No, I'm saying I've to turn around. Nick actually physically turned around. I said to turn around. While many people are quick to shave off their remaining hair and embrace their new bald lifestyle, others spend the rest of their lives feeling pretty fucking torn up about it. And on TikTok, you can find people voicing their frustrations about being the town punching bag due to their baldness. For some bald men, being reminded of their baldness is like a mental and physical punch to the gut. Videos can be seen of heated confrontations erupting out in public, either during fast food freakouts or road rage incidents. In the heat of the moment, calling out someone for being bald seems to send these men into chaotic fits of rage.
You need to be removed from the gene pool because you're too fucking stupid to be alive.
Yeah?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you have no hair, sweetie. Oh, baby.
Touch me. Fucking touch me. Fucking touch me. Touch me. Fucking touch me. When you flip somebody off, it's assault.
Which I will say, calling a white man bald is the equivalent of the N-word. I will die on that hill. Go up to any like boomer man and be like, whatever, you fat bald bitch. Hey! They'll start shaking. what the fuck did you just say to me? That kind of thing. You can say anything else to him. Anything at all. Call him bald. That shit cuts deep. It's like one of those fucking knives in Dune, whatever. You know what I mean? Piercing through the armor. Because you can say all kinds of things. Ugly ass fucking outfit. They're like, I like this outfit, actually. Call him bald, though. Ooh. Also, every old bald man, their fucking, like, their head, it just wrinkles up. The shape of it, it's like, it looks like Homer's mouth. Dude, just talking to all these bald people fucking gross me out, dude. It's so weird. Ugh. Many people who find themselves losing their hair at a young age take to the internet to lament the fact that it's actually much harder to be bald than people make it out to be. All right, you guys think it's all a joke, but that shit's rough, all right? One poor soul rants about how his family told him women love bald men to help him cope, only for him to realize that he supposedly went from a 7 out of 10 to a 4 out of 10 after shaving the rest off, and women no longer seem to be interested in him. Where he got these numbers is probably somewhere in La La Land in his head. But still, that's his perception, that's his belief, it affects his confidence, he's fucked. He admits to being saddened by his bald head every single day for the past 2 years. Hey, this video is sponsored by Hungry Root. It's officially the busiest time of the year, so don't spend crucial brain power on grocery shopping. Let Hungry Root be your personal shopper so you can focus on buying the important stuff. Hungry Root is your place for high quality food, taking the guesswork out of it and the bad stuff too. That's because they screen out over 200 different additives, including high fructose corn syrup, artificial sweeteners, and preservatives. And they only source the best, grabbing high quality meats and seafood. Hungry Root was awesome because I wanted some vegetables and they said, here's some vegetables and there's no bad stuff on it. It was really cool. And if you have any dietary restrictions, Hungry Root has got you covered because Hungry Root tailors items to your needs. And soon it will fill your cart with personalized items that you're sure to love. That's because when you get started, they ask you a question to see what you like to eat and how much you want to spend per week. When I'm stuck at the desk, I'll sometimes reach for snacks that I end up regretting later. But Hungry Root has helped me find healthy alternatives to keep stocked in the fridge so I can keep it healthy while I keep working. From smoothies to salads and everything in between, Hungry Root has got you covered. Take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box plus a free item in every box for life. Click the link below or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMeat. That's 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for the rest of your life at hungryroot.com with code PAPAMeat. Thank you, Hungry Root, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. Many bald men face ridicule from people, but this discrimination can sometimes bleed into your place of work. Uh-oh. Hey, Jacob! Here we go. Come down. For people that don't know, Jacob had a beautiful set of long, silky, straight hair. This is awesome because I'm curious to get a bald man's perspective because my hair is so rich, so full.
It's true.
Come around here. We'll take off the beanie. I gotta show you that you're proof that you're bald. Oh, gross. As a bald man, how do you feel about your bald head?
It does make me incredibly sad because, as Hunter said, I used to have very long, straight blonde hair, and especially since by 19, it started to go. So basically over a decade now, I'm just ashamed of myself. And I wear a hat constantly.
If some guy came up and they made fun of you being bald, is that your N-word?
I'd probably be a little traumatized, yeah. It's just unnecessary, you know? I know I'm bald.
It's true. I got eyes. We all got eyes. All right. Thanks a lot, Cue Ball. Shamefully puts his beanie back on and goes back upstairs. Been wearing the same goddamn beanie since he was 12 years old. And the U. A 61-year-old worker named Mark Jones had been working in a sales job for 2 years, and his manager always desired an energetic and youthful team, and at one point directly stating, I don't want a team of bald-headed 50-year-old men. Not bad. All right? When I go into a place I want to feel young, I want to feel spry, right? I'm going to a place a bunch of bald, especially bald British guys. Oh my God. These guys are, can I help you with something? Fucking, they got the super shiny heads. Motherfuckers probably have to put like turtle wax on their head or something like that. I'm telling you, it's shiny. I have to put on some shades.
Yeah, it's blinding.
Hey, can I get you a telly, eh? I'll get you something face, eh?
What?
Soon, Mark happened to be put on a performative improvement plan. He was not underperforming, but was apparently being iced out in order to replace him with 2 young, hip new hires. After feeling pressure for some time, he quit, filed a complaint with his employer, and won $86,000. Holy shit! Among the many things that money was meant to cover, one was injury to feelings. Hey, Jacob. I actually think that I like your look, man.
What was that about the money?
We'll get you a wig. The hatred of bald people came to a head in 2024 when UK court ruled that making comments about a person's scalp can be considered sexual harassment, believing that it inherently relates to gender. Seriously, Jacob, your look is sick, man.
I'm hearing every word.
This became a topic of discussion after a man named Tony Finn accused his boss of sexual harassment after being called a stupid bald cunt. There are rumors that the panel of judges making this decision just so happened to be bald as well. See, it's a big fucking conspiracy, dude. All these fucking bald Illuminati bastards, I'm telling you. But it's not just insults from women that bald men have to worry about. Even some animals are targeting them as well. Over in a small English village, a hormonal hawk began terrorizing the older bald men that lived there over the course of several weeks. One 75-year-old man named Jim Hewitt was left with his head bloodied after being dive bombed by the bird, leaving him and the other bald residents forced to wear bike helmets when they left the house. That is awesome, dude. I'll go out with your helmet, all right? Eventually, the hawk was lured into someone's shed and captured. But it doesn't stop there. In the most extreme cases, bald men are literally being hunted down. In Mozambique, a series of ritual attacks in 2017 led to the police publicly warning the bald population. This was due to a superstition supposedly spread around by witch doctors, giving credence to the cultural belief that the heads of bald men contain gold. Hey Jake, can I get you to come down here real quick? Can you grab a hammer also real quick too? Because of this, 3 bald men were killed in a single week. What? It was said that one victim was dismembered, supposedly to use the organs for a ritual by the doctor to bring wealth to the client.
After the first one, you'd see there is no gold.
Or what if they think that someone already grabbed the gold? That it's gone. Or that the bald bastards spent the gold themselves. It's no wonder that bald people are afraid or ashamed of the way they look. Thankfully, people have been trying to solve this problem for quite some time. And let me tell you, still in this day and age, there's not a final solution. Can we associate bald people with demonic forces?
Yes.
That's what I think. There's a lot of solutions on the market that claim to cure male baldness, but many of them are either ridiculous or even more demoralizing than just being bald. In the 90s, a revolutionary spray-on hair product called GLH hit the market. It came in every hair color and could be applied in a matter of minutes. It worked by spraying small coated particles that grabbed onto existing hair, filling out the rest of your scalp. Before this, men had to use Topic, which was essentially the same thing, but you had to sprinkle a bunch of small fibers on your head. You basically had to be a fucking chia plant. Today, the pour-on fiber is still a super popular option and has dramatically improved. Science has gotten there, but not far enough. Now, you can go to barber shops where they'll shine your big fucking bald head and apply an adhesive that allows the fibers to stick so you don't have to reapply them all the time. Another popular option is toupees, which these are essentially small wigs that fit perfectly over bald spots.
I've seen ones where it's little kids who are bald.
That's sad.
And the guy makes them, I think he makes them for free.
If I was the kid, I'd be like, Mom, you need to fucking pay for this. I'm a bald kid. I'm not a fucking monster. All right?
Luckily, the guy I saw, he's also bald because he does this. The kids are all sad and crying and he leans over and he lifts it up.
Starts screaming. This is your future. They're intended for men who still have hair on the side of their heads, but not on top. You got the little cul-de-sac cut. Love a cul-de-sac cut. Jacob shaved his. Hope he burns in hell. Doesn't matter. Though some completely bald men do still use the toupees, but not all of them. Early versions were very primitive and obvious, but today you can hardly tell when somebody is wearing one. Though the realism comes with a hefty price. On average, a toupee can cost between $200 to $400. And if you want a high-end toupee called a hair system, you can expect to pay at least $4,000 for a high-end fucking toupee. That's crazy.
It's a used car right there.
That's a used Camry. That baby's gonna run forever. I don't know about that toupee. If you don't want a simple cosmetic solution and are looking for a more permanent fix, then you can get your hair tattooed on. I never understood this one. There are tattoo artists who specialize in giving people hair tattoos. Instead of simply drawing on hair, they place thousands of tiny dark dots so it looks like a freshly shaved head. Pretty sure Fousey did that.
Oh, really?
It looks bad.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks stupid. For women who are balding around the scalp, they can get tattoos on the roots to make it seem like they were never gone. But like the rest of these treatments, they are not cheap. One woman paid a whopping $25,000 to get her roots tattooed. Many turn away the traditional alternatives because of the cost or ineffectiveness, and this can lead to people searching for more outlandish solutions. For a while, there was a common belief that doing daily handstands would help regrow your hair, which is an awesome thing to think. Well, you just go that way, they come out. That makes sense to me. I'd be like, of course. It's just physics and gravity. Those who practice it believe that pooling blood at the top of your skull would reactivate the follicles and promote hair growth. Another unusual approach emerged in 2003 when scientists discovered that applying hot sauce to bald spots on mice seemingly helped regrow hair. Like how they saw like a bald mouse and they're like, Tapatio. The Tapatio.
You think it was an accident? Like he was eating like a taco?
I bet you they were torturing the mouse. Despite there being no proof that it works on humans, people still applied hot sauce to their chrome domes in just sheer desperation. Once you gotta do it, you gotta do it. Out of all these so far, handstand seems to, I like that one the most. For people that are looking for something a little more permanent, however, it's time to think about getting a hair transplant. Essentially, getting a hair transplant means taking hair grafts from other parts of your body that may have healthy growing hair, your ass, and moving them to the balding areas on your scalp. You take your ass skin and you put it on your scalp, and it works. Depending on the amount of work you need done, the procedure itself can take multiple hours and sometimes multiple sessions to get done. It typically takes a few weeks to recover from a hair transplant, in which you'll rest and avoid drinking, smoking, and high-impact physical activity. You basically just gotta completely lay low. While getting a hair transplant can be a godsend for many, it is not without a few strange side effects. You like that photo? 27-year-old man named Alex Finken received a hair transplant for $17,500, only to wake up the next morning with severe swelling in his head. And I mean, the swelling is crazy. Alex made a TikTok video talking about the experience, and people were shocked to see that his head was shaped like a giant egg. In it, he also explains how the swelling is so bad that he can't see out of his left eye. Another man who faced similar side effects went viral after showing the headband he had to wear to manage the swelling. He compared the shape of his head to both Megamind and Squidward. Those that finally go through with getting the hair transplant find that it helps them regain self-esteem, reduces overall stress, and greatly improves their appearance. Some celebrities like John Cena admit that they were being pressured to get hair transplants after being endlessly bullied about it during their WWE matches. And at one point, the crowd started making chants about it and pulling up signs that read, "I can see your bald spot, Cena." You know what? If I was John Cena, I'd be like, good. I want you to see my bald spot. I'd get a fucking bullseye tattooed on it. Lean into it, dude. Fuck it. As the hair transplant industry begins to grow in popularity, we're starting to see an increase in clinics offering beard transplants as well. Because this is relatively new advancement, it holds some risk, seeing as you can't wear a hat or cover up a botched beard. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you get your beard fucked up, now you're just like a weird fucking freak show. Hair transplants have exploded, and now everyone and their mother wants to get one. And seemingly out of nowhere, the world is now fixated on getting hair transplants. In 2021, the global hair transplant industry was worth $9.3 billion and is projected to reach nearly $50 billion by 2033. This massive boom is spurred by a new phenomenon called medical tourism. Because places around the globe offer cheaper surgeries, it's reported that at least 46% of people are willing to travel to get their hair and other cosmetic surgeries done just because it's so much cheaper. These procedures can be thousands of dollars cheaper. Turkey has become the #1 spot in the world for cheap hair transplants. On average, they cost a couple $1,000s depending on the amount of grafts you need, and have a 97% success rate. That is fucking crazy. See, but my luck, I'd go there and they'd be like, "You are part of 3%. It's also a swift process that usually takes 1 day. A man vlogged his entire 3-day journey at a high-end clinic and showed just how streamlined it was. On the first day, you arrive at your hotel. Many hair transplant packages include all-inclusive packages at very nice hotels, so you get a nice big fucking room. I mean, so you're pampered like a baby. It's awesome. But the second day is when the magic starts. You show up to the clinic where they look at your head and mark out where the grafts need to go, and then they lay you on a massage table and begin to remove the graft areas. You are then woken up and given lunch before being put back under for the main surgery, which takes 7 to 8 hours. After the surgery, you are given a special pillow to sleep on, some medicine, and you are sent back to your hotel. Day 3, you're expected to go back to the clinic, lotion and wash your grafts. After you're all clean, they briefly put you in low-light laser therapy, transfer you to a hyperbaric chamber for an hour. 3 days, and of course, weeks and weeks, probably months of healing. 6 months later, you'll see like, oh shit, but still. Fucking insane. Leave on a Friday, back at work on Monday with my giant fucking swelled up head. It's awesome. To illustrate just how popular Turkey has become for tourist transplants, videos are beginning to circulate online showing airplane flights filled with bald men coming to and from their procedures. There are literal airplanes full of bald men traveling to get transplants. Beautiful. Look at those bald men all holding hands like they're going to heaven. We're gonna make it. As with any medical procedure, there's always a risk that something will go wrong. And in fact, traveling outside the country has resulted in some nightmare hair transplants. Because there's such a high demand for hair transplants in Turkey, a new black market has taken over the underground and is leaving people maimed. Hair mills, for example, are clinics that perform quick surgeries for dirt cheap that are usually done by regular people and not doctors. They practice cheap surgeries that oftentimes leave the patient scarred and at a high risk for infection due to unhygienic tools and medical malpractice. And in recent news, a person who went to one of these cheap clinics had to be removed from his commercial flight because he wouldn't stop bleeding. Imagine getting kicked off a fucking Southwest flight because you won't stop bleeding from your scalp. Can I just go home? The skin grafts were done poorly, and the pressurized cabin caused her wounds to squeeze blood out from the top of his head. It's brutal, man. Another patient's hair grew super thick and was left with scars after a cheap transplant. The man chose the clinic from Google reviews and paid £2,500 for the surgery, only to be left with the worst looking hair. His doctor reassured him that the thin patches were a part of the early healing process, right? However, months after the surgery, the hair never thickened. Distressed by his hair, he sought out a specialist who told him that his hair might be permanently damaged and that it would take at least 2 more surgeries to correct the medical malpractice. Hey, you think you're gonna go back to the black market and find that motherfucker again? No, he's gone. And he has your money. $2,500, dude. Just save up a little bit. My God. I don't know. It's just one of those things like, just, you've been bald this long, just wait a little longer. Also, probably the longer it goes on and the more readily available it is, the cheaper it'll probably be. Maybe. I don't know. Hair thinning is a common side effect of botched surgeries because the grafts are not put in properly. This is a known thing, yet people still choose to dump their money into cheap clinics and risk their health. It's a shame that this keeps happening because multiple people have claimed that their botched transplants have ruined their lives. 57-year-old Mark Sweeney paid around $4,600 for his head to be left with massive scars and an unnatural hairline. Dude, once again, just like you're saying, double it. If you can you get a professional one done for 10? Just wait.
Yeah, that's worth.
Get a fucking loan if you have to. My God. It affected his life so much that he quit his waitressing job due to being embarrassed by his hairline. Yeah, dude, no one's gonna fucking leave a tip for that ghoul walking around with his thin ass hair. He's that Red Robin. You guys must have campfire sauce? They're like looking at the Phantom of the Opera. He takes off the mask. His life has now completely changed because he's left depressed and anxious about his appearance. Brutal, man. I fucking feel bad for these guys. A clinic in India called Look Like You Feel also left one of its patients disappointed. He paid $4,700 for a transplant and received 4,700 grafts on his head. $1 a graft. Once the surgery was completed, his hairline was ruined and the donor area was over-harvested, preventing healthy hair growth. The patient reached out to the clinic again, asking if there was any way to improve the healing process, and the doctor recommended more medicine, but after the medicine didn't work, and the patient kept asking for help, the doctors blocked his number. Oh, God. One man fumes over the botched transplant he had received from Dr. Brett Bolton, who runs the Great Hair Transplants Clinic in Florida. According to him, he was told he could pay $1 per hair. So he put down $14,000 for 14,000 hairs. The procedure was only 1 to 2 hours long, and he received a fraction of the grafts he paid for. 25% of those incisions, however, were empty and had no grafts placed in them. The doctor even skipped his mid-scalp as well as the crown, despite agreeing to do that beforehand. It turns out that he didn't even employ the standard method of the follicular unit extraction, instead giving him the equivalent of a 1980s hair plug that he renamed Bolton's Bundles. Ugh. In the process, the man claims Bolton left multiple gaps, killing existing hairs, and did permanent damage to his scalp. First off, dude, I would never go to Florida for anything. Okay. Hey, Dr. Bolton.
Yes, sir, Rio.
Can you patch up my hair? Bolton bundle it is. I'd be like, no. No thanks. His further investigation showed that Bolton's social media promotion success stories were typically the same videos being repeated multiple times. He's like, thank God one worked. Thank God one worked. Even worse, he claims that the man doesn't show up as being medically licensed. See, this is also things you gotta do more research. In the comments, another victim of Brett Bolton reveals that he had to cut the nerve in the back of his head during his procedure, making it perpetually numb to this day. His reputation online got so bad that people started labeling him the Bolton Botcher, and people started digging into his history, only to find an article reporting that he was suspended of his medical license after an insane incident that occurred in 2014. Bolton was found to be posting on the website about how he was in fact the son of God. According to the staff members, he was doing strange things like believing he was Jesus Christ, dressing all in white and asking everybody if God asked them to kill someone, would they do it?
Whoa. Whoa.
Bolton's Bundles. The erratic behavior escalated to the point where he was found violently knocking on a man exiting a bathroom at the 9/11 Memorial Museum in New York. He did so because apparently God told him that the man was a pedophile that needed to be brought to justice. Give that man a clinic. Like I was just like, all right, hair. We're just moving into hair. He started challenging police officers to arrest him, which is exactly what they did. And after this, he ended up in a psychiatric ward for 2 weeks before eventually continuing to run his nightmare of a clinic and ruining the lives of many. Though being bald and doing the hair transplants and all this shit might seem like a dark and despairing road, there's still hope for a cure. In October of this year, scientists at a national Taiwan university made a major breakthrough that could cure baldness in humans. They claimed that fatty acid serum was applied to bald spots on mice and that significant growth was observed 20 days after application. Essentially, the fatty acids irritate the skin, which causes the hair follicles to reactivate after being dormant. Though no large-scale tests have been conducted on humans, they remain optimistic that the study will result in a groundbreaking new product. Other studies showing progress in its early stages come from the University of Virginia School of Medicine, which claims to have identified okay. Ironically enough, they ended up making, dare I say, the most dangerous restaurant in America. Sure, there's brawls in like McDonald's and stuff and fast food chains because there's a billion of them out there. While Waffle House only has 2,000 locations, it is small enough to feel claustrophobic, but it's big enough to really rustle and tussle. It's the perfect arena size. You go to McDonald's to film prank videos, you go to Waffle House to draw blood. That's the delineation. Fuck around and find out at a Waffle House is what they say. And luckily, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little tip from the inside. We've been leaked videos of how they indoctrinate these gladiators, these warriors, to be able to withstand the onslaught that waits them. First one up, Waffle House training, the pull, drop, mark, order, calling method. My objective here is to get you guys feeling like you could do this job. So let's see what we can do here. I want to say the music is extremely deceptive to how the actual experience is going to go working at a Waffle House. I've never been in a Waffle House, no matter what time of day, where it has ever felt this calm and peaceful before. Never, not once. Even when I was a child and I'd go there with my grandparents, the aura that Waffle House has cannot be matched by any other restaurant. I don't know why that is. It just is. Wait, today's video is sponsored by Opera GX. Opera GX is on a mission to get people to break up with boring browsers. With Opera GX, you have access to customization that you simply cannot get anywhere else. Their GX mods allow you to transform your browsing and performance experience, and you can even add bathing capybaras to your desktop. Cute little rats. Or turn the soothing sounds of heavy rain on the background when you're just browsing. Maybe you want to hear the sound of lead pipes falling whenever you type. All of this and more can be achieved with mods offered on Opera GX. What? Now here's everything Opera GX mods can do. They can play background music, keyboard sounds, opening and closing tab sounds, theme and colors of the browsers, mods dedicated wallpaper, disabling and enabling mods and individual modifications in the mods menu available from the sidebar. And you can even visit the GX store, which shows the wide range of mods available to explore and create. Opera GX now has AI-powered tools such as AI prompts, ChatGPT, and Chat Sonic. Use smart AI prompts to summarize articles or find related content about a topic so you have more time to play games and enjoy surfing the web. Wow. Plus, ChatGPT is one click away in the sidebar. Opera GX is also equipped with an import tool that allows you to quickly import all of your settings from your previous browsers to Opera GX, like browsing history, bookmarks, and even cookies. It's also compatible with every Google Chrome extension. So it's time to change things up. Use my link below to download Opera GX today. Or click the link in the description and pinned comment to start crafting your ideal browsing experience right now. Thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
Hello, my name is Greg Hall. Today we're going to discuss the pull drop mark call-in system.
Greg Hall's been through the ringer. I would have said Greg Hall maybe had a couple drinks before this, and they're like, God damn it, Greg, and they had to comb his hair. Come on, Greg. And he's like, what? It's what? I'm the area vice president. What does that even mean? Area vice president?
The pull, the drop, and the mark.
Look at Greg's smile at the end of this. By the end, he says pull, drop, mark. Come look at this real quick. You pull the pussy, you drop the pussy, then you mark the pussy. They're like, Greg, cut it, cut!
Pull 1/4.
The pull refers to the number.
Yay. Okay, hold on a second.
Pull 1/4.
Pull 1/4. That's deceptive too. It's never that. It's always just like, pull 1/4. Doesn't matter. There could be two people in the restaurant. Yeah, pull 1/4. What? That's the vibe that you get in a Waffle House, not pull 1/4.
Pull 1/4.
The pull refers to the number and type of meats to be cooked. Pull 1 bacon, for example, would instruct the grill operator to pull 3 strips of bacon from the refrigerator and place it on the grill.
Pull 1 bacon equals pull 3 strips of bacon. So now they're getting into their own math. You're gonna really see how archaic and weird whatever these things actually mean.
These numbers refer to the number of orders to be cooked and not necessarily the number of pieces of meat. While you pull 1 T-bone when pull 1 T-bone is called, you would pull 2 pieces of pork chop when pull 1 pork chop is called, because 1 order of pork chops is actually 2 chops.
1 equals 3,
What? Yeah, one is what's confusing about it too is one doesn't just mean 3 across the board. One represents different numerical values given the pieces of meat. Like, there's no way that can actually like help you save time. All right, he said pull 2, so was pork chops and deviations of 2 or 3. I think it was 2. Okay.
How well a steak is prepared does not need to be called in at this time, unless that steak is rare or medium rare.
If you go to a Waffle House and you order a medium rare steak, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? Like, why? Can you make that medium rare for me, sweetheart? That Wagyu you got on the grill there. Definitely not the frozen commercial grade steak that you can probably have had in the bottom of the freezer for however long. Can you make sure that thing is just barely pink for me, sweetheart? Thank you.
This is where the magic marker system begins.
This is really why I wanted to get on this video, was the magic marker system. I cannot stress enough how archaic this system is. Greg, take it away.
As the salesperson calls in the order, it is your job to begin placing markers on the plates using the special code that Waffle House has designed to help you remember exactly how everything is to be prepared.
Greg even looks disgusted by this process too. Greg does not look happy that he has to be talking about this. The magic marker system is they use Waffle House plates, various condiments and toppings to show what the order is. The person will tell you the order and the person will dress their plate for the order. Not give them the ticket that you write on. You dress the plate in sign language to understand how you're supposed to prepare this order. If a toast is plain, they have little signatures of how you're supposed to orient stuff on the plate to remind yourself, oh, there's no butter on this. Not read a ticket, because I guess are they under the impression that the people that are working here cannot read?
That's what it's for, yeah. It's for people who can't read or write.
So can this not be a subsection for that probably small amount of people? I mean, to insinuate that they're like, we should just make this whole system because there's no way anybody can read or write that is working here. That feels insulting. I mean, imagine walking into a Waffle House and you're in the back. All right, so go ahead and cook me this order. And the guy like looks down. It's a slice of cheese with a couple pickles on top and a pack of mayo. What am I looking at here? He's like, this is a turkey club. Are you sure you are supposed to work here?
We call the system magic because our customers often do not notice the markers on the plates and think you have memorized all of the orders that were being called in.
I like how it's like it's supposed to be like you flexing on the people. Now the people are going to be very impressed that you were able to remember scrambled eggs, hash browns, and bacon. But in fact, you've duped them. You've dressed a plate. You have it marked down so you can remember because your brain does not work that well.
Let's start off by marking an order scramble. Simply place a right side up jelly pack vertically in the bottom position of the plate. The jelly pack represents 2 eggs, which we call an order, and the location of the plate tells us that they are scrambled. With the plate marked like this, the customer is getting an order of scrambled eggs with white toast and grits.
This is gonna get chaotic very fast. 1 Welch's packet of grape jelly vertically at the bottom of the plate means 2 scrambled eggs. That's how we know that. With white toast is what he said?
If the customer would rather have hash browns, you simply add a few shreds of hash browns to the plate.
You're going to take some cold hash browns off the work tray there, and you're going to dribble them on the top of the plate there to remind yourself that there are hash browns there. And once again, you might hear people clapping in the back by how the hell did they memorize? How do they keep memorizing these orders? But don't forget, you're duping them. These are codes that you're learning.
If the customer wants wheat toast, we simply flip the jelly pack over to indicate wheat.
Let's see what happens if we throw in a butter and a mustard pack. Let's say that you find one of the customers extremely attractive. Well, you can indicate that with one of your buddies without having a sexual harassment lawsuit looming over you. We're going to take 2 strips of bacon and a pound of honey.
If the customer wants a slice of Texas toast, mark the eggs with a jelly pack and place a slice of Texas toast or a biscuit on the plate to remind you that they prefer to have Texas toast or a biscuit instead.
So couldn't you, okay, hold on. If you're already putting the bread on there, why not just put the white bread? Like, why not put the wheat or the Raisin Bran? Why does a Welch's grape pack have to indicate the eggs?
Some folks like to have their toast unbuttered or dry. In this case, we have a special mark to remind us to hold the butter. Easily enough, it's a butter packet underneath the jelly packet like this.
So by putting a butter under the jelly means no butter?
Putting a butter under the jelly means no butter. Okay, well, let's put this off to the side. This means nothing to me. I put that off to the side.
So what if a customer wants double toast? Easy. Mark the eggs and then put an additional jelly pack beside the egg to indicate the extra order of toast, like this.
That was easy. You know what? Thank God the basics came easy to me, Greg. Thank you so much. Also, at any time, if you walk in a freezer and you see a containment of alcohol, don't touch it or I'll break your fingers and I'll fire you immediately.
While most customers order 2 eggs, occasionally a customer may only want a single egg. In that case, we'll mark the egg in the appropriate position to show how the egg is cooked, and then place a ketchup pack below it. Here you can see that I have marked a single overnight breakfast.
So 1 egg indicates a ketchup pack under a Welch's. I would love to see just one of these full and a guy just being like, all right, toast with waffles. It's like a full plate of like intricate designs and shit.
In other cases, a customer may be hungry and might want 3 eggs. Here's an example.
Because the mustard, it's a +1 metric, and okay, makes sense.
If the jelly pack indicates 2 eggs, then how might you mark the plate if a customer wants 4 eggs? That's right. You use 2 jelly packs stacked on top of each other like this.
I like how he said that's right. As if someone's like, you stack the Welch's jam packs together? He's like, of course you do. So it makes sense.
You're catching on quick.
Also, you put it in the center. You need to put it at the center of the plate to make sure that they know that it's 4, because if you put it on the bottom, that means that there's an active in the Waffle House. In a small place like Waffle House, they would be like, there's an active in here. Guy's like, dresses it up and he's like, Karen.
One of the most popular ways to have eggs at the Waffle House is scrambled. So let's talk about different ways to mark scrambled eggs.
I love Greg's smile, dude. Greg kills me with a smile. Let's talk about different ways to mark scrambled eggs. So let's say your wife's divorcing you. You're trying to hide some of the assets so you don't have to pay as much in alimony. Well, how would you mark that down so she can't hear you while you're talking with your lawyer? Let's grab 2 packets of ketchup and a bottle of Tabasco sauce and figure it out. Let's assume your wife's been cheating on you for several months, and you want to hire a hitman to come and basically snuff her out. If you're paranoid and believe that your phones are tapped and your wife is trying to catch you in one of these misdoings, go ahead and open up your window and put 4 cans of baked beans on the ledge. Then you're going to put a small bottle of Gorilla Glue to indicate that the time is ready to stick to the plan. The bounty hunter's outside like, okay, he put the 4th can of baked beans. Let's go.
It is important to remember that the customer gets 1 slice of cheese for each egg. To make this a triple scrambled cheese, you add the mustard pack below the jelly pack to make it a triple, and add a 3rd slice of cheese.
Add the 3rd slice of cheese because there's 3 eggs now. Okay, it's making sense.
You also want to tear off a small corner of the cheese and place it on the top of the marker to help you remember that it comes with cheese.
Tear off a corner of the cheese. There's 3 slices of cheese on the plate. Are people just gonna be like, why did I put the cheese on here? Remove a corner of the plate and put it on top. Why? What for? Greg, there's 3 slices of cheese on the plate already.
Wait, are they implying that the cheese on the plate already means there's not gonna be cheese?
No, because he said that the cheese already the amount of cheese should correlate with how many eggs it's ordered.
The customer gets 1 slice of cheese for each egg.
So if you had 2 eggs, no matter what, you're gonna get 2 slices of cheese, whatever. You put the grape pack on top of the mustard, which indicates 3 eggs. So you have 3 slices of cheese. Why would you need to cut off the corner, Greg? I mean, how fucking dumb are the people that he thinks? It's like, you probably went outside and smoked some crack, and you're probably gonna forget that these slices of cheese are even here. For muscle memory, go ahead and just tear off the corner and put it on top of the Welch's grape.
And include an upside down mayo pack to indicate light. And remember to remove the marker before you take the plate to the customer.
We used to leave the mayo packs on it just for shits and giggles because we like to put one over on the customers, but some guy ended up getting stabbed 3 times in his face. So we'd like to make sure and remind people, take the mayo pack off or you could be deader than a doorknob. But now that you know how to read and call out orders here, we need to make sure that you understand how to safely prep food at Waffle House, which I'm very intrigued to see because I have seen some heinous shit at Waffle Houses. I've seen someone take out a hose and spray the floor and kick the food scraps on the floor underneath the ovens. I've seen that with my eyes. I'm very curious to see what Waffle House corporate has in store for us here. The 4 cornerstones of food safety.
Hi, I'm Brian Litteral. And I'm Carl Smith, and we want to welcome you to the 4 cornerstones of food safety. Did you know over 9 million people a year are sickened by the foodborne illness?
That's a great way to start it there, buddy. Hi, welcome to our food safety video. Did you know 9 million people a year get sick from eating food? Probably our food, but we like to try to skirt that number. There's like a transition out.
But as many as 55,000 people every year require hospitalization because of foodborne illness.
I should have been hospitalized that one time, I think. That Chipotle, I was out for a week. I think it was probably longer. I was shitting so much. Oh, it was the worst, man. My asshole was so chapped. Anytime I tried to sit down, it was like painful. Bloody shit was the worst. And I've gone Chipotle since then too. When will I learn? I don't know. I don't know when I'll learn.
And over 1,000 people die each year.
Over 1,000 people a year die of foodborne illnesses. What if I would have died from Chipotle, dude?
That would be insane. And I would make a video on my channel.
My boss died from being food poisoned.
To protect the Waffle House brand, to help ensure that our customers have a great Waffle House experience, and because it's the right thing to do, we take food safety very seriously.
Feels like Brian is going to cry off the side here. He's like... Brian's getting flashbacks to people like throwing up and like having heart attacks at his restaurant. He's like... We take food safety very seriously, sure, dude. Honestly, how many times a day do you think at a Waffle House does someone like drop something on the floor and they like look around and they like put it back on the plate?
Yeah. Oh, dropped my cheese.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, I was tearing off a slice at the corner of the top and it fell on the floor, but 5-second rule.
Just like a house has a foundation with 4 corners, our Waffle House way of service and production is also built on the 4 corners of food safety. Good personal hygiene.
Yeah, you must bathe.
You gotta bathe and be sure to wash your hands. And if you do end up smoking meth or crack, wash your hands when you come back, please.
Controlling time and temperature, preventing cross-contamination, and cleaning and sanitizing.
I went to a Waffle House one time. I remember it was like right after we got done eating and we were like chatting. This is probably back when I was like 21 or something. We were all laughing and you're like, oh, you know, whatever. And then we noticed the guy at the grill was like, it was really busy in there. It was like probably like 11 at night. Not a lot of people working. And the guy working the grill was like going really fast. He was sweating profusely. And we noticed that his sweat was like dripping all over the shit. He was like flinging the stuff. I mean, like the sweat was going down the hash browns and stuff. And we all just like went outside and my friend was like, whoa! And like made himself throw up.
That was me at Papa Murphy's. I was on a come down on acid and I was still a little high, but I was just sweating over the pizzas as I was training new hires.
Ew. Did you still wrap them up and sell them?
Yeah.
Ew, you sick Good God.
For women who prefer the Waffle House headscarf, or for those who prefer the visor, a hairnet must be worn underneath. Men with short hair can also wear the traditional Waffle House paper hat.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone wear a hairnet at a Waffle House ever.
There's a video of Waffle House employees like cleaning their hair in like a pot that they cook in.
And she was washing her hair in it?
Yeah, and like, well, a guy noticed because he's like, his friend started gagging and he pulled out like a long string of hair.
This table isn't ready yet to seat the next customers. It has to be sanitized.
The amount of times I've sat at a dirty table at Waffle House because they just haven't come and gotten the plates have always been funny. Like, let me clear that out for you. And they like grab the shit and they just like wipe it once, like, what do you want? Can I get a Sprite? Yeah. Like, off. I'm like, we're in for a beautiful ride, aren't we?
I hope you've enjoyed our presentation on the 4 cornerstones of food safety. Food safety is an important part of a great customer experience.
Listen, I've never worked at a Waffle House, but I can tell you that I have not seen any of those displays. It seems like it's a little grody, if I'm being honest. We know how to receive orders. We know how to cook them safely and cleanly. Now, let's prepare ourselves to deal with the clientele that comes in. You know, you're not going to get the most favorable clientele, but you have to deal with them anyways. Oh, this music right here is so sick. This makes Waffle House feel like a very magical place. Also, the older aesthetic, like back then in like a VHS kind of feel, fits way better than all these new clean cut videos, dude.
Hello and welcome to Waffle House. And welcome to the position we call the door core.
It's so crazy to me that, like, instead of just being like, as a manager, you have to orientate people, they're like, just play the fucking video. Have them sit down and play the video. They'll be fine. You're just like sitting in the back. Welcome to the door core.
If you're energetic, a team player who possesses that ability to think on your feet, in all your life, people have always said that you're the friendliest person they've ever met and that you really know how to make people feel at home, then you're our kind of person.
What if there's a guy who's like, no one has ever said that to me? Also, I'm supposed to think on my feet. Am I answering a door and saying hello to people? Goodbye. Hello. Oh, which one was it? Sit anywhere you like. Oh, God.
Being a team member in a door corps is more than just a smile and a quick hello. As you'll see in this video, you have to be a juggler, a smooth talker, an Olympic sprinter, and an entertainer.
There's like a one-leg disabled guy. He's like, I don't think I have what it takes to fill this position.
I think a professional appearance is vital at the door. I'm talking about neat, clean, well-groomed, enthusiastic, great attitude. After all, I am the first impression of Waffle House a customer gets.
They had to have gotten rid of this position. I have never been into a Waffle House where someone is like, that's their job, is to be like, oh, come on in. Never seen that.
Hello, welcome to Waffle House.
Hi.
How are y'all doing today?
Fine, thank
you. Good. It'll be just a minute before your table's ready. So why don't you help yourself to a cup of coffee over at the coffee bar?
Thank you.
Okay.
Because like behind him, there's a sea of open tables. Your table's not ready yet. Why don't you go ahead and help yourself to some coffee over the coffee bar? I'd be like, nah, just stand. I don't want any coffee. All right, well, no one's ever neglected the coffee bar before. Okay, well, no one's ever not gotten coffee before the coffee bar. Could I interest you in the bathrooms? Sir, do you have to relieve yourself? What? No, I just want to have breakfast. Okay, well, that table isn't quite ready yet. So this is my space, and I can't have you standing here. So I'm going to have to really encourage you to sit down at the coffee bar.
Somebody told me when I first started to think of Waffle House like I would my home. That helped a lot because I pride myself on being a good host.
I pride myself on being a good host. My cousin sells crack cocaine out of the back of our house, and it is what we like to know as a drug den. I used to be what they called a coke mule, where I would put drugs inside of me and have to cross the border.
And I wouldn't dream of friends dropping in, even for a few minutes, without having them sit a bit, offering them something to drink and something good to eat.
This is so Southern coded. I was just like, it's just that good old boy hospitality. I wouldn't dare have someone come into my house without offering to sit down, pouring them a drink, maybe lighting them a cigarette, and then talking politics, immediately talking politics.
Excuse me, here comes another customer. Hello, welcome to Waffle House.
That'd be so funny. Excuse me a second. Here comes another customer. Welcome to Waffle House. The guy just comes in with a gun and shoots him like 3 times.
Hello, welcome to Waffle House.
Oh! The people at the coffee bar are screaming in horror. The guy puts 4 bags of Welch's grape jam on his plate. Everyone who works there is illiterate and a mute, and no one can talk to each other. So people are throwing slices of cheese on plates. The guy's like, give me everything out of the register. Puts a mayo pack. He puts a mayo pack and a piece of Texas toast on the cash register. The guy's like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm gonna kill you. They need to have a training video on how to, if there's an armed robbery. These poor bastards only know how to communicate scrambled eggs and fucking steak. They're gonna be so when someone comes in. So let's say somebody comes in with a 12-gauge shotgun.
It'll be just a minute before your table's ready, so if you'd like a cup of coffee, help yourself over at the coffee bar. Thank you.
Hey, Brad, we're really gonna have to have you stop sending people to the coffee bar, okay? Because we only have regular black coffee and decaf. When there's 20 people over there and only 3 of them want coffee, it makes it very congested. He's like, Stephanie, I'm gonna do my job the way that I was taught to do it, and you need to focus on yourself. So why don't you and the other illiterates start stacking cheese and grape packs, and you let me do me. I had the idea of like someone also just standing there all day and like they open the door for you. I understand that it's like, once again, it's hospitality. It's like, hey, come on in. But to me, I'm like, I don't want to be pressured immediately. I just want to like, I almost prefer when I walk into a place and they're like, hey, just take a seat wherever you want. I prefer that. I don't like the idea of a guy forcing me to go to the coffee bar. Because I'm a sheep too. So the guy's like, we're not ready for you yet. And you will have a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. I'm not even a big coffee guy, but I'd probably be like, oh, okay. I just sit down. I guess, can I have a coffee? God, all these fits are great too, dude. This is definitely a 90s video. It has to be.
It's your job to convince each and every customer that it's a short wait, maybe just a cup of coffee away, and speed up the whole process by having them know what item on the menu they want by the time they're seated.
I like how the coffee bar is them sitting in 2 small chairs by the window. So go ahead and sit over here awkwardly and look at our menu. It's like, what else do they have besides scrambled eggs and bacon and toast? You're gonna really want to peruse around and navigate your way through this complex but delicious menu.
And you always have to keep your eye on that door. No matter how many customers we have, we don't want any getting away.
Always got to keep an eye on that door. Tommy, we've been closed for 2 hours, man. We got to leave. The chef comes around back with like a plate full of like tomatoes and cheese and stuff, and he's like, Planet of the Apes type shit. They all talk with sign language in there.
When I've made sure that all customers are happy, I'll wipe down a table and seat that needs it, or maybe even get a table ready for busing. I'm busing. Helping each other helps keep everybody happy. Plus, it gives us the opportunity to serve more customers.
Man, I kind of yearn for these times too, where these like simple positions had such a dedicated video to it. Because now people would be like, hey, just greet people when you come in and just tell them like it's only going to take a second. It would be that casual now, but back then they're just like, you are the glue that is holding this operation together. By the time you leave your shift, people are going to start calling you Elmer because you're the glue that holds this place together. So now you're not to greet people, but how do you know that you're not discriminating against your fellow employees? You need to have a strong work environment.
Kim, pick up. Kim, pick up. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me right now?
God damn, dude, it was like 1 second. Kim, pick up. Kim! Oh my god. He like starts complaining. The girl, like the woman's already walking over like, dude, I was grabbing it. God damn. I don't know if she can't hear me. She can ignore me. She's a dumb bitch. I'm gonna slap her around. I'm gonna hit her.
I can't even look how slow she's like, oh my goodness, my hip. Oh, when's my birthday? Oh, I can't see you.
Oh, look how slow she's walking. Ah, my hip. I'm old. I'm so fucking old. Fuck you, Kim!
I wish they wouldn't talk about me like that.
The lighting they have too, it's like a somber, almost like she's dead. I wish they wouldn't talk about me like that. Well, guess what, you old rickety bitch? You're a waste of space. Just die already.
Even though I'm older than them, I can still do my job.
No, you can't. You're a waste of space. You're a waste of life, old prick. You stupid old bitch. Just die already. You're a burden. You're a burden on your family. You know those people who, when you're like, oh, I hope they come visit me, it's a burden every time they have to do it. The kids don't want to come. All the smiles you see when they visit you, they're fake. They're all fake. Because we want to make sure that grandma feels good in her later years. Just roll over and die.
Oh, hey, man. Hey, Danny, take a look at this. Someone like you would appreciate it.
I don't think that's funny.
Are they playing like Fiesta music in the back? I don't think it's funny. Come on, man. Well, you're Mexican. You must love this music.
Oh, come on. I thought you people had a sense of humor. Don't take it seriously. It's just a joke.
Well, you people don't have a sense of humor, dude? God, you're such a wet blanket, Diego. Jesus.
Video clips or telling jokes that make fun of a person's race or national origin is unacceptable behavior at Waffle House.
Here at Waffle House, if we find out that you make fun of anybody for their age, sex, or religion, you have to do what we call the gridiron system, where we clamp your hand in a waffle maker for 4.5 seconds and brand you as a piece of shit, but you earn your spot back to work here. That'd actually be kind of sick. You have to put it in there and it's like you're marked, but it's like, well, you paid your due, so all is fair now.
You think there's like a 3-mark system?
Yeah, they mark both your hands, and then the last one is they fucking the spatula that's all hot. They get it red hot and they put it in between your mouth like that, and they give you like a Joker smile.
Hey, what's up with James and the beard? They told me I had to shave my beard to get this job.
I don't know why I get such special treatment. I think it's because he's a Sikh. I don't like those people.
Me neither.
Yeah, why does James get to have a beard? I don't know. That's because he's a Sikh. God. Yeah, I don't like those people. I wish I could grow out my beard so I could get some pussy here at Waffle House. I look a lot better with a beard.
I hate working with Gary. He takes so many breaks.
Yeah, I think he's got like diabetes or something like that, but that's a likely excuse if you ask me.
Yeah, Gary's like a fat fucking, I don't know, his like blood sugar's all wacko. I fucking hate that fat piece of shit.
Gary, man, why do you take so many breaks when we work?
I just have to check my blood sugar. Why? What's wrong?
You taking so many breaks means we have to cover for you.
My diabetes is my business. If I have to take a few extra breaks, I don't see what the big deal is.
Honestly, I'd get on the diabetes hate train. Dude, if your fucking diabetes is acting up that much, why don't you go work somewhere else, dude? People are fucking like fighting in here and stuff. I gotta check my blood levels. I'll be like, get the fuck out of here then, dude.
I work just as hard as everybody else.
I work just as hard as everybody else for a fraction of the time. I love all these scenarios, dude. It'd be so fun to act in one of these.
That'd be fun to come up with one, too.
What does it say? Yeah, what if there's a guy, like this Indian dude with a beard and the other guys are jealous of him? They're like, perfect, write that down. Yeah, what if a guy has like diabetes and everyone's fucking pissed that they have to pick up his work? Yeah, I hate that shit. Yeah, go ahead and put that in there too. I like to think that all these people are just like, yeah, I hate that. You could put that one in there.
I'd like someone like us to cook my food for me. I don't want him touching any of my food. I want you to do it.
Sir, I'm sorry. Bo's the grill operator this morning, and he will be cooking your food. If that's not okay with you, I'm gonna have to ask you to eat somewhere else.
I feel like a more appropriate response is you could just be like, what are you talking about? What fucking year do you think this is? You know, like, I'd be like, dude, go fuck yourself, leave. Well, yeah, fucking get out of here. I mean, how obnoxious is that? I just want to see customer discrimination real quick.
It's the same scenarios, just customers.
Yeah. Yeah, why the hell does that guy keep going to the bathroom? I have to check my blood levels.
Wow, I've been here like 5 minutes. Are you kidding me? No one's even come over to greet me. I know they see me.
Wow, I've been here 5 minutes. No one's even greeted me? Okay, well, I guess I'll just sit here forever then.
What you just saw shows how a customer can feel like he was discriminated against. Waffle House does not discriminate against any customer for any reason.
I definitely feel like Corey looks like the kind of guy to discriminate against somebody. If I'm being Corey's just like, what you see here is a lie. That is a liar, folks. We don't ever discriminate. That's just the end of the video.
Oh, excuse me.
Hi, is everything okay with the food?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Can I get some more Diet Coke, please?
Here.
I will let you know right now, I have gotten that treatment before. Never taken it personally. Not that I think it's acceptable, but I think it's funny when it's like, if a Waffle House person said here and they slammed it, I'd be like, what a bitch. But at the same time, I'd be like, I mean, they're probably a pretty long day up here, if I'm being honest.
These eggs are running. Can they be cooked again?
And my waffle is burnt. Can I get a new one? Guess we have to cook these again. People like that get on my nerves. All they want is free food, and they are so rude. I wish they would just go eat somewhere else.
This is Waffle House, not Taco House.
That felt out of pocket even for a training video. Looking right at him. This is Waffle House, not Taco House. Comprende, senor? Muy bien. Hola. Yeah, I'll cook your goddamn waffle again, you son of a bitch. And then last but not least, the most important of all these training videos is these harassment videos. Roll it.
Hey, Mike. Hey, thanks for sending me this video.
Dude, yeah, ain't it some wild stuff?
Yeah, that's some pretty wild stuff, all right.
What do you think that video was? What if it was cake farts? Person sitting on cakes farting? That's some wild stuff, man. We should send this to somebody.
Oh, hey, let's send it to Joanne.
Dude, yes, get it.
Dude, yes, get it. It's just Tourette's guy. It's a Tourette's guy compilation. That Badger song you sent me last night was so funny.
What in the... This is horrible. Why would John send me something so disgusting?
All right, it's definitely one man, one jar.
I was gonna say beheadings.
Yeah, it's beheading. Yo, how did they get the camera quality so good in those, huh?
Hey, Becky, how's it going?
I'm fine, thanks.
God damn. God damn. Hey, Becky, how you doing? Hey, how's it going?
Can you excuse me, please?
Excuse me.
I definitely feel like this is something that they turn an eye to, because I feel like I see this kind of shit all the time in restaurants. Multiple restaurants just being like, you play him. You acting up.
You smell really good. What's that perfume you're wearing? Smells really sexy.
Smells really sexy, a perfume. It's Tag body spray. Yeah, no wonder you smell like a teenage boy.
You know, I love looking at you. You're such a hot body. Let's go out sometime. What do you like to do?
Sorry, but you're not my type.
Oh, come on, gorgeous. Why don't you give me a try?
What part of no don't you understand?
Look, when I see something that I want, I usually don't stop until I get it.
God damn, being that thirsty at a Waffle House at like 8 a.m. God damn, girl is down bad. She's going to Walmart afterwards, like Axe body spray. That's her. That's her. Oh, shit.
I wish Pam would stop hitting on me and just do her job. When I say no, I mean no.
You cannot have the actor in the background doing this the entire time. You're down that bad at your shift?
Unwelcome sexual comments or advances to an associate in an unwelcome manner is forbidden.
What if Vika was like, that was kind of hot? Two girls talking about Axe body spray and getting it on is kind of sexy. I mean, what's the big deal? I mean, can people not just get along? Cut it off. Cut the recording. Cut the recording. More of the story is Waffle House is an anomaly. It's a dangerous place. The amount of videos online of people fighting and doing all kinds of dangerous shit is appalling. But I will say it's a beacon of the American dream. Dare I say it's probably one of my favorite restaurants of all time. Nowhere else can you go someplace at 3 in the morning after a night of being a little rowdy and getting an entire meal that you can gorge yourself on for $7. And to me, That feels pretty special. And I commend every person who works for Waffle House and all of my brethren and sisterin who have gone to Waffle House and eat there as well. God bless you. God bless America. We'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. We got a Patreon if you want to sign up and help us make tunes to some of the weird sets we make. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about mobile games. Oh God! Yes, the time is here. We already did one of these tournaments before and it was so fun, and I've had so many people send me new mobile game ads, unhinged mobile game ads, that I feel like it had to warrant another mobile game ad creators. I don't know who the hell does the marketing campaign for this, but they should be given an award. You ever want to see a woman just get left behind because she's pregnant? How about like a baby wolf getting punched into a tree by like a kangaroo? Or just a series of onslaughts of uncomfortable things that I'm sure the gameplay doesn't match up, but we don't care about the gameplay. We're all here about trying to find what is the most unhinged mobile game ad. Part 2. If you haven't seen the first video before, check it out. It's a good time. Oh, me and my wife. But without further ado, let's get into our mobile game tournament.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Every morning, I sit down and I have Winslow tell me about what's going on in the world. I say, Winslow, what is happening? It's how I found out that over 2.9 billion records were stolen from the National Public Data recently. The MPD offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and anyone running background checks. So yeah, that's not good. The stolen records include people's full names, their addresses, their birthdays, social security numbers, and even their phone numbers. Essentially everything. These hackers have access to everything about you. And to make matters worse, they've reportedly released this info online. Which is why I use Aura. Aura gives me alerts if any of my information shows up on the dark web. They'll let me know fast if anyone tries to access my credit card or bank accounts. And they also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. Stop leaving yourself vulnerable to data breaches. Go to my link, aura.com/papameat to try 14 days for free. That's enough time for Aura to find out if your personal info has been exposed. Thank you so much, Aura, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
First up, we have Wolf Game. I was just called Wolf Game. You're a wolf. That's it. That's all you need to know. Wolf Game, Wild Animal, Mystic Spring Workshop, Mech Domination, Fairyscapes Adventures, Puzzle and Survival, Beast Lord, Mafia City, Last Fortress, Underground, Kiss of War, Rise of Castles, Frozen Honey, ASMR, Evertale, Happy Hospital, Matchington Mansion, and Penny and Flow. Which, let me tell you, there's some of the stuff I see. Fairyscapes Adventures, I see Matchington Mansions. I'm a little well seasoned now when it comes to some of these fucking things, and let me tell you something, the name will almost never match what is actually going to be happening on screen. I'm gonna guess that Matchington Mansion, I'm gonna shoot from the hip here, is going to have some kind of baby either freezing to death or being thrown into a dumpster. Without further ado, let's get into round 1. Wolf Game, Wild Animal. I don't know why that one gets me so good. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Mystic Spring Shop. Wolf Game. All right, here we go. Round 1. This truly is a wolf game. I feel bad for the little son of a bitch. I just got done rescuing a cat, so I feel even more sympathy for this. The piss feels unnecessary. Hot, steamy piss. They even put the steam in there. Okay. There's no way we could show this. This is so stupid. What the fuck is this? First off, the wolf giving birth like a regular woman, and she's just popping him out. All right, this had some kind of a bit of a story arc.
Well, it's implied. It's like, wait a minute, this one doesn't look like me.
Well, yeah, it's like the whole thing of like the classic early 2000s joke where it's like white woman with white husband and then black baby, and it's just like, what? Why the hell are these gorillas kicking us? Also, they always have these puppies like throwing up blood. Absolutely fucking escape or revenge. I like that. Well, we can at least know that this game is about revenge somehow. about growing up and become a big bad wolf. Also, did they copied the wolf design from that PS2 or like what was that early 2000s wolf game? Okami, something like that. It looks just like that.
Wolf game. Play now.
So they got like a Chinese guy to try to do like an Australian accent. Wolf game, play now. Okay, all right. Wolf game coming in. I will say the first one was just that's off the chain. That's off the hook. Off the chain? What am I thinking? Mystic Workshop. There you go. Okay. There she is getting squeezed in there. Oh, there goes her health bar. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of fucking with the sprite animation. The style's kind of cool, if I'm being for real. What is this? She's taking back shots the whole time, and it's just like Mystic Workshop. I don't know which one I think is more unhinged. I mean, the wolf one to me feels like a winner. I think you got to give it to Wolf Game. Next, we have Kiss of War versus Evertail. I'm going to tell you right now that these are going to be. I just know down the bottom of my heart this is not going to be as advertised. Let's see. Come on. All right, it says iOS. Is that what this is on, or? What is this? You electrocute her on the ground. I like how they have to continuously have her ass get popped up and show her like camel toe from the back. How was that Kiss of War? See, this is where it pisses me off though, because I hate when the fucking games are just like, yeah, you have big robot bitches with their big camel toes popping out from the back, moose knuckles and all this kind of stuff, jiggling asses. And then at the end, it's just like a girl holding like a World War II gun. Like, what the f? That isn't cool. Ah. They really like the faceless robots. This feels legal. Yeah. There's definitely some guy on his phone watching this too, and he was just like, oh, it's armor. They're wearing armor. Kiss of War. This fucking pisses me off. This one pisses me off, dude. It felt illegal watching that, is what it felt like. It felt like, I didn't like that. But is it unhinged? Compared to Evertail. What the fuck is this? Oh, cool. Those are cool boots you get to put on her. How are we supposed to show?
I got these straight from YouTube.
I'm guessing it's supposed to tell you that you're supposed to just dress up. What? What the fuck was that at the end? What is this game? I mean, this is a terrible, terrible round. Kiss of War, you're just frisking people. At least there's like some kind of implement of gameplay, I guess. Evertail, what the fuck even is that? I'm just gonna go Kiss of War. Evertail, I don't know what the fuck I was even looking at there. How about next up we get the Bag versus Mech Domination.
It's grab bags, those are random things.
Oh, so it's grab bag. It's just a grab bag of random ads that maybe don't fit into, let's see here. Okay, can we show that? What the f? Is there any moderation that happens, or can you just upload any ad you want?
Oh, you can upload any ad.
So they don't have to I don't give a f, if you pay us, we'll throw it up. Let me see here. This next one is Mech Domination. Robot gorillas having their way with a robot velociraptor, and then to blur the velociraptor whole, they use a spicy emoji, kind of like, whew, I can't show you, this is too hot. Yo, why do I kind of want to play the weird infection game? Also, I like how these companies they'll get like 3 3D models and they'll just reuse the shit out of them. I guess just for cohesion reasons, I'm gonna have to go with Mech Domination. Even though, I mean, what the f is this tournament, dude? Okay, next up we have Rise of Castles versus Fairyscapes Adventures. The strategy of just showing something completely unhinged at the beginning of a video is such an interesting market strategy. Grinding a guy's on a cactus and then he slingshots forward and immediately builds a beautiful home. What is that supposed to tell us, Nick?
If you work hard enough, you can.
You have to push through adversity. Fairyscapes Adventures. I know this should be the first thing I need to say, but how do her panties fall off?
While she's running, yeah.
while she's running, she's like, ugh. If a princess dropped her panties, would you smell them?
Oh, if a princess?
Yeah.
If I liked her?
Pause! Pause! There's so much going on. Audio, dude. Oh, dude, him sucking her toes. What the f? He pushed her over and her water broke? What did she bomb the beautiful forest around her? And her house is made of gold? Or no, is it hay? Pushing her over and then seeing the... I wonder if that was initially supposed to be blood, but they had to blur it. God damn! Snow White being all... Come on, dude. Leave or stay? You leave... Yep, there we go. See, now we're getting back to the classics, dude. Give me a big old girl who is stuck in some snow. That's all I need, dude. This is easy gonna win. There's no way... Yippee! I get to live in this abandoned house and freeze to death. Fairyscape Adventures, and it shows a pregnant Snow White on the cover. Fairyscape Adventures is going to be difficult. I mean, Rise of Castles doesn't even come close. Fairyscape Adventures, that's going to be a difficult one to beat, dude. Next, we have Frozen Honey ASMR versus Happy Hospital. God damn, dude. The art for Happy Hospital is gruesome. It's awesome. What the Frozen Honey ASMR. Let me see.
My God, what are you doing? This is disgusting. What are you doing? No. You think I'm gonna eat this?
No, that is disgusting. Do you think I'm going to eat this? It just like goes perfectly into her mouth. Do you think it's, once again, it's that thing where it's like a free game, but are they making their profit off of like fishing for information?
Yeah, they probably run ads on it too.
Because I just wonder how these people stay in business. Like where's this money coming from? Happy Hospital? Let's see here. Ew, what the what the oh my God. Why is she face down in a puddle of water? Is this a dead woman? Ew! There's a maggot in her open wound. Choose tool. This is a heavy hitter here, Nick. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's the cleaning videos like this satisfying. You know what I mean? I can see how people get hooked to this shit. Ooh, why do the earwax look like a giant piece of shit, dude? That's disgusting. Are these bugs? Are they? What the? He pulling out of his ear? Oh, the sounds. All the pimples are coming out like tendrils, like the pus, dude. Honestly, though, I could see myself definitely playing this. Is that kind of up? Would you play it?
Looks fun. Apparently that's actually what the game is.
You actually get to do it? That's got to be huge points because these games never operate the way they would. This is where I'm kind of at a crossroads. If it's the most unhinged, could I still want to play it or no? Then I would probably go Happy Hospital because even then it was crazy. Also, Frozen Honey ASMR. I feel like if a little more production value, dude. Win me over a little bit more. We're finding our groove here a little bit because Fairyscapes Adventures and Happy Hospital so far are definitely at the top of my list. Those are the fan favorites right now. See, there we go. That's exactly what I want to see. Click it up. Matchington Mansion. It's a single mom with 2 kids and some kind of wind rate terrain versus Puzzle and Survival, a zombie game. Let me see here. Matchington Mansion. God damn, dude. How? Please help them. Not my business. I like how it's a war-torn terrain, Black Hawk Down style. I probably shouldn't get involved. I don't know which side. I'm just not even going to get involved. They sprayed and killed all the rats. Oh, you better not. Don't breathe in that poison, little girl. They put a bomb in the. Hi! God damn! Honestly, it makes you kind of play the game a little bit, though. Just being able to torture a family. Oh, that kind of sounds kind of, doesn't it?
Get out of here!
Ah, what a horrible way, dude. You find out that your husband is some hot maid, and then you trip on the way out. Horrible last impression. I'm not gonna lie, the not my business button is gonna go a long way in this competition. Not my business. I love the idea of a guy just being like, I don't want to get involved. There we go.
Yay, Mommy! Mommy got a wheelchair!
Oh, still cold there. The stove, or do we want a fishbowl? Okay, thank God we got the fire there.
Hey, it's warm in here now!
Oh, nope, there goes the roof again. The scream. This god hand playing with their lives. Always just kind of like, let me help you. Just kidding! Just collapses and drowns the people in snow. All right, next one is the puzzles. Puzzle and survival. I just don't, that was a heavy hitter. That was a heavy hitter. I despise these games, dude. I hate seeing these ads. There's something about having to watch them, like, it'll like, when they just shoot the thing and it does the countdown. It's like, down to like 10, you're like, oh, just keep shooting it and it'll break. And then they switch over. They're trying to get you, because you're like, well, I could do it. I hate this. I hate this shit. Such an interesting concept where it's just all about literally how can you hook them with sex right, like really quick, and then you show like, but this is the actual game. Oh, my got tore up out of that window. I will say at least this one, it's called Puzzles and Survival. At least they're showing puzzles, but it still just doesn't hold up against Matchington Mansion. Next we have Beast Lord versus Mafia City. Okay, Beast Lord. Oh, oh, the ghost flying out of it. This is just so sad. I don't know how I feel about the God Hand stuff, dude. The God Hand stuff scares the shit out of me. That's gotta be the look. He's doing fucking balls right there. It's like a ball shape. Just a dying hippo. This is just animal cruelty is all this is. Oh no, but see, you're helping the animals. There you go, Beast Lord, the new land. Who the f threw the spear? Simba is haunting looking. Looks more like a rat. This is kind of epic. It's like this has gone on a long time. I feel like they're like, you were supposed to do 3 seconds of stuff. You're gonna start eating it. Yeah, there you go. Eat the bear, and he's god damn. Hell yeah. Not gonna lie, the last little roars and stuff looks pretty good. Beast Lord's looking pretty good. Can Mafia City hold up? If there's any kind of racist Italian American stuff going on, it might win. I'm just letting you know that right now. Did he just shoot a load onto the floor? Hey, take care of this.
Right away, sir.
The city bows to your command. Was he drinking like a coffee mug full of creamer?
Mafia City, download for free.
This is what the mob is all about. It doesn't even hold a candle. It doesn't hold a flame to Beast Lord. And then lastly, in the round one, I can't believe we're already through it, is Last Fortress Underground versus Penny and Flo. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is going to be dirty. It's a zombie game? He's pissing on a zombie, and then and a baby pisses the bed, leaves the husband to die, grabs the baby. They have a doomsday hatch in their backyard. There you go, make yourself a nice new bed. Oh, the fat survived. What will you do? Help him betray him. You already betrayed him once, why wouldn't you betray him again? Help, wife. Like how she's cooking cutting that zucchini.
You dab on
All right, sweet, they got the new TV in there. Gotta make sure you get your new TV so you can play Fortnite. Careful, don't drown. Oh, you stupid. Oh, the garden. God damn, I feel like that was 4 hours long. Watching that, I was like, is gonna be it? Penny and Flo. Okay, here we go. Already got the single mom probably here picking up stuff. Or it's a cheater, maybe? She's doing laundry. Please don't tell me she sits in the laundry. Binky, did she put the baby in the trash can thrown away? Did she put the baby in the and she's redecorating? She's like, well, now they don't have a baby room. The storyline is literally that she put her baby in the washer and killed it. Now it's time to see which kind of blinds we want. And Penny and Flo, that's kind of what we're about here. That pissed me off. Watching that stupid baby, god damn it. So the baby's kicking, but he's actually busting a groove. I mean, I would still say Penny and Flo is probably better than last Fortress Underground. All right, so we're at least in round 2 now. We've separated the weak from the strong, and now we're back to, okay, we're back to Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Kiss of War. Wolf Game, round 2. Here we go, nice kimono dragon. Thank God Jesus Christ! All right, another wounded wolf. The wolf, oh God! You know, I'm gonna be honest. The cubes of meat though, huh? Kind of nice. I like the cubes of meat. He's got some armor, giant rat. I like how the first 2 were like realistic animals, and they're like, by the way, giant rat. Wolf Game. There you go. Huh. Kiss of War, it really needs to do something extra here. We need Kiss of War to be something more. Okay, dude. Kiss of War, what I don't like with this technology, the tiny hooker gun right on her. Oop, skim over the panties. So you're telling me I can look at a little panty here? Okay. Hooks her belly. Wait, what the? You, Kiss of War. I feel like Wolf Game has to take it again, probably, right? Next, we have Mech Domination versus Fairyscape's Adventure. I'm actually curious to see if Mech Domination can do something here to win us over, but Fairyscape, you know, that was like one of the first ones we fell in love with here. Not gonna lie though, some of the mech designs are actually kind of sick. Can we give it a point for that at least? A little bit of robot dinosaur love making is always appreciated, but Fairyscapes, I just have a feeling it's gonna roll them. I mean, already. Too heavy to carry. Let me try. Oh. Scream. Little Mermaid. What? There's always so much child death. Have you noticed that? It's always like a mom who's like keeping her child barely alive. What the f what are those people doing to Snow White there? Those little dudes. Yeah, I thought the dwarves were. And there's a little something different there. I don't know. This one has a happy ending. I'll tell you what though, I gotta detract points away from it. I don't like the God Hand. In the edits, I don't like the God Hand edits. It doesn't do anything for me. It always starts off with something crazy, and then these Disney, there's starving dehydrated dwarfs next to a crystal clear lake, and she's crawling over. Yeah, God Hand again. God damn it! I will say Fairyscape's Adventure, it didn't hit as hard as the first round, but there was it's better than Mech Domination. I got to move Fairyscapes up, but I pray for him. You know, we'll see. Happy Hospital versus Matchington Mansion. Matchington Mansion that's a legacy brand. What is okay? Happy Hospital. Oh my god. Oh god damn. Oh the stretch. Oh my god. Okay, here. Oh my god. What is wrong with this beautiful woman's leg, dude? Hey! Hey! Whoa! I was just like, you have a very dirty leg. Let me see what I can do here. Get this little bug out of you. This one's difficult because that is disgusting. This is horrid. I'm at a bit of a crossroads here, Nick. Matchington Mansion. Okay. She faked her pregnancy? She finds a baby in the dumpster, ignore safe. Matchington Mansion is just, it's too good. Anytime a woman with a baby goes to a broken down shack, I don't think that game ads have ever gotten that top tier. The grandma getting crushed. There she is again. Oh, I wish grandma was here so we didn't have to stay in this broken down home. The spray foam over the window, that's a fix. You did it. You fixed it. Oh, nope. There it goes. Failed. You're dead. I will say Matchington Mansion too. They like having the people die at the end. They like the misery. Matchington Mansion just captures a level of just human despair that I just don't think I've seen in any recent cinema even. I feel bad because Happy Hospital is pretty good, but Matchington Mansion, there's a lot more diversity too. Happy Hospital, we get the same kind of bug over again. It is good. Happy Hospital does deserve points, but Matchington Mansion, I mean, I don't even know how anyone's gonna beat Matchington Mansion. The evolution of story. Next up, Beast Lord versus Penny and Flo. Okay, Beast Lord, God. Get out of here. Oh, there goes the ghost again. I do like Beast Lord uses the little spooky, ooh, eat or help. Help? Oh, coward, dude. Eat a dying animal. Oh, they're friends. Eats one rabbit, gains 180 pounds. There you go. Eat the zebra, gain of 4 billion pounds. Hell yeah. The animal cruelty ones make me just kind of sad. Nice little Lion King meme here. Keep picturing Rocky being in the situation. It makes me sad. So this is literally Lion King. The animation of this is absolutely cursed. Yeah, this is just Lion King. Beast Lord, I don't know. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is just gonna absolutely wreck this shit. Well, I guess it's time to clean up this house and remodel. My man's left me. It's not even a happy ending. It ends with her crying into her hands. It ends with her crying into her hands, Nick. There you go. Okay, a little armrest here. All right, she wants a family. Oh, are they actually going to do it? Showing a bunch of backstories to lore that we have no idea about. So there was no more turbulence and she's just making out with the guy? She fell in love, I guess. Oh, she did. She got married. Who the hell is this? Just a random girl doing dancing at the end. Okay. I mean, I feel like Penny and Flo has more of an emotional draw in. Also, I don't know what it is about it, but I love the idea that every time it's just her showing up to her house and being like, versus Penny and Flo, I'm tired of seeing the animal abuse. And also after a while, they literally went Lion King. I feel like I can't give them that many points. It's got to go to Penny and Flo. All right, semifinals. We're coming in. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Fairyscape's Adventure. I don't know if Wolf Game can handle it. What is up with people? What is up with these game ads and gorillas? Oh, there you go. The shark bites the wolf's. Continuing by, the gorilla is fishing with the wolf. It becomes okay. Okay, Wolf Game. Wolf Game is pushing the limits here. Fairyscape, what do you have for me? Always the pregnancy test. I'm finding that I really enjoy something that involves basically, oddly enough, pregnancy. Why do I enjoy that, Nick? I don't know. I feel like I'm learning a dark secret about myself. Maybe I want to be pregnant. He's just slapping her around. Goddamn. There goes the deal again. Oh, here's the God hand. We've already seen this. Did you just shank her in like the back? Like she just shanked her in the spine like 3 times. I mean, I gotta go. It's just gotta go to Fairyscapes. Fairyscapes is just gonna win this one. I know it. Oh my God, this is kind of a good one. Matchington Mansion versus Penny and Flo. Okay, now we're starting to get Matchington Mansion. If it holds up to what we've seen so far, then I don't know. Kick my wife's ass. He's already, first off, Matchington Mansion starting strong. A guy is doing sand volleyball against his wife with another woman. It's pretty crazy. Why my husband and my friend? They point a laugh at her. Leave me alone. It's too hot. Can I sit? They ever sit on a cheeseburger? And she gets her head hit in coconuts. I like how it sets up the idea that her husband is basically in cahoots with her friend. And then it ends up with her being happy that she found a tree to sit under with shade. I need the toilet now. Get out of here! Leave him with it. There we go. They moved into a freezing house with like a shit flood and a water flood. That won't do. What are you gonna do about the toilet? No. Nice chocolatey river here. And there you go. Now you're drowning to death in shit and water. Wow. What about Penny and Flo here? The Penny and Flo universe is so vast. It's like the Avengers, dude. It's a whole nother episode. I thought you were dead. Penny and Flo, let me tell you, Penny can never catch a break. That's just it. She just runs away at the end. Okay. I mean, Matchington Mansion, it's just gotta be Matchington Mansion. It's gotta be Matchington Mansion. The finals here we have are Fairyscapes Adventure versus Matchington Mansion. This is rough. I mean, there could be a way that Fairyscapes Adventure comes in, but Matchington Mansion right now, I don't see how that behemoth, that titan of cringe gaming ads can be topped. Fairyscapes Adventure, let's see. Oh my God. That is disgusting. That... Oh my God! What is that ending to? Holy shit! Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that might be the most unhinged one we've seen today. The stretch mark belly, him beating the shit out of the belly. Okay, hold on. Oh my God! Where are these coming from? That was painful. That was actually painful. Oh my God, there's one more. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. I'll be honest. Fairyscapes came absolutely swinging that last time. Wow. Oh my God. I'm like crying. Matchington Mansion. I mean, we'll see. We will see. Tastes like turd. Can you even cook? Divorce, endure. There they go back to the... See, the rickety shack, they got to step it up somehow here. The rickety shack is funny, don't get me wrong. I always love a nice abandoned house, but there's got to be... they got to step up here. She has She took all the babies to the frozen shack. I will say I'm going to give them points because they use the exact same house every time. Why does my hubby lick my hair? Leave or endure and go back. I'm telling you, they got one more chance here to step it up. The endure and leave is so good. It's a nice house. Nope, it's not a nice house. It's the frozen shack again. Oh, Matchington Mansion. I've been singing its praise. The last Fairyscapes adventures that we saw were so crazy. I feel like it would truly be a disservice to not have them win. I mean, Fairyscapes Adventures is our champions here, going up next to our previous champion, Emperor Beauties. They go on as the masters of mobile game cringe. I don't think I could ever do this again. I don't know how many more times I can watch a woman walk into a frozen house. I don't know. All I know is, you know, Fairyscapes Adventure, my hat, I tip it to you. What a crazy last round. What a haymaker. I didn't think they were gonna win. Until next time, everyone. Don't download these games. I'm pretty sure they're Chinese spyware. One thing that I'm upset about, though, is I'm not seeing any Chinese dynasty kind of, because that was our champion last time. It was mostly like abandoning your daughter and then like they like marry somebody else, or you see your wife or husband cheating on you. It has really nothing to do with China at all. Welcome back to the Papa Mate channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down, because today we're talking about everybody's favorite relationship status, being polyamorous. I don't know. Is that polyamorous? Polygamy. We're talking about the nuts and bolts in the of it all, huh? You know, we live in an age of sex positivity. Every day we see more and more people setting aside the traditional concept of love and relationships in exchange for a potentially more freeing and exciting lifestyle, aka you get to just swap spit with everybody. Sinners, heathens, downright goobers. You know what, off the cuff, before we even go into it, what do you think, Nick?
As long as you're not hurting nobody, I don't care. But for me, I couldn't do it. Be too jealous thinking about his, you know.
As long as you're not hurting anybody or thinking about his seed.
My thing is, I would definitely be like the third wheel.
Yeah, they're having dinner or whatever, and you're in the back of the car like, can you give me some onion rings? Yeah, we'll see. Pipsqueak.
Yeah, they're bullying me.
She's gonna have sex with you. You're my boyfriend. Pay the electricity bill. I'm just happy to be here. You know what I say? I say this. You know what? I bet there's some people out there where it works just fine. I think in a lot of regards, I think it's a lot of bullshit.
Everybody that I know has been in a poly relationship. They've broken up because one of them ends up putting someone behind their back.
Yeah, it's weird. It's supposed to be this open thing, but it's, I don't know. You can't escape that primal jealousy. You know what I mean? Our monkey brains, we can't handle it. And every year, polyamory continues to grow in popularity, likely due to its rise in representation in popular culture like TV, movies, and dating apps. Being polyamorous essentially means having more than one partner. That's what it means. Why would you want the hassle?
I could hardly keep up with one.
Oh, God, dude. Relationships are very difficult. Did you even just sit there and be like, let's throw in another egg in the mix? Oh, God, please, could I? Sleepless nights, please. Could I, please?
For me, when I got Teddy, I was like, oh, I'll get Max as a second dog so they can be friends. Now it's just a bigger headache for me.
I just want to say, I'm going to put out there, kind of makes it seem like you're in a relationship with your dogs. I can only afford so much peanut butter. It always feels like poly relationships are people who are too spineless to break up with somebody. They're like, can we bring in someone else? And they're just trying to transition someone out of their life. I think that we're just wanting somebody else in our group instead of just being like, I don't like you anymore. I want to break up. That's how I look at it a lot of the times. And also too, you can get out and still.
Or you found your new favorite. This thing is just kind of like your side.
What the fuck is that phrase? It's like, get your cake and eat it too or whatever. There's no way I said that right. It's like baking a cake and eating it. There's certainly a large group that continues to stigmatize the poly lifestyle, believing that being monogamous is the true natural order of things. Some believe that the cost of living has risen so much that people no longer strive for the financial benefits of marriage, instead opting for non-traditional family structures. Believe it or not, it was revealed in 2023 that 19% of adults from the UK participated in polyamorous or non-monogamous relationships. Like it or not, lifestyle isn't going anywhere. So if you're considering the poly lifestyle and don't know where to start, look no further, my friends. Today we're going to talk about the convoluted world of poly relationships.
Because it gets complicated.
We've got a lot of vocabulary to review. Get your notebook and pens out because it's more convoluted than you think. These are the types of polyamorous relationships, my friends. 1, polyamory, right? This is one we know. I'm going to also probably pronounce these wrong. We just need to know that that's usually what happens with these things, so don't know I'm supposed to tell you. Polyamory comes from the Greek word poly, meaning many, and amor, which means love. It's a lifestyle that entails having multiple partners. This type of relationship requires consent from all people involved on top of having its own unique set of boundaries and responsibilities. Doesn't that sound fun? In this arrangement, people are allowed to form new relationships outside the group. This information needs to be communicated to the other partners, and some groups require an open approval system and requires you to have their permission to engage. So you're in this wolf pack, right? And then you're like this other thing, like, well, we're already doing this thing. I'm just going to go do this. You need a written letter of approval from your wolf pack before you can go out on the hunt again. How f***ed is that, dude?
Pretty soon you're going to be outnumbered the more people get in.
Then the larger your group becomes, it's like, it's a 3-to-1 vote, dude. We don't like Jacob, man. You're not going to fuck him. Those are the rules. It's like, what do you have to do? As a 30-day notice also if you want to leave. Don't forget that there is the $250 deposit fee. It is what it is.
What if you start growing this pack and then everybody kicks you out?
That is how it has to be. Because also, too, I'm going to say this, in every poly group, there's just one, like, pig. That everybody is like, oh, I like this person. You know what I mean? Because I would imagine a lot of poly relationships, if you're a poly guy and you like a girl, but then the rest of the guys, are they gay for each other, too? Some of them are. You went on that one, though, remember, where they were, like, testing it out to see if you want to, like, fuck them?
Oh, I never went on a date.
I thought you went to dinner with them.
No, they offered.
Oh, they offered it.
That's as far as it got, and I think the next day I was like, that's not for me.
But you were considering it for a second.
Well, the whole thing was like, he wouldn't fuck you, but he definitely wants to touch your balls.
I still like how there's like a thing of you like in your room like drinking wine being like, go on. Could you give me a day to think about it? Could you give me a brisk 24? This means that even in a relationship involving multiple people, it's still technically possible to cheat in the established rules if the established rules are broken. So if you go on and fuck somebody else, they're like, you just cheated on all of us. And then we move on to polyfidelity. It's another form of polyamorous relationships in which those involved have agreed to not expand the relationship beyond the initial group, choosing to stay more exclusive. This is the tighter knit wolf pack, right? You howl together. Also, in polyamorous relationships, they probably say that too because they're just like, we don't want don't you f some random person and then bringing that disease back into the group? Which makes sense, but also a little silly still.
You got to get tested to get in the wolf pack.
Yeah, exactly. Also, trying to act like in a poly relationship, whatever, trying to act like, you know, we're the clean ones. Imagine me, blue hair, my eyes are even more gaunt. I don't want someone else, I don't want to swap someone else's spit. You know what I mean? Got Cheeto dust all over my fucking like hands and my shirt. Common polyfidelity setups include a triad, where 3 people are involved with each other romantically and sexually, or a quad involving 4 people. A triad is not to be confused with a V, which is when one partner has 2 romantic partners that are in no way involved with each other. In a V, a hinge is the shared partner between the 2. Are you keeping up? And many polyamorous relationships are hierarchical. Many polyamorous relationships have a hierarchy consisting of a primary and a secondary relationship structure that dictates their priority.
There it is. There it is. I'm going to be at the bottom of the totem pole.
Exactly. We're getting into it, but it feels fucked up that you are in this relationship and then they have a designated dog. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you get the sometimes. You know, on a blue moon on Christmas. What about Kwanzaa? Do keep pushing your luck, pal. For example, a primary relationship may form between the 2 that spend the most time together. They may even get married, live together, and have children. And for the secondary relationship, they often receive less time than the primary, as well as having less influence in making decisions. I have a full relationship, and this is just my dog that gives me gifts and I get attention from when I'm tired of my primary. This does not feel like the most selfish thing imaginable. Only one person is benefiting from everything. The woman. And an anchor partner is the non-hierarchical relationship equivalent of a primary partner, being the one that is the most stable and reliable figure within the group. The person that has a job. Okay. Can we at least say what it is? The guy who's working full time. That's the anchor partner, all right? Within polyamorous relationships, there are also those known as comets, which are people in the relationship that you do not contact nearly as frequently, whether it's due to conflicting schedules or distance to each other. Comets, aka buddies. I don't know, we can call it whatever cosmic thing we want to call it. That's what that is. Or no, it's not even a relationship, it's just they come over sometime. They're coming. Pass by. There's also polygamy, which requires being married to multiple spouses. This takes place in the form of polygamy, where one man is married to multiple women, or polyandry, where one woman is married to multiple men, aka my boys in the Mormon church. They live on compounds, and it's like really that one show. It's like one dude, 5 wives or whatever. It's too, because it's just like he keeps marrying younger women. So the first wife, she's just like, we used to have a lot of fun back in the day, and then he's like only spends time at like the younger person's house. He has like multiple houses in this cul-de-sac, and he's just like, on Mondays I sleep here, on Tuesdays I sleep here. It's so but as you can see, as we start to get into the hyper-specific poly arrangements, things start to get a little complex. For example, the phrase solo poly, which you would think that's just a regular person, right? But a solo poly is ascribed to those who are single and polyamorous, choosing to prioritize their own needs even while engaging with multiple partners. They often prefer not to have a nesting partner, a term used to describe the partner that you choose to live with.
Yeah, so you're just sleeping around.
Okay, yes, it could look like you being a buddy who's basically just a couch potato hopping from house to house or from nest to nest. Ooh. You're a couch server. You're a whore. You're a homeless person having sex with random people. No, it's a nest. You're not a bird. You're a whore. Solo poly people can also engage in parallel polyamory. Feel like a Doctor Strange or something. I'm like... Parallel polyamory, where their various partners are aware of each other but don't meet or interact with each other.
Do not talk to him.
Yeah, so it's like you know of their existence, but you don't ever want to speak to them, which to me also means that person does not know about you. There's also monopoly, where only one member in a couple engages in polyamorous relationships. Some couples use this setup to save a relationship when one partner has a tendency to cheat, which doesn't always end well. I know you're gonna cheat, but I love you, so go out there and do it. Isn't that just called a hall pass?
I guess so, yeah.
Wouldn't he just be like, yeah, go ahead? Unless he's just like, babe, you can't keep this dog on a leash. For those who reject normative relationship structures, there's relationship anarchy. This means that so long as there is mutual respect between partners, you can follow your heart and structure things as you see fit. Relationship anarchy has a negative connotation to many, as some will use it as an excuse to be selfish, cheat, and manipulate people. However, there is more to this lifestyle. Relationship anarchy can be, for example, building a family that consists of not only romantic partners, but platonic friends. A polycule, also known as a polyweb or a polyfamily, is the connection made among various people living in polyamorous lifestyles. Essentially, it's a family in which you are not only connected by your own partners, but your partner's partner, and so on. And not all members of the polycule need to be romantically entangled. It's a portmanteau of the words polyamory and molecule. Some people who participate in this will create charts to explain the complex web of relationships contained in their polycule. You probably thought you were on Ancestry.com. No. This is a polycule, my friends.
I like how it's showing former partners. Well, we were dating, and I was a part of their thing.
What's the thing, dude? You gotta have a little ancestry. You gotta have a little family tree of your polycule. Because you probably are also like, I might go back. I feel like these are like little islands. They're like little Mario worlds you get to travel to.
What are some of these asexual, non-sexual partnerships? Long distance?
I like how it's just friend. Non-sexual partnership, so it's a buddy. I'm gonna say every one of my employees now. I'm in a polyamorous relationship with all of them.
That's what I was gonna say. That'd be kind of fucked up if it's just like I'm just friends with these guys.
No, you're in the polycule. If I went over to my buddy's house and we were like, yeah, we watch football and we drink beers, and I look over and there's a tack board that's at a polycule and my face is on it, I'm gonna be pissed. But this can result in a tight-knit family-like dynamic that consists of multiple different relationships who are on romantic or friendly terms, known as kitchen table polyamory. Some polycules keep their relationships fairly separated and private, but are still comfortable occasionally meeting up without responsibility or fully merging the two groups' lives together. This is known as garden party polyamory. It borders on cult-like mentality.
A little, yeah.
We can also talk about compersion, which is the feeling happiness on behalf of your partner who is in another relationship. The word frugal is an informal and playful variation of the word. All right, so I just... a lot of poly talk. I'm going to be throwing a lot of shit at you. I'm getting lost myself. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Metamor, which is your partner's partner, whom you are not directly engaged with romantically or sexually. This is like the person, my partner's partner. So it's like I'm in a relationship with her, but she goes and meets up with her other boyfriend at Taco Tuesday, whatever, El Sombrero. Yeah, exactly. We also have the unicorn, which is a woman, usually bisexual, who wants to be in a relationship with both the man and the woman that are together. Unicorn hunting refers to the heterosexual couple's pursuit in finding that person. You were a unicorn. How does that feel?
Special.
That feels kind of sick that you're a unicorn. Would you reconsider if they would have told you you're a unicorn?
Yeah, maybe if they use that language.
If he wouldn't have said he wants to touch your balls, why that?
As a test, I think, of just like, he's attracted to you, so we'll start off slow.
We'll start off slow. He's gonna slap your balls around like a boxer, one of those bags. And then there's cowboys and cowgirls, which is someone who enters a polyamorous relationship only to try and convince one of their partners to leave and enter a monogamous one. So that's like a homewrecker. You don't want to be a cowboy or a cowgirl. They're like, hey, I'm going to join this thing. Get me the fuck out of here. Let's go. I like you and not him.
You're the villain. You're Sauron.
You're a terrorist. You're Sauron. You're a terrorist. With that said, it doesn't take a genius to understand that poly relationships are open to tons and tons of complications, right? Having a healthy monogamous relationship is already hard enough, so managing several can often lead to a lot of problems. A polyamorous relationship is no place for people who struggle with proper communication, as it can easily make or break the entire thing. These setups often have lots of boundaries, rules, and expectations that need to be addressed to avoid misunderstanding and hurt people's feelings. A big issue for poly relationships is jealousy. More commonly, with people who are new to the scene, the excitement of a new partner coming into the mix can turn into jealousy quickly, depending on the person and how it's handled. With so many people involved, this means having to make time for multiple people so nobody feels neglected. And to do this, you need to now juggle multiple schedules and manage your time, something that can become very mentally taxing. Imagine, when you're just like, I need a break from work. How many times have I been out? I've been like, oh, you want to go do this? And I'm like, yeah, you do it anyways because you're just like, what am I? I'm not an ass. Imagine having to do that 2 times or 3 times, like back to back. All right, I went to this one. What about me? You know what I mean? It's one of those things, knock, knock. Oh, goddamn, dude. It's a common joke that people in large poly relationships need to master using Google Calendar to organize their time. Some people on the r/polyamory subreddit even post detailed guides on how to be the most efficient with the app. And speaking of r/polyamory, let's look at potential complaints people have had with polyamorous relationships to get a glimpse of what could go wrong. Which someone says, many people, especially men, but not always, use polyamory just as an excuse to have a harem and not really have a mutual love relationship with multiple partners. Yeah. Like what? No shit. What do you mean? Can you believe they just want to He doesn't actually want to go to the rave with me. He just wants to fuck me. He doesn't actually want to go to Joann's Fabric and pick up yarn. He just wants to have sex. It's like, yeah, duh.
How do people manage their sex schedule? I have 3 partners. 2 of my partners have 3 partners, and 1 partner has just me. But dates. I feel like everyone in the expanded polycule has a role. Sometimes that's just activity partner, nesting partner, and for me, I guess I'm the sex partner. Each of my 3 partners has guaranteed 2 times a week with me, where I'm available for sex. And most of the time, they arrange a 3rd time each as well. The result is, I have sex 7 to 10 times a week. I kinda don't want to have sex this much, but at the same time, I'm so used to it now that I also get antsy if I've gone more than 12 hours without sex. My partners get a little sad if they think one of my other partners is having more sex. So there is definitely a little competition going on. Though, we're not supposed to mention when people are having sex with each other to avoid FOMO. In many ways, that makes it worse, because everyone assumes everyone else is having sex whenever they're spending time with me, which a lot of the time is true, but only because they feel like they want to keep up.
You may be deterred by some of these stories, but don't let this fool you. Those who are able to engage in polyamorous relationships in a healthy way find themselves much happier than they ever would have been in a monogamous relationship. Okay? Many feel like it's greatly improved their lives to have a larger support system of loved ones that are there when times are tough. And for those who have children, the extra help makes a big difference. In the case of TikTok star Larissa, she claims that polyandry cured her depression, and others feel that the combined income also makes their lives far less stressful than that of a typical 2-person relationship. There's the added bonus of freedom that polyamorous people enjoy, allowing them to experience things that monogamous people may never get to do. Believe it or not, there are even success stories involving a 20-person polycule in Boston. I hate to see that Irish mess, dude. You give me all that red hair tangled together. That's a disgusting tumbleweed I don't want to be a part of. Their community began in 2020 and eventually became a large, positive relationship in which everyone feels deeply in love with each other. Together, they learned the proper communication tactics, set boundaries, wingman each other, and schedule their time in a way that appeases all their partners. I call bull. I think people are gonna be like, yeah, it's fine. All right, we're in harmony. I'm like, who's the dogs, dude? Who's the dogs? I want to know who are the secondaries or the thirdnaries. I mean, who's the 20? Who's number 20, dude? It's the guy with the like Jimmy John bags coming in. All right, who had the Italian? That's the 20, dude. But now let's talk about a particularly interesting and strange polycule relationship story. Let's talk about Sam Bankman-Fried's weird poly penthouse. You guys remember Sam Bankman-Fried and his weird gopher mole girlfriend? She threw his ass under the bus, didn't she?
I think so, yeah, she did.
He did all of it. All of it.
She's like trigger fucking someone.
Jesus.
Is that what they were doing here? You'll find out. Sam Bankman-Fried, known as a cryptocurrency prodigy, became wrapped up in one of the biggest financial scandals in recent history. In 2019, he founded FTX, a massive cryptocurrency exchange and hedge fund. During its peak, it was one of the most successful cryptocurrency exchanges in the world, averaging $10 billion in trading volumes per day. This all collapsed, however, when it was discovered that CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was misusing the funds from his customers. In short, tons of investors began pulling out of FTX, but they did not have the money, leading to its bankruptcy. Fried was later sentenced to 25 years in prison. Something that was revealed amidst the chaos was that Fried and his other company executives were involved in a wild polyamorous lifestyle. So funny. Supposedly, they all operated out of a luxury penthouse in the Bahamas within a 10-person polycule relationship. Caroline Ellison, the CEO of Alameda Research, was allegedly involved as well, writing graphic blog posts on Tumblr about it. She stated that while she used to be a trad woman, she now realizes that the only acceptable style of poly is best characterized as something like Imperial Chinese harem. If you can't be busting out Imperial Chinese harem and they're not smoking the opium pipe. Those motherfuckers definitely have like an 86-year-old Chinese dude in the back who's just like passing the stuff along. And they're all like lounging on big like satin purple pillows. And that gopher chick's rolling around. That gopher chick freaks me out, dude. She goes on to say that she thinks all relationships should have a hierarchy where there should be a, and I quote, vicious power struggle for higher rank. Like, imagine your relationship right now, your partner looking at you and saying there should be a vicious power struggle for higher ranks in a relationship. It's like, how tall are we going here? You know what I mean? That's a billionaire activity, though. You know what I mean? That's billionaire mindset. We have to crush them all like each other, like cockroaches. Survive nuclear winter together.
I was gonna say, this feels just very like power trippy. Like, I want people to be fawning over me.
Yeah, I think it's the jealousy thing. Today, I'm the top dog. I'm not the grunt anymore. But you know, the power struggle changes. Who knows? In a particularly cringy Tumblr post, she chastises boy positivity posts on Tumblr, detailing what she finds attractive in men. One being, quote, controlling most major world governments. Now that is attractive. This is her, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be the top dog.
She looks like she was beaten with a wiffle ball bat. Can I just say that? Can I be so bold? You know what? I'm gonna be rude because she's a crook. Within their polycule penthouse, they took copious amounts of drugs. There's the opium den. Copious amounts of drugs and swap partners as they pitched billion-dollar ideas. They would take stimulants in the morning and sleeping pills at night. And a high society figure in Miami described his experience meeting them at a crypto conference, stating that they smelled horrible and spent the night popping pills like a bunch of frat bros. You look at Sam Bankman-Fried, you know that motherfucker smells like yeast.
He's a little sweat lord.
Yeah, you ever smell like old rye bread? That's what I imagine Sam Bankman-Fried smells like, just like dry, I don't know, marbly. And it goes without saying, but while there are many success stories in the world of poly relationships, some are darker and have ended much more grim. Like Ezra Miller's polycule cult. People haven't talked about Ezra Miller in a bit. Remember Ezra Miller?
He's so cute. Remember him as the Flash?
Ezra Miller, most recently known for his role as the Flash, was put under intense scrutiny around 2020 over claims that he was operating a commune in Iceland, among other things. While Miller has talked about his polyamorous lifestyle in the past, one of his friends opened up to reporters about how his actions more resembled a patriarchal dictatorship. And another referred to it as court harem.
The power controlling world government.
I'm the Flash. He rented out an Airbnb in Reykjavik, inviting all sorts of friends and artists to come down, some of which being spiritual advisors. Thank God. There, Miller was seen as some sort of idol, according to one visitor, stating that everyone seemed completely hypnotized by him. The actor gave long spiritual speeches, claiming he had superpowers, and at times, he would experience intense mood swings and become enraged at his guests, which is unlike him. There's definitely no footage of him anywhere ever being, I guess, aggressive or mad. That's not like Ezra. Miller's friends detailed his manipulative and abusive behavior in his makeshift commune, saying, quote, Ezra controls all the sex as the man and plays the women against each other, screams at them, belittles them in front of the others. That's fun. One of the women involved with him in Iceland, who was 18 at the time, had sex with him on 3 occasions. During her time staying with him at the hotel, she recounted him becoming weirdly obsessed with her breeding capabilities, worshiping her womb by talking to it and hugging it. All the female viewers right now being like, okay, all right, a man who worships his womb? I do have breeding capabilities. That's what I'd be. If I was a woman, that's what I'd be saying. I'm a breed machine. You don't even know how much is going to be popping out. Further testimony alleges that Miller had invited teenagers to his commune as well, supposedly engaging in sexual acts with them during their stay. And it seemed that the commune had come to an end in the late 2020, and a string of crimes and signs of mental decline from Ezra Miller poisoned his reputation in the eyes of the public. Whatever happened to Ezra Miller? I feel like he just ran off into the tall grass. We never saw him again. Into the weeds, and you're like, all right. But in some cases, toxic polyamorous relationships have ended in death. In 2018, 31-year-old Aline Sadine's battered body was found on the side of a road in Florida. According to Sadine's close friend, Aline had been entangled in a throuple, or triad. Following video that maybe goes like this.
Go on, get it. We're not supposed to go in there. Oh, go on, there's a gap down there.
I love it's perfectly placed on it too. It's just like so inviting too. We're just on this fancy shaped pieces of metal. Come on in. Good God! He exploded from the shins too. You know, you're probably thinking, well, that's gonna scare the children. Well, why? There's probably not any others, right?
When you fly your kite or model plane, remember you're in charge of a flying machine. Pilots have to observe safety rules. so must you.
The amount of kite flyers who probably got electrocuted or exploded must have been, catastrophically huge, right? Have you ever seen anyone unironically fly a kite? That has to be a thing of the past, right? At the beach? Okay. That feels different than just being like in my backyard. Probably gets people blown up for the fucking shins. Just immediately standing next to a power line.
String or nylon can conduct electricity, especially when they're wet.
Watch out!
Watch out! There can't be any more of them, right?
They say, stay out.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Or maybe you just want to have a video talking about how teach your kids why you need to wear a seatbelt, right? Timmy, I'm gonna teach you know how we're in the car and mom drinks a lot, and you have to buckle up in the back seat. If you don't, this is what's gonna happen. Press play, Michael.
Like most victims, Julie knew her killer. It was her son. He wasn't wearing his seatbelt. After crushing her to death, he sat back down. Think, always wear a seatbelt.
Oh my God. This does not help women drivers and the plague that surrounds them, dude. Justice for women drivers. Justice for us men on the road, am I right? Or what about fireworks safety? You know, sometimes you like to get a couple Chinese firecrackers and have some fun with your friends. I think that's fine. I really wish that there was some kind of video that helped you know how to be safe, though.
Yeah, well, you're too strict, you are.
I'm not strict, I'm fair. Not out Kevin in the arm, is it?
Yeah, you can't hold kids back, though.
I'm saying hold him back.
I'm sorry, Hunter. Is something funny?
I'm saying there's such a thing as discipline. Fair discipline.
I like the kid. I like his buddy just running away. Where is Kevin this afternoon with all those Oriental fireworks, eh? I can't be right, huh? Probably shouldn't say that, huh? All right, anyways.
For over a generation. And that's about the way
it makes it delicious. Wait! I want to thank our great, dear, beautiful, unbelievable friends at Bad Dragon. Bad Dragon is the home to all of your fantasy, toys. If you're trying to spice up things in the bedroom for yourself or maybe a partner, consider going over to Bad Dragon and seeing all of the amazing goodies they have to offer. Let me tell you, I've been to the facility. I've met the people that make it. It's like Willy Wonka's goddamn chocolate factory over there. Whimsy, mystique, quality, precision, royalty, class. Bad Dragon's products are not only just amazing, but the quality control that they do, the customer service that they have, and how fast that they get the products out with their shipping is pretty fucking awesome, just from a consumer standpoint. And like I said, so many unbelievably talented artists come together to make these awesome designs, and maybe it's time for you to put a little something in your drawer, or on your shelf, as I do, because they're art pieces, basically. They're amazing. Bad Dragon has been a continuous, long-time supporter of this channel, and I gotta tell you, man, they're our favorite. Sorry, every other brand. We love Bad Dragon the most. Okay? So if you want to spice things up in your own life, or maybe for a significant other, head over to Bad Dragon and tell them Papa Meat sent you. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video. And hey, let's get back to the video.
The list of public safety videos goes on and on. Any particular kind of harmful incident, the British have probably made a horrifying public service announcement video about it. But there's some that I just want to take time to talk about today that I found truly remarkable, especially because it feels so oddly specific, yet here we are, okay?
On George and Betty's night of romance, things got a bit too hot to handle.
Before we dive into these, we need to talk about a little bit of backstory to the old UK and some of the stuff that's been happening around there, eh? After World War II, the British government wanted to educate the public on safety issues that were prevalent within society. It's funny that it's kites and... it's kites and farm equipment. It's what it's going to be. So the Central Office of Information, or the COI for short, started to produce public information films, aka PIFs. These were safety videos on how to survive a nuclear attack, protecting the environment, or not wasting water. They started off fairly tame from the 40s to 60s, but by the time the 70s rolled around, COI wanted to throw a wrench in how the information was being showcased. Instead of just telling people safety information through boring educational videos, they decided that it would be much more effective to create brutal films and commercials showcasing children dying in various dangerous scenarios. That's a big ramp up immediately. 60s is just someone just being like, why don't you just turn off the faucet, eh? And the next one, it's a girl like drowning in a bathtub. The COI hired fresh film students to basically make horror films for the public to scare children into this information. I don't know if they really digested it, but let me tell you, their attention was certainly grabbed. The director specifically looked at Hollywood horror and Western films in order to imitate their styles of suspense and gore. And they're awesome, okay? They are awesome. And since these were labeled as educational films, the directors were given a lot more freedom with censorship and were able to show much more graphic content that was allowed at the time. This was during the age of video nasties where films were getting banned and stuff. And to have the government, to have the Queen just be like, oh, I don't really care, just make it. It's pretty crazy. To be fair, especially child death. It's a big no-no. Still it is today. I'm always like, who gives a whenever there's a movie where like a kid gets stabbed to death, I'm like, because it's like, why not? Well, I don't want it to be an unlikable film. It's about a serial murderer. Hello?
That's why The Blob is awesome.
Yeah, when the kid gets sucked down in The Blob, that's a moment where everyone triumphs together. You don't need to go Lars von Trier where it's a dad hunting children, right? But I'm just saying, if they're already in the war path, let them go. Now we are graced with a plethora of these beautiful masterpieces of educational art. And there are dozens of PSA videos made during this era, but I just want to focus on a couple that stand out to moi. The first is a haunting commercial called Lonely Water, which showcases the Grim Reaper taunting children to come jump in a body of water.
It seems too ordinary, but that pool is deep. The boy is showing off. The bank is slippery.
It's like it's like the Lady of the Lake. You know what I mean? No, it's not just like King Arthur. The video is aimed to warn children of the dangers of careless or foolhardy behavior in the vicinity of water. Any body of water, the Grim Reaper will show up and be like, come on in. Lonely Water is widely recalled as one of the most memorable and chilling PSAs of all time. This film campaign actually worked as many viewers were scared to swim in dangerous waters. Some even said that they were too frightened to swim at all. Come on, Tommy, let's just go to the pool. Just like, well, so I can have the Grim Reaper grab me by the ankles and drag me below? You, Mom. Or Mom, my bad. This PSA caused a lot of nightmares with young British children. And when I say a lot of nightmares, I mean, I think that it was reported, I think people even complained that my child is suffering from night terrors because the Grim Reaper is in our bathtub now, okay?
I'll be back.
Moving on, we have my personal favorite. This is an offensive one. We need to just get that one out of the way, all right? Because we're going to talk about the PSA from 1975 labeled Apaches. This 26-minute long film addresses the dangers of children digging around on farms. If you're a farmer in Britain, I imagine you have to have several children, because at least a couple. The way this PSA plays out, you're losing a couple kids, and no one seems to mind. And this PSA has been played in schools all over. The production value is amazing. If you put up a side-by-side of Solo, 100 Days of Sodom, and Apaches, you would not know the difference, the quality of, it's like, it looks like any other film that came out of that time. The plot follows 6 young children. They're all ages 8 to 10 years old. You have Kim, Sharon, Michael, the daft one.
Michael, wearing a red band. He's daft. The Apaches never wore red.
Danny, aka Geronimo! Tom, and Robert, as they play on a nearby farm pretending to be Apache Indians. Just want to say right now, Hollywood did a lot of damage to the perception of Native Americans of this country, so if that's the case, just know, blame the British. You know, this is 1975 Britain. I don't think they really give a good why. And throughout the film, the children are brutally killed on various different farming-related accidents, okay? This is not a directorial kind of like, watch out for moving vehicles. Nope, it's just kind of like, you're in the road. What do you expect? First death goes, the kids are all running around like a bunch of lunatics when Kim decides to hop on the back of a moving truck.
I'm sorry, Hunter, is something funny?
I bet you that kid actor actually like fell in there and they're like, grab him. And then they went in and cut it. You put the dummy in there, which lesson 1, don't play on trucks, I think is what they're trying to say. Don't be jumping on moving vehicles, okay? And what's really f***ed up, you'll see with all of these, this is a similar motif, is that after a child dies, there is some kind of adult who comes and is getting rid of them, like getting rid of their stuff. Like in this one, the first one is they remove, there's like all these like filled coats on hangers, and then there's one empty one, and they go up and they remove the tag, and it's like so haunting. It's so tragically fucking bleak and dark. It's unreal. And they do this every time to hammer it home. It's a fun watch. Also, here's another thing too. The kids, they're playing every time. Every scenario, it's never them just being like, watch out! Like they're walking home, look out! Never that. They're always playing. So we have no idea the lapse of time between them. So it almost reads as either the first day or just the next day. And they just don't care. No one cares. I've played hide and seek, but the kick the can part was very odd. It did make me feel, I was like, this is like an old European thing. Okay, because here in America, we just close our eyes. We don't have to kick a can. What? I hate that shot when they show the kid looking like this, because it makes me think, I'm like, oh, he knows he's in there and he's not saying anything. Ah! You're especially in shit water. That's all poop. It's a slurry pit. Which I want to say, Danny looking off was very suspicious. By this one, you can kind of tell too, he's kind of the leader of the group. He's kind of our main guy. Lesson 2, don't play near pits of hell and shit. I guess this one could also be water.
I think it's specifically the slurry pits, because that was like a big problem.
Oh, so it's okay. So this one is just for the time, they're just like, these kids, goddamn. We're having to scour and scuba dive down these slurry pits, find all these pale beauties.
A decade or so later, they had to tell farmers to cover up their slurry pits. It was that bad.
That many British children were falling into slurry pits where they're just like, I hate to do this to everyone, but we're just gonna have to throw a net over all of it. And boy, oh boy, are they playing. This time, the kids all huddle around each other and pour a mysterious liquid from a bottle they found in the barn. And there is, I'm pretty sure, a part where one of the British kids says something like, a little bit of firewater from the white face.
In celebration of our victory, we will drink the white man's firewater.
Because they're playing Apaches. Even when I heard that, I was like, no. The smart ones of the group just pretend to drink the poison, but Sharon actually takes a drink from this non-labeled cup. I thought the acting here was kind of good because she like took a sip of it and she's like,
You all right, Sharon? Yeah, I think so.
Are you okay, Sharon? Mm-hmm. But later that night, we see Sharon go into a house. We cut, it's nighttime, and then it's just horrible, horrible child screaming. She's just like, well, that one's gone. That's why earlier too, I was like, these guys gotta have like 8 children. They're like, well, there goes Sharon. Yeah, can I make it me room, Mom? Their lesson 3 is don't drink mysterious liquids. You dumb little bitch. It's I love how every time a child dies, it has to be Danny doing. Also, in my mind, I was like, if I was that, I wouldn't die from that. But lesson 4 is watch your surroundings.
Don't get hit by metal gates.
Don't let things fall on top of you. I was kind of like, this one felt like the actual first accident. Everything else felt like a stupid act. I was like, leading into death, number 5. At this point, there are only 2 kids left to play Apaches. And let me tell you, it's a somber scene on top of the hill. You guys are really still gonna play the fucking game after all your friends have died this week? You know what I mean? Damn. There's just something about a small British child being like, ah! And then just like seeing like a dummy with like, they like tape or glue the hands to the steering wheel and it's just like, going down a hill. They barely hold a fucking beat before they show his mom just sitting in his room like, it's the first time that we see any emotion from anybody of someone being like, this was his room. The lessons, of course, is being stay off heavy machinery, right? The film ends with only one child surviving, which is Michael. I was surprised he was kind of the most you know. They show a list of all of the kids in Britain who have died like that year from all of these things. A lot of explosions. A haunting amount of explosions. Okay? People being crushed, drowned, it leaves a weird taste in your mouth, okay? Especially after you're just like, well, that's Apaches. Thanks, British government.
I wish I would have saw that as a kid. I feel like that would have me up good.
I would be like, okay, I'm never going to be around any of that. I don't care.
Well, I had a friend whose grandparents were on the farm, and we used to fuck around, and I feel like we could have seriously got hurt.
Would it have swayed you at all that they were British?
No.
I wouldn't have been able to move past it. Knowing me as a kid, I'd be like, they sound funny. They sound weird. Is this Harry Potter or what? Next up, we have a beautiful PSA called The Finishing Line. This is a controversial PSA, all right? This is a surreal nightmare is what this PSA. This is a fucked, like, weird...
Like a Hodorowski movie.
It is, yeah. It's a Hodorowski movie. It feels like a Michael Haneke movie or like a Lars von Trier movie or some shit. It feels weird. It all takes place inside the mind of a demented child who thinks of 4 horrible, tragic, sickening games that you can play on a train track. This whole PSA is about, don't go near train tracks. And they decide to be like, well, what if it was from the mind of a child who's thinking about going on the train tracks? And this is what they came up with. Haunting. The short starts off with the headmaster of a school warning children not to play on a train tracks, but the camera zooms slowly on the sadistic child as he starts to tell us his imagination. And when we say that the headmaster of a school warns the children, it sounds like God yelling at human beings for all the wrongdoings, does it not?
Some of you have been playing on the railway again. You are old enough to understand that the railway is not the place for any kind of games.
Also, worth pointing out that the actual child is sitting 50 feet in the air on a ledge on a bridge where that kid could fall off. Just the actor. They're just like, sit up there and wobble around.
He's like, the wind's cold up here.
He's like, shut up! The first game, the sick little thinks up, involves children breaking down a fence like wild animals and then running across train tracks to get points for this weird thing. Through all the chaos of the children screaming, to not even hear the girl be like, ah! She's just is like, oh, they're passed out. And this is up too, because those kids could have moved this little girl. They could have. There's 8 of them. She weighs 30 pounds. Like, get that off the train tracks, dude. Nope. Okay. And there you go.
Oh, wait, what's even horrifying is they pick the body up and they show it after it's smushed.
Well, yeah. They show away because you're like, oh my God, oof. And then after the fact, they're just like, nope, by the way, her bloody dead body right here. Take a look. All right, here we go. And then once again, you have to picture that this is once again inside the mind of a child. And then you move on to game 2, which the game is throwing rocks at trains, which I have heard, people have thrown rocks at trains before, but the point system is like, if you break through the windows or if you hit the people in the cart, you get points. And they're throwing these color-coded rocks at these trains. The train stops. At first, it kind of looks like, oh, he's gonna be pissed. You're like, oh shit, because even the kids are like, cut inside the train. The guy's like walking around. He's like, green through the rock through the window. Fantastic. And the camera pans out a bit and there's a guy like, oh, like blood everywhere. He's like, all right, hit a passenger. Walking through, and then the train conductor's like, like bloodied and battered. And they do another point system. You get more points for breaking the kid's face open. My God. You move on to game 3. The next game is some weird game of chicken where the kids have to run across the track while the train goes like 100 miles an hour. The game makes no sense. It's like a person has to stand with a sign. By the time the train gets to the sign, the person flips it like a go. It's on stop and it goes to go. And they're supposed to run across, but instead like 7 kids just get plowed. And you're like, they do their little tallies up again and people are just like, oh shit. Oh, there goes my team. It's a goddamn massacre. It's 6 to 10 kids just brutally murdered. And there's just blood all over the tracks. It's gruesome as shit. And then game 4 is, this kind of messed me up a little bit. It's called The Great Tunnel Walk. Does that not sound just cryptid and horrifying? The objective of the game is to walk down a 3-mile pitch black dark train track and to see who gets on the other side first. Here's the kicker, that they send trains down the tunnel, so you gotta just play, and there's no lights on the train. That's one thing I saw too. Whenever watching the video, I'm like, there's no lights on the train. So you can hear it coming, but good luck! And like, it takes a weird moment and the camera pans down to the tunnel and you just see like this kid like limping, covered in blood, walking out, whatever, and they're like, great job, you got first, okay? What's your name? And you see like kid's limping out, and then of course everyone else in the tunnel is just dead. Then it cuts to a bunch of parents carrying hordes of dead children and like laying them ceremoniously on the track. And it's like this actually kind of artistically like pretty cool shot, but I was just like, just a weird sadistic game, which honestly, these kind of things, I'm like, of course a child would think of this. You know what I mean? It's like no empathy or care. They're just like, and then people had to walk through the train and whoever comes out first wins. Which the final shot of the film is you zoom out of a child's face as he still thinks about his train game. Like the film doesn't even end with him being like, nah, I'm okay. It's him still being like, what other games can I think of? This is a more evil PSA. This one, the other ones, you're like, oh, the kids, you know, sure, there's some funny stuff. This one, I was like, that's a psychopath. And at the end, I like how you're supposed to be like, don't go near trains. It's like, no, stay away from kids dangling off a 50-foot train archway.
When I was at a train, my mom told me, don't play by the train tracks. There's this story of these two 10-year-olds who stole like a 3-year-old and threw rocks at him at a train track and let him get run over by a train track. That shit fucked me up for life. My mom told me when I was like 8 years old.
We need to start making a PSA for your ass, dude, for real. The last PSA we're talking about is Building Sites Bite, made in 1978. The film was made to warn children of the dangers of playing on construction sites. And it was made in response to more than 20 children dying in 1977 due to building sites accidents. 20 children, that's a lot. Why are you in construction building sites? Farms, you can be like, oh, animals, or oh, like my family works on it. What the fuck is bringing your child to work? You know, like why are you there? The film all takes place inside the head of a boy named Paul and his sadistic fantasy of torturing his cousin Ronald. The British really had a hard-on for like being like, it's all from the perspective of a weird child. As you see, Ronald wants to be an architect or a surveyor when he's older, but his cousin Paul thinks he's stupid and he looks like a toad. And there's a very uncanny incident where you like have him wear a toad mask and he's like, ribbit, ribbit. I remember I was like, you can tell Ronald's a bit of a timid little bird. And I think his probably not so intelligent cousin is jealous, and he's just like, oh, you're so special, you look like a fucking frog. Also, the way Paul is looking at Ronald is so seductive. The only thing he didn't do was do the lip bite. Otherwise than that, he was just like, Paul has the sick and twisted thought of wanting to stick Robert in a construction site and see if it'll get him killed, because he's just like, you could never live here in this deconstructed neighborhood of misfits like me and my sister live in, eh? So he puts Ronald through a ringer of tests to see if his construction site knowledge holds up and if he would survive. We move on to our test. Test number 1. Ronald ignores every warning sign that is in front of him. He randomly picks up a stick and starts stoking the flames of an already burning fire. He kind of like aggressively shoves at it like a primate. Ronald's like walking around in like a weird ditch. He sees his dog down there. He's waiting for people to rescue him. The walls miraculously cave in and crush him. And you just see his dead hand. Test 2. Ronald walks into a dilapidated house. Again, Ronald ignores the danger signs and walks up the stairs and almost falls out a window. Ronald grabs a live wire and gets electrocuted. There's just something about the child death screams that are just so funny. Ronald's having a hard time through these tests. He is in a literal jigsaw torture trap right now in the mind of a sadistic child, and he is not winning the game. Test 3. Ronald has to traverse a field full of heavy work machinery when his dog Snoopy watches Ronald get crushed by a tractor.
Hi, Snoopy, stay there. I'm gonna get you.
A bloody shoe is all that remains. We can't show that shoe. That shoe is caked in blood, dude. Test 4. Ronald walks through a brick house renovation, but then Ronald, unfortunately, slips on a pipe. You know what's too is he's dressed like a 53-year-old man too. It doesn't help. He kind of just he's like this weird surreal creature walking around dying on construction sites, dude. Test 5. Ronald plays in sand. His dog watches Ronald get smashed by a ton of bricks while he's playing in sand. this kid, and they keep snapping him back, like reviving him and having him do these tests, but he gets crushed or is just laying bloodied and battered at the end of every fucking test.
What's really funny is throughout the whole thing, they keep telling him read the signs, and every skit is him ignoring the signs.
Ronald, read the sign. Okay, maybe I will. And then he gets electrocuted. Ah! And then the last test, test 6, the crane, which Ronald's cousin, watch him drown to death.
Are you sure he can't swim? Of course! Ronald! Ronald! Ronald!
Not even much of a fight, it's just him under the water. But luckily, it was all a fantasy and Ronald's fine. I feel like the real Ronald could have survived that, dude. He was well put together. I think the little pig cousin, I think he's the one who would have been drowning and tripping and all that stuff, you know what I mean? In conclusion, scaring kids to get them to learn lessons is very valuable and funny, and I think we should continue to do it. I think scaring children is one of the funnest things to do. See you next time. No. Fairy tales and stories and urban legends just aren't enough, dude. Instilling fear with these PSAs, I think, needs to be a long-standing tradition, and I'm glad that these epicenters of knowledge exist today. And I think that we need to bring them back, dude. I don't know how, but we need to bring it back. Until next time, these are some creepy, weird British PSAs, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Is something funny, Hunter? Something funny, Hunter? I'm sorry, Hunter. Is something funny?
There's just something about the child death screams that are just so funny. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're talking about America's favorite holiday, Black Friday. All of the beautiful, beautiful holiday charms are in the air, right? Friends, food, family, and more importantly, buying as much shit as we possibly can to fill the insatiable void in our lives. But today we're going to be talking about America's favorite holiday, Black Friday, aka one of the darkest times of year for any local Walmart or Best Buy employee. I don't know how much true that is anymore, but let me tell you, today we're going to be talking about how horrible it used to be. Black Friday, I always thought it meant because it was so dark. Because the days were so extreme that it was filled with so much despair, anger, and violence. That's why I thought they called it Black Friday. I had no idea. Nowadays, it's very sanitized, it's very organized, and usually I think just because online shopping is so popular now, that people really don't need to go out and have these Black Friday sales, especially when you have Cyber Monday deals. Woo! But back in the day, there was the FOMO aspect of Black Friday. It was all about going out and getting what you want now, not later. I don't want to have to order something from the mystery box on my fucking desk, dude. I want to get it now. But Black Friday is fascinating because it's one of the few times a year where you can see human beings revert to their most animalistic caveman instincts, but instead of fighting over food and water, they're ripping each other's faces off for discounted TVs and Stanley Cups.
There was a recent video, I think, of women brawling for a discounted Stanley Cup.
They were doing it then, and it's especially now with the Black Friday season coming, you better believe people's paws are going to be coming out. Their claws are out, and they're willing to scratch.
I predict there will be one Stanley Cup death.
I think there will be more than one Stanley Cup death. I think there's going to be a lot of Stanley Cup deaths if they can keep their cool. We've seen the videos of hordes of people rushing the doors or two people fighting over the last flat screen TV, and people get hurt fighting for garbage. Over 100 people have been injured during Black Friday sales, and 17 deaths have been reported since 2006. 17 people have died since 2006. My God. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's over shopping. People die over shopping, not illness from stampedes and violence. You'd think major retailers would stop participating in this chaotic holiday by now. But then again, they've been missing out on the most profitable day of the year in America, possibly the world. So let's take a look at the chaotic world of Black Friday. But before we get into it, we have to understand, where did Black Friday come from? Before we can really digest this horrid holiday, we have to find out where this horrid holiday even came from. The term Black Friday originated in Philadelphia during the 50s and was related to the annual Army-Navy football game that would take place the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So on the Friday night before the big game, hordes of shoppers and tourists would flood the city in anticipation for the big event. And this would cause all hell on earth to break loose. We're talking about chaotic traffic. traffic, shoplifting, vandalism, and just overall mayhem in the city. Because of this, the Philadelphia police referred to this day as Black Friday to describe the absolute hell the city of Philly spiraled into. So my childlike instinct was correct earlier. Funny how it all comes back. Some merchants wanted to call it Big Friday because of the negative connotation of Black Friday, but unfortunately for them, it didn't stick, and hell still always broke loose. It wasn't until 1980s when the phrase Black Friday became to focus more around retailers, and it was reinvented to refer to companies that were in the red after making large profit for the holiday, thus being in the black. Now, the holiday evolved into a massive shopping day with annual profits up to billions of dollars worldwide. Stores would release incredible discounts that would send people into a frenzy to the point where people would camp outside of major retailers for multiple days to take advantage of it, which I did. I've done it many times. I didn't, not necessarily camp. I think the longest I waited outside, and this is up to say, the longest I waited outside I think was for 9 hours outside of a Best Buy. Freezing cold for like a Vizio 32-inch TV. At that time I was like, oh my god, this is the biggest TV ever. You know what I mean? In my room, oh my god, I gotta play my Xbox on this or whatever.
I think for me it was when the PS4 or 3 came out. I wanted to wait outside.
But you didn't?
My parents wouldn't let me.
Bastards. Some people are even willing to wait weeks outside, setting up elaborate tents with multiple rooms with televisions and even air conditioners. I've never seen that. If you're doing that, that's f***ing cheating. That's stupid. As silly as this all may seem, we all know that there is a much darker side to this holiday. In a desperate attempt to beat the crowds for a bargain, countless individuals have suffered serious injuries or even lost their lives in order to save some money. These injuries are the result of stampedes, pepper sprays, shootings, car accidents, fist fighting, stabbings, robberies, and even the store merchandise themselves have hurt people.
Do not push me! It's a TV, for God's sake!
Stanley Cups this year, I'm telling you, you're a little girl, better watch out because bitches will be throwing some cups. Which over 70% of these incidents are from Walmart, followed by Kohl's, JCPenney, and Toys R Us before the bankruptcy, of course. But it's funny how Walmart is 70% of these horrifying natural occurrences, and then followed by it is Kohl's. People get all excited about Kohl's cash, dude, buying jeans. Need to buy jeans, fist fight over jeans at Kohl's with my Kohl's cash.
That's the strat. You wait all year, save your Kohl's cash, then buy on Black Friday.
Oh, absolutely. Because you know what? You're going to look good at school? Absolutely not. This isn't an uncommon occurrence either. It's rare that a year goes by without a horrific story coming out. Even in recent years, we still get insane Black Friday fight videos uploaded to YouTube. Like this one from 2022. Not going to show all of it because I'm pretty sure that's going to get us age-gated. But let's get into the actual meat and bones of the Black Friday injuries and deaths. Rah! In 2005, 10 people were injured at the Del Amo Fashion Center in Torrance, California. As part of a holiday sales promotion, someone decided it was a good idea to stuff 500 balloons with gift cards that would be dropped onto the shoppers. They're going to love this. What they did not expect was the 2,000 people that showed up, turning the event into absolute mayhem. In the process, 9 people were wounded and 1 elderly lady was sent to the hospital. 15-year-old Gina Silva reported that one of the balloons only had a $25 gift card to a sushi restaurant, which did not seem worth the risk. People were brawling. You know what it kind of reminds me a bit of is in that scene of Jingle All the Way when all the bouncing balls. Whoever thinks it's a good idea to just like, whoever gets a balloon gets to have a discount, it's going to be violent chaos, is it not?
In Fresno, they're having like the world's like largest water fight. They're trying to break the record, but they had to call it off because I think some people started throwing rocks.
Oh. All right, we have to reiterate once again, guys. No rocks, only water balloons and water guns. Don't throw the water gun, shoot water. Thank you. Or in 2008, 34-year-old Jimte Demore from Long Island was trampled to death. Jimte was an overnight stock clerk at Walmart that was preparing for the Black Friday crowd. Before the store had opened, the police were already pushing back fierce crowds that had broken through the metal barricades set outside. Because Demore was 6'5" with a large build, he was requested along with other larger employees to essentially act as a barricade for the thousands of shoppers when they opened the door. They were basically like, who's the biggest people we have employed at the store? A guy's like, I guess I am. Okay, you're going to be our literal first line of defense, for the thousands of people trying to buy socks and King of Queens season box sets. Can you help us out? I guess I have to. Not only was this not in any way part of his job description, even the police officers before him gave up because of how intense the crowd was. Police officers themselves were like, this is not worth it to me. I have turned my back on justice. This is not what I should be doing. DeMar agreed to help out, only to be trampled to death as soon as the doors opened by a horde of shoppers. The cause of death was asphyxiation. One of the other people injured happened to be a pregnant woman that DeMar was trying to help before he was taken to the ground. Which, pregnant women in general should not be attending these riots known as Black Friday events, okay? I mean, that should be, a doctor should tell them. No smoking, no alcohol, and no shopping spree riots, please, thank you. There was another case in 2006 where a pregnant woman falling down at Walmart right as the doors open, which there's a video of that. If you want to be horrified, there you go. A $2 million settlement was offered to Nassau County during a reckless endangerment charge against Walmart. $400,000 went to DeMar's family and other people affected by the events of that night. Money! 2008 was a hell of a year for Black Friday. Another case in 2008 led to 2 people shot and killed inside of a Toys R Us.
Don't worry, that's not children.
Oh, good. In Palm Desert, California, a young woman was shopping for coloring books with her 2 boys when she overheard a heated argument happening nearby. Just an aisle over, 2 women were attacking each other, and after trading punches, their boyfriends intervened. Can you imagine seeing the like Toys R Us draft, like, oh, maybe nothing for the kids, please, like, could you back up? Eventually, one of the men pulled out a gun and began shooting at the other. This resulted in the other man pulling out his own gun in retaliation, ensuing a shootout between the 2 men. Let me reiterate, inside of the goddamn Toys R Us.
Police say the deadly shooting involved 2 men who got into an argument, then a fight with each other inside the store. Dozens of shoppers watched in horror as they ran for the exits.
Packed. It was packed.
Oh, it's definitely a packed Toys R Us. A fully packed Toys R Us. How fucking stupid can people be, dude? Honestly.
They're fighting over pussy.
Is it pussy? Is it pussy or toys? Or is it pussy and toys?
No, it's just pussy.
Wait, they said it was just pussy?
They say, like, we don't know what they were fighting over. Definitely wasn't over toys.
Yeah, they're fighting over pussy. Definitely. Maybe pussy and money. Pam. Fighting over Pam. Chaos ensued as children began screaming and crying, begging for their lives. Okay, dude. It was noted that one 4-year-old grabbed her mother's leg and said, quote, I don't want to die. We need to include that, Nick.
That was in the article.
Oh. In the exchange, both men were shot and killed. Both of them died? Oh my God. It was not clear what incited the conflict, as it apparently wasn't over a toy or product in the store. I bet it was something petty. You ever see a guy get like super upset when you like bump his cart or something? I bet it was something stupid like that.
It started with the women though. The 2 women were fighting.
Don't get me wrong, women were definitely the cause of this problem. We can at least agree with that. Women started and the men intervened, like fucking animals. There are speculations that it was gang related, as it's unclear why both men would bring a gun to a kid's store. Well, people do a lot of weird shit. I don't think that means they're gang members, dude. Or we could talk about in 2010, a Marine was stabbed by a Black Friday shoplifter in Augusta, Georgia. Security cameras at a local Best Buy spotted a man attempting to cut a laptop out of its box and stuff it into his pants. Not a bad strategy. You gotta get that Toshiba laptop out of Best Buy somehow. After being confronted by the store security, he became irate and ran out the front door while pulling out a knife. Outside, there was a group of Marines and volunteers collecting Toys for Tots donations. Upon seeing the shoplifter, the Marine clotheslined him. Unfortunately, the shoplifter began swinging his knife wildly, stabbing 24-year-old Philip Duggan in the back. He was quickly tackled by the others and was held until the police arrived. He was charged with armed robbery, aggravated assault, and possession of a knife and the commission of a crime. If you did something like that and you're running out and you saw the Marines outside collecting Toys for Tots, you have to run by and be like, I'm sorry, I need to play World of Warcraft with my friends. Also, too, if you're humiliated enough, why would you not just go down? Why do you have to go out swinging with a knife? What does that do?
Desperation, man. You want that laptop, you'll do anything for it.
Yeah, I wonder how much do you think the laptop was?
$900.
You think it was like that much? I was gonna say, I bet it was a $300 laptop.
Google Chrome laptop.
Yeah, it was a Chrome pad or whatever. Or 2010, Akasha Adonis was brutally assaulted at a Kohl's in Jackson, Tennessee. Kohl's cash, better watch out. You can't buy pussy or weed with Kohl's cash, dude. Akasha entered a Kohl's alongside her mother as they were opening the doors for Black Friday. Another woman attempted to ram through them to get inside faster. As Akasha attempted to protect her mother, the woman began to scream in her face. At this exact moment, a random man began attacking Akasha, another woman completely separate from the confrontation. Not only was Akasha struck and had parts of her hair ripped off, but the man shoved his hand into her mouth and tore 3 of her teeth out of their sockets, breaking her jaw, and she was pushed to the ground. Do you know how fucking hard you would have to pull down on someone's face to do? Like, imagine actually like trying to rip a tooth out of your mouth.
She also got charged by 3 people.
This is Kohl's. What are you gonna get? What the hell are you gonna get in Kohl's that's worth that much?
Jeans.
Okay, I did forget about the Kohl's jeans. Okay, never mind. No, that's true. It was reported that the assailant simply stood up after the attack and began shopping at Kohl's like nothing had happened. And the staff did nothing to help the poor woman. What is wrong with this world? My God! The police were eventually called, but according to Akasha, there was a sharp change in tone when the officer realized that she was a transgendered woman. And he was dismissive to the witness and ultimately reported that the assailant defended himself and that she was put in her place. Oh my God. Even though the man was still in the store, there was no effort to review surveillance footage. In the end, Akasha spent $6,000 on medical bills, including surgery for her teeth and jaw. The damaged teeth couldn't be saved. No, we need to make a positive video at some point on this channel. I don't know if I can keep reading all of the atrocities that are going on. It is becoming mentally taxing. That is one of the saddest things I've ever read in my life, dude. My God. Or in 2011, 20 people were pepper sprayed by a crazy woman in LA.
A woman in a black hoodie decided to wave out and spray at the same time some pepper spray.
All right, now we're kind of getting back into the mojo that I like to see here. At Walmart, a woman entered the store in hopes of buying a discounted Xbox 360. Not a bad pickup in 2011.
You gotta buy your son a Christmas gift.
A little late for the Xbox though, I think, right? When did the Xbox drop? 2009? Discounted in. They're already discounted. Been a minute. Couple years, right? She had bought pepper spray for this event in order to beat the rival shoppers getting in her way. Did she say that? Yeah. She visited several aisles of the stores, spraying crowds of people. Some were hit directly, others were affected by the substance lingering in the air. Among the 20 people caught in the crossfire, some were young children, and amongst the panic, some people were trampled by the surrounding crowds. The woman was able to pay for her gaming console and exit the store scot-free, and the police officers noted that there was so much mayhem in the store that they could not identify her.
After she pepper sprayed even children inside the store trying to get to this Xbox 360 that they didn't know who did what, and she was able to get to the register. She was able to check out and get the Xbox 360 at half price. It's what she really wanted.
Wait. Did they even catch her? No. Oh my God. So this is all just surveillance footage of this going on. What a strategy. Honestly, she just walks in and she's just like, it's like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Boop. Okay, cool. See ya. It's like 2008 and 2011. That's the hot years, the most violent years of Black Friday. In another 2011 incident, a man from West Virginia was trampled to death at a Target. Walter Vance was a 61-year-old man that was shopping for Christmas decorations before collapsing due to a prior heart condition. According to witnesses, shoppers completely ignored the man as they walked over his body to look for discounted items. Not gonna lie, might have done the same thing. I don't know. Well, who knows, dude? When you're in the shopping fever, you know, you become a little disillusioned with what's going on around you. Am I wrong? That means the person who also was talking about this, the witness, also proceeded to ignore the man on the ground and just be like, that's horrible. Oh my God, the deal. Look at the deal here. It was reported that 6 nurses eventually came to his aid, but it was too late. Walter had later died in the hospital. Oh God, Nick. Oh God. Once again in 2011, a 15-year-old girl was trampled close to death at a Walmart supercenter. Alicia Stone attended the store on Black Friday in an attempt to buy a discounted copy of Dance Central 2. The $60 game was being sold for $15, and there were only 8 copies available. Imagine being trampled almost to death. You almost die for Dance Central 2. I mean, $45 discount though. That's a pretty good discount, dude. How do you only have 8 copies in your store? That's At one point, a crowd formed around her with the hopes of buying the same game. Some people were threatening physical violence towards other shoppers in the group. As an employee uncovered a shelf full of discounted games, around 50 people lunged forward. Alicia became caught between the rack and the crowd. And Alicia told reporters, quote, "I was trying to catch my breath, but I couldn't get out. There were people on top of me." My claustrophobic ass I would go insane, dude. She recalled being kicked and having her ribs stepped on as people tried to pull a copy of the game out of her hands. Dance Central 2! That's all it is! Oh, God! Elisha said, quote, "I just started praying. Please get me out of this." It's like, how has there not been a movie about this? It's called Dance Central, whatever. Fortunately, a kind man that they were chatting with before the chaos began had fought his way into the crowd to save her. As she was hoisted over the crowd, she was missing a shoe and a sock. And in the end, Alicia got her game, but it cost her a trip to the hospital. Or in 2013, a 23-year-old shopper was arrested in a New Jersey Walmart. New Jersey police were already in the middle of handling an altercation in the infant section of the store. I guess like the cops were like, we were already dealing with something in the baby aisle of the store when we got word word of something new when two women were arguing, leading one of them to spit on the other child. God, people are gross, dude. As this took place, they overheard a man yelling and cursing nearby. This man was Richard Ramos, who was arguing with another shopper over a discounted television and became belligerent. How the f do you go from spitting to a child and some guy's just like, it's my TV? A manager called the police officers over to help, who tried to calmly escorting him out. And on the way, he suddenly yanked one of the officer's t-shirts. The police eventually had to pepper spray him before arresting him. He was charged with aggravated assault. Oh God, child spit and TVs, man.
I want to know what happened with the mothers.
Probably just let her off. They're like, just wipe the spit off and just fucking shake hands and be done with it. My God. Or in 2016, a shirtless man was found whipping shoppers with his belt. Get away from me. Whoosh, whoosh. In Vancouver, Adidas was selling a special limited edition shoe at a special discount on Black Friday. People crowded around the store, and over time, people started to get riled up, leading to fights breaking out amongst the sneakerheads. One man decided to take off his shirt and use his belt as a whip to attack random people. And then, according to a teenager at the event, quote,
out of nowhere, some guy came behind and just started choking him.
He's like running around with his belt, like swinging it at people, and then like out of nowhere, some guy came behind and like jumped on his back and just started choking him.
Another teen in the group said his friend's brother was injured amongst the chaos, having to rush to the hospital to get a wound stapled shut, a gash.
Our friend's brother went to the hospital.
Oh, okay. Is he okay?
Yeah, he's all right.
Ultimately, the store had to respond by shutting down the sale before opening the store. Instead, they gave them away in a raffle, later to avoid further violence. It was outside a guy whipping, and he was just like, he's like, I'm getting it first, just a full-on brawl for some Adidas, dude.
Are they some Yeezys?
Well, if they're Yeezys, that's even worse now. In 2017, a man shattered his hip during a Black Friday brawl. Amongst crazy shoppers at Kmart, was Kmart still around in 2017? What? An altercation began between two people fighting over an electronic item. A video was uploaded to social media showing a man being brutally shoved into a shelf, shattering his hip. Roll the clip. This is just chaos, dude. It feels even worse that it's a fucking Kmart, dude. It's like, how do they stumble across this like mythological place where they can get these deals? And lastly, in 2018, a shooting took place on Black Friday in the middle of a North Carolina mall. Shots were fired between two groups of people that knew each other, according to the police. The altercation ended up injuring 3 people, one of the victims including a 10-year-old child who was hit by a ricochet shot. That's so fucking unfortunate. Only one adult victim was in critical condition. An employee at a nearby store reported, quote,
they were screaming, everyone was trampling, someone even trampled on the floor, so we had to help them and pick them up.
It's like, wow, what a hero. The store was placed on lockdown, but they were only able to put one person in custody. The rest fled the scene. My God, we need a palate cleanser of a video. Oh God, what is there to even take away from this video? If there's anything to take away from this video, it's that Black Friday now, at least, I think is in a much better spot. It's a lot more boring. Hearing this back, I'm disgusted because I remember a year or two ago, I was like, I miss whenever Black Friday had that energy. You would go to a store and you'd almost look for that confrontation. You would almost look for that fight because it was just like, it was an event. It was like going to a wrestling match or something like that. Even just people watching and the chaos of just these random items, and then you yourself had a little treasure map of deals that you wanted to get. It was an exciting time. But after reading all of this, I don't want to go back. I think it hurt my stomach, it hurt my heart a lot to do this. So maybe the boring, mundane nature of the stores now, and how even it's almost an obsolete holiday with Amazon and Cyber Monday and all these online sales, it's kind of a thing of the past. If there's one thing that will survive in this country, it's Black Friday. And for some odd reason, I feel like we're not out of the storm. Somehow, some way, a Black Friday riot, fight, stabbing, shooting will happen again. And all I have to say is be careful on Black Fridays because you never know who's shopping right beside you. Thank you so much for watching the video, guys. Safe shopping. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Everyone take one TV at a time, that's it. Otherwise none of you are going to get TVs, we'll just close it down.
For what?
Clear. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit them down because today we're talking about nurses. Ugh. Evil nurses at that. We've done doctors before. We've done all kinds of things. You know, it's like whenever someone peaks in high school and they can't let go of that power, so they become a local cop. That's how I feel about nurses. That's how I feel about catty bitches like cheerleaders and anything else. It feels like people that are trying to grasp on to a little bit of power they had in school, so they become nurses.
I've known a lot of very gossipy nurse.
Oh, dude. Gossipy nurses, the amount of stuff of people snooping and doing whatever else. I mean, it feels like high school in some regards. And that doesn't mean that there isn't obviously medical professionals out there who go to school to work hard. But there's also a lot of nurses who don't do that. And they just kind of show up to their local hospital and they just apply. That's who I'm talking about, dude. Which going to the hospital can be a really stressful time. Whether you're getting surgery or a tetanus shot, or even just getting a checkup, it can put you on edge, dude. And one thing that can really put you at ease or send you into a chaos and oblivion is the quality of nurse that you have. When you think of nurses, what comes to mind? Kind, gentle, reassuring, right? Rude, never around. What if I told you that not all nurses are looking out for you and that some are even out to get you? In fact, what if some nurses are just straight up evil? Today, we're going to talk about some of the worst nurses the world has ever seen. From hiring hitmen on patients to starting senior citizen fight clubs. That's awesome. Let's get into it. Which the reason that we even wanted to get into this is not because I have some vendetta against nurses myself. Even though I have dealt with sad and decrepit nurses before in my past, both men and women. There was one thing recently that sparked me to take another look at nurses of the kind of nursing care that people get. And it all started with a nurse who twerked on top of a disabled person's head. We can't talk about horrible nurses without discussing what happened recently in Loganville, Georgia. A video by a 19-year-old nurse named Lucretia Coyen went viral, showing her twerking on the disabled patients she was tending to. In the video, you can see her dancing and rubbing her genitals on the back of a patient's head. You know, and there's been a lot of controversy. You know, there's people being like, he doesn't look like he's having that bad of a time. And then there's some people being like, this man's gone, mentally gone. This is a very cruel thing to do. Which to me, I'm on that end. Let's not twerk and rub our pussies on top of disabled people's heads. Why even I have to say this? This feels like an obvious thing, Nick.
Well, what if he asked for it?
Okay, even if he asked for it, dude, I'd be like, that's a disabled man. I'm not going to listen to what this disabled man is saying to me. She then pulls out a bottle of pills and places it in the patient's mouth. So not only doing a little snail trail on top of the person's head, getting down to some sick beats, now you pop out the pills and just medicate them. Sounds like a pretty good party, honestly. She was fired, arrested, and charged with a felony count for exploitation of a disabled person. It is expected that more charges will come after further investigations. With the rise of social media platforms, with people wanting to go viral and become famous from likes and clicks and all that stuff, this is by no means the first time a nurse has done something of this nature. This has happened many, many times, and it will continue to happen forever as long as people are getting validation and little clickies online. I have a grandma in a nursing home. She's gone. I mean, she's mentally gone. And then we go over there, take a little JBL speaker, play a little Akon. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get into.
Can we twerk on her?
Yes. And then we can get into some of the nurses who have been mocking some of their patients. That's been a fun one. Which 4 labor and delivery nurses from Emory University Hospital Midtown joined in on an internet challenge that involved sharing your icks. You don't share your icks as a nurse, dude. Oh, this one. One of the icks that the nurses were complaining about were when patients asked for water and blankets.
Already told you to push a call light, but every 5 minutes, your family member coming at the front desk asking for something else. Excuse me, can I have a blanket?
Ew. Really? You need water and a blanket?
Ew, you're complaining about your delivery that it hurts?
You realize women have been doing this since the beginning of time, right? The people in the video received tons of backlash for poking fun at people who are supposed to be experiencing one of the most intense and vulnerable moments in their lives. They're giving birth to a child. Can I just get some support, dude? Also, multiple people took to online to share their traumatizing experience dealing with the Emory nurses. These nurses have such a reputation that people they're flocking in droves being like, I have my own story of Emory nurses, dude. Such as a family losing their baby due to negligence.
You was there.
when we asked so many questions on how my son passed away, and you played it off. Y'all all played it off, and 2 of y'all are in that video.
When are we ever gonna cover a video where there isn't some form of child death of some kind, dude? I seriously feel like every week it's just, how are we gonna talk about kids dying this week? I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. The nurses involved were later fired. Yeah, good. And the hospital had to come out with a statement expressing their disappointment in their actions. Emory Healthcare is committed to providing an empathetic, high-quality care to our community, and our patients come first.
Is when you come in for your induction, talking about, can I take a shower and eat?
We are aware of TikTok videos that included disrespectful and unprofessional comments about maternity patients at Emory University Hospital Midtown.
You don't want any pain medicine, no epidural, but you are at an 8 out of 10 pain just to serve a meal.
We have investigated the situation and taken appropriate actions with the former employees responsible for the video.
When you're going room to room between one baby mama and your other baby mama.
Oh, no.
Ick.
This video does not represent our commitment to patients and family-centered care and falls far short of the values and standards we expect every member of our team to hold and demonstrate. At no time should our patients ever feel they are not being treated with care and respect. Every patient at Emory Healthcare deserves to be cared for by a compassionate, experienced team in a comfortable and safe environment.
Say that. It's the unlimited trips to the nurses station for me.
From me to you at the Emory Midtown Health Care University thing. I also like how they had to make this statement after there was just like hundreds of people coming forward being like, it was the worst experience of my life. Or even someone just being like, my baby died due to negligence. And they're just like, ew, ick. I don't know about that.
There's a lot of response videos where women are like, I was going into labor, and the nurse was like, that's not possible. The woman would like put their hands in their vaginas and be like, I could feel the baby's head coming through.
God. Imagine feeling your baby's head before the doctor. Imagine reaching down there and you're just like, there he is. Do you think you accidentally poked too hard?
What they do, because he went in and they had to cut his head open, is that they tag and label the skull and they put it in a refrigerator.
You have to keep a skull chilled?
I guess.
That's a legitimate question. I don't know. If you cut out someone's skull, they're just like, put this on ice. I don't fucking know.
But the funny thing is, so when they went to go like look for it, they're like, huh, where is it? There's all these other skulls that are mislabeled, but it doesn't fit. Someone stole a piece of his skull.
It's 100% some guy just being like, look how many we have. If I just give him another one. Yeah, I'd be pissed too if half my skull was fake. And I'm like, because you lost the last one. I had a perfectly good skull, you lost it. Or we could talk about a nurse that was filming for flatlining patients. This is, you ready to go to the hospital? You ready to get that big surgery done, buddy? The doctor's gonna be in a moment. I hate when fucking people say that. I had this one guy when I had my appendectomy, whatever, thing blew up like a goddamn hand grenade in my stomach. And he's like, ooh, yeah, you in pain, buddy? And I'm like, yes. And he's like, all right, well, the doctor's gonna be right in to see you, okay? Talk about my ick, that's a ick for me. The doctor will be right in. And then hours pass. Gonna be right in. He's right outside. I see him. He's probably walking to your door right now. Okay, bye. I can't stand it. Next time I go to the hospital, I'm just gonna be like, put a bullet in my head, dude. Fucking put the bullet in my head. Anyways, we could talk about a nurse who was filming flatlining patients. In 2024, a Filipino content creator named Juliana Villafuerte. I need to get a Rosetta Stone.
Is it for English or for Spanish?
I think for just the entire world at this point. I can't even pronounce English names. I can't pronounce thing. A Filipino content creator can't say Juliana. She posted a video online in which she was enjoying her coffee on the job before being interrupted by a patient's cardiac monitor flatlining. Which, according to Juliana, she says, and I quote, the patient's family members came to the ER weeping, and that's when it hit me. How life is just so short. What does that mean?
She was like basically saying like, you know, this patient dying and flatlining made me realize that life is short.
Oh, so she was like, this guy died and you saw me try, but I just couldn't do anything. She also filmed herself crying and discussing how hard her job is before doing an unboxing video. What was she unboxing? Thermometers? There's people online where it's like you set up your camera and you cry on camera. It feels a bit unprofessional, does it not, for a nurse to set up her camera and she's like, oh.
You're working.
Yeah, you don't know how hard my job is. Dude, that's the job you chose. That's also just like, why don't you fucking get off the phone and get in there and help some people? How many other people are flatlining right now? You only can get a good reaction if somebody else is filming you from far away. That's the best way to do it. Like that one woman at the Trump rally, whatever, who was like,
Of the United States of America, Donald.
It's one of my favorite emotional moments online ever. People were infuriated that she was using the death of a patient for her own personal life lesson. Oh shit, dude. What the Juliana, you're not Shakespeare, dude. In response to the backlash, she issued an apology statement only for someone to confirm that it was 100% created by AI. She couldn't muster the courage to write it herself. She had to use AI. Her university made an official statement about the incident, and she was given a slap on the wrist. God damn it, Juliana. Get back in there. Because of the incident, she has been given the title of Flatline Queen. You know, we were talking about life and death stuff, people stealing skulls and people doing dances and writing poetry while you're flatlining and dying. Now let's talk about a nurse who steals jewelry from dementia patients. It's the perfect rhyme. They'll never remember. Where'd it go? I always love when nurses talk to old people because it's like as if you have to talk to them like they're toddlers. I know there's going to be some nurses too being like, you don't realize the trenches you're in. Oh, I have to bathe for 17 old fucks all day.
We're making a lot of enemies.
Every video, I feel like people are just like, this motherfucker he hates nurses. I hate the nurses that steal jewelry from dementia patients, dude. I like to joke about them complaining about having to watch old people. Fuck you. I don't you. Anyways, in 2024, 54-year-old nurse Stephanie Phillips Sawiak was charged with 3 counts of neglect, abuse, and exploitation of an elderly, as well as 3 counts of robbery and aggravated assaults. 54 years old, dude. Fucking friendly fire. She's just like, I gotta get you before they get me. It's nothing personal, Gladys. A woman called the Wellstar North Fulton Medical Center reporting that her 95-year-old mother lost her $1,000 gold chain link bracelet after being taken to the hospital in an ambulance. They didn't waste any time on that, did they? When's the last time you've seen a sharp 95-year-old dude? Also with our sleep schedule, we're gone, dude.
I'm gone at 60.
It's going to be a medical anomaly. If I make it to 60 and I don't die of a heart attack, I'm going to become legally blind somehow, but they're like his eyes work, but somehow he's blind.
Can't see. I can't see.
In the investigation, it was revealed that Stephanie has a penchant for stealing jewelry off of defenseless patients in the hospital. Once again, easy crime. What can you do about it? Another victim, an 84-year-old dementia patient named Patricia Gaskins, was wearing several rings the day that she was admitted to the Fulton Medical Center after a painful fall. It's always such a fun way for old people to go down. Oh, they just fall down. I can't. And they just fall. Steffi admitted to using hand sanitizer to help her slip the jewelry off her fingers. Are you my son? Later, when Gaskins was discharged, she discovered that she dislocated her finger. God damn! Over some fucking JCPenney rings? Holy hell, dude. Doctors also found a crack in the bone from how aggressively Stephanie tried to squeeze the rings off. In total, 4 rings were stolen from Gaskins. And Gaskins' daughter was infuriated, stating, and I quote, I can't explain the feeling that came over me from horror, nausea, and wanting to scream. You lose faith in humanity at that moment. That this happened in a place where someone is supposed to be cared for. Stephanie was ultimately booked in the Fulton County Jail on a $140,000 bail and was told by the judge to no longer work as a nurse or come in contact with anyone over the age of 75. If you even look at somebody over the age of 75, we will come down on you, Stephanie. Do you understand? Sure. Or we could talk about a nurse who breaks babies' bones. Maybe for fun? I don't know. Let's find out. A nurse from Virginia named Erin Elizabeth Ann Strautman was charged with 1 count of felony child neglect after horrific actions taken against NICU patients at Henrico Doctors Hospital, which NICU means Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, which is a hospital ward that tends to premature newborn babies, whatever. So preemie babies, dude. They have to have their little CPAP machines to stay alive. You get it. During Christmas Eve of 2024, god damn, dude, recent. 7 weeks ago? Man, good lord. 7 weeks ago, hospital employees found out that several NICU babies suffered fractures. This was not the first time it had happened, as employees were met with a similar situation from the summer of 2023. How did that just get swept under the rug? They're fragile, I don't know. In one instance, the Hackey family recalls admitting their premature infant in September of 2023, only to find that it had a broken leg 7 days later. Would you not raise hell? But then there probably someone's coming, it's normal. It's fine, he's a baby. He's fine. See, it's happy. He's a preemie baby. With 7 cases of NICU injuries, an investigation began, which led to the arrest of 26-year-old Erin Strautman. No mugshots flattering, but that one right there. I don't know why, but I think it's a Pink Panther theme song. I don't know why. Yeah, I think of that. In court, Dominique Hackey broke down. He stated, "My son was one of her first victims. My son's first emotion was pain. And as a father," that's actually tragic to think about. How do you not go over, you just don't beat the shit out of these people? I want to tell you, can we always say something? Just fucking... that kind of thing. That's what I'd want to do, dude. Dominique and his wife had already experienced 2 miscarriages before their first child was assaulted. Our next video is going to be how to have a happy day, is what it's going to be called. Strotman now faces up to 10 years in prison and 20 more for malicious wounding charges. She is only formally charged for one of these cases, but she is a suspect in 7 other cases. I'm going to go on a limb and say the crazy bitch that's breaking preemie babies' legs is probably the one that's doing the other ones. And if that's the case, can we not just take a sledgehammer and every day you just re-break her bones every day for the rest of her life, and you shave her fucking head, razor it down to be like a baby. Her bones are forever broken until she comes back like the fucking Elephant Man. Or we could talk about nurse bangs patient left to die of heart attack. Okay, first off, we need to be better about writing these titles. They sound like those magazine covers. It's like a newspaper. Nurse bangs patient left to die of heart attack. Can we not make it a bit more human? In Wrexham, Wales, 42-year-old nurse named Penelope Williams was contacted by a long-term dialysis patient, saying he was feeling unwell. Penelope visited the man in his car and spoke to him for about 35 to 40 minutes before he suddenly died while they were talking. You think whenever this thing happens, I don't know, I'm sure somebody in the comments will know. If you're sitting there talking in the car, is there any point where you're just like, I feel horrible? Or is it just something where you're just like talking and you're just like, oh, you get hit?
Well, I think in this case, since they were banging, he was probably got too excited.
In a panic, she began calling colleagues in tears and asking for help. She was told to call emergency dispatch, a request that she strangely ignored even after being begged to. After investigating, it was discovered that Penelope had been having an affair with her husband with this patient for over a year behind her employees' backs. Wow. They would sneak off to have sex with each other, the last time being in his car. Get in the fucking Volvo. Let's rump in the Volvo. During the act, the patient died of a heart attack and was left by the nurse with his trousers down for the emergency units to discover. At least button the guy back up, dude. Because also, if you die like that, he's just gotta have a stiffy forever, right? After initially lying about her reasons for meeting up, she eventually came clean. Today, she can no longer work as a nurse. I always hate these comments where they're just like, oh, all the good nurses get fired. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of shit when it's like a hot teacher and they fuck like a 14-year-old kid and they're just like, where was she when I was younger? Look how creepy that is. It's so creepy. Let's change gears just a little bit. We talk about a nurse who hires a hitman. In 2013, a 23-year-old Cleveland Clinic nurse offered $10,000 to an ER patient to act as his personal hitman. Andrew Martin was enraged over a lengthy dispute with an elderly female that happened to be a former patient at the hospital he worked at. Andrew planned to forcefully take ownership of her home, which belonged to her deceased brother. To do this, he began by sifting through her medical records at the hospital and passed them on to his associate that worked in residence property repair and rehabilitation. This man used the documents to assert that he was in a relationship with the patient, going as far as to make a fake deed to claim ownership of the house. After a long battle in probate court, Martin had lost. This only infuriated him more. He believed this 70-year-old lady was trying to mess up his life, attempting to take her out of the picture permanently. Martin began speaking to the patient about potential hitman job, asking if he'd ever hurt or killed someone before. And after discovering the patient had shot someone in the leg once, he decided to offer him $10,000 to kill the elderly former patient. Like he's just like, you're perfect. I'm gonna give you $10,000. I want you to kill this old woman. It was an accident. I shot him in the leg. He then told the man to, quote, put 4 in her head and make it look like a robbery. What a guy. Shocked at such an insane offer, the patient immediately spoke to the police and had Andrew Martin arrested. Yeah, like I was just like, yeah, this guy came in and I told him about a hunting accident I had once and he offered me to kill somebody. What a fucking dumbass. He eventually pleaded guilty as the evidence was stacked against him. In court, he had to pretend that the wiretap phone call of him talking to the potential hitman was in fact not his voice. It's pretty funny. Him just be like, yeah, I want you to shoot her once in the head. No, shoot her twice. No, 3 times. In the end, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison. Actually, he gets out this year. Hey, welcome back, buddy. One thing is people in these fields stealing other people's medication. There's so many hard drugs that happen, and this is a case of a nurse stealing fentanyl for herself. Danny Marie Schofield, a nurse from Oregon, was accused of drug diversion at Asante Rogue Regional Hospital starting in 2022. During her time there, it was discovered that she had been stealing liquid fentanyl from the patients she was treating in the intensive care unit. In return, she would replace the IV bags with tap water. What Schofield didn't realize is that sending tap water directly into someone's someone's veins can lead to central line infections. Cases like this started to rise rapidly, specifically throughout the ICU. An investigation spanning 7 months had begun. Schofield was no longer working at the hospital at the time, but voluntarily agreed to suspend her license as the case was being looked into. There was enough evidence after conducting numerous interviews to indict the former nurse of 44 counts of second-degree assault. How much goddamn fentanyl do you need? I guess at that point she's probably selling it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, fentanyl. You can't roll the dice too many times on that one before you slip up, you know what I mean? One of the victims happened to be a 65-year-old named Horace Wilson that suffered severe injuries after falling off a ladder. While admitted, the tap water Schofield put into his system led to an infection that ultimately killed him. Because of this, she's also being cited in a wrongful death lawsuit as well. Yeah, dude. Murderer. Is that not murder?
Yeah.
Lastly, we're going to talk about 3 nurses from North Carolina accused of starting a fight club at an elderly home. While that does sound funny, and I did chuckle, that is extremely messed up. In 2019, Marilyn McKee, Tanisha Tyson, and Tanisha Jordan faced assault charges for instigating a brawl between 2 senior citizens. It started with 2 of them filming McKee as she shoved an older woman into her room, turned off her lights, and forced her to go to bed.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Over time, their physical abuse would escalate. Later, according to the court documents, 3 of them convinced and encouraged a 73-year-old woman and another 7-year-old to fight each other, both of which had dementia and other cognitive disabilities. I'm laughing, but that's just because that's insane. And dementia patients slapping the shit out of each other. Once again, the thought is funny, but that is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The older victim pleaded for the other woman to let her go. To defend herself, she began choking the younger woman until her face went completely red. The entire fight was later uploaded to social media, and eventually a supervisor came to break things up. All 3 staff members were fired, and a police investigation led to each of them being charged for assaulting an individual with a disability. I feel like there should be more punishment for that. You're messing with someone who has basically no mind. Where's the humanity there? Once again, on paper, you read that at a glance, I'm laughing. I'm sorry. It's crazy. I have to fucking preface this stuff now because we keep getting all this heat from all these different communities of people. Cyclists are on my back. Trading card people are on my back. World of Warcraft people on my back. You know, we talk about these videos and it doesn't mean I'm lumping in every nurse as a horrible person. I'm saying that there are always cases in every facet of life where there is going to be somebody who is a bad egg in a batch, right? It happens. A nurse doing something to maliciously affect you is such a horrifying concept when you're in a hospital or someplace where you are obviously very vulnerable and you're looking at these people to take care of you. It's fucking terrifying. Today, I mean, it started off, of course, with somebody twerking on a disabled dude's head and giving him pills, and all of a sudden we end up in a fight club. I'm just saying that the world is a dark and dangerous place. And for all the nurses who don't do this, male and female alike, I just gotta say thank you so much. Appreciate you for helping us out. All the nurses I had were great. Well, I mean, everybody has a bad experience with a nurse. It's just because you want to get out of the place. I don't think it's really the nurse's fault. All I gotta say is thank you to all the nurses out there who don't start fight clubs with elderly people or my grandma, or they don't twerk on my head when I'm high on fentanyl or something like that. I appreciate you so much. For all the unsung heroes in the hospitals, just know you are appreciated and we love you very, very much. Until next time, everybody. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're going to talk about Goodwill pickers. Yes, chances are you've been to a Goodwill thrift store at some point in your life, or you've at least heard of it. People donate their unwanted stuff and customers can browse around and potentially buy something decent for relatively cheap, all right? Relatively. Goodwill Industries is a non-profit organization founded in 1902 by a man named Edgar J. Helms. And after collecting goods and clothing from wealthy areas in Boston, he hired less fortunate people to repair and resell them, all right? You take fancy rich people stuff and you have the poor people come in and they'll fix it up and then you sell it to the poor people for a profit. There you go. This is what started Goodwill, which is not only a thrift store, but a network of over 150 autonomous organizations worldwide that aim to provide jobs and rehabilitation to less fortunate people and those with disabilities. Sounds like a pretty good deal, right, Nick? You're helping the poor, you're helping the disabled.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? While this company came from humble beginnings, it was evolved into something much more chaotic and dangerous. So today, we're going to look into Goodwill's shady business practices, as well as the never-ending war zone created by the obsessive Goodwill shoppers. And let me tell you, there are some obsessive shoppers out there, all right? Goodwill, despite seeming endlessly charitable, is not without its controversies. Like with everything, you're going to have a little something shady, but Goodwill just, it goes off and it says, you know what, we're a charity, we're a non-profit. And that's where this thing gets a little dicey, in my opinion. Goodwill uses a large percentage of the revenue to fund training programs for those that struggle to find work, which is a good thing. They also pay enormous salaries to those running each individual organization, and some CEOs, like Stephen Loughborough, received over $904,000 in 2022 alone.
This is a non-profit.
It's a non-profit organization, right? I mean, it's an important job that he's running, Nick. What do you think? Do you think that somebody in a non-profit should be allocating those funds, or does it seem like a Ponzi scheme to just be like, we'll take a large portion, but then we pay our little crew handsomely? Is that fair or unfair?
I think it's unfair. I think if you're a non-profit, just like the Hank Hill episode, remember when they freaked out? We made profit!
We made profit. While it's common for nonprofit organizations to pay their higher-ups good salaries, they are typically scaled down from traditional for-profit businesses for the sake of public perception, because once again, for-profit is different than nonprofit. Our company's not supposed to make money. We're supposed to take everything that we make and give it back to whatever organization. For these people, the people that can't find work, people with disabilities, that kind of stuff. That's the code. At the same time, if I can get a crisp mill off the top of it, why not? Part of why Goodwill customers are still critical of this, however, is due to their belief that disabled workers are exploited by the nonprofit. Okay. Due to a loophole in the Fair Labor Standards Act, Goodwill is able to get away with paying those with disabilities less than a minimum wage.
At least they got a job.
You found work, but at what cost? This has been reoccurring issues with Goodwill for several years, with reports even in 2011 showing that some were being paid as little as 22 cents an hour.
Is this China? Is this China?
What are we supposed to pay him? Look at him. It's like a regular employee, like just like putting stuff on a shelf.
At our college, Harry used to work with people, I forget what they're called, but they were disabled people working for the college. They would pay them based on like the output, because they're like, oh, he only stacked.
He did nothing. At that point, if you're paying somebody 22 cents, is it just to give them like a place to be? And if that's the case, then why even pay them?
It's like a sense of purpose. It's like giving like a child. When my mom used to work for this lawyer, he couldn't see at all, but my mom would hand him blank checks to sign to feel like he's still doing work. So it's kind of like that.
Here we go. A big, important check signed off. And she even gave him like a Crayola crown. This pen smells weird. That's fine. It's like a coloring book. He's just like, all right, here I am filling out these checks for my important business. In 2019, due to a minimum wage increase, a branch of Goodwill Industries in Springfield sent letters to a dozen disabled workers that were part of the Job Skills program. They were told they were fired until rescinding their decision and apologizing due to the vicious pushback. What am I supposed to do? Pay these freaks? No fair wage for you. We can't keep you. They take their collars off. Go free. Run. In 2022, a woman that had previously worked in an assisted living facility posted a TikTok to discuss their qualms with Goodwill. According to her, many of the boys and girls living there worked at Goodwill due to their disabilities being paid less than $1 per hour.
Slave labor, man.
Slave labor. Goodwill? Slave labor. Like, I'm sure the person that is like running Goodwill is making, I mean, millions and millions. For a nonprofit, you're just like, can you not throw them off $7.25 an hour? During the job, one woman had soiled herself. Instead of sending her home, they gave her a choice: either keep working or swap to a used pair of underwear sold in the store. She ended up keeping her own pair on and finishing the rest of her shift in her own filth. I personally, as a shift lead, would have been like, why don't you go home? How many more hours you have left in your shift? We'll pay you the 66 cents. You know what I mean? How gross is it too? Go take one of the used panties. Also, let me tell you something else. If you buy something from Goodwill or any thrift store, you don't go home and wash it before you wear it.
What's wrong with that?
I don't trust that those people are actually washing the clothes before they put them out.
I think they wash them, but I'm thinking...
They say that they wash them. I think I saw like a blood stain on a shirt one time and I was like, huh? I think that's when you toss in the trash.
Oh, that'll come out.
Also, it was like a little kid shirt. I was like, Jesus. Christ. Today's episode sponsored by Gamer Subs. We have our own flavor, raw meat. Don't drink raw meat right now. Do you like summer in a glass? Then drink raw meat. Gamer Subs, 0 sugar, right? Nice caffeine. Or if you don't like caffeine, they have caffeine-free options. Raw meat. Go get raw meat. Use promo code PAPAMeat on checkout. I swear to God, you're gonna get it. You're gonna love it. Please go buy this. If everyone just got one, right, it would end world hunger. That's a fact. If everyone got one right now, if you're watching this fucking video and you go get it, world hunger's done. Ring-a-ding-ding-ding. Don't drink it. Raw meat. Raw meat. That's my flavor. Raw meat. Go drink it. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring this video. Go fucking get this. Not even joking. For those that wanted to fight for better treatment in the workplace, their efforts to unionize were met with aggressive and overwhelming union-busting efforts. In 2024, 3 notorious union-busting firms were hired, pressuring people into one-on-one meetings and having their work heavily surveilled. It's funny to think that they brought in union-busting for, like, mentally disabled... physically disabled people, and they're just like, your job's not that hard. What the fuck are you talking about? And this is far from the only controversy that they've had. In 2017, in Sacramento, Goodwill was fined over $100,000 from safety violations that led to a 26-year-old dock worker being crushed to death by heavy machinery. A truck driver accidentally released a cable holding a trash bin, which had fallen on a worker named Abraham Garza. His skull was pinned between the bin and the trash compactor, killing him soon after. David Goody, who witnessed the tragic accident, was blamed for his death due to supposed negligence, despite warning them on multiple occasions about the company's inadequate training and potential safety hazards.
He's like, I don't know how to operate this.
What am I supposed to do? Regardless, they denied that the fatal accident was their doing and terminated Goody a week later, banning him from that location entirely, as if he's like, what, I can't get my shorts here anymore?
Do you think he kept coming back?
Yeah, he's like, the deals are too good. Goody, I gotta get out of here. Get out of here, Goody. It seemed that Goodwill had a track record of injuries due to improper training, and in 2014 and 2017, 2 people were killed in forklift accidents, and apparently the test to obtain the forklift license was impossible to fail and took less than half an hour, which I want to say I worked at FedEx for a little bit. It took, I think it was like, I'm not even joking, like 4 weeks of training. It wasn't half an hour, let me tell you that. One of the most fascinating things about Goodwill is the chaos surrounding Goodwill outlets. I did not know about this phenomenon, which is different from the stores. Like a Goodwill store is going to be different than the Goodwill outlets itself, and there's a whole culture behind Goodwill outlet shoppers. One of these, I guess, parasites is what you might want to call them. The guy who helps me make all the puppets on this channel, Adam or Creature Kid, is, I mean, a fiend. He's addicted. And I think it really does build addiction. Like, I think that the people who are these Goodwill outlet shoppers, they're addicted to going. When retail Goodwill stores fail to sell their products, they end up being sent to Goodwill outlets as a last-ditch effort to get rid of them. You throw your unused shit into one of the Goodwill donation bins. From there, they're sorted, they go to a store, and if it doesn't sell at the store, it goes back here. Sometimes too, if there's excess overflow, they'll just go straight to the outlets. And if it doesn't sell at the outlet, it's going into a landfill. Other items include those that are in poor condition and not deemed fit to sell at traditional retailers. I don't really know the process of how they actually go through and sift through stuff, but just know that the Goodwill outlet, it has everything. Everything you could ever want is in this outlet. It's insane. The outlets, also referred to as the bins, have a much bleaker vibe compared to a normal Goodwill. The items are loosely organized and piled into large blue bins for customers to purchase by the pound. And every 30 minutes, bins are wheeled out by the workers and replaced with brand new bins full of new trash, basically, for you to sift through. Every 30 minutes, you're getting a new fix, which people will be there all day. I think it's people that, one, hoarders, Adam, and also people like resellers, people that go to the bins or they'll go to these other places and they'll sell stuff on like eBay, Amazon, all that kind of shit. While some people visit Goodwill outlets to grab a cheap vintage shirt or two, others take it far, far more seriously. Their main goal is to grab the most valuable things they can find so they can resell them online for higher prices, typically. There are some, like I want to say, there are some collectors and hoarders. You know who you are. You might be watching this right now. These people are referred to as Goodwill pickers. Because this has become a legitimate way to make good money, these people can very quickly feel threatened by neighboring shoppers, and some will sit and shop for an entire day, becoming territorial when others start to encroach on their space. Hey, hey! I'm looking at this one. Get out! And they have to box them out and that kind of stuff. Start with people's money, dude. They're so desperate to resell an item that looks valuable that they will sometimes pay people directly in order to transfer it over to their cart. This means they're willing to pay people to have something that still needs to be paid for inside the store. There are many stories of people stumbling across cold hard cash within these bins, like a woman who found $2,000 inside of a dirty jacket, or another customer finding $40,000 hidden inside of a used couch.
That's grandma's little nest egg.
I mean, how crazy is that? But you hear these stories, and of course people, they'll look through everything. I mean, spend meticulous hours digging through stuff in hopes of finding that. I mean, I would buy a couch, stab it open, and be like, at what point is it's worth it? Many bin shoppers advise people to check all the pockets of certain garments, as there's good chance that you might find hidden treasures. Because there's an unlimited potential for big finds like this, shoppers revert to their base instincts, doing whatever they can to survive in an environment reminiscent of the ruthless animal kingdom. Right? We're basically calling them like gorillas. We're calling them cavemen, I think is what we're saying. Hordes of people wait behind the doors until the very second they open, descending onto the products like pigs to a bright blue trough. Some stores have shoppers that are so feral that the staff has to scream, push, and shove in order to get them behind the designated line as they begin the next rotation of bins and items. Back! I'm like, crawling over. I want to look at that purse. I want to look at that purse. I like to think that the goodwill of like the staff too has like batons and we talked about the people earlier getting 22 cents an hour. Those are people at like retail stores. There's no way they're putting handicapped people in these bin spots, are they? I mean, it really, I mean, like pushing those bins, it reminds me of the Indiana Jones thing. The kids, the carts, whatever. I mean, it reads like, I mean, it looks like slave labor, dude. One poster online admits that he simply does not have the energy to rummage around the newer bins because aggressive shoppers will easily plow through you to get to them. He compares the experience to being a weak, injured animal forced to feast on the scraps left behind by a pack of vultures. He's like, God, dude, get over here. So I can't look through the Chicago Bulls jackets anymore. I'm like a little bird. He also vents about t-shirt bros, referring to vintage shirt-loving people between 18 to 30 that seem to travel in packs, which is true. That's like a huge thing online of people going in like garage sales and all kinds of stuff for vintage clothing nowadays. You know, it's just like a popular way to resell stuff online. And also, hype beast. Shopping alongside crowds like this often results in physical harm, something that online communities can endlessly attest to. And according to one man, an entire printer was thrown at him out of nowhere from an aggressive shopper. Some have even posted pictures of their injuries, like the woman who specifically shopped at the outlets with her mother in order to act as her bodyguard and protect her from overly aggressive shoppers. And one day, a woman purposely pushed a cart towards her, smashing it into her shin so badly that she almost threw up from the pain. She ended up giving up on returning ever again due to the fear of getting injured. Listen, dude, don't hate the players, hate the game, right? One disgruntled shopper explains how she was bitten by a crazy woman who wanted her to move away from an item she was reaching for. It's not uncommon for outlet shoppers to be threatened or attacked with blades either. In one instance, a man witnessed a shopper slash their own friend's neck over an item they both wanted. What? Another shopper saw a man sprinting around the store, swinging a machete at people. He had to be tackled by guards or removed from the store. In one story, a man found a mug with the words, "F you," on it. The man put it in his cart, only to be nearly stabbed outside by a meth head who was furious over him, taking all the good loot. Getting into pirate territory now. On many occasions, there have been full street fights outside the store due to disputes from competitive shoppers. Even young kids will get into aggressive confrontations over minor disputes, and one shopper was shoved by a Gen Z kid who wanted to grab an item, only for an older man to retaliate by flipping him like a quarter and knocking the wind out of him. People that are experienced Goodwill pickers know that it's important to bring a large blanket or other type of material to cover the items in the cart when they step away to dig into the bins. Otherwise, you can run the risk of a shopper seeing your haul and stealing from your cart when your back is turned. I bet you there's shoppers that bring baby diapers. They're wearing diapers. Some people will even shamelessly engage in a tug of war with a complete stranger for a garment if it is potentially worth anything, either to them or monetarily. Stealing is a rampant issue to the point where some people will crowd around the exits just to swipe things out of your hands. Like how the people are like, the Goodwill staff are like, whoa, what can we do? They're here to stay. Things can escalate even further when shoppers encounter organized groups of people that show up with the goal of dominating the entire store. This is detailed in a wild story by an outlet shopper. They were delighted to find a selection of designer products in the bins right for the taking. Oh, out of nowhere, 5 or 6 overweight women entered the store. Uh-oh, overweight women? 5 or 6 overweight women enter the store alongside a man that supposedly, this is what they're reporting, he reeked of. They started targeting random groups of people and harassing them. The shopper even overheard the smelly ringleader directing the large woman to shove older people out of the way.
Ew, shove him.
Falls over. Their goal was to intimidate the more reserved people so nobody would come for their items they wanted. When someone tried to approach them, they seemingly pretended to be deaf and started acting confused about what was going on around them. Huh? What? Are you holding me? Yeah, you probably could do without that, but shoppers aren't even allowed to film inside the store. People suspect that it's not just to preserve people's privacy, but to persuade people not to show just how chaotic the outlets on a day-to-day basis are. Also, I think too, because there's so much broken glass, there's illegal shit you could find, all kinds of stuff. I think that if you were able to record stuff and you were able to do that, I think that there's more legal cases that could show up as well. You could cut your hand on glass, or you could find drugs. I know I think Adam or Mariah, she found a gun. Some people will sneak in cameras to make videos showcasing the life of a Goodwill reseller. But not all the people at a Goodwill outlet are aggressive. And in fact, some are just straight up odd. There are people that would enter the store specifically to pick up and smell the dirty underwear, having zero intention to actually buy any of the products. One man in particular made people so uncomfortable that he was banned from the store.
That's fucked up.
No, it's not. To go in there and be like,
he's not hurting anyone.
Yes, you are.
He's what?
Like, in a way, he's hard for sure. There's no way he's like, oh, I mean, like, come on. He's probably like, oh, of course you'd be like, oh, come on. You can't smell some used panties? He's like, uh-oh, period panties. Puts it over his head. Walk around. He's like, they call him Frankenstein. One freaking shopper recounted a man that would show up just to sniff the used bedding and furiously masturbate on them almost every night. How about that one, Nick?
Well,
how about that one?
That's different.
Well,
if you're masturbating, that's different.
What do you think? The guy's going, he is hard. Does it not make you uncomfortable that a guy is hard, actively hard? If I told you right now when I was recording, I'm like, I record only when I'm hard. That'd be a workplace.
If that's
we need to put a curtain on your door or something. There needs to be, you need a lock on your door.
How many people, like when you go to Costco, how many people you think are hard?
I would assume not a lot.
But they're out there to roam free.
Okay, let me tell you the difference. This, if you went to Costco, if somebody went up to like a panty section, a guy, he had a Costco dog and he was eating, he was is that something where you're like, well, that guy should probably not be doing that?
Now.
Well, okay. Well, now the puzzle's kind of creating a bit of a picture for me. What are you talking about?
In Costco, that's weird. I just feel like in the outlets.
In the outlet, to me,
it's trash. It's trash.
But see, that's what makes it even weirder, is that they're dirty clothes and he's going in and smelling them. That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be thrown away anyway. Who's buying used panties at the outlets?
I'm not advocating that it's not trash. I'm just saying that a man going in there and only smelling panties, that's a character I probably wouldn't want around myself or anybody else.
You've kind of changed my mind.
Twisted my arm. Anyways, the guy who masturbates on beddings, on many occasions, he would go until completion, only seeing him get chased out on one occasion by angry staff members. One time. Other times, people are just like, okay, that's a hazard zone. Throw your jacket over that.
See, that's a biohazard, because now if someone touches that,
we're done. Some customers would enter the store for no reason other than to pee all over the items and leave right away, which is kind of fucked up. What do you get out of that? Besides, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a lay epic troll, but like what?
It's like a dog dominating their space.
Because people shoot their loads on people, or they pee on people sometimes, and I think it's like a sexual thing too. To me, it's all sexual. One man attempted to rob the store of multiple shirts by putting them all on at the same time, and a staff member watched him put on 13 shirts before trying to inconspicuously leave the store. I like how he's like walks in super skinny, walks out, and he's like,
do you think the staff member's like, I want to see how many shirts he can put on?
100%. When he was caught, he tried to play dumb until eventually giving up and taking off all the shirts, including the ones that belonged to him. He walked out of the store shirtless. I would too. I'd be like, I'm sorry, there you go. You guys can keep them, resell that one. My Tasmanian devil dressed up as Scarface shirt. You can keep that one. And according to one man, he saw a man buying a toilet seat with shit all over the bottom of it, holding it close while eating a donut. Even without the insane shoppers wreaking havoc, the outlet is plenty dangerous on its own. People often wear sturdy gloves due to the potential to touch drugs, broken glass, or other disgusting substances, pee, piss, whatever. pee and piss are the same thing, but many have reported finding mice dead and alive deep inside the bins. And in one instance, a live baby bat crawled out from under a used couch.
I thought I was going to say a live baby.
I was really hoping it was just going to end on baby. If anything, fuck it, keep baby. According to another post, a shopper was bumped by a woman's car only to have her hand slam into a broken glass and slice her thumb wide open. The shopper ran over to a first aid kit the staff had provided, only to find that it was completely empty. Oh, Because the items in the bins are not thoroughly checked, it can lead to some insane finds that can be extremely dangerous. One man opened a pocket knife that was covered in some sort of illicit substance that caused him to be high for several hours. Oh, is it a Coke knife?
Could be maybe LSD.
Something like that. If you open it, he's like, what is that?
Yeah, Coke makes sense.
Yeah, he sits there, he opens it up, he's like, whoa. Yeah, he didn't complain. On various other occasions, people have found loaded weapons. And in Miami, a shopper found a gun that he assumed was a toy. He started playing around with it, only to end up shooting someone for real.
How does that happen?
Oh, this has a good weight to it. Bang, 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 bang. What do you mean? I thought it was a toy. Yeah, right, dude.
I was going to say, that's just an excuse.
That's an excuse again. A lot of this stuff is definitely an excuse. Wait, this is real? In Florida, one shopper brought home a baby bouncer still in its original packaging. After gifting it to her friend during a baby shower, however, it was revealed to contain a Massberg 715T semi-automatic rifle. How'd you not know that? You know what I mean?
That's a good find, though. That's
a huge find. Actually, can I get that back? It's my baby's now. At one person's Goodwill, he watched someone discover a flare gun in the bins. He immediately grabbed it, pointed it at a ceiling, and shot it without second thought.
Mindless children.
It really is. Oh my God, what? Oh, it's real. Whoa. I like the idea of that's just an excuse for everything. Oh my God, wait, this is real?
To be fair, I feel like I would be one of those guys.
You are smelling panties and you're doing whatever the fuck you want in there, apparently. Another deadly weapon that people report finding on multiple occasions are live grenades. In Oregon, an entire building had to be shut down after a World War II era grenade was found in the bins. That is awesome. Do you think it was like the pipe bomb one? It's like a long and it has like the little thing at the end.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Maybe. Yeah.
Those are sick. I always like throwing those in video games.
That's World War II?
I think so.
That was World War I. I don't know.
Splitting hairs, dude. In Augusta, someone discovered a box containing military-grade grenades and mortars. A bomb squad had to come down to secure the items before they could potentially detonate. And there is no shortage of weird items that have been found at Goodwill outlets. People often find abundance of sex toys like dirty dildos, silicone asses, and blow-up dolls. And some people have even found used condoms. Adult diapers, full diapers, and fresh turds have been reported as well. Other strange finds consist of things like large glass jars filled with mercury, as well as bloody hospital gowns. How the fuck did that end up there? Also, mercury? Oh, the alchemist down the road donated all of his stuff to Goodwill. Given how insanely cheap it is to bring home massive amounts of products from Goodwill outlets, people have found that it is extremely dangerous for people with hoarding tendencies. People who have hoarders in their family despise Goodwill because of how it leads them to pile on more and more needless junk. But to be fair, you're going to find that junk anywhere. If it isn't a Goodwill, it's a trash can. It can be wherever.
Yeah, they're going to jump in a trash bin and get it.
It's a hoarder's paradise, but still, you can't point the finger there. You know, in talking about this Goodwill outlet thing, I had to go look for myself. Is it as crazy as people make it out to be? These people online, this culture, is it as crazy as they say? Well, we had to go find out for ourselves and see if we could find some sick stuff. So let's go.
We should leave $100 for them to fight.
These are one of the McDonald's buckets I didn't get.
Are you serious?
It's a boo bucket.
Oh, really?
There we go.
What do you think was in the boo?
Mousetrap. No.
Look, it fits.
Throw it on, dude. Throw it on.
It's too small. It won't work.
Sure, man. We got some nice flooring here for Nick's office.
Yeah, so I can play on the ground.
So you have tummy time in your room.
Hey, sir, there can't be any recording.
Oh, no. Okay.
Hey everyone, this is Adam at Creature Kid, and today we're talking about the Goodwill bins. My favorite place to shop that I try to get everyone to go shop at. Hunter and Nick like to make fun of me about the Goodwill bins, but my love and passion for it is more of salvaging things that are moments away from being thrown away. Some of the things we found over the past couple days, this is a tiny beautiful silver-plated piece here. This is probably 1920s. We're gonna use it for a movie prop, so it's exactly what we need. This tiny little violin here is about as tiny as it can get. This is a perfect prop we're gonna use that only cost a couple dollars. If you know Pokemon, you know what that is. Shadowless Blastoise. At a perfect time, we were working on a project that was The Thing influenced. This was in a box of DVDs. It's Pro-Life, which is a horror movie, autographed by John Carpenter right there. One of the weirder things is a gold tooth in the bottom of a purse. You see it with the root still on it. This beautiful watercolor painting. I mean, look at that. Insane. The only thing written on it is a little cutout, Angel's Cooking, Interior Living Room. That's from a script, right? Interior Living Room. It's a set. I figured out Angel's Cooking was a working title for a movie called We're No Angels, which is a Humphrey Bogart film from 1955. That would have been 10 minutes away from going into a dumpster. Let's look at what Maddie found today at the bins.
So I'm a huge fan of vintage luggage pieces. This is actually a vintage carry-on from Escort, which is a pretty cool luggage company. This weird little cowboy purse. This purse, which is very tacky, but it is Loungefly, and that is a really sellable brand if you're trying to like make an income off of resales. I think this is maybe one of my favorite pieces that I got today. It's a little Captain Caveman. You can always find really good office supplies, usually still sealed.
It's big pigtails, big bows, right, Nick? Dancing around. She drives cars that have her branding all over it and her face all over it. It's very eccentric and weird and very odd. I mean, very odd. I was trying to think about if I was a toddler. It's oddly very self-obsessive. I guess it's branding. Is it branding? She's like a pop star, right? Today's video is sponsored by War Thunder. War Thunder is a free-to-play multiplayer action game that lets you engage in dynamic battles around the world. Available on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Mac, deploy naval vessels, aircrafts, and vehicles on ground to conquer all. War Thunder perfectly captures the scale and sensation of fierce battles using military equipment. The graphics and physics of this game are incredible, and fans of military vehicles will be thrilled at how detailed every element of the game truly is. In War Thunder, all advanced military technologies are available, from guided missiles to smoke screens and night vision to drone strikes. And their new update, Alpha Strike, lets you experience Hungarian aviation with new equipment, both modern and classic. Take to their new map, North Holland, and bring your tanks to Red Light District, or have a dogfight just above the shopping center. Download War Thunder for free by using the link in the description. All new players and those who haven't played War Thunder for half a year or more will receive some special bonuses. Rentals for the P-40E1 aircraft and M4 tank for a week, along with free unique skins for them. A special decorator, Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, 3 premium vehicles for free, a week of premium account, and even more gifts. Hurry up, the American Vehicle bonus season ends soon. Thank you so much for War Thunder for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Hoorah. If you don't know JoJo Siwa, she got her start when she was 9 years old, appearing as a dancer on 2 seasons of the reality TV show Dance Moms.
Next we have JoJo.
Look at this young JoJo Siwa.
It was good. She was possessed. It was good. Well, if you're so good, you don't really need to be a part of the Ivy League Dance Company. She deserves to be on the pyramid. She was in the group dance. She deserves nothing.
This show is so fucking stupid.
Well, if you yell at me, I'm gonna cry.
Get out. Let's go. Let's go. Go.
Is there really anything self-redeemable about like child pageantry or child dance shows? What do you think the minimum age for dance shows should be for a child? How about 16? You're able to drive yourself to the show at least. You have at least the conscious enough to be able to put the goddamn car and drive and go. And in 2015, she launched her YouTube channel, and after gaining a huge children audience, she appeared on various Nickelodeon shows and movies and made kids music. She exploded into the kids sphere of media and became a goddamn child pop icon.
Make some noise for JoJo Siwa!
Boomerang is one of her most listened to songs with almost 1 billion views on YouTube. What the hell is this, dude? She's rolling up with a goddamn lifted car. This is odd. I don't really care about what they say. I'm gonna come back like a boomerang. You know what's kind of weird is that the Karma lyrics read kind of similar. I don't really care about what they say. It feels like Nickelodeon music. If I was a little kid. Ooh, ooh, ah. oh, ooh, ooh, oh. She's doing her thing. She's gonna come back like a boomerang. And in 2017, JoJo won the Best Viral Music Award at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award. I was still surprised to hear that that's like a coveted reward. JoJo has described herself as being a quote-unquote a giant toddler. And up until she was 18, she kept up the leotards and matching bows like a goddamn Toontown character. This is known as the JoJo with a Bobo era. You know, I wonder why a lot of the time I make these videos myself. I'm not sure. It's my job. What am I supposed to do? Her name was so synonymous with bows that she reportedly sold over 80 million bows from her JoJo Siwa product line. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
How is that actually possible? How much money do you think she gets per bow? How much do the bows go for? If I was in the bow game, I'd be a lot more happy. My net worth would be way up. JoJo's net worth is currently at $20 million after launching numerous merchandise targeted at children. You know, the Jake Paul, the Paul brothers told us back in the day, buy that merch. All I want for Christmas is that Jake Paul merch. The kids got the money. Here's the thing about YouTubers and influencers alike who have children audiences. The parents are so annoyed. It's the next evolutionary step of giving your child an iPad, is buying them merch just so they'll shut the hell up. It goes, shit out your mom's pussy, iPad, YouTube merchandise, and then you get a car, you get a driver's license. That feels like the natural evolution to me. For a while now, she has been a big name in the children's entertainment, but guess what? Today's video is all talking about a thing that just happened. And let me show you what happened. I'm just gonna, sorry about this. Ah! No! No! JoJo, no! Ah! JoJo showed up to the iHeartRadio Music Awards looking like this, like Gene Simmons or a version of Kiss.
I have already shit every brick possible that I got none left in me.
Looking like this to promote her new song entitled Karma, which came out on the 5th of April. Remember, the 5th of April. Pretty sure that's what Guy Fawkes said, I'm almost positive. After the last few years, she's attempted to rebrand herself as a mature adult and to distance herself from her old image, much like Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana, and now she's swinging with wrecking balls and she's showing her pussy on stage with Robin Thicke. I might be going deaf, I might be going blind, but maybe I'm out of my mind. I remember when Miley Cyrus twerked on stage with that, I was like, that's not Hannah Montana. I thought we were having a party in the USA. No, Miley, no! Which, you know, Miley has obviously very successfully transitioned from child star.
I used to strip naked, completely naked into Cracker Barrel when I was age of 3 and like roll around on the ground.
Into pop icon, very hard to do. And JoJo is trying to climb that mountain right as we speak. I will say she's trying to distance herself from her old image, but she still narcissistically drives cars with her face on it. I don't know how well that holds up with branding for an adult. That would just have a normal car. Because also, if you're ever a dick in traffic, there's like a video I'm pretty sure of her cutting off someone in traffic.
JoJo see you bullying us over here.
These people are just gonna know it's you. I don't know. I'm trying to think about if JoJo see whatever cut me off. I would fucking smash my car into the side of that dumbass. Is that a I can't tell what kind of car that is.
Prius.
It's not a Prius, dude. You cut her off, dude. Oh, whatever, dude. It looked like she was just merging. People are so fucking over dramatic. But in 2022, she cut off her hair, which meant no more fucking ponytails. The ponytails are gone, Nick.
It's kid shit.
But no one saw this coming. No one saw this tidal wave of her next evolutionary step, which was a big one. It was that, I would say it was comparable. I know she says in some stuff that she takes influences from Miley Cyrus in that transition, and it was a bold step. With TikTok and the internet, they're dragging that bitch left and right. She dropped the Karma music video.
I was a bad girl, I did some bad things, I swear I did it all for fun.
This shit's damn near, is borderline explicit. Got this lonely ass islands, a CG mess. She's basically, I'm just gonna play this part, it's unbelievable.
It never happened, it was.
I mean, the humping is so unnecessary. All right, so the first lyrics to this song are, I'm a bad girl, I did some bad things. Let me tell you something. I really have no easy way to say this, so I'm just gonna go out and say it. I've met some rough lesbians in my day. I mean, they called them in the lesbian community, they called them Rottweilers. I'm a bad girl, I've done some bad things. I can tell already JoJo Siwa has not eaten pussy before. She's come out of the closet, she's talking about this whole album's about queer pop and that she's changed her identity. There's no way that's a rug muncher. I've seen some Rottweilers, dude. Motherfucker's got chapped lips. I'm looking at that, she has the same teeth as like Joe Biden. She's got some crazy veneers for like a 20-year-old. Some crazy.
$50,000 veneers.
They're $50,000 for veneers. That's what in her mouth.
She said.
It's that bow money, dude.
Most expensive thing I'm wearing my teeth. Cost me 50 grand.
Dude, if I had 50 grand, I'd fix these donkey teeth I have. These fucking absolute chompers, dude. This razor wire in my mouth. Hell yeah, I would do that. Are you kidding me? If you're gonna lie about this thing about being a like crazy lesbian pop star and stuff like that, chap the lips up a little bit. Just a little bit. A little more aged. Get a little sandpaper, a little DW40, just right. No big deal. Also, I'm pretty sure this whole song is about how she cheated on somebody.
Karma's a bitch. Get back at her.
What's that mean? Where so the whole thing is about Karma's a bitch getting back at her, even though she cheated on somebody? Or she did bad things before and somebody cheated on her. I don't know.
Let's go to genius.com and see.
Should we? Let's look at it, dude.
Ew, good morning. Every single Steven was up in this entire little neighborhood.
Okay, I was a bad girl. I did some bad things. I swear I did it for fun and it meant nothing. It never happened. It was a secret. Okay. Like when a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. Another late night, another crazy mood, and I didn't think twice what it would do to you. Cheating. I was a wild child, you always knew it. The bitch sells bows at Walmart. I was a wild child, you always knew it. Karma's a bitch, I should have known better. If I had a wish, I would have never effed around. I would have never effed around. Can't just say f***ed around on your coming out album.
She's not that old. She's 20.
She's 20.
She can't say the F word yet.
If I had a wish, I would have never fucked around. Why not, dude? I like how you kind of squinted, like you were like, no. When I saw the pics of you and her, I felt the knife twist. Karma's a bitch, and she's with you right now. You know what it is? She cheated on the girl. The girl left her for another person. It checks out, dude. It's a catchy ass song. I'm supposed to tell you. There's a lot of people coming after her, dude. Her bad dancing. Sure. It's very aggressive. It's way too aggressive. There's a lot of videos of her online where she's doing it in her rehearsals, and it's just like, goddamn, dude. To have that young neck again. I remember when I was at metal shows and I would headbang like this. I mean, that bitch is thrashing and bashing, dude. It's a Rottweiler in the making. She put a little warning label. It says, warning, the following content is not made for children and may be disturbing or offensive to some viewers. May contain, I like it may contain sexual themes. Just say it contains sexual themes, violence, strong language, traumatic scenarios, and flashing lights. Viewer discretion is advised. Jesus Christ, what the f are you getting ready to post, dude? It's a goddamn music video. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen other child stars attempt the quote-unquote go bad and break free from the childhood image, right? Miley Cyrus did the same back in 2013. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Olivia Rodrigo. Olivia Rodrigo is even dipping a toe towards being edgy with her songs about breaking up with boys and letting be with the girls and being free. Yeah, that's why if I ever had a kid, I'm just like, we're not even gonna start with all this pussy shit, dude. We're going straight to the source. Have my kid do lines and lines of coke. Start singing about that. And start boxing, cockfighting, fight some chickens, fight a baby, and fight a lethal rooster. I don't think the baby wins that.
A baby versus a rooster? Yeah.
Yeah, a baby versus a rooster and a cockfighting rooster.
That rooster will tear that.
You don't think you think so?
Yeah.
Okay, what if it was like, what if it's a 1-year-old? Would a 1-year-old beat a cockfighting rooster?
Does the 1-year-old also have like those little punching bags?
Just their hands. I'm thinking that a child could not beat a rooster until they're 5, but my kid will be able to beat a rooster whenever they're 3.
You'll be training.
Yes, and they'll sing about it, and will be their first. That'll be their first hit. Cockfight. But it's just about having the gall to be able to grab that little muff by the throat, stop him, and it's probably gonna claw at you. And you know what? People like to make fun of JoJo singing because of this clip of her in the car. Granted, I wouldn't have posted it, but at the same time, dude, hard song.
You are still a traitor.
Gotta breathe, dude. She's getting ready to pass the f out, dude. All red in the face. What's the song she can sing, dude? Come on.
Oh my god, she's raspy today.
Oh my god, she's raspy today. But the reason people are so mad is because the way she's been acting and speaking on this promotional tour she's on, and it has been an onslaught of cringe. She's making it so we cannot look away, and to me that is not fair. Every pop person that you see, for the majority of the part, I know there's gonna be some people that, no, they write their own music, has people that write it for them. They buy songs, they do all kinds of shit. People give each other songs. It's the name of the game. And I don't fault the people for playing the game and making this generic music or anything like that. Whatever, dude. If it's catchy, and if it makes you a bunch of fucking money, then who cares? Whenever you go on a whole onslaught about how this album is about your transformation as a person, it's about you coming out, it's about artistic flavor and Basically putting yourself out there and saying that you're a very, I guess, honest and reputable person. To me, I'm like, you better have something to be able to back it up. And this cringy campaign is like a horrible, horrible car wreck, okay? Hard to look away. Very, very hard to look away. From the WWE Kiss-inspired makeup, you know, even though she doesn't know who Gene Simmons is. Which is like, I get people are young, but it's like, you haven't heard Gene Simmons one time? You're wearing this outfit and you haven't heard of Gene Simmons once in your life? Granted, Gene Simmons is a fucking dick. Say what you will about Kiss. I like a couple Kiss songs. Would I ever want to hang out with him in a room? Oh, absolutely not. No, sir. But I would at least put a little respect on Gene Simmons' name. But there's just been a lot of cringe, dude. I mean,
I'm calling the people in the Titanic submarine. The situation, the submersible, that whole thing. I'm calling them.
it's like giving a TikTok account to a 98-year-old man. It's gonna end in some kind of misery, dude. That's what I feel like with these. It's just so aggressive, dude. Be gentler on your neck. I have no real other way of saying this besides just saying, like, if you want to dance, your dance, it's whatever. It's just an objectively not good dance. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's just kind of a shitty, stupid looking dance. Oh, there you go. This person's dancing. Looks nice. You know what it is, dude? And I get this thing too. It's those stiff bones, dude. If I did the dance too, it'd probably look a lot like it. JoJo is leaning on Karma to signify her bad girl turn. This is a big pivotal moment in a pop star's career that this is a make or break moment. This is the moment where do people take you seriously or are you just a little goofball that still sells bows at Walmart? This is also her artistic expression, even though a company paid for everything. She didn't make any of her actual songs. She had a choreographer make and fabricate everything that she's doing.
I am giving the world art.
It's her coming out album, Nick. Who she is as a person. No one's done queer pop. No one ever. And to have someone like JoJo come out and change the game and give these people a voice and be able to step forward for what their changes as a human being is truly admirable. And I'm just so glad that she's brought this music to light, this new genre of music that has never existed before. Ever. Not one time. Literally just happened in the year 2024. Wow. Yeah. Take that, George Bush. But things got worse when JoJo told Billboard in an interview that she wants to make a new genre of music called gay pop.
I first signed with Columbia. I said, I want to start a new genre of music. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, it's called gay pop. And they were like, what's that? And I was like, it's like K-pop, right? But it's gay pop.
And this is her trying to clarify this statement because that shit took the storm here.
I gotta ask you with the gay pop.
Yes.
A lot of people have come for you. Do you retract what you said? Have you
Why did people come for me for that? Literally, what did I say? Here's the thing. I'd be like, I support world peace. And the world would be like, you.
Do you think anybody would actually say you're an asshole for saying I want world peace? You're an asshole! Maybe she wants to put a little respect on gay pop. People are all upset about it. I mean, it's an ignorant thing to say.
That sounds like Forrest Gump right there.
It's an ignorant thing to say. That's what JoJo C was started talking about gay pop. You know, man, Mama said life's like a gay pop CD. You don't know which track you gonna get. It's just another tone-deaf thing about, like, you just assume people don't know that Freddie Mercury is gay. The guy who died of literal AIDS during the AIDS crisis. Lady Gaga. I mean, like, dude, I'm like all kinds of shit. The entire 80s were filled with gay pop. You know what I mean? But after coming out as a lesbian in 2021, JoJo is making that a big part of her identity during her rebrand. Initially, she came out as pansexual, which Miley also did in 2016. JoJo, you think we don't see you trying to be Miley, bitch?
This song is special. Karma is special. I was very afraid of the lyrics of Karma. I wasn't ready to say I was a bad girl.
I wasn't afraid to say I was a bad girl, dude. I'm telling you. There's no way that she has actually cheated on anyone, too. The Karma is a scrapped Miley Cyrus song from 2012 that she bought and seemingly changed one word to. Out of the entire song she's had for how many years now? 4 years? Oh, there's a breakdown of the song? What the fuck?
This is how it went down with my new song and music video, Karma. This song is so special.
She keeps saying that's so special.
I knew that I wanted this song to be not only a part of my life, but part of my life in such a massive way, in such a big picture.
It's the same shit with like the Vogue 73 question thing, whatever. These fucking celebrities just have a literal script that they work off of because they can't just have a genuine moment ever. If you're reiterating the same thing over and over again, or if like you have a script that you're paid for, whatever, but it's insane to go on these shows and regurgitate the same thing over and over again. You don't have one other thing to say about this breakout song, Karma. This song that's supposed to be your literal transition from child to an adult, basically, like in terms of how people perceive you. And it's just the exact same thing reiterated over and over again. It's just like disgusting. Honestly, it makes me fucking disgusted. Some kind of fucked up dance here, just like you're grinding on somebody. Have you seen any like pop music video in the last fucking 30 years? People are popping their pussies all over the place. Watch one Ice Spice video. She'd probably get all bricked up over that, wouldn't she? Yeah. God, man. Whoa! Which there is another artist named Britt Smith who sang the exact same song back in 2012. JoJo confirmed the song was never another pop star's, as Karma is the brainchild of the producing team Rock Mafia, who created hits for Miley, Selena Gomez, and Demi Lovato, among others. She defended, quote, "I didn't steal anything. There's no such thing as stealing. I also don't know who Britt Smith is." What a bitch. You can't just be like, yeah, it's her song. Pop artists buy songs all the time. Just be, yeah, I bought her song. Thought it was great. I thought it was applicable to my life. Even if is that even a genuine feeling? Or did my team say that my transition into an adult and being gay, is this also a fabrication? I don't know. Conspiracy Meat? New series, Conspiracy Meat? This song is supposed to be so special to her and whatever else, and it's a JoJo Siwa song, right? It's unbelievably frustrating because you're saying the song's about cheating on an ex and your ex getting together with somebody else, and it's about this queer identity that's coming together, and I want people to take me seriously. I'm an adult, and I want them to know I'm artistic and talented. But the entire song that you bought is fabricated. It's wrote by someone else. There's not an original thought going through your goddamn head. And the craziest part is she's being rewarded for it. Over and over again! It's insane! It's absolutely crazy! Think about every other artist on planet Earth right now who's made a song over some kind of expression. It could be about anything. I wanna die. At least it's their own thought. It's at least it's an semblance of a piece of their human story that's put down into song, even if it fucking sucks. At least it's their own. If this was the same thing, I'd be like, hey, it's just about a person who's just, you know what, they like to eat pussy sometimes, or used to be a child star, now they're a big pop star. Ooh, they're an adult pop star. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. If you're a young and impressionable kid, what does this do? What does this do for you?
Tell you to lie.
Trust me, just lie and buy your way through anything. You can do anything in life if you just lie your way through it. JoJo has said Miley Cyrus is her idol, and no one from her generation has had a career flip like Miley Cyrus has.
No one has made, in my generation, this extreme of a switch. And I am the first in the generation. It is very scary, but someone's got to do it.
She also said that she is honored that people are comparing her to the new Miley Bangers moment. Who's doing that, dude? To which people scoffed because, you know, who the fuck? No one has made that comparison besides her own. I think she really wants people to be like, this is a lot like Miley Cyrus's transformation. But even if Miley Cyrus bought those songs too, it's at least just a more honorable, more divisive approach, right? I don't know if people really remember that shit back in the day. That shit was kind of fucked up. The bitch was singing about partying in the USA, and all of a sudden she's like chopped her hair off. She's swinging around half naked, kind of going full blown here. She's a bad girl. But we already knew that. Miley, not JoJo. All of this has caused numerous groans from the internet because of JoJo's delusion and audacity. She's been doing all these cringy, almost shit-posting troll masterful classes. I want to see a little masterclass. Masterclass, JoJo Siwa shit trolling online. This week she called the paparazzi on herself exiting a sex shop with penis plushie to get into her JoJo Siwa car wearing her JoJo Siwa shirt. So she called the paparazzi on herself? And the thing too about it is that this might be a successful marketing campaign. I know people are gonna be like, it's only so popular because people keep talking about it. The girl is gonna get paid regardless. The thing about it is that this is an absolute shit show travesty, which granted, is it going to affect her career negatively? I think so. I think that it's gonna be hard because this is the first big one, but then guess what? People are gonna get tired really quick and it's gonna be just a flash in the pan is what I would say. Watch this like 6 years from now, she's like a fucking Grammy award winning artist. Which the whole thing too is it's the same same kind of criticism we had with J-Lo's thing of it's a person who is completely disassociated from reality.
If you know, you know.
And now they are like making music for the quote unquote real people that she still feels connected to, even though like her brain could not even comprehend that she is so far down another path, which is fine. But goddamn, just have some semblance of humanity. You don't have to be with the regular poors anymore, dude. And the poors and the regular people, it's not the same ball field. You're dressing up as Gene Simmons and dancing. You get millions of dollars, and you have a rap carve your face. You think regular people are doing that? You think that's something that people are just like, hey, that's me? Are you sure? I don't think so. Best gay cousin ever. That's a fucking baller shirt. I actually have that exact same shirt and the exact same size in my house. But the iHeart carpet wasn't on the only place that JoJo has been pulling stunts, which, dude, this is a classic.
Dream guest on my podcast?
Okay, why the frick did Kiss Ross
Oh, dude, people are rolling this bitch like crazy, dude. Why is her voice so raspy? Is that forced, you think? Is it too much singing? Like her throat's thrashed? Now she sounds like kind of like a chain smoker. Or kind of like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Like kind of like a surfer bro.
Dream guest on my podcast?
Dream guest on my podcast? That's radical.
It's very catchy. The problem is, every part is catchy. It's like all of a sudden your head will be like, I was a bad girl. Karma is a bitch. It's like all of a sudden your brain, there's multiple parts.
The self-centered narcissism is just fucking unbelievable. I also love how important celebrities make themselves out to be. Your entire existence is fabricated and propped up on like millions of dollars of record deals that have completely fabricated your entire existence. And then, yeah, they're just like, no one is really doing it like I am. We talk a lot about cringe on this channel. We talk a lot about what's going on the internet today, and this is just one thing that's happening in a moment that will pass by, much like a dying star in our universe. It will just shoot by and it'll be done. But for now, I think it's something that's really pretty fascinating, but it also just goes to show how much celebrities are up their own ass. Everything that a celebrity does, especially in pop music and stuff, is so fictitious. It's a lie, it's a ruse. Everything that a celebrity does, especially a musician, is fabricated through millions of dollars of teamwork to manipulate you into liking the music, especially young, impressionable audiences. I think with this Karma song, she's talking about how she wants to grow up, but really she's just taking the fan base that she has grown up with, and she is trying to still monetize them and milk them like little pay cows that they are. Because then whenever they sit there, they can't say, oh, JoJo, that's for babies now. Now they can still like it and be like, no, she's making real adult stuff now, and I'm an adult. I need to be taken seriously. It's a cringy thing. Is she winning in the marketing game? Absolutely. Has she done anything to artistically prove herself as a musician? Absolutely not. So we shall see. It's a little piece of cringe that I had to see and I enjoyed, and I hope you got to enjoy it as well. I appreciate you all for stopping by and watching this video today. I love you very much. Bye-bye.
Karma's a bitch, I should've known better. If I would've known, I would've never left her around. JoJo Siwa's my queen. I love JoJo Siwa.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about the wealthy, baby. But here's the thing. They're hiding in plain sight. You ever see a beautiful, beautiful woman, but it looks like she's dressed like a Native American woman? Oh. You ever see a poor kid on the streets of Portland walking around with the newest and latest tech, yet he looks like a poor piece of shit? Well, you, my friends, might have come in contact with a Trustafarian. Ah, Trustafarians. A beautiful new slang that's come up. Trustafarians is one of my new favorite things to happen online right now. But you're probably thinking to yourself, now Hunter, what exactly is a Trustafarian? Well, let me tell you. A Trustafarian is a wealthy young person who adopts an alternative lifestyle incorporating elements from non-Western cultures. You ever see a bunch of white bitches walking around with headdresses or some shit? Yeah, Nick has. He's like, oh, baby, the dating apps are full of them. It's basically rich kids cosplaying as poor, you know what I mean? Van life. They only walk with their bare feet. You know what I'm talking about? It's just the little things that build up, which, you know, you've probably seen this little hippie duo dancing around that people make a lot of funny memes on. Me and my friends pretend to be poor to go to Coachella. These people have wealthy parents or some kind of wealthy support system that is funding their, you know, holistic, down-to-earth lifestyle because they're so hip. But really, there's no repercussions because they know they got mommy or daddy's bank account to back them up. They don't need to worry about stable jobs, which means they have all the time and money in the world to travel and meditate and work on their art, all while giving you advice from the comfort of their tricked out, expensive van. It's always very convenient for people to talk about how easy their life is without being off the grid. I get to meditate and I don't have to work a stable job. I just have my van. Also, my dad has extremely deep pockets with BlackRock. Why go to the CEO's BlackRock's house for Thanksgiving dinner? It doesn't matter. Let me tell you, how can you get in with your inner chakra? Says Becky from Los Angeles, California. How do I get into my chakra? Can someone help me access that, please? These people have adopted counterculture as their identity, defined by hedonism and the lack of structure or drive. Oh, essentially what I'm saying is they're modern day hippies. Oh. No one likes hippies, dude. I don't think hippies like hippies, honestly. It's completely defined by drug use or asocial behaviors and privilege. Which every time I hear the word fucking privilege now, I want to take these long-ass gross fingernails of mine and drive them into my fucking eye sockets and pull them out. It's the only real word that defines the idea of like the kind of power that they actually have. Then they're trying to be like, it's all, look at, I mean, come on, man, whenever.
Dad, can you deposit $40,000 in my bank account? Thank you.
Who is this?
This also translates very well into voluntourism. Another quirky little saying, which is wealthy kids volunteering abroad. Using the aspect of volunteering at various places across the world, it's like vacationing and patting yourself on the back, which is pretty funny. It's sold to wealthy kids as an opportunity to change the world and discover yourself all at the same time. You get to clean up something and you get to find out a better person for yourself, right? It doesn't sound too bad on paper, but then you kind of like look into it and the opportunities are all manufactured situations of poverty and need, advertised to wealthy Western kids as opportunities for growth and appeal in college admission projects. So literally, it's all fabricated, like fucking Westworld or something like that, all for kids to be like, God, I'm such a good person, as they fly back on their private jet. It just looks good on paper for like Harvard applications or other kind of like elite school applications. It's all bullshit. Today's video is sponsored by our partners at Factor. Are you looking to eat healthier but don't have the time? Well, Factor is here for you. Factor subscription service that brings nutritious meals to your door. All you need is 2 minutes to heat, eat, and enjoy. Factor has been my go-to dinner when I'm working at the studio. I like it because the food is restaurant quality, but it's quick and easy to clean up. Plus, Factor is flexible, so I can adjust my order size as I need to, without any hassle. And with over 35 meals to choose from each week and specialty options like keto, calorie smart, and vegan, you're sure to find a dish that works for you. During the week, it's hard to keep up with everything, so skip the grocery store line, the prep work, and cooking fatigue, and get Factor. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code PAPAMeat50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month's orders. That's code PAPAMeat50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. Thank you so much, Factor, for sponsoring this video. And back to the video. The work is fake, the situations are manufactured, and the expenses to the travelers or these kids, they're big, they're a lot. I mean, talking about like spending $6,000 to go help somebody volunteer, spending an extreme amount of money to pretend to go cosplay as a good person. When I say it like that, it's really funny. It's really funny, but at the same time, so up. And the profits and money generated to help the poverty-stricken situations they're in are rarely, if ever, given to the actual cause that they're helping, which is a lot of charities, but still, it's just voluntourism. It feels like other areas too where people get to go on social media and be like, we're actually going to clean up this river and do this kind of thing. We're gonna go here to help. Which there's a little meme here that I thought was pretty funny. It's the Rich Suburban Kid Spiritual Transformation Starter Pack. I know some people like this, which is rich kid, smokes a lot of pot, comes from a really good family, becomes woke, quits job, still rich. Just want to put that, still rich, grows a man bun. This is the real essential starter. When the man bun kicks in, I need a man bun, man. As soon as I have a fucking man bun, we're starting a cult in this bitch. You hear me?
Meat cult?
Money. Money, 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 money. Takes year-long vacation to India, becomes Buddhist, tells everyone on Facebook how he doesn't believe in possessions on his iPhone, runs out of money, moves back home, continues to make posts about awareness. This cycle is cyclical. Sometimes you move back home and it all starts again. Smoke the pot, go, you know, it all happens. Maybe at some point when he turns Buddhist, he cuts off the man bun, regrows it, then goes back to India. There are some people we wanted to talk about in this. There are the cornerstones of the Mount Rushmore of Trustafarians, which first off, we'll start off with probably the head eagle, the head shaman of it all, which is Shannon Blake. You've probably seen
this beautiful woman pop up on your time.
Oh, Shannon Blake. Oh, I tell you what, no wonder. Well, looking up Shannon Blake tickets on Ticketmaster, no wonder those motherfuckers are sold out. Looking how she dresses on stage, god damn. Hey, my ass became a whole lot more spiritual after looking up some Shannon Blake songs, god damn. And it's after she had a child, which, listen up, ladies, there's really no excuse. Show the picture of Shannon Blake, there's no excuse that you fucking have a kid, you can't have a body like that. And I'll stand by that. Not a single stretch mark. How's that possible, Nick?
Cocoa butter.
Cocoa butter, holistic teachings. Which is like, I smoked the ayahuasca with the shaman. I don't know, it doesn't matter. But Shannon Blake is a shining example of true Trustafarianism culture, adopting bits and pieces of third world countries as their persona, mixing it together into an amalgamation of neo, folk, urban, bardic, LSD, kratom fever. Apparently it's ayahuasca. What the fuck is ayahuasca, actually?
It's a plant.
Is it just some other drug shit?
The shaman thing that will fucking destroy your mind.
You smoke ayahuasca to get the demons out of your head, but really it's just the fucking key that unlocks the door for them to come in.
It's actually a drink. You like drink it?
Oh, it's a drink.
I think so. Yeah.
Ayahuasca, dude. When are we gonna get some ayahuasca? Where's my chug jug? Need to get some ayahuasca chug jug. She's described as an e-girl conspiracy theorist. Her songs on TikTok have gone viral. This is the one that blew up and has hate baited everyone. Do you think this is for hate bait? She's like she wants. I think that she believes it.
It's genuine.
We probably can't play the song, but we can at least have the lyrics up here.
God, Shannon, what I wouldn't give to just be in that car with you.
That Holy Mountain white hat, though, is pretty crazy.
What's crazy is people love her music.
The biggest part of that, she's talking about using pyramids for time traveling. Yeah, you know what? So what? Shannon Blake likes to time travel with the fucking pyramids, dude. You know what? Have you drank the ayahuasca with the shamans in Peru?
I'm going to with her.
I'm going to in my dreams with her. This is me astral projecting myself front row at one of her concerts. Oh, dude, do your thing. Woo! I'm actually getting too sucked in. I'm feeling too much of the vibe, dude. She refers to her followers as little shroomies. She's a role model for countless wealthy kids who idolize her lifestyle. People, especially on Reddit and other places, are very quick to go to Shannon Blake and say that her parents are wealthy and that she comes from a place of privilege. How dare you, Shannon Blake? But actually, on contrary, that's not true. She made a post that said that for the people in the back, I'm Native American and Hispanic and Irish. What a crazy mix. Just a dash of Irish on top of that. I grew up in a family that speaks a fluent Spanish, visiting my relatives in Mexico, often eating homemade tacos. Why is that relevant? You know, your back's against the wall when you're just like, I'm a Hispanic and I eat homemade tacos, okay? No, okay, we went to Taco Bell once or twice, but it was just because it was around the corner. God. I grew up doing plant medicine, burning sage, doing sweat lodges and TPIS, and connecting with my ancestors as part of my culture. My great-great-grandfather was a famous Cherokee chief, so please stop telling me what their race is and what they can't do. You are unaware, that's offensive. If someone has light skin, blah, blah, blah. Being rude and disrespectful is offensive when you say those hateful things to other people. You know what? F***ing true. To give her credit, I want to say that I don't think that she's a rich kid. I will give Shannon Blake my undivided attention. I will. She's the perfect thing to actually inspire Trustafarian. She's up there. She's a tender, beautiful soul. She just uses kind of like a buzzword salad mix of, and it's all kind of the same kind of stuff, whatever. But, you know, she's doing her own thing. But that doesn't stop the fact that, you know what, she's the staple for what Trustafarians aim to be. With over 1.1 million followers on Instagram, Shannon Blake calls herself an affirmation musician full of vibes, positivity, and for only $12.50 a month, you can see her boobies. Should we say that? She does have an OnlyFans, so I bet she's doing pretty f***ing good. Star from the bottom, now we're here. Not Drake, though, because the security guard got shot or something. I would hate to be Drake right now. Who the fuck am I kidding? I would love to be Drake right now. Are you kidding me?
Well, he's being called out as a
Maybe I wouldn't like to be called Drake then right now. Her OnlyFans says get an uncensored look into her life. Foot emoji. Barefoot dancing naked in nature, yoga, hula hooping, and playing outdoors in the ocean, waterfalls, hot springs, mountains. So we got like $12.50 to spare, don't we?
Yeah, that's in the budget.
So that's a business expense, I'm pretty sure. Can we get the accountant on the phone? Can we just do just as an expense business? We can. Okay, cool. Which her aesthetic, I will say, it's drawn from several cultures like India, you know, island culture, Hawaii, Native American, you know, Druid kind of thing. Let's take a look in her home. Shannon Blake's house tour. Lake Tahoe. Oh, dude, living off Lake Tahoe? No one do that. OnlyFans. We gotta start an OnlyFans soon, dude. Something. How much money do you think realistically we could make?
Probably a lot.
Let me just say, do you think I can make at least $1 million?
Oh.
OnlyFans?
I don't know about that.
If you want to fucking put me down, feel free to put me down, but why don't you set me down gently next time, you son of a bitch? Sharon Blake's in Lake Tahoe. It's a fucking awesome house. Lake Tahoe, it's gonna be fucking beautiful. Good genetics, man, that's all you need. Good genetics. We got didn't we? Hey, you're a good looking guy. I got my dog mother and my bullfrog dad. Which these are some other cosplayers who kind of go in this way, which is Connor Sullivan. He shows himself traveling around impoverished areas of India, despite the fact that he's obviously got a good personal guard and private transportation. His entire journey is just sightseeing the poor. And Drew Binsky, who talks about how he got diarrhea from eating Indian food and, you know, doing that, and how Indian people thought he looked funny because he's different. Trubinsky, the naked guru. Expat moved to Thailand, talks about why everyone is leaving. Lost LeBlanc, one of many YouTubers who travel around the world and show off all the fun things they can do for cheap. Dollar dinners and dangerous backpacking, baby. Yeah! Get the f out of my way, poor person. Get her! Backpacking bananas. Solo woman traveling through Istanbul, Turkey. She's really, really brave. Very brave. She knows no Turkish. She goes through her budget here.
In 30 days, I spent 21,000 Turkish lira. I paid 850 lira for the tandem skydive. I did 2 fun dives and this cost 500 lira. 600 lira on my very first hotel, and this room was 834 lira per night.
People ask, why do they do this? Why go through the struggle of all this, right? 1, the spiritual journey. You gotta get connected with your chakra, with God, the universe. Right? Which volunteerism, for only $3,000 you can volunteer at an orphanage, teach English, and help build a school, all while being entertained by locals, going on safaris, and enjoying local culture. Doesn't sound too bad. According to the NPR, the youth travel industry is booming and currently valued at an estimated $173 billion.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Which it usually results in something like this. Okay, well, why does the beat actually kind of hit so hard, though? Am here dancing. That is really Pog, and I do like that. So she just go around teaching people dances in impoverished countries? They're like, that was so fun. She's like, don't touch me! After the shoot, has hand sanitizer.
At least these kids are making money through TikTok, right?
Oh, sure. I'm sure she's definitely sharing her wealth from TikTok to those people. Building a library. One of the tasks is building sites for betterment and enrichment. Oftentimes, these sites have rich Western kids acting on sites where their construction work is so poor that the actual laborers come in at the end of the day to redo everything they did. The act of building is purely superficial. They're doing nothing better to help the kids. I tell you what, we're really railing into these motherfuckers, aren't we? Taken from Pippa Biddle's blog about her experience. Our mission while at the orphanage was to build a library. Turns out that we, a group of highly educated private boarding school students, were so bad at the most basic construction work that each night the men had to take down the structurally unsound bricks we had laid and rebuild the structure so that when we woke up in the morning, we would be unaware of our failure. It is likely that this was a daily ritual. Us mixing cement and laying bricks for 6+ hours, them undoing our work after the sunset, relaying the bricks, and then acting as if nothing had happened so the cycle could continue. That is unbelievable. And a lot of the things that are donated, like bundles of goods, are often sold or given away to friends and family of managers, because if the kids have nice bedding and toys, then nobody will want to actually give them anything. So they actually just take the good shit, like, I don't know, like a fucking Turbo Man action figure, and they're like, get that out of here. We actually need other shit. In countries like Uganda, thriving textile and clothing markets were driven out of business, putting entire towns and families into poverty. Textile factories were shuttered and no work has to be done. Farms for cotton were closed down, factories for dye and weaving were halted, and design and sewing industries destroyed. Donated clothing is received, repackaged, and resold so far cheaper that it can be made. 81% of all clothing sales are secondhand. So all the shit that people donate, they just package up and resell, and it takes all of their actual manufacturing projects and completely destroys them, because you have people coming in being like, a Supreme shirt! Yes! Oh my god, Nike Air Maxes! Yes! So they just immediately take them and sell them to somebody else. Many East African countries have actually banned the secondhand clothing. I can see that. Volunteerists were given extravagant meals while the kids, who were made to eat separately, ate beans. The interactions between the Trustafarians and the kids in the orphanage lead to the Americans often giving them very bad social advice regarding sexuality and lifestyle that could have put them in great danger. Oftentimes, money that is donated for medical care never actually ends up going to the medical care. And the kids in these orphanages aren't even orphans. They're undocumented, anonymous, and abandoned or kidnapped for the process, often connected to sex trafficking. Do you feel good? Do you feel happy about these manufactured events that rich people are gonna be like, oh, you're an orphan! And the kid's just like, get me the f out of here, please. The entire process creates an industry that does more harm than good.
Feels good being a Westerner sometime. I tell you what.
Their emotional savior complexes are driving out industry, reducing independence, and causing hostile markets. Which sometimes, too, it's the journey of experience. The ability to forever say, you know, when I was 20, I went to Africa, and I gave a guy a Supreme shirt, and we did TikTok dances all day. It was such a riot. Wonder what he's doing now. The India gap year, part of the allure of the cheap lifestyle and relative extravagance, is easily achievable in India. It creates a fantasy that can be lived. A popular idea among young Westerners or upper middle class income is that they can take a gap year between high school and college, or even during college, to achieve self-discovery. The appeal of an independent journey is to an exotic location is tempting. It really is. I'll just do my red shirt this year and go to India and kind of see who I am as a person. You know what I don't understand about that? If you don't know the culture or speak the language or anything, how the f are you going to find yourself there?
You have a guide you pay.
Oh, the guide you pay, that's right. When you get there, he's like, everybody in India speaks English? Oh my God, Louis Vuitton store in India? That's Pog!
Can I take a gap year?
No, you can't take a gap year, dude.
But my spiritual...
I don't care. There's work to be done here, my friend. There are so many programs offering just that. Pay to tour, volunteer to experience. Even during COVID, these programs were advertised as ways to get away from the disease. Get the hell away from COVID and just go to India. It's perfectly fine there. The spiritual journey of backpacking. The amount of f***ing people. I just backpacked across Europe. We backpacked across Asia. It was crazy. Sure, many kids go to summer journey, backpacking across Europe and staying in hostels. But India? Unaccustomed to the culture, the food, and the language, they're encouraged to confidently set food into dangerous areas to experience life. This moral and spiritual enlightenment is sold to them from scammers and actors pitching products to kids who never had to struggle to define them. So we do have our Trustafarians, right? We have our voluntourisms, right? But we also have affluenzas. The names just get better. It's insane. Which affluenza is a social condition. Individuals desire to be wealthier or more successful than others. The inability of an individual to appropriately understand consequences due to social status or economic privilege. Are you staying along with me, sweetie? Are you keeping up? I hope so. Affluenza is a pseudo-scientific term that refers to the unhealthy psychological and social effects of wealth. Term popularized in 2013 by Ethan Couch, who is the affluenza kid, who at the age of 16 killed 4 people during a DUI. Sentenced to 10 years probation and therapy in 2013, Couch's defense argued that he lacked a moral compass and didn't know right from wrong because of his wealthy family and thus needed therapy, not prison. This is me on that cliff in the Creed song, One Last Breath, and that's just me this is me jumping off. Because what is that, dude? I'm jumping off. Because that's me. Anytime I do this now, you know I'm done with it. Tired. And he was spotted drinking at a party in 2015 and found in violation of probation. His mother hid him in Mexico for a time until he returned and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Returned to prison in 2020 for failing a drug test for THC, which he argued came from CBD oil. The year prior to killing 4 individuals, he was caught under the influence with a naked, unconscious 14-year-old girl and was given 12 hours of community service and probation. Okay, done with it, Nick. Moving on from that, in 2010, an epidemic of rich kids roaming the streets of Bangkok unchecked came to light when Oracord, a 17-year-old woman, rear-ended another vehicle while texting, killing 9 of the 14 passengers, of whom 5 were seriously injured. A texting incident?
14 people in one car.
14 people in one car. It's a goddamn clown car, dude. Immediately after the wreck, she stood next to her wrecked car and victims laying out in the streets to finish texting her friends. Was set to receive a 3-year sentence of driving recklessly without a license, but lawyers pleaded and won for probation and community service, 138 hours of which took her 6 years to complete. God damn, dude. Her family lawyers have been successful at preventing any of the victims of the families from suing. Which then there's also another hit and run instance where we killed an officer, was verified under the influence, parents posted bail, and lawyers kept the legal system at bay until the son fled the country. He currently lives a lavish lifestyle in London, unaffected by his crimes. The family is worth $20 billion, paid off the victim's family with about $83,000. How generous. And currently the police chief is indicted for aiding him at his escape. 3 years ago, all of the charges were dropped. That's that Red Bull, buddy. It gives you wings. That's what they say. Gives you wings to fly to whatever country you need to go. And then we have Renee Bach. And Bach, who is not a doctor, but a homeschooled missionary, went to Uganda at the age of 19 to set up a missionary health facility at her house called Serving His Children. She felt compelled by God to go to Africa to help the needy. She, quote, believed it was Jesus' will for her to treat malnourished children. The Serving His Children was operated from 2010 to 2015. Many people came to have your children be helped, right? A lot of kids died under her care. Once again, not a doctor. Not a doctor at all, but a missionary. The gardener that worked on the property said she dressed in a clinical lab coat, often wore a stethoscope around her neck, and could be seen medicating children. Okay, just want to reiterate. Not a doctor. Farthest thing from the doctor. A missionary. Okay? Person based in faith. Not in science. Not a doctor. Just want to put that out there. Apparently, an American nurse who volunteered there said Bach felt, quote, God would tell her what to do for the children that she saw. Oh, God, Nick. She only worked with Bach for 4 months. A driver in Uganda claims that he would drive 7 to 10 bodies a week back to their villages just from the premise alone. This went on for 8 years, which if you speculate, it's a little over 500 people a year. So times that by 8, you got 3,500 dead Ugandans because a missionary wanted to play doctor. Like, you don't think that after every dead body, she was just like, his words are muffled. Well, I can't understand. I think there might be some kind of weird interference here. In 2019, rumors circled and some of Bach's blog posts surfaced proving she was treating kids without a license and without expertise. Many people became appalled when they found out that the young white women playing doctor in Uganda were actually killing hundreds of people. When changes were brought against her, Bach claimed the first-person perspective she used in her blog posts were a character and not her, and that she had a Ugandan medical team by her side at all times when she worked, okay? The person who is named Bach in the story, that's a character. It's not a first-person interaction. My blog, which is usually meant to be like basically a public diary, it's a short story, okay? That's like based on real stuff. Bach eventually settled a Ugandan civil suit in 2020 regarding the deaths of 2 children. So what did we learn from all this? Where did we end up after this whole thing? Sure, we started with Shannon Blake. Shannon Blake. If they could all just be like Shannon Blake, we'd be okay. The world would be healed. She drank the ayahuasca in Peru. What I wouldn't give. Unsuspecting wealthy tourists, unaccustomed to consequences or other lifestyles in their travels, discover quite often the risk of traveling to other countries. In 4 districts in India over the past 12 years, over 245 tourists have died. They're dead. They're gone. Okay? We're finding that these people don't know what they're doing. They're getting, robbed, murdered, worst. You know what I mean? All over the place. And it's all because they're just rich little aliens that walk into the world who are just like, what is this place? I feel good now. I'm going to give you a cookie. Yay! And then they go stay in their private jet and fly away. And that's what it is, right? But there's also other cases too, which are passport bros. The passport bros even are people of Western privileges who go and they look for Asian wives because they're supposedly more submissive. Sure, I don't know. I don't know the reasoning, but maybe we'll save that for another day. All I know is this. Trustafarian culture is tricky. When you're coming from a place of extreme wealth and you're trying to give back, sometimes it's worth giving back in local ways. Sometimes it's giving back in selfless ways. Instead of going there parading around for TikToks and Instagram photos, maybe sometimes it's worth just looking in on yourself and saying, how do I want to help the world, and trying to proactively do that. But money will corrupt any man or woman. When money's in the picture, I just don't think anything truly ever good can come out of it. Maybe at times, but I don't know. These Trustafarians and these volaturisms and influenzas, I don't know, man. Just a bunch of bad eggs, if you ask me. But that's our video today. I hope you enjoyed it. That's all for this week, guys. See ya.
I look back to this one part of the river, and it just kept flowing so steady, and it reminded me, to just go at my own pace.
Learn that from the river. I love that.
Yeah,
that's
just watching
beautiful.
it, no matter what anybody's doing, it doesn't stop, and it's happy and peaceful.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to talk about one of my least favorite things on this earth. Porch pirates. Yeah! Not that kind of pirate. I would be welcome to that kind of pirate.
Yeah, if Luffy showed up.
Most likely, you or the people you live with order most of your stuff online. As convenient as that can be, the never-ending rise of e-commerce has also led to one of the most infuriating problems known to man. Pirates. People who steal your shit off your front porch. Why you do it?
It's fun.
Thieves in general are just disgusting. Absolutely vile. Don't like them. That's why I want to be that one YouTuber who put the glitter bomb in them. Porch pirates are a name given to people who purposely steal packages sitting on your doorstep. While this has been a problem for years, it became far more prevalent recently, especially after the whole pandemic, due to the massive increase in online orders across the world because you couldn't go outside and buy things. Amazon was my best friend. No, probably that Chipotle. That DoorDash guy for sure, probably. In fact, billions upon billions of dollars in merchandise are stolen each year. Billions! For many people, this isn't even a one-time issue. A large percentage of these victims have had repeated instances of fire staking out their front porch. That makes sense though, because if a guy's like, this one's shit. Next one, this guy ordered this. That's the money house.
Or what you could do is you steal the package, you like it, and you know they're gonna order another one.
Well, yeah, exactly. They gotta order another. And sometimes these repeat offenders are at the hands of the same porch pirate. Which obviously, or do you think he has other porch pirate buddies and they're squabbling around the poop deck talking about it? That's X marks the spot.
There's definitely gangs.
722 Cherry Street. That's the house you want.
They have like coordinated attacks.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, they'll go down like street. They'll be like different cars, and they'll like go down streets at the same time, and they'll follow UPS people. So like they'll follow.
Do you think UPS guy's like driving? He's like looking at his rear view mirror, like. UPS guy has like a fucking gun. Like a French Connection chase or something like that.
Or like those armored vehicle. Have you seen
like the Brinks? The Brinks ones? Yeah. Those are carrying LED light strips for like a 14-year-old kid ordering stuff for his Twitch gaming setup. Armed guards and shit dropping it off. More and more people I've been finding, what's become more normal and that I've even had to do is you put like a lock box outside, like a big little crate or whatever. And then on your Amazon delivery thing, you can give them the pin. Open it and put it in. Don't have to worry about it. Or you can put a glitter bomb in it. Glitter bomb. That's a YouTube video. That's a YouTube video. This problem has only gotten worse as it seems that these thieves are only becoming more bold and shameless. Shameless. Many Amazon drivers have admitted that porch pirates actively followed them so they can steal their packages as soon as they put them down. At that point, you just give the package to the guy.
Fuck no. Unless they pull a gun on you.
Yeah, and you better leave, buddy. Backing down the sidewalk. Other delivery drivers have been seen walking up to people's houses with porch pirates nonchalantly following behind them like it's no big deal. And within a few seconds of the package being placed down, it's already being stolen. I feel like that's whenever you should be like, you can tase them.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd stop people real quick, wouldn't it? Don't go near the drivers.
The Amazon drivers should have a taser.
Or a fucking billy club. Punch at your shins.
Give him a gun.
Give him a gun. An Amazon 3D printed gun and a glitter bomb. You shoot the guy in the chest 2 times and then you throw a glitter bomb on top of him. Mark Rober, that's who it is. So today, we're going to talk... Oh, now we're just now getting into it. Been a bit. So today, we're going to talk about the degenerate world of porch pirates. Not just to show how crafty they're getting, but to show how people are fighting back. And maybe to give you some tips.
On how to be a porch pirate.
Fight. On both, either. I don't know. You do what you want to do. Porch pirate encounters. In 2018, a Brooklyn neighborhood was being terrorized by a man whom they called the Picky Package Thief. Could have probably settled on a better name than that. Dr. Seuss lived in that neighborhood?
Yeah.
Does it seem like that? I do not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like you, Sam I am. Every time people would order packages, this man would come up to their porch and sit down. Once he grabbed their packages, he would calmly pick through their order, throwing out anything he didn't want before leaving. All right, that maybe the Picky Package thing is pretty funny. He's like, fish oil vitamins. He's like, oh, PS5 controller. Okay, here. Ring doorbells and surveillance cameras had caught the criminal doing this exact thing on several occasions. His stealing spree ended on February 27th when neighborhood watch members tackled the man to the ground and held them there until police arrived, which I love that kind of street justice. And who was this porch pirate? Well, this porch pirate was identified as 33-year-old Hector Roman and was charged with possession of stolen property and petty larceny. I don't like the idea of a guy like stiffing. That would piss me off. Take the whole thing and be like, he took all my goods. Like that fucking guy who broke into my car and he stole everything but the Creed CD. It's like, motherfucker, like, I have taste. I have taste, all right? You can just take out, like, especially like a shampoo or something.
Yeah.
I'd be so in my head, I'd be like...
I don't know. I feel like I'd appreciate it. Thank you. You took the things you didn't want.
You don't think there's psychological damage to being like, a person being like, really? You bought that? I'm too self-conscious. I buckle immediately under social pressure like that.
No, I think I can handle it. Unless it's something.
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't care because you'd be like,
I'd just be happy that not all my shit's gone.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, hey, money well spent still. It's like covered in dog shit from your yard. I'll wash off and then you can do whatever. that would fuck me up so much. It's like the shampoo thing or like a shirt. I thought it was a cool shirt. Like a nice shirt. I'm like, oh, that's nice. You get in the mail. Ring doorbell camera. He's like, I'd never wear that shirt. I would never have the confidence to wear that shirt.
I think the only thing if it's like something sexual, like for example, if I had like extra small condoms in my package and he didn't take those, I'd be like, of course they wouldn't fit him.
It always goes to like, it has to be something like that. Anything else is fine, but it's like as long you always think in this sexual manner, don't you?
Yeah.
God, I'd say what pissed me off more is if I ordered like a big old fleshlight. You know what I mean? He took that motherfucker. No! Just knowing he's underneath a bridge somewhere. What if he beat himself off there right in front of the camera?
Yeah, test it out.
Right in front of the Ring camera. You're on your app at work. It's like catching your wife cheating or something like that from like a private investigator.
You know, it'd be worse too if he fucked it, finished inside of it, and then left it for you to clean it. Like, what am I gonna do with it?
I'm not like I said to clean it. I'm throwing it away. Heck. Yeah, him using it, that'd be a bridge too far for me.
I would still use it, but
no, you wouldn't.
Desanitize it. Throw it in the dishwasher.
No, there's no way. Also, another man's spunk in your dishwasher. Every time I had like a plate of lasagna, I'd just look at the plate and be like, I'd be looking at that Ring doorbell cam footage, though, like AVGN. This motherfucker's doing what?
Would you drive home immediately?
No.
I tried to beat him before he finished.
Keep looking at your Ring doorbell. He just lasts longer than I would. That pisses you off even more.
This video is sponsored by PDS Debt. Don't let debt pile up.
First you miss one bill, then another. Before you know it, debt collectors are knocking at your door looking to take away everything. But there's good news. There's still a way out. Whether you have credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt goes beyond numbers to understand your situation to give you personalized solutions. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people to get out of debt in a fraction of the time. And there's no minimum credit score required. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful. Oh boy. And I don't want to experience that ever again. If you're in debt and you think it may help, give PDS Debt a try. PDS Debt is here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back in them britches. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. Across the nation, a neighborhood in Oakland was terrorized by a porch pirate who would steal potted plants. The plant bandit was caught numerous times stealing plants off people's porches. At one time, he even stole an entire lemon tree. How'd you get away with that?
At night.
Like uproot it from the fucking ground?
That's happened to my dad. Someone stole his like $1,000 Seiko palms that he had in the front of his house.
Yeah, first off, the flex with the dollar price tag on it. He's like, I don't know, $1,500 Seiko palms. He had a lot of them too. Sometimes he would also go after packages, leaving nothing on porches untouched. The suspect, who had been getting away with this crime spree for months, was described as a bald man in his 60s or 70s. Police would eventually detain a man who matched the description. God, like what, every old man on earth? What the fuck? But no formal arrest has ever been made for this guy.
They couldn't find him.
I'd be like, I'd get a big lineup of old people and I'd be like, there's no way that motherfucker can uproot a lemon tree. I can. Try. It's usually not that easy. It's him. Yeah, definitely. When porch pirates steal packages, they're often hoping to get something extremely valuable. In one case, a thief took something that was truly priceless. Elise Brink had recently lost her father and had his body cremated. Oh, no. When her father's urn arrived, she rushed over to her porch to retrieve it and was surprised to find that it was missing. She began to look around her neighborhood, with a neighbor eventually confirming that it was successfully delivered earlier. Soon it became obvious that someone had stolen her father off the porch. Stolen the father's body, or dead body, the ashes of the body, off the goddamn porch. And for $4 months, Elise wondered if she would ever get her father's remains back. And it turned out that the thief realized what it was and tossed it in a random alleyway, which was luckily found and returned to Elise after it was discovered by a woman in her neighborhood. First off, if you had the thief come back and they're like, dude, I'm sorry, I think I'd be like, it's no problem.
Yeah, give him a 20.
To fucking no, we're not gonna pay him. I'm not gonna pay him for stealing the thing. But I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't scold him. If anything, I'd be like, I think this is a sign for both of us. I gotta move on and you need to quit grabbing people's stuff off their porches. Okay. Right? That's a value, that's a lesson learned. But yeah, like heartless motherfucker. What is it? Oh, this cocoa powder's gone bad. Throw it on the ground, whatever.
Well, I thought that's how the story was gonna end. I thought there was gonna be like footage of him like emptying it in the sewer.
Like, this is a nice urn. Takes the urn, runs off. Shh. Fucked up. You ever get a body back, cremated body back? There's like big chunks of like bone and shit still in it. It's kind of fucked up. My grandpa's ashes, motherfucker had like big chunks of bone still in there. Grandpa? It wasn't, I mean, he's kind of chunky. I just mean like not all the skeleton. Yeah. I mean, a good part of it. Also, it's a lot of ash.
There's like a huge conspiracy that glitter is made from ashes of human remains.
Okay, one, who would think of that? And then two, what page could you have been on to have that article in front of you?
It's a huge Instagram thing. There's a lot of videos where it's like, do you know that there's only 2 companies that make glitter?
I hate the snarl in your voice there, the contortion, and he's leaning in on me. There's only 2 companies that make glitter. It's fucking horrifying. Mark, whatever the fuck his name comes in. It's just him and the fucking cremation company, probably.
Yeah.
Does he still make videos?
Mark Rober?
Yeah. God damn. What? He has 71 million subscribers. I built a roller coaster in my lab. Yeah, me and the kids. Whee! Come look at these previews. Watch this dildo. Woo! Look at that!
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
What the fuck is this? They're letting kids around this motherfucker. Goddamn! What is this? What the fuck? All right, so apparently the scariest fucking channel on YouTube is Mark Rober's channel. We built a roller coaster in my lab. Whee! Kids watching it are just like.
Are they enjoying it?
Yeah. Delivery drivers also have to deal with porch pirates. One driver in Illinois had to fight off a would-be thief to save an expensive package. While doing his rounds, a delivery driver had just set down a package on a doorstep of a home when a hooded man ran up beside him and stole it. Without thinking twice, the driver stopped the porch pirate and grabbed the package. The 2 men began a tug of war, pulled at it until the driver eventually won, and the would-be thief ran back to the street where he was picked up by a getaway car. The box the pirate was trying to steal contained 4 new iPhones and 1 Android, which the person had bought from a door-to-door salesman. In the end, the thieves were never caught, but the homeowner received their handful of phones thanks to the determined driver. I want to say the driver's a hero. I'm suspicious of the person buying all those phones. Knock on the door. Yeah, knock. Wait. Hey, sorry, I just fended off a guy trying to steal your phones. Can I come in? Your Amazon driver. I'm your respectable Amazon driver. Chinese sweatshop. In August of 2023, police were notified of a porch pirate driving away with someone's package being stolen in a Georgia neighborhood. Officers were quick to respond thanks to the homeowners and neighbors telling dispatchers the license plate of the getaway car. Soon after the crime occurred, police were able to locate the vehicle, which led to a high-speed chase. The person behind the wheel ended up crashing the car and attempted to flee on foot to a nearby storm drain, where he crawled deep inside, hoping police didn't see him. A little Pennywise action. Yeah. Authorities soon swarmed around a manhole and began shooting pepper spray towards the porch pirate. God damn. For over an hour and a half, police attempted to get the package and the thief out. Like, give me the package.
Oh my god, that's horrifying. Do you see that image?
Fuck that.
So they were just dropping pepper spray?
Exactly. You get out of there. I can't. Finally, growing tired of waiting, they sent in a K9. God. Jesus! They sent in a canine. And the thief, which ended up being 31-year-old Laverne Vereen, would eventually crawl out and surrender himself. I wonder what do you think was even in the package? You know what I mean? Is it worth the high-speed chase?
It's a loot crate. You don't know what's in it yet.
God, can you imagine going to prison over a fucking loot crate? over a Doctor Who loot crate? I'd kill myself. I'm not even joking. I'd hang myself.
Yeah. See, right as they're arresting me, I'd be like, wait, open the package, because I want to know.
Open it! Open it! And you just see it says loot crate. That's the Doctor Who thing. The people that come outside are like nerdy people.
And you know he's going to make like a Instagram or TikTok about it.
Guess who just fended off a porch pie with his sonic screwdriver? Welcome, it has the Bo Burnham motto, welcome to the internet, welcome out around, whatever, and he's just like...
God, yeah, I'd kill myself too.
Oh my God. Oh, dude.
I would resist being arrested, so they sick the canine on me.
I would reach for his gun, so they shot me. The victims of porch pirates aren't the only people who despise them. As it turns out, even porch pirates hate porch pirates. Self-hate. One Ring camera catches the moment that two porch pirates are found stalking out the same package being dropped off by a FedEx driver. I bet that happens a lot, dude.
Oh, yeah. You're on my turf.
He's like, get out of here. As soon as the package is put down, two men hop out of their cars and race to grab it first. They get into a fight over the package, and one man was armed with a knife, and the other grabbed a flower pot. The whole thing occurred in broad daylight while the family was still home. The package contained a brand new iPhone, and it was suspected that they somehow knew what was in the package before even coming up, like they were staking out their order. Kind of fucked up. It's hard not to be suspicious of this, especially when we look at just how many porch pirate schemes have evolved over time. In Long Island, a family reported that they were having their packages stolen on many occasions. The biggest problem was that they weren't even the ones ordering them. Huh? What? Erica Bernard's Bloomingdale account was being hacked by a group of organized porch pirates. They would order the luxury items they wanted with her money and then set the delivery date and have a runner stake out the front porch until it arrived. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Isn't it? God, that's what a weird scheme. Security camera footage shows the thief pulling the package away from the family and sprinting away. It ended up being a vacuum cleaner worth hundreds of dollars. Whoa. In the process of trying to chase them, her husband, who had just undergone knee replacement surgery, tripped over a lawn decoration and face planted into the ground, which is kind of funny, but would suck. This isn't the only advanced method porch pirates utilize. Many have resorted to wearing disguises. On many occasions, people will sell their old Amazon or FedEx vests on eBay. When a porch pirate is wearing one, families are less likely to suspect foul play when they approach the porch to replace the package for an empty one. That's kind of a fucked up thing. I didn't even think about that. On eBay, you can just buy a vest and be like, walk up to people's houses.
It's the same thing, construction.
Yeah, a little safety vest.
Yeah, nobody will question you.
Yep. Not all of them are quite as sophisticated, however. For every Amazon vest wearing thief, there's a man scraping together a disguise to conceal his identity. Spencer Googler was caught trying to steal packages anonymously by wearing a red pair of women's underwear on his head.
Might have a little mental problem.
Yeah. I think he might wound up tight. He was immediately identified and arrested after being linked to multiple porch pirate cases and was hit with 5 charges of larceny. And in Oklahoma, 8 men were arrested and suspected of working with an organized crime ring that involved stealing iPhones and other electronics off people's front porches across the country. It's unknown just how many people are involved, but it's suspected that millions of dollars have been stolen through their efforts. Much like the hackers, they were able to know exactly where the expensive packages would be delivered. That's one thing I'm noticing. If you're getting a new phone, just go to the fucking store. Having your property stolen on multiple occasions can be incredibly violating and infuriating. This leads many to hit their breaking point, where they ultimately decide to fight back. Dream Barrow, a resident of Tacoma, Washington, decided he'd had enough of this. To combat the many thieves roaming his neighborhood, he created the blank box. The blank box was essentially a wooden box disguised as a cardboard package, and when a porch pirate would attempt to grab it, a 12-gauge shotgun blank would go off, cause them to freak out and run. That's actually insane. You know how loud that'd be? That'd be insane. On his YouTube channel, of course. On his YouTube channel, he would show all the people his blank box trap had sent running away in fear. Some of these videos raked in tons of views, and Jareem would eventually start selling this product online. The blank box is insane, dude. That's so crazy. That would, I mean, you'd be like, holy shit!
Hey, would you still steal the package, though?
Yeah, I would. I'd go back and be like, oh, it's nothing? Okay. No! Other people have invented much more elaborate anti-porch pirate devices, like a storage container disguised as a table using strategically placed mirrors. Various people throughout the internet have admitted to much less unique deterrents, like filling up decoy packages with feces in order to get back at porch pirates for terrorizing them. However, not all porch pirates are willing to put up with the retaliation. One Austin couple was sick and tired of the same people stealing from their home and decided to fight back by filling a package with dirty diapers. Not only did this not stop them from being robbed, but they returned it to smear the mess from the dirty diapers all over their front door. They even took it a step further by collecting cow manure and coming back to the home at a later day to leave the droppings all over the front porch and even smear it all over their cars. At what point do you not just walk out and just be like, fucking pull a boogie? Do I have to do this? Do I have to do it? Please don't make me do it.
Why hasn't anyone made like a giant net where it's like
Why
they
has
pick
anyone
it up?
Why has anyone made like a giant thing that when they open it, like glitter goes everywhere?
Here's a better one. Ready? When they open it, there's actually like a catapult underneath them, and it flings them across the street.
When it comes to fighting back against porch pirates, one of the best methods is to film them in the act. If they're not equipped with a disguise to hide their identity, seeing a camera can often send them into panic. Over in Canada, one homeowner waits at his front door with a camera. As soon as he sees the porch pirate approaching, he bursts through the door to record them. The man immediately starts sprinting for his car, and he tries to back out of the driveway, only to get caught in a snowbank that he is unable to get out of. What follows is several uninterrupted minutes where the thief desperately tries to dig the car out of the snow. It's just such a pathetic display that the man filming starts giving him advice on how to get his car out. Very Canadian too. Eventually the man gets arrested after several failed attempts to leave. Some people would rather take matters in their own hands, honing all their anger and letting it out in an aggressive confrontation. One Florida vigilante named Stephen Phelps, who had just rented an obnoxious bright green Cybertruck, found himself face to face with a porch pirate while driving down a residential neighborhood. He watched as the porch pirate stole someone's package before leaping back into his vehicle and driving off. Angered by what he just saw, he decided to speed up to the car and block him from making a left turn. Having no other way to go, the thief's car continued forward and slammed into the tree. The rental Cybertruck itself took a ton of damage, which was likely not worth the hassle just to save a single package, but goddamn, the merit is there. You gotta respect. It's hard not to get irrationally angry seeing your stuff get stolen right from under you. But just know that taking matters into your own hands can very easily turn into a disaster. Oftentimes, you're better off using more practical methods like setting up a lockbox or using security footage to report people to the police. But whatever you do, never, ever become a porch pirate. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Or use a glitter bomb.
Mark Rober, glitter bomb. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today I took a shower. My hair's not greasy. Sometimes to take a shower takes a long time to let my hair air dry. I don't see anybody comments again as someone saying that the haircut looks bad. Hair's wet, not greasy. You want to smell it, Nick, and see how it smells? And then go ahead and go back and then give your review.
10 out of 10. Smells like wet dog hair.
I don't know. It should smell like Dove.
As a child, I went on a date with a girl when her dad was there. This is 6th grade. I don't think he liked me, but he sprayed me with a water hose.
Frankenstein, for example, is to me an expression of all of our society.
He got all my hair wet, and I told him not to because it makes my...
Today we're going to talk about bug chasing. And no, not regular bugs, because when it comes to the world of sexual fetishes, yep, we're going there. There is no limit to what absurd things people can find themselves aroused by. And in most cases, there's no reason to judge people for what gets them excited in the bedroom, right? Behind closed doors, Nick, anything's fine. After all, nobody wants to kink shame, right? But what about a fetish that revolves around testing the boundaries of physical health? Disclaimer for this video. Disclaimer. Don't want people getting mad. 1, video's gonna be gross. 2, bug chasing is a very hotly debated topic and has been for quite some time. It's believed by many to be overblown and inaccurately reported on during a time where concept was more novel and shocking, okay? So keep that in mind, that our goal is just to talk about what it is and what other people are saying online and in the news, right? I have no opinion. I'm a shell of myself.
Or you do have an opinion.
I thought that this was just kind of interesting that people, pretty much for a few people, just when you want to click off the video, let me just summarize it here. People like to go to parties, like to cough each other's faces, and they catch their diseases.
Everybody cough in my face. Do it.
Okay, big game hunting, and they get hard, and they sometimes chum. So if that's a video that you're interested in, plop on down and hang out for a bit, or if you just said, you know what, I'm good, more power to you. Bug chasing is one of the stranger is out there, one that many people are becoming more aware of after a viral story posted to TikTok by someone named Belisa Bell. In her TikTok, she goes on a frustrated rant about her father.
My dad purposefully got HIV because he's a self-proclaimed bug chaser and he thinks that it's hot.
He self-described himself as a bug chaser, choosing to live this life because he thinks it's hot. According to her, this was something he had slowly been planning ever since she was a kid.
When we were children, he started to buy books about AIDS and the AIDS epidemic. He would read them and then he would come up to our family and my other siblings and tell us about how amazing it was to be able to take care of victims of the AIDS epidemic and how wouldn't it be such a good cause? And how he just feels so bad for all of those victims and how they just want someone to take care of them.
How do you throw that into the conversation?
Yeah, it's a little
I mean, at Thanksgiving? I'm not thankful. I bet that's how you start off. I'm not thankful. I don't have AIDS. Nothing to be thankful for. Can you pass the gravy?
About 2 years ago, my family received a call about how my dad was extremely sick. He had rashes on his body. He couldn't sleep, night sweats, all of these horrible things. He genuinely seemed like he was going to die. He goes to the hospital a couple of days later, and then we get a call. He had developed 3 STDs, one of them being HIV.
How do you get AIDS?
It has to come from someone with HIV, sexual contact, blood transfer.
So there's no way I could just be in a produce section looking at a pomegranate.
No. You just can't get hit by like AIDS ray or something.
There's gotta be an AIDS ray now.
This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard. Let Fume help you with that. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. I love Fume's crisp mint flavor the most, and also how compact the device is. Fume is also there for whenever you feel anxious. Keep Fume by your side and find your calm with the satisfying clicks and snaps of the device whenever and wherever you need to be. Over 500,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit change journey. If you're ready to try for yourself, now's the time. For a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get free Fume topper and an awesome accessory to level up your experience. Click the link at tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code on the screen to get yours today. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
But it got so bad that at one point he was fully convinced it was going to kill him. He discovered he had HIV as well as 3 other STDs. To do this, bug chasers will have unprotected, or as we all say in the cool community, bareback sex with other men hoping to spread the disease. Damn, dude. So he wasn't even gay. He was just like, I want you to give it to me. It's kind of dedication. What about sex is it that gives you HIV?
Tearing like the inside of your hole. You're tearing skin, from what I heard. Can we do fact check?
I want to put the fact check, and while I talk, I want my voice to slowly lower in the mix so I can talk about this. Does it have anything to do with poop?
No.
So it's not about fissure tearing and then the poop gets in there. He better really have lowered the volume for that. While the fact check is up, or else I'm gonna be pissed.
Not only did he try to groom me to be his partner and his toy, but he also wanted us, his family, to take care of him when he purposefully self-destructed.
Do you think that's like a victim complex?
Yeah, it's a victim it's kind of like Gypsy Rose's mom. It's like Munchausen's by proxy or whatever. But it's just isn't it just regular Munchausen syndrome? I thought Munchausen syndrome is when it's just like I'm sick and I'm a victim. Help me. After the story had gone viral, her family was furious at her for talking about it publicly, and Blizzard was kicked out of the home, and she began resorting to TikTok crowdfunding to afford moving out. This eventually worked out, and she has been updating people about the process as it develops. Can you get rid of AIDS or HIV? What exactly is the difference? Because this is actually an interesting thing people don't know. What is the difference between HIV and AIDS?
AIDS is a advanced stage of HIV. AIDS stands for autoimmune disease. So,
what does HIV stand for?
Human something virus.
Fact check again. And if there's something with poop there, then we can put the edit back in. But I'm almost positive it has nothing to do with poop.
It's blood, semen.
You're telling me that blood and semen, but there's no poop? The fact check has still got to be up during this part. Voice lowered. Bug chasing has been around for quite some time. In fact, many claim that it's been a thing since the AIDS epidemic of the early 80s. As medication began lowering the death rate of virus, gay men slowly began having unsafe sex once again, no longer being afraid of catching it. Even back in 1997, it was known that a tiny community of bug chasers existed. There was fear that if their numbers were to grow, it could roll back the last decade's worth of work. Medical advances, you know what I mean?
Jesus.
I don't... Do a fact check. I don't even feel comfortable publicly saying that. I have no. Cite your sources.
I was gonna say that sounds cartoonishly evil. To paint the gay people.
That sounds like an offensive. It feels like someone pulled that from like an anti-gay pamphlet or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they were so evil and so horny that they said, "Why are we doing? Let's just give each other AIDS." There's no way. We have got to fact check. That's our new swig break is fact check. Fact check. There have been many publications that have greatly exaggerated the prevalence of the bug chasing community to make a more enticing article. The way it's been sensationalized has made it incredibly hard to determine the truth about this strange fringe group. So even though it is real, I think some people, maybe even ourselves with the amount of fact checking we have to do, are making it seem maybe much worse than it is. Even though we did start this video on a man bug chasing HIV. Even if someone's like, I have the flu, can you cough in my face? Why? No, there is, but I'm just saying, it doesn't have to just be HIV. Even so, like, can you imagine someone being like, you got chicken pox? But a supposed groundbreaking report by the Rolling Stones included an interview with Dr. Bob Cabage, the director of behavioral health services in San Francisco. He was quoted saying that 25% of newly infected gay men are seeking HIV, consciously or not. Fact check! Fact check!
That's no way!
There is no way! What are we doing? Who wrote this one?
Yeah.
Oh, just both of them? Yeah. We have got to fucking get some HR stuff going on. What's your opinion on gay marriage? It's fine. In a Newsweek article, however, he ranted about how he never actually said that. I redact the anti-homophobe. Okay. And even told their fact checker this was completely false before its release. I don't care.
So they just
make it 38%. Whatever. Say he hates gay people. Like, I never said that on the cover of the Rolling Stone. Other outlets like Vice insist that bug chasers engage in sex roulette parties, which are events in which one person is secretly infected with HIV, and everyone avoids the use of condoms during sex, giving people the thrill of not knowing whether or not they have it. Many of the peoples referenced in these articles seem certain of their existence, but cannot seem to point to a specific group event they've seen with their actual eyes. You know what? It's too much HIV stuff.
I was gonna say,
because every time I've ever heard bug chasers before, because I've heard it before this HIV viral post, but it was always like people being like, you have strep throat. Or like you have it's basically like minor thing. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of anyone being like, I need to go get HIV. Not saying there isn't, because I bet you there is someone out there who's like, let me toe the line.
I would say it's general STDs. They want to get like gonorrhea or like something that's kind of curable, where it's just like roulette of like, I'm gonna get sick, and then you find out if you got sick or not.
It's like an adrenaline rush. It's like an adrenaline junkie. Can you imagine someone the same way that someone like buys like a necklace and they're like, oh, I've always wanted this chain. Could you imagine that with like genital warts? I've always wondered what my balls or pussy would look like with all these like these little pearls hanging off my skin.
I want to interview a bug chaser who they regret doing it, where they're just like, I was stupid.
That has to be 90% of them, if not 99% of them, right? I think it's something where you get the thrill. It's like, that's got to be the craziest post-nut clarity. Sit at home, blank around and throw it on your mouth. Oh, jeez. Across all strange corners of the internet, you'll find people discussing these so-called bug chaser parties, while it's likely that they're being completely overblown. I think it'd be interesting to see what they claim goes on during these events. There are two types of gift giver parties. One involves an orgy that consists of just one HIV positive person. After the deed is done, the host reveals who the positive person was, letting the group know who was potentially infected.
See, I wouldn't want that. I don't want to know who's infected.
You don't? I like that, actually, at the end of the party. Everybody gather around. Who had fun tonight? It was a good time. We had a great time. And for everyone wondering, drum roll. It was Sarah. She's like, Or actually, that's a big guy. It was David. David! I knew. I had to suspect. I should have went with my gut. Like a part that casual at a party. Maybe it is.
So you know what'd be fun though? You go into those parties and looking around and being like, guessing who's got it. You know, there's got to be one guy who's just like,
everyone's all health. Everyone's all good, and then one guy has like super gaunt eyes and cheekbones. It's like Nosferatu sitting in the back. Nah. No. Couldn't be him. Too obvious. The other variation of these parties involves one negative person having sex with multiple positive people. These parties can supposedly range anywhere from a few people all the way up to 30 people. And usually, the host provides some type of drugs or alcohol to guests to enhance the experience, right? Malibu rum and an oatmeal cream cookie? Within the community, it is said that there's a lot of terminology that gets thrown around during these events. But here's what we're seeing the most often. If someone is looking to get infected, they are called pause chasers. You know what, bleep it. I don't know what I said. Pause chasers. I don't know if I like that. Those looking to receive the disease look for HIV positive sperm, which is referred to as pause load, or poison seed. There are even pause pleasers who have HIV medication but identify as a bug chaser. Some members claim to take part in a ritual that involves them damaging their own to the point where they basically bleed. This way, when they have sex, there's a higher chance of spreading the disease. There is no way this video stays monetized. We have to bleep all of that. That's just... And I guess the only way that we can have it, like what I just said, was some people want they want their whole to have strawberry syrup. This can be done in a variety of ways, with some people putting fireworks on their to do maximum change. What do you mean you're blew up? I stuck an M80 up there and let her rip. Some people make it easy for you to identify them as positive. If a positive person wants negative people to know he's open to infecting them, it's said that they'll get a biohazard symbol tattooed on their body. That's insane. Most of the time, it's placed somewhere visible on their arms or legs. Some opt to get it tattooed on the shaft of their as a direct warning to anyone they encounter. But let's take a step back and discuss why it is that people find themselves taking part in bug chasing. For many bug chasers, the idea of catching HIV and other STDs is simply an extreme online fantasy. Bug chasers existed for a long time. However, the internet has allowed the community to practice the fetish without actually contracting the disease, right? You do a nice little role play. Like it'd be a little preemie baby. You gotta do that, and you get to live a normal life after that. For some, bug chasing is similar to thrill seeking or adrenaline rushes. It's the idea that they're doing something taboo and potentially dangerous that gives them this rush. And online, a man spoke out about how his ex was a chaser and how his kink was going to holes without the use of a condom. He had HIV and got a thrill off knowing that he altered someone's life without them ever knowing it was him. That's not a good person.
That's a felony.
Others who partake in the community view getting the disease as empowering. When they get HIV, it's like they have been freed from their fear of getting the disease. There just has to be fact checks, all sources, source links, to where if it's wrong, listen, go yell at them. We're just reading what we found. All right? I did not know this was going to be so heavy HIV. Is this a problem? I feel like this is a problem. I feel like it's going to get nuked into the ground.
By saying HIV?
Yeah. Yes.
We'll just put a disclaimer saying this is an educational video.
Even today, bug chasing still exists in small pockets of the world, mostly facilitated through online communities. While there have been incredible evolutions in AIDS medication and the way treatment is administered, some bug chasers considered it to be the equivalent of an adult using floaties. According to them, medication like pre-exposure prophylaxis takes the thrill of masculinity out of having sex. There are various dating sites used for explicit purposes of meeting people who have AIDS, HIV+, and other sexually transmitted diseases. Websites like positivesingles.com or Posmatch.com. There are events here and there that aim to reduce the shame people feel living with HIV. Some are strictly kind and wholesome, while others seem to have more degenerate intentions. In 2021, the gay star Tim Tyler tried to host the Pause Pride Fest with the goal of raising money for HIV groups and to celebrate people who may feel outcasted from society due to their disease. That's fair.
So is Pause a...
I don't know. It's really early in the morning to talk about this much HIV related stuff. I really thought I was going to be like, yeah, I'm sick. I have a boner. This sounds all well and good until you realize that part of the event would include the Chasers Jamboree, aka party including those with and without HIV. The website advertised the event stating chasers and gifters would identify themselves with colored hankies. And the Twitter page posted a poll asking those attending which category they fall under, with a grand majority being chasers. It turns out that Tim has been an open bug chaser who successfully contracted HIV, so the event appeared to be more of like a super spreader event designed for his own sexual fantasies rather than like an uplifting thing. Maybe it could be both, I'm not sure, but it's, I don't know. A blogger contacted the resort hosting the event, explaining that the event was not at all about raising awareness for HIV. Supposedly, the owner sat in stunned silence for 2 straight minutes after realizing what was actually going on. They dropped the event soon after. Tim announced its cancellation. He then suspiciously reached out to people about continuing to donate to event's PayPal account that Tim manages himself in order to raise money for HIV nonprofits instead of just donating directly to the nonprofits. I think Tim might have been scamming a little bit.
Skimming off the top, it sounds like.
While most people would probably be a little more private about their chase fantasies, some people are willing to post public Craigslist listings in search of their dream gift givers. Other people seeking dating advice online have admitted that bug chasing has caused significant problems in their relationship and led to eventual breakups. After dating a man for 6 months, one user admits to finding out that his drag queen boyfriend had been secretly hooking up with Pause guys in the hopes of being infected. Damn. You want to lean me in on that? Okay, we're getting way too intimate way too fast. This is private stuff. In the span of 2 months, he slept with 50 people. The user was told that he was doing it so he could get government benefits and to fit in better because many of his friends were HIV positive. I don't know if I believe that story, Nick. That's too crazy. Is it not? I mean, this all reads like a homophobic pamphlet. Yeah, the gay guys all get AIDS so they can get government benefits and they can all hang out with each other in their cool treehouse. The bug chasing community has a dark underbelly that many of its members struggle with. There are more serious implications for those that are driven to get the bug. A small section of the community gets HIV as a form of self-harm to cope with something more serious in their life. Mental illness is seen as a big component, with many people being preyed upon or agreeing to certain acts while not being in their right state of mind. Some research insists that this fetish is based in addiction. Certain fetishes are tied to bug chasing like BDSM, but one in particular is extremely damaging. Chemsex, also known as party and play, involves both parties injecting themselves with hard drugs while having sex. This behavior ties the act of bug chasing to getting high and creating a very addictive loop that is hard to break and even more dangerous. The addiction only worsens with each party or interactions as people slowly grow more desensitized to the idea of having HIV. There seemed to be a lack of proper knowledge of the disease for many people that partake in acts like this, and all of these elements leave many people broken and hopeless. One man claimed that he was seeking an HIV positive partner so he could get infected because it was his death wish. When questioned why he wanted to go out this way, he stated it was no different than someone addicted to drugs or energy drinks. You hear that, Red Bull? You got some explaining to do. They believe it's a way to control their fate, stating they would have died from cancer or a heart attack anyway, so I'm gonna die from HIV. Another man simply wanted to die from bug chasing because he didn't see any other way. They claim they have no skills or friends in life to keep them around. And the thought of getting AIDS is arousing, so they believe it's the best option, which is just sad because it's just total mental deterioration. Lack of self-confidence, lack of social skills, all come together for someone to just be like, what's the point? And that's heartbreaking. We've covered a lot of strange on this channel. A lot. Too much. Gotta reel it back a little bit. I think we might be done with this for a bit. I think it's safe to say that bug chasing is one of the stranger and more dangerous ones, if not the most dangerous one. I mean, I don't know. Unless it's just like I want someone to murder me or whatever, which I don't know. If you're watching this and you're part of our massive, overwhelmingly gay audience, be careful out there. You never know who's out there prepared to give a little gift. And those who participate in bug chasing, just make sure you're prepared to deal with the lifelong consequences that follow. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Stay safe out there, wear a mask, and wash your hands. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about my trip to Japan. Konnichiwa. Sumimasen. Mushi mushi. 1 Coke highball, please. Arigatou gozaimasu. Okay. But really, we're also wanting to talk about how we were cursed in Japan. Yes, my friends, I full-heartedly believe that my trip to Japan, we were cursed. The entire group. And we'll get into that, but let me just, I'm just going to talk about my Japan trip because I do think that something supernatural happened to some degree. No joke, not even clickbait. Hashtag true story. It's a curse. I was fucking cursed, okay? Which, let me just say, intro to Japan, because people are going to wonder, what do you think of Japan? I've gotten that a little bit on social media. The pros. Beautiful. Beautiful city. Clean, right? Infrastructure. Amazing. People. Friendly. Well, we'll see. I would say the food was good, but I'm also going to count the food as a negative. The food, everywhere I went, the food is good. I feel like in America, you can go into a place and you just know you're going to get sick. Like I've been to many of those places, indulged in many of those places, and I paid the price. In Japan, it was like the pro and negative, I guess I'll just get out of the way, is that like it's all kind of the same. It's like they have a very tight dish of things that they do, and some places just specialize in little things, which you could say the same thing about America with like burgers and all the other bullshit, but you at least have some different varieties. What was kind of crazy is like when I was in Japan, I was like, man, I would kill for an enchilada. You know what I mean? I'd kill for an enchilada. And I went to McDonald's just because I was like, I gotta switch this shit up, dude. McDonald's in Japan. If that's the whole grain good shit, give me the processed goop. Give me the sludge and the slime, dude. Bring that back to me. The fries were good, at least. Every building had a good sign, which doesn't sound like an extreme. You'd be like, well, why the f does that matter? I guess growing up in America, which it's probably the same, I was gonna say in the Midwest, I mean, it's just text. There's nothing fun or enthralling about it. This is like, you could be a sushi shop, but it's like a fun neon sign, or even just like little ways that they do graphic design. The graphic design is on point, my friend, right? And if you're into like otaku culture, and if you're into like nerdy games and stuff, it's really, I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, anime is everywhere, obviously, but even to degrees that I didn't understand, of like your local police station, it's going to be anime. It's going to be maybe a construction site. It's going to be anime. It's going to be like a beagle or something. Remember the beagle? It was cute. But I thought all that was cool. It was just something so diverse and different. Also, just the amount of people. There's like a pulse of life in every town you're in. Some towns can be crazy and chaotic, and then some towns can be very quiet and quaint and very relaxing. It's nice, but in some way it always feels like it's hope in some kind of weird way. A lot of Midwestern towns I've been to, it is the opposite. This is the end, this is death, this is my forever. You know, that's exactly how I feel, which I've gone and done different things and come back to appreciate it more, but it's dreams go to die. That is just you're born and do not dream, just get a job and die. That's what it feels like. And one more thing, I guess, too, is the I feel like everybody just takes like a lot of pride in their work, you know? Like even people working at like a McDonald's, it felt like every job felt like it had a purpose, which I guess here in America, it's like maybe just more entitled feeling. I would say my favorite thing by far is the rich religious culture of like shrines and temples was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The architecture, the appreciation, coming from also a place like America, the oldest thing we have is from the late 1700s, realistically, of like the American history and stuff like that. So going to things that are like hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years old, is fucking awesome. And to see people still going there, paying respects and being a part of that tradition and culture is just cool. The Osaka trip was our second stop. We started in Tokyo, Shinjuku,
the red light district.
The red light district, where Nigerians and women come up and solicit prostitution almost on the dot at 11 p.m. It's impossible. Walking through Shinjuku at 11 p.m. in the red light district area, or at least by by golden guy, you're going, like, someone is going to offer you sex, and it's not even going to be subtle. They might say massage. Sometimes they're like massage, but then some people are like, you want to? The Nigerian guys were like, do you want to? You want pussy? You want pussy? You want titties in your face? You want pussy? Huh? And you're like, God, no, my friend. We started in Shinjuku, then we went to Osaka, and then we came back to Tokyo for our flight, but then we stayed in like Akihabara. The negatives, really, it was just in Shinjuku, it was like soliciting prostitution. Too many fucking rules was one for me. Like, if you talk on a fucking train, people are gonna get pissed. You know what I mean? Like weird where it's like societal stuff, which whatever, you know, I mean, it's not like we went ahead and did those things. I feel like we were very respectful, but it was just like very restrictive. It's a very restrictive culture, I think. I just, no enchiladas. Like, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? Like, goddamn, can I get some enchiladas somewhere?
I got duped because it said taco. And I was like,
oh yeah, we went to a place in Osaka called Taco King. It was awesome, but I did think it was tacos, and it was just octopus balls. They were good, and it was awesome. If you're in Osaka, you should go to Taco King. But yeah, no, that translates to like, I think it means like Octopus King or something. So, you know, oh, silly me. So, like I said, we started in Tokyo, and then we moved to Osaka. Osaka is like, people say it's the food capital of Tokyo, which I will say the food was just way better in Osaka. If I ever went back to Japan, I probably wouldn't even go to Tokyo. I'd probably just stay in Osaka. I had a much better time there. There was still some shopping and stuff, and you know, you're on vacation and you're just kind of walking around. It was the cast and crew of people we had with me were myself, my beautiful wife, Donkey Girl, Nick, Harry, and then our lovely Irish editor, Jono. It was our first time getting to meet him in person. He's tall. I don't know how a nation of people who survives on potatoes can be so big, but there you go. So it was us all going to Osaka, and we were kind of like, enjoyed our first couple days. We got to meet with my tattoo artist, Benny, who did my tattoo. We got to just experience some of like, just good eats. Like, it was like a nice change of pace. It was still busy, but it's not Tokyo busy. And we decided to go out. Hey, let's just go check out some of the local shops, because there is some cool stuff, and I picked up a bunch of soft vinyl figurines in Osaka specifically, if you like soft vinyl figurines, which I do. But as the night was coming to a close, things closed pretty early too. Actually, another fucking negative. Nothing opens till like 11 a.m. I kept waking up at like 7 in the morning and then just like kind of, I guess I'll go for a walk. And walking through Shinjuku at 6 or 7 in the morning, you're going to see someone like, oh! Oh, like throwing up. We saw this one girl like black out on the ground, and her friends were like, hee hee, and they picked her up like luggage and just like ran off. Well, I'm assuming to like a Subway or something. The train, Americans, not the sandwich place.
The guy who slipped and slammed his head that reverberated.
Well, that was a nice, yeah. It feels like, looking back on it now, there was a lot of omens telling us to stay away. Like, there was something negative coming towards our future. Watching a man fall down a flight of steps, like we were walking in Shinjuku, all the bar doors are just open, so it's like, welcome in. But everything in Japan goes up. So the stairs aren't like you go at like a nice, I mean, you're like climbing a fucking ladder a lot of the time. So we were walking past this bar, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's like a Motorhead bar. It was called like Ace of Spades, or had like a Lemmy decal on it. I kept an eye out for it because we kept going to this place called Gods, which was like a metal bar, and I really liked it. I mean, it was fun. But yeah, I was watching the open door, and this guy, you just hear, go, 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 go. And the man falls out, bald ass head, right on the ground. I mean, hard. He gets up, like yelling, and he's like not composed. Like this, like you have a concussion, 100%. He was like struggling to even stand up straight, and he just kind of like stumbles and runs off. Whatever. And the doorman does not bat an eye. Which I'm guessing that staircase has claimed many lives. But that was one thing where I was like, maybe it was a sign. Maybe being solicited prostitution by Nigerians and women. Also, I want to say that I'm gonna get to the curse, I swear to God, but I got really drunk with Nick, Jono, and my buddy Rob, the guy who directed The Sadness. We all went out to karaoke. We called it a night afterwards. It was like 2:30, 3 in the morning. Everyone split ways, you know, to go back to their hotels. I was walking back. It was like a 3-block walk, really close. I was walking home kind of drunk, and then the stairs that go down to the subway, there's like always like a fence around them. And from behind the fence, this woman pops out, Sir? Sir? You love me? And I was like, oh no. Sounds bad now, but she was like, you want massage? And I was like, no, I don't. You love me. I don't. I keep walking. And then she just followed me. 3 blocks isn't a long time, but it felt like forever. Sir? And it like got horrifying. I mean, like sad, horrifying, where she was like, sir. No, I'm good. Sir. And I mean, all the way up to the front of my hotel. As I was walking in, I heard her, sir! like that. I mean, it was insane. I wrestled some fucking demons that night. I was like, what if it wasn't even a prostitute? But then I was like, you can't start it off with you love me and then massage. I've had 6 Nigerian guys ask if I want to fuck, and then other people in like puffer jackets, girls in puffer jackets come up and be like, you suck cock? You fuck me? And you're like, no, I'm good. Massage? I'm like, no, dude, no. So anyways, there was a list of things where it just felt like Japan had something for me. The Bad Omens came to a close and we were back at the part in Osaka. We went to go shop. We're at a crosswalk of all of these like stores. I think it was called the store was called Animate. And we were at this crosswalk in between there, and there was like some other little like vinyl figure shops. Everywhere has like little anime statues and stuff. And we all reconvene. Hey, we're outside here so we can all meet up. And Allison's to my left, Harry is beside her, Jono, and then Nick is beside me. From behind Harry, there's a man hunched over and he has a Donkey Kong tropical freeze bag, like a tote bag. Like, you know, like one of those plastic tote bags. And it's thrown over his shoulder like this, and he's bent over and he's looking around. He has this face mask on and he's kind of looking around like this, whatever, which isn't out of the ordinary because the amount of people in Japan that walk like a creature from Dagon is normal. People are bent over, they're all fucked up. I'm guessing it's just like a lot of walking through your life, a lot of like physical labor and stuff. I don't know. I just know that it's like the older they are, they crumble up like paper. So when he was standing there, they didn't really pay too much attention to it. But this is where shit hits the fan.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. January's almost over, and this is usually the time when people say they're gonna make changes, but inevitably lose steam. But not you, because you have Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. And the best part is, Fume is not vape. There's no vapor, which means you can use it anywhere. Their new retro sweets flavors, Spearmint Ice and Cinnamon Heart, are the perfect way to stay on track with your New Year's goals. Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. Sorry, Duracell. Not here. And Fume is meant to fidget with. With satisfying snaps and clicks, Fume is there to calm you down when you're feeling anxious. Fume has already helped over 300,000 people build better habits. Try Fume today. And if you order the Journey Pack now using my code PAPAMeat, you'll get a free Fume Topper, an awesome accessory to level up your experience. Go to tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code on the screen right now. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
He's peeking around with his face mask on, and then he looks over at us and his eyes kind of widen a bit and he kind of starts shuffling. You can kind of hear it in his like sandals. He's like wearing like some fucking slides. Shh. Shh. Everyone else is talking to each other, and I'm really the only guy closing in to where this guy's going to walk through our group and make some statement. There was some stuff where it was like either we were on the wrong side of the sidewalk. There were so many different like rules and stuff to where people will bump into you and they'll like be like fuck off. And you know, there's probably a big thing of people being like, why the fuck are there so many tourists here? I want to fucking put a bolt in their head. Hey, I'm right there with you, buddy. So at first, like I said, I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, this guy's gonna walk right through our group. And I'm like, okay. And I take like a step back. A little Midwest hospitality. Go ahead. But he doesn't walk through our group. He goes right up behind Harry. And by the time that he gets really close to Harry, everyone notices it besides Harry because he's standing behind Harry. So everyone kind of stops talking and he goes up to Harry and he gets really close to Harry's face. I mean, like maybe 3 inches. I mean, it was really close. And his mask is on and his eyes get really wide. Wide, like he is like looking into the depths of his soul. He looks at Harry and he does, "I sorry." he goes, "I sorry." And he's looking at him and he keeps looking at him and they're both just looking at each other. And then he just finally and starts shuffling off, and it's slow, real slow. And of course we turn to each other and we're like, what in the fuck is that? We turn back. The guy's gone! He's gone! We looked over for 3 seconds, 4 seconds maybe. He's gone! There's some people. Oh, when we got lost in the crowd. No way. He was going so slow to where it's almost like we turned away and he'd have to have dead sprinted.
So I was gonna say, once he saw you guys look away.
So this begins now the list of things that confirm that we were cursed. I don't know if there is something where a curse can be transmitted from like marking somebody with his eyes, like by just looking at this guy and we all looked at him, we were cursed. I don't know. It's a very superstitious culture. I'll say that. So who knows? I guess I'll say my end. That night, I immediately got very sick. So sick, in fact, that for the next 4 days in Japan, I was bedridden. I mean, I could not, I was fatigued. I got up, and I think right now there's a huge outbreak of like influenza or something in Japan or something like that, you know, record high. But it was just that night, I immediately was just kind of like, you know, when you kind of know you're getting sick in your throat and you're like, fuck. That next morning, I'm not even joking, it felt like, I mean, I couldn't eat. Even just like choking down water was rough. I would try to get up because I'm sitting in Japan in a hotel room and I'm like, I'm wasting all this vacation time. Like I planned this, we worked so hard this year to fucking come out here and do this, and now I'm just like sitting in my room. But anytime I would get up and try to like go down to the lobby to get like a coffee or something, it was so lightheaded, I feel like I was gonna black out. Seriously, that way for 4 days. So like everybody was kind of like, are you sure you can't come out? And it was fucking horrible. Like I just kind of sat there and I felt plagued. That's how I feel like I was cursed, all right? I really did not get better until we went back to Tokyo, Akihabara. So really, I was sick the rest of the time that I was there. Mind you, the next person I'll talk about is Allison, because she was in the same room as me, obviously. So that night, I start getting sick. She's like, well, it's probably nothing, just drink water. I was like, okay. So the next morning, we kind of go through, I wake up, I still feel miserable. I put on like American Dad on TV. I'm just gonna go on fucking Japanese YouTube and watch American Dad compilations, because everything else, all the streamers are like region blocked or whatever. Allison is taking a shower and then she just fucking screams. This is like 7 in the morning. Screams. Blood curdling scream. I'm like, like sick and frightened. She comes running out and she's like, why the f would you look in on me? Jump scare me like that. She thought I was like looking at her through the shower trying to scare her. And I was like, dude, I'm looking at my fat ass like laying on this bed. I'm like, I've been here watching American Dad. She says, and I quote, there was a man looking at me through the steamed glass, hands up on the glass looking in on her. And she's like, it was crystal clear as day. But the only thing that she said was different was that she's like, I could have swore he had like black hair. I don't think it was the same, you know, she's seeing aberrations of the man who cursed us, but I do think like some spooky shit's going on. All right. And one thing that me and Allison kept doing was we would look at Google reviews of businesses in Japan. It's really funny because those motherfuckers get mad over like the smallest, most insignificant things. And they'll write like, Bibles. So then we look at the hotel that we're at. It's in downtown Osaka. Look at the review. And one of the first ones was really fun trip, 3-star review. Because a lot of things in Japan also, people are like, it's perfect. They'll leave 3 stars. I don't know. 3-star review. What a wonderful trip, or I had a great time. Something like that. This fucking review was like, I had a great time at this hotel. The ghost tried scaring me, but I thought they were funny. I would definitely come back. And we're reading this like, what? Because at this hotel, there is a fucking temple right next door. Like not even right next door. There is a tiny alleyway and there is a full-fledged fucking temple. The guy in his review basically goes like, oh, it was this guy with black hair, so-and-so, which everybody in Japan has black hair, but still, it was like one of these things he talked about the ghost from the temple. We went there the next morning and fucking read the placard of the guy who was at the temple, and she was like, this looks like him. They had like a picture of him. This looks like him, which I was just like, all right, dude, like... You know, come on, Allison. Let's try to reel it in a little bit. But still, a fucking paranormal haunting happened. It freaked her out for the rest of the trip, at least in Osaka, where it would be like, leave the door open for the bathroom. Because it was like, there's an entryway to the bathroom, you close that. There's another door to where you have a toilet, another door to where you have your shower. So you would leave the door open to where like anybody in the room could like look in and see, it's just me. I see my wife naked sometimes, so it's not a big deal. But just one of those things where it's like leaving a night light on. I don't fucking know. That's Allison's. Whatever. Next, we go up to the culprit himself, Harry. He had insomnia every night he was in Osaka. Every night since he got cursed, he was tossing and turning. He was saying that he kept like hearing people tapping on the wall. Don't know what the fuck that's about. Very vague. Harry's a very vague man. So you'll just be like, well, was it scary? Yeah. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, what happened? There's just like tapping on the walls. So that's as much as I got out of that. All I know is every day it kind of looked like there was a little ounce of dread in him. One, it could have been from how insufferable me asking what the questions were in my sickly state or whenever even we were coming back. But it just felt like it's one of those things, you sleep perfectly every night in Tokyo, but then now all of a sudden you're hearing shit, you can't sleep, insomnia, it feels like you can't get any rest. Come on, bro. Right? Am I wrong?
A little suspicious.
Little suspicious. Then our tall, doughy Irish friend, Jono, everyone while I was sick went up to go see the snow monkeys in Japan. It's like we went in the winter, so it's like perfect time of year. You go up there's like hot springs and you see these snow monkeys. They have red faces. I'm sure here's some pictures or some videos of them up there having a fun time. I didn't get to go because I was sick. I had a good time. Jono goes up, everyone goes up there and they go into a hot spring where you can like sit in a hot spring.
Naked?
And the monkeys are, well, yeah, naked. I think everybody knows it's naked. Did you guys see each other's dicks?
I was covered up.
You didn't just let it hang free?
Oh, I think when I grabbed my towel, I did. It was too cold. We got out and it was like, so I'm pretty sure people saw my dick.
All right. Well, and mind you, this is normal. People go in, you pay to go into these hot springs and sit around them. And like the monkeys they go around you. They really don't give a f. They're so acclimated to it that it's just like, they don't really even pay attention as long as you just don't look them in the eyes.
Yep. The guy specifically said, no looking eyes.
No looking eyes, right? Which, whatever. We've heard that before. Don't look fucking monkeys in the eyes. Sure. Jono gets in the hot spring, and from the sources of Jono, Nick, and Harry, all of the monkeys like surround the hot spring. They make a fucking circle around the hot spring, and they're all looking at Jono. Is it because it's the first Irishman they've ever seen? Is this the biggest man in the pool, therefore they feel intimidated? I'm not sure. All I know is usually they're frolicking around and kind of doing their own thing because they just don't give a shit. But now they're all huddled around this circle watching Jono. And Jono is a tired, scared Irish boy. So he's just kind of like looking at their feet, but he sees the amount of feet there in front of him, and he's like, this probably isn't normal. Which sometimes the monkeys as well will get in the hot spring and they'll kind of like hop out. This monkey like hops borderline in Jono's lap. Huge noise. And it uses his fucking leg to pole vault off of him and out of the hot spring, whatever. But he gashes his fucking leg up like bad. Bleeding. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe what happened. Actually, I guess I got the Jono accent. I should just do the Jono when he talks. He kind of sounds like this. So he's just kind of like doing this thing where he was like this. I can't believe that they fucking jumped off me, man. For real. It's pretty good, isn't it? I can't believe that they fucking jumped off me. It's crazy. It was the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen. It was horrifying. It was fucking horrifying how he did it. He jumped off my leg and it scratched me. I got out immediately. It was the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen in my fucking life, man, for real. it's so good. If Jono's editing this, you should have him say something.
The one upside to that story is I did get to see Nick's cock when we were running into the bath. And to be honest, I was more concerned with that than I was with the monkey shit that Hunter's talking. I don't really remember that, but I do remember seeing his dick, and I do remember seeing I got to see his balls as well, and they're very big. Yeah, his cock was very large.
You should show a picture of his leg too.
Yeah, show a picture of his leg. I don't know if we can. Well, the blood or whatever. We'll have to show some picture of it, but it scared the shit out of everybody. They immediately got out and kind of ran away, and the monkeys were all in unison as they were running away. They did not chase them. They just started doing back and forth chanting. It was fucking horrifying. They didn't even move. They didn't chant. They didn't do whatever. It almost felt like they were like, get the fuck out of here. You're cursed, right? But the most egregious, and dare I say, the most curse-ridden man was Nick of all, because Nick had the curse of not getting any pussy in Japan. All right? Mind you, Nick's a dirty bird, likes to get some pussy once in a while, dude. He's a man. Who doesn't? And we all know Nick loves Japanese women, finds the most beautiful people in the world, so he went there very eager to find a wife, potentially. Who knows? We went to clubs. We went to bars. Women everywhere. Women who, I know for a fact, Nick's a good-looking man. And especially in some of these clubs and stuff, a lot of donkey faces out there, dude. All right? He's walking around like, you probably peacock a little bit. You know, he's all nervous. Every time a girl would look at him, they would kind of perch up though. In these clubs, just like, what the fuck's going on? It's almost as if he had this stink about him. He was emanating some kind of stink that maybe we had become accustomed to through this thing. Almost like when someone like shits their pants and on a car ride, and after a while you're just like, you become one with it. You kind of accept it as a sin. Nick couldn't break the ice with anybody. And you know what's crazy? Craziest of all is that even in Golden Guy or any of the places where people were soliciting prostitution, no one came up to him once. Which maybe they're coming up to me because I'm a big fat ugly man and they're just like, you surely need to pay for it, right? So maybe they're like, oh, we don't have to worry about him. But it's odd. Everyone else in our group, even Allison got solicited prostitution, okay? Not one person went up to Nick to ask him in a fucking weird way. Not that he would indulge in it. I think he fucking wanted someone to.
It hurt.
Did you want somebody to come up and...
I felt like I wasn't wanted.
It is, isn't it? Kind of feels like everybody else gets like, you go to like an ice cream store, right? Everybody else gets a sample and you're like the one kid left out. One Coke highball, please.
Do I not look desperate enough?
I don't think so. Probably not as me. I was kind of like, I had the big fat man waddle. It's like walking through the city. Oh. But as soon as we left Japan and we were flying in the air, there was a sense of ease. Like there was a sense of like, which you could associate to a long trip and you're going home and you're looking forward to going home. But in a weird way, it was us breaking the curse, the spell. You know, if we ever return, will it be reactivated as we enter this like barrier? You know, I don't know. All I know is I would go back to Japan. Not as long. We were there way too long. We were there 17 days. Next time I went to Japan, give me a week. 1 day for travel, 5 days, and then another day for travel. Just too long. Way too long. It could have been anywhere in the world. And I would have been like, this is way too long. What's f***ed up is everybody I told before, I was like, yeah, we're going to go there for like almost 3 weeks. Everyone's like, cool. As soon as I came back, they're like, yeah, bro, it's way too long. Like 10 days max. That's what everyone kept saying. I'm like, well, it's fucking cool, man. Thanks, dude. And I just want to give a shout out to all the wonderful people, all the buddies I got to see in Japan. Benny on Instagram. He's the guy who did my tattoo. Science Patrols. My buddy Corey. He does a lot of awesome soft vinyl. He got to show me around Nakano Broadway and that kind of stuff. That was a lot of fun and hanging out with him. He also got to show me, I think it's called Yamachan, whatever. I think we went to Yamachan like 3 or 4 fucking times. It's like a little chicken wing place. It was awesome. If you're ever in Japan and you pass a Yamachan, go there. Got to meet Corey and his brother. They're awesome. Follow Science Patrols. He makes awesome soft vinyl toys. It's amazing. And of course, our beautiful boy, Jacob Takahashi, who gave me, for my birthday, he brought me a bottle of sake from his local shrine, and I thought that was awesome. Sake is disgusting. I won't drink it, but I will cherish this as a memory, and it will remain sealed forever. So that's cool. I actually do. I love this. I think it's sick, but sake is disgusting. So Jacob Takahashi, of course, helps voice. He's voice acted. If you've heard a Japanese voice in one of my cartoons, it's one of him. He does amazing dubs and stuff for other animes, so please follow him as well. He's a beautiful man. But just want to say thank you to all my Japanese friends out there. Thank you so much. And, you know, if you go to Japan, be respectful. It's a completely different culture. There's a lot of things that seem completely different to our own, right? But it's amazing. It's a great place. A lot of good people. A lot of fun people. Big drinking culture. If you're a drinker, gotta go f***ing drink in Japan. It's f***ing sick, man. Seriously. Highball. A Coke highball. That's another thing that pissed me off. Oh, yeah. Is being like, I'd be like, can I get a Captain and Coke? And they'd be like, Captain and Coke? And you're like, yeah, Captain Coke. Oh, a Morgan and Coke. And you're like, okay, dude. All right, dude. So we're getting there. And then Nick was like, you know, if I want a Jack and Coke, I should just say Daniel and Coke or whatever. But yeah, you can't say whiskey and Coke. What? And you're like, Coke highball. Oh. I don't know. All in all, it was a great trip. We did get cursed. It was kind of weird. We had some ups and downs, but that was my Japanese trip. Just wanted to tell you guys about it. Thought it was a lot of fun. So happy to be here making videos again. I think it's going to be a very exciting year. We got a lot of cool stuff planned. So until the meantime, everybody, I love you all so much. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about
World of Warcraft.
Play the montage.
Okay, my mom just canceled my brother's World of Warcraft account.
The intoxicating game called World of Warcraft.
And he's freaking out.
They don't realize how addictive it can be.
Isn't False Start dead? The international addiction to an internet game.
You don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
I now pronounce me and Warcraft together from now until the end of time.
Today we're talking about World of Warcraft. It's got to be the most well-known MMORPG. Which, if you don't know what MMORPG is, you definitely don't get buzzy. Or you're probably young. I wonder what the median age is for MMORPG enjoyers. I feel like that's like an older generation thing. I feel like it's more of like 30 and up.
Everyone trying to relive the glory days.
Yeah, the glory days of the Burning Crusade and the Wrath of the Lich King and all that jazz. People who are like vanilla. I'm like, okay, dude. All right, I want to look. Can we go back to when there was like nothing in the game, please? Everyone's heard of WoW is the moral of the story. Somehow, some way, you've come across it in some kinds of different media, right? Maybe your friend had it. Maybe you saw it in the South Park episode. I don't know. You've definitely heard of World of Warcraft. It's been around for more than 20 years, and it's one of the most popular MMOs ever created. What the what else is there? Guild Wars?
Guild Wars 2! The One Piece MMO that's coming out!
Is there really an MMO One Piece game?
I hope.
There should be, with how vast the world is. My experience with World of Warcraft was I didn't have internet growing up, so I would go over to my friend's house. I had a really shitty Toshiba laptop that still had the CD-ROM, mind you. At that time, it was like right towards the end of Burning Crusade, and I remember all my friends were playing it, and I was like, I don't think I can afford World of Warcraft. It's like $15 a month. I went to Walmart and I got a battle chest thing that I think had the original and Burning Crusade in it or something. Super stoked, and then immediately I was pissed because like immediately Wrath of the Lich King came out after that, and I was thinking, okay, I don't have any, I don't got any money for this. But it was mostly just going over to my friend's house either after school or on weekends. You would just stay up all night. I didn't really like the game. I liked like leveling up with my friends and like getting swords. Every time I'd go over, I'd just start a new character, and we would just like, my friend would take Adderall and we would just order pizzas and make another level 60 character or whatever that night. I always liked instances or those dungeons. Now, I don't think I ever did a raid. I liked going, especially in Burning Crusade, they had a lot of cool like weird demon instances. There was one where it ends with like a dragon fight, and then the enemy has like a cool sword. It's called like Hell Cleaver. And I remember I got that. And I think whenever you have it, you spin and you attack with it or something.
Is it a pole arm?
It was like a two-handed sword. I can't remember. It was big. I remember when I was a kid though, I was like, this is sick. I used to draw it and stuff when I was younger. I was like, this is awesome. Me and my digital sword. Pretty sure I swear to God, I drew like Naruto. Or no, I drew Gaara.
With a sword?
From Naruto with that sword. And the control sand, and he has a badass sword. But with all that being said, it's crazy to see millions of diehard fans who dedicate their lives to this game still to this day, and not just streamers. Get them out of me. What are you doing, bro? There's like very rabid fans, people full 9-to-5 jobs, come home and they get in with their clans or whatever, and they do raids or anything else. It always perplexed me, even whenever like it was the heyday of like Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, which I'm pretty sure that was the most popular time. Even then, I was like, I just want to play Dead Rising. You know, like, can we fucking do anything else besides this?
You gotta do your daily quest.
Maybe the thing is I never got to experience it with like people and be like have that kind of relationship with the game, but it was always fascinating and still fascinates me to this day. Like when I go into a stream and I see people, like there's streamers who get 20,000 plus viewers, just watching a guy sit there and like, it's just like, you look at the screen, tons of green. I'm trying to see if I can barter with boots with this guy, but he's just not. It's like, what the, like, what? But people, they love it. They love it. They love it. And I think it's time to take a look into World of Warcraft to see what makes the game so important to people. Why is the game so important? Something that brought this idea back to life to me recently was there's some World of Warcraft drama going on. We don't have a lot to talk about. All right. It has to do with OnlyFans, which is a World of Warcraft classic guild that blew up within the streaming community. It was made by one of WoW's biggest streamers, Sodapoppin, and is a roleplay server with 100 other popular streamers in a race to defeat Ragnaros in the 40-man Molten Core raid. And you have awesome creators in it, like Mizkif, XQC, and Tyler One, who I am dubbing the world's greatest gamer.
I like that.
What can't the man do?
Nothing.
At least in the confines of video games. How the f you be like master in League and then you end up like ranking like a high rank in chess?
I think it's Grandmaster in chess.
He's a Grandmaster in chess, like f***ing Magnus Carlsen. Do you know what pisses me off more than anything? Can I say something? And you know what? Anybody can take this and they can run with it. I don't give a f***. I'm putting my opinion out there. Nothing infuriates me more than seeing when I'm on my phone doom scrolling and I get a f***ing clip. Magnus showing up late for a tournament. And it's him doing...
There he is. The world champion has arrived. He's running to his chair. At least he has pants on.
He sits down, shakes the guy's hand, and he like readjusts all of his pieces. It's like, dude, we fucking get it. You're good at chess. Just show up on time and get the job done. Because then the dickhead's sitting there like some fucking Polish guy sitting there, and he's just like... The OnlyFans guild takes place in a hardcore server, meaning a death in the game resulted in a complete character restart. The absolute tragedy. My word. While this race factor amped up the entertainment value, it was also the cause of intense internet drama. And people love drama. The streamer Pirate Software was kicked from a guild after a controversial play that infuriated the entire internet. During a dire mall run, the streamer and his 5 level 60 friends tried to retreat during a dangerous encounter. 2 members ended up dying, and the others were quick to blame Pirate Software for not using his abilities to slow the enemies. Instead, he buffed himself and ran away as fast as possible, claiming he had no mana left to help them out.
I can help a lot. Yep.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking?
This
Look at
is
my mana.
savage, but come on, man.
Damn. So are we in the hardcore server or not? There's a bunch of fucking pig-faced dudes that can't get out in time. I say, guess what? Restart your character. Go on eBay and buy a character.
Be Elon Musk.
I think he pays like Taiwanese kids to level up his Diablo 4 account. I don't know. I am totally number 4 in the entire world. That's how Elon sounds on.
I can't believe that. I'm number 4 in the entire world.
But this sparked a heated debate, many arguing that pirate software clearly left them for dead when he could have helped. What the fuck is going on? And of course, pirate software doubled down, saying there was nothing he could have done.
He just wants me to sit down, grovel on my knees, and be like, I'm so sorry, Mr. Yamato. It was all my fault, the mage. I won't do it again. I'm so sorry that tank overpulled 2 packs and a boss. Oh man, oh god. Next time I'll save you from the big mean 2 packs and a boss that tank pulled. Are you kidding me, dude?
But the backlash was so intense that he was eventually kicked from the guild entirely.
Pirate got kicked? Oh my god!
Good luck sleeping at night, buddy. In a statement on Twitter, Pirate reveals that he had received thousands of death threats on top of being doxxed all over the internet, including in-game, all for a stupid mistake made in a WoW server. There's almost nothing a person could do to be doxxed online, and death threats. Seeing all of this crazy shit happen is kind of what sparked me to want to do this video. I'll be honest, I don't really give a fuck about the drama. I don't care. I really don't care about the video game itself. I'm more interested in people's fascination with the video game. It's not about that. If you came here for that, it's not about that. That's the last putting a bow on that. It's done. Bye-bye. But it's insane to think that a few people dying in a video game could push a group of people to threaten someone's life, which feels stupid to say because at the same time, as I say that out loud, it's happened many times before, and probably even with this game. Sure, you could have a caveat, right? It's a hardcore server. These people's lost over 100 hours of their lives leveling up these characters, so no wonder people feel so passionate about the betrayal, right? And also you're on a streaming thing, and people are tied up with emotional response to their favorite creators and all that kind of stuff. I get it entirely, but still, it's a bit silly. We're in silly town. Put on your silly hat, we're in silly town.
All I know is that if my Minecraft server got deleted because of a streamer, I would dox, send death threats.
I was on a hardcore server, and someone didn't use their magical abilities to slow down the enemy so I could get away and they could help, and I got killed and I had to reset my character on this hardcore server. I would either, one, I would kill myself, or I would dox and I would strangle to death the person that was responsible. Those are the two only options. I'd either put a gun in my mouth and blow up my fucking brains, or I would dox the person that did that and I would strangle them with my bare fist. And it led me to think this. If there's people that are taking it this seriously, this event this seriously with World of Warcraft, there's got to be something I'm missing with the hype of this game, with the lore, with everything. There's got to be something I'm missing, and I want to find out what it is. Which leads us into the history of World of Warcraft. I don't know, have me shoot like a spell. Like a World of Warcraft spell. I want to be like a what's the big bowl race?
A Tauren.
Yeah, I'm a Tauren.
Getting milked. I'm
getting milked. I'm also one of those aliens.
Draenei.
You know, it's my least favorite World of Warcraft race. If I could be racist in World of Warcraft.
Gnomes.
How'd you know?
Because they're ugly.
They are kind of ugly, aren't they? So fucking tiny. I also hate seeing them run around the map all tiny and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, freak.
You make a twink, and then the gay community stole that term.
The gay community has taken so many terms. I can't say bear anymore without somebody bringing up gay sex.
This video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Reinventing your childhood, one bite at a time. Magic Spoon is a perfect fit for a variety of diets because it is high protein and has no sugar. And while you're feeling good about what you're eating, Magic Spoon also has the flavors you loved growing up. Fruity, cocoa, peanut butter, you know, the trifecta. All of these flavors are loaded with 13 to 14 grams of protein and are completely gluten-free. Magic Spoon also has treats. These protein bars are crispy, crunchy, and completely guilt-free. They are a perfect snack to have in the morning or after a workout. Featuring the flavors of marshmallow, chocolatey peanut butter, double chocolate, and blueberry muffin. Each bar has 12 grams of protein, only 1 gram of sugar, and 2 grams of carbs. Plus, Magic Spoon just added their brand new granola. Try honey almond or peanut butter for breakfast and get 13 grams of protein. So why don't you treat yourself? Use my code PAPAMEAT or click the link in the description to try Magic Spoon treats or granola today and get $5 off. You can also find Magic Spoon products on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. And Magic Spoon is so confident in their product, it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee online. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund you the money. No questions asked. So click the link in the description to go to magicspoon.com/papameat or scan the QR code on the screen for $5 off. Thank you, Magic Spoon, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
Anyways, the history of World of Warcraft. I figured to understand what this game means to everyone, we should look into the history of its creation and its success, just to get an idea. Maybe you aren't familiar, or maybe you just want to stroll down memory lane, which I like to do from time to time. World of Warcraft was released by Blizzard Entertainment in 2004. That company had some fun stuff happen recently too, right? What was that in the media? I'm sure we'll figure out later.
Overwatch 2.
Oh, it was Overwatch 2. That's what it was. It was a high fantasy game that was made to be much more streamlined and intuitive compared to the other popular MMOs at the time, like EverQuest. Let's just show some footage of EverQuest. Not bad. It was such a huge success that the developers didn't even have the hardware to handle the large influx of players. People were smoking this thing like crack, dude. They were injecting it in their veins like heroin. They couldn't get enough. People were addicted, ladies and gentlemen. People were addicted to WoW. Players were grinding through the game nonstop, with many recounting flunking out of their college classes because of it. And the game has constantly evolved throughout its lifespan and has a total of 10 expansions so far. 10. It's fucking crazy.
They already announced the next 2 expansions.
What were they? Mists of Pandaria 2? Mists of Pandaria 3?
So after the BlizzCon, we will be going back to Pandaria twice. Here to do the announcement is Jack Black. She bow! She bow!
That'd be sick.
Yeah. Once the content dries up, every 2 years, Blizzard adds new locations, items, playable races, and story elements, and raids to spice up the game. They do that every 2 years. Pretty crazy, and they still are keeping people in the seats. Despite people's obsession with the game, World of Warcraft had a long history of releasing expansions to poor reception. Often people aggressively critique Blizzard for bad expansions only to praise them by the time the next one is released. You come out and people are like, this sucks, fuck this. And by the time the new one comes out, they're like, you can't change it, it's perfect. Which I feel like is probably true with everything. But the cycle usually goes as this. Everyone gets excited about a new expansion. Mists of Pandaria, pandas. It's fun. Expansion drops, you can play a panda and like as a monk or some shit. Everyone complains about the new expansion. The pandas weren't as pog as we expected. People say the last expansion was better, and you circle back to new expansion gets announced. Rinse and repeat, baby, all day, every day. We're gamers.
Bet you there are players right now saying, I miss Mr. Pandaria.
What I wouldn't go to give back to Mr. Pandaria. Please let me go back, please. Keep doing all these vanilla re-releases, dude. Give me back the pandas. And with all these expansions ruining the game, players began to get nostalgic for the good old days. They missed the socializing and exploration that came with the World of Warcraft when it was originally released, right? Back then it was magical. Now it's all fucking corporate, man. Players felt the game had lost the magic, which pushed people to develop and run unofficial, private, vanilla servers of the game. As Blizzard refused to accommodate the players yearning for the original World of Warcraft experience, people wanted to go back to the original days, and Blizzard was like, I'm not fucking doing that. So people took it upon themselves to do it.
At BlizzCon, they're like, no one really wants that.
Have you ever thought about adding servers for previous expansions as they were then?
No. And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
Anything Blizzard does in a like convention style thing is usually there's always something funny. I always like the Diablo mobile announcement. That was like one of my favorite. Is this a out of season April Fool's joke? And I love the response to that is, what, do you guys not have phones?
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out of season April Fool's joke?
Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
Which one of the most popular of these vanilla servers was Nostalrius, which reached over 800,000 accounts at its peak. Almost 1 million fucking people were in this original vanilla server. And to the surprise of many, Blizzard issued a cease and desist to those keeping the vanilla servers running, forcing it to shut down on April 10th, 2016, which was about a year after its launch. People are just having fun playing the game you make, and then Wizards comes in, they're just like, hey, sir, come here real quick. Shut this thing down right now. Seriously. Hundreds of thousands of signatures were made on a petition to keep it running, but to no avail. Petitions don't, can we just say that right now? Petitions don't fucking work.
What? Change.org doesn't work?
Yeah, are you saying change.org does nothing at all? People mourn the closure of the server, hoarding together for its final moments, and it's actually pretty crazy seeing everybody there. Man, too many names, dude. I get have like a panic attack.
The FPS must have been like 2.
My Toshiba laptop could not handle this right here, okay? And it was only a year later at BlizzCon 2017, Blizzard's annual convention, when it was announced that Blizzard was actively working on World of Warcraft Classic, a standalone version of the game that brings players back to the vanilla version of the game.
I am pleased and also a little bit nervous to announce the development of a classic server option for World of Warcraft.
This was an immensely profitable decision, one that brought in millions of dollars and proved to be a success even today.
More people, I think, play classic servers than retail.
More people probably play the classic version than the retail version. Or did they realize that you could be a panda? Do they realize you can be a panda and go experience Kung Fu Panda in World of Warcraft? Are they aware? Also, I want to say this too. Mist of Pandaria probably could have been, it could be, people could love it. I just remember seeing that. I think I stopped playing it at Cataclysm when Cataclysm. I have not played it since then. I just kind of see stuff from here and there. Have not kept up with it. Don't know if it's good. I just remember seeing Mist of Pandaria and being like, that looks really gay. That was the first thing I said. I was being offensive. I said, okay, that looks gay. It was fucking, I think it came out at the same time like a Kung Fu Panda movie came out. I thought it was a sponsored meme or something like that. I don't know. Sue me. There's not always rainbows in World of Warcraft, right? I mean, we could talk about some of the horror stories in this community. Also, I like how we listed one thing. Did you feel like that was a comprehensive history? I hope so. Do we talk about Leroy Jenkins in this?
Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
We didn't even talk about, in the history of World of Warcraft, we never even brought up Leroy Jenkins. So let's... Leroy Jenkins! Well, if you want more of that, I'm sure there's channels out there that'll give it to you. Because we just want to get into the dark side of World of Warcraft, apparently, because we're little fucking heathen goblins. On r/WoW, which stands for World of Warcraft, the post says, what's your biggest guild scandal story you know of, or have been involved in? And someone said, so many. The first one here says, guild member, instead of just going, hey, this isn't really working out for me anymore, put thanks for having me for 2+ years, guild quitting. He faked their own death, and then 3 months later logged in to G-quit all their tunes and realm transfer. I read that as if, like, I thought I was like reading Latin after a while. What the f does G quit all their tunes mean?
Tunes are characters, so he probably had multiple characters in the guild, and so he logged in real quickly, G quit, so guild quit, and then realm transferred them off completely.
Why does that? Why did he just do that to begin with?
It was probably didn't want to hurt their feelings.
Oh, he did. So he did it because he's like, oh, if they do that, they're gonna think I don't like them anymore.
Yeah, he probably also stole a bunch of shit in the guild too.
We might not have the full story here. Okay, I never was in a guild. I just play with my friends online. I didn't know the guilds were such a big deal.
I play by myself and just raid.
You just raid by yourself?
And then I was a 14, so I never talk and vent. So I just type everything because I was scared.
You were afraid to speak on. I guess I could see that too. I never had a game mic. I feel like I'd just be in the room with them and you talk that. You know what I mean?
I used to be a clicker. That's a sin, a cardinal sin in WoW. You're never supposed to click. But I was a hunter, so I just had to do a rotation.
I don't know what the f you're saying. Like, I don't know what clicker means.
Clicking is where you have your abilities on the bar, is where you take your mouse and go over and click the...
Oh.
Instead of clicking 1, 2, 3, or A, B, or whatever.
Yeah. I do that still to level up in League, and people freak out at that. I'm not keyboard savvy, so I'm always like, eh. And I can't multitask it. I don't know. I'm a fucking idiot. Another one says, a guild run by a wife and husband. Wife drove 2 hours to have an affair with another raider in the guild. Husband found out, lost his shit, drove 2 hours to try and fight the guy, but got arrested during the confrontation. If you're wondering, neither the marriage nor the guild survived.
We had that too. We had a guild that also had like a husband and wife couple, and it really affected the rating when the wife was pregnant and had to go into labor. She was our healer.
Well, it's going to happen. You know, it's like, are we raiding or are we having a kid? Like, can we choose? What are we doing here? The amount of crazy interactions guilds probably have isn't like the stories. To be like a fly on the wall in some like crazy, it's a WoW tavern and hear some of that stuff. Another post says, old raid leader played clear favorites with a new tank, cheated on his wife with the new tank, and then left his wife for the new tank. Then he went on Jeopardy and lost because he's a fucking loser. The idea of an affair happening in World of Warcraft is absurd. You played really well today. You know, if you want these boots, you can have them. It's absurd. It has to be the least sexy environment ever, right?
Well, when your mind sees those pixels on screen, your brain starts.
How much of that do you think too is like them being enthralled with like the fantasy of the game, but they look at the game as an escape, and then there's someone in the game that they like or do it like there's no lines of reality anymore.
Also, well, I mean, if you're an adult, it makes sense. I remember I was like 8 or 10. I played this game called Habba Hotel. Anyways, there was a character that was a girl character, and I fell in love. I didn't even know if they were a real woman.
It can happen. I will say this. I have a buddy named Aaron. They've been married. They've been together forever. They've been married and have 2 wonderful kids now. So love can happen anywhere, which I guess if you're just casually conversating with somebody, anything can lead to whatever. But if you're already married and then like an affair starts, it's so much different than people finding love. We talked about the community a little bit and some of the horrifying stuff that happens in guilds. But let's talk about some of the horrifying stories that happen in World of Warcraft. In 2006, a guild officer named Fayin died from a stroke. And out of respect for their fallen guild member, his guildmates and friends decided to hold a funeral in Winter Spring to say their goodbyes. As wholesome as this may seem, things took a dark turn when they decided to open the invitation to alliance factions as well. The guild Serenity now caught wind of this and decided to enact a brutal raid on the funeral, leading to a massacre of attendees who were simply there to mourn their dead friend. So this is in the game.
It's the Red Wedding.
It's the Red Wedding of World of Warcraft. This frame rate.
It was a tragic day. We were mourning.
I like that. I think someone's definitely at their desk by their keyboard and they're like, no! No! It is f***ed up that the guy died in real life and it was like them getting together from all these people from probably different parts of the world. And they're just like, this is nice. Some guy from the Alliance is just like, we're gonna fucking kill all of them. Last year, a World of Warcraft YouTuber was forced to stop making YouTube content over death threats. Mad Skills HC, a YouTuber that focuses his channel around content where he entered hardcore WoW servers to kill bot players. This is something that Blizzard has been trying to fight off for a long time via mass bans. But this man decided to take it into his own hands.
A little vigilante.
He's like the Batman of World of Warcraft there. These bots are created by players that are farming gold to sell it later. Because this is a hardcore server, dead bots lose all the gold they've accumulated, which is a huge setback for these gold farmers. This has resulted in the YouTuber catching a wave of death threats. Some emails showed screenshots from Discord channels in Taiwan and Russia, where they detailed how they were going to cut off his fingers and feed them to his family.
I am going to fucking cut off your fingers and feed it to your dog!
After initially claiming his channel could no longer continue, it seems that he has continued to make bot hunting content. So perhaps he got over his fear of the bot mafia doing him any harm.
So he didn't shut down his channel.
Yeah, what the fuck? What? All right, well, I thought he did. Well, there you go. You know, Russian bot farmers for gold. Is there a lot of money to be made in World of Warcraft?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Like, could it be a full-time, could you selling shit in World of Warcraft be a full-time job?
Probably. You could be a gold farmer, because there's websites that people sell gold. You can also be a level up characters. Well, I used to follow this guy called Wow Hobbs, and people would pay him to run through dungeons to level up.
All right. We also got another post of what is the craziest WoW ruin my life story you've ever heard. And someone said, my best friend had moved west to a major city and was enjoying it after growing up in small towns. And he suggested he come out here and find work too now that he just graduated high school. He was always diligent, sharp, funny, and clean guy. He worked part-time all through high school and saved up upwards $20,000. He moved into my city and I got him a place to live with my other friend who rented a home and a house. I showed him WoW when he came. He was instantly hooked. He was supposed to find work, but 3 to 4 months in and he was still just playing WoW, smoking pot and drinking. Eventually, I started noticing big shifts in him. He stopped answering calls. My other friend would say he wouldn't see him during the day and just hear him up all night. Weeks passed and I'd see him online, but he'd barely even respond to me there. I kept asking to hang out and he'd ignore me, which really weirded me out. I finally went to the house to confront him and see what was going on, and I was shocked. His room was literally piled with garbage, both bagged and strewn. His desk and bed were covered with black garbage bags and beer cans, but the saddest part was a little nest he made for himself on the hardwood floor where he had moved his computer and would lay, play, and sleep, only leaving to smoke and bio, meaning shit and piss. He pissed and shit. I talked to him. He was out of money. I racked up his credit card completely and was behind on rent paying my friend. There was nothing I could do. I called his mom. They drove 14 hours and came and picked him up, cleaned out his room, and took him back home. He rehabilitated, but was never the same. He was never happy again and struggled with addiction like I never knew prior. He's doing a lot better now. He moved out to a farm and lives with minimal tech and helps ranchers in the area for work. But I always remember that very dark time. Jesus Christ. This guy started playing World of Warcraft. It got so severe that he had to adopt an Amish lifestyle to get him out. Here's the thing too, with a lot of WoW players, I've seen this. I had a buddy who lived basically in his grandma's basement and just perpetually played games all day, like World of Warcraft and all that stuff too. The thing that stuck out to me in this is when he said the guy just stopped talking to him. I had a buddy who did that too, and I don't know why. Just one of those things. I think you just get lost in the sauce. Another ruin my life post here was my friend's family and coworkers all played WoW. In 2005, my brother started dating a girl from work, and a year later they were married. We got her sucked into the game too. They were reasonably happy until several years later he got a job working on the road. It paid really well, and they needed the money because they got a little over their heads with the mortgage, as the majority of people do. She stayed home with the kids, playing WoW all day while he was on the road. She transferred servers with her progression guild. She spammed Battle.net looking for people to pick up groups, some empty raid slots, but when any of her IRL friends and her family offered, she'd balk and go about what a dick the guild leader was and how he'd suck the fun out of it for us. We wondered what the she saw in this guild that she couldn't get any other progression guild. We thought she just didn't like us anymore. That is until she packed her shit and moved to the other side of the country to live with her guild leader she met on the internet, who lived at home with his parents, who didn't have a job. She told him my brother was a violent, abusive thug that hit her and the kids. God damn! Which isn't true at all. Like I had to paraphrase that, which that did not happen.
Liar, liar.
Liar, 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 pants on fire. She'd been trying to hide her online affair from her friends and family by convincing us raiding with her guild would suck. They were divorced a few months later. WoW destroyed their marriage. And luckily, as always, we get to end on a very peachy, upbeat story. Gamer couple locks children in room to gain more. A husband and wife were sent to prison for neglecting their two young daughters, ages 5 and 6. They were found with horribly damaged teeth, covered in dirt, and visibly malnourished. Great parents. Lester and Petra Huffmeyer, both 41 years old, are both gamers absolutely obsessed with World of Warcraft. WoW community, we're looking at you right now. They lived inside their mobile home and were unemployed, spending every waking hour playing the game. In order to focus on playing the game, the couple had locked their daughters inside their room for years in order to play uninterrupted. When their living conditions were investigated, it was discovered that the home was covered in mold and cobwebs, stacks of trash, debris, and even feces. Strangely enough, police also discovered a pile of used condoms under a stuffed teddy bear. They were charged with child abuse, false imprisonment, and contributing to delinquency of a minor. Lester was sentenced to 5 years, and Petra was sentenced to 3 years and 4 months. God damn. What is that even a WoW community thing? That's just a fucking monster. You know, World of Warcraft is, people love it. We've seen some things here. There was so much shit that we found online that maybe we'll make another video someday. And like, the video is not about Blizzard, it's just about World of Warcraft. I mean, Blizzard itself has its own beautiful can of worms that we could dive into as well someday. It was something that we looked into, is just some of the horror stories of, I guess, just the kind of crazy people that play these games. And also, once again, it's with everything. It's not just World of Warcraft. I'm not just saying that World of Warcraft fans are gross little gremlins. I'm saying everybody's gross little gremlins. Every subsect, every internet community, every gamer community has their own little hodgepodge of misfits, right? And it's just fun to look in on it sometimes. World of Warcraft, I cannot believe how popular it still is today. And if we find some more funny stuff, which there was, I mean, so much stuff, maybe we'll make another one and keep going over it, because this was a nice little eye opener. So until next time, it's just a game. Don't dox people. Don't DDoS people. Just play the game. That's all I have to say.
She's right about to get to level 60. She's that far away. How do you think about this?
I'm happy.
Good.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down, because today we're talking about respect. Let's talk about a little thing called respect. Everyone likes feeling respected, right? Right? It validates your self-worth. Makes you feel good. It's essentially a basic human need. Everyone wants to be respected. Some people work their asses off to gain the respect from their peers. Others, however, would rather take shortcuts. Do you see where I'm going? Have I laid out enough treats for you to know exactly what we're talking about? Because by now it should be obvious. Why make yourself worthy of someone's respect? Why? Why try when you can just pretend to be that same person without all the hard work and personal growth that comes with it? One way people do this is by cosplaying as members of the United States military. We're talking about stolen valor! People like to voice their respect for veterans and people serving for this country, right?
No problem, man.
No problem. We would be lost without you! That's my favorite thing that people say about military people. We'd be in fucking shackles if it wasn't for you guys fighting the good fight.
You just saying that makes me kind of want someone to say that to me.
I'm saying we gotta play a little dress up, all right? People like to voice their respect for veterans and people serving the country, sometimes shaking their hands, perhaps thanking them for their service. It seems that it's quite common for people to exploit this for their own gain by participating in a little something called stolen valor.
Listen, I am actually a combat veteran, and you guys are collecting money. So was your father, but you're not. That uniform is not your uniform.
One of my favorite things on the internet. Honestly, I love stolen valor. It's so funny. There's nothing funnier than an irate army man going up to a guy outside like a post office. What's your troop number? And they always do this. The fifth platoon. The fifth platoon. Bullshit! It's awesome. According to the Armed Forces Benefits Association, stolen valor is the act of falsely claiming military service, rank, recognition, or even someone else's identity. Imagine you can just straight up be like, I'm you. You're not Colonel Cooper. I'm Colonel Cooper. It's such a common thing that in 2005, the Stolen Valor Act was passed, making it a misdemeanor offense to lie about earning military medals of honor. This was amended in 2013 to particularly target people who are using this as means to gain tangible benefits, monetary or otherwise. Money and pussy, maybe some weed, a little dusty, huh?
Two finger stink.
Today, we're going to focus on something that's very cathartic, and that's people who get caught red-handed engaging in stolen valor. Roll the clip.
Stolen valor. Stolen valor.
That doesn't even make
Stolen valor.
You're an idiot.
Do you think it's a mental illness?
So having fun is a mental illness? Okay. So people get to dress up as anime characters and horror icons and stuff at conventions. You guy can dress up as Michael Myers, but I can't dress up as Colonel Cooper.
Well, that's the thing. If I just put on an army outfit, like if someone went up to me and said, thank you, I'm just cosplaying. Like, would people be upset?
I don't know. Not that they're all PTSD ridden. Everybody talks to people of the military as if they're either mentally disabled or they're like 98-year-old men. Is that not true though? Have you ever noticed that? Like every person that's a part of the military, you talk to them like they're a fucking child. So where'd you go? Where were you stationed? Iraq. Yeah, here, give me that smoothie. Or give me that shit. I need my smoothie time, dude. I'm gonna be farting with all this protein. Delicious.
Hey everyone, it's me, Winslow Phone, here to tell you about our new merch sale. Wow! Woohoo! Head on over to MeatCanyon.store. We have a bunch of new merch, like the Ozempic shirt. Wow! That's stylish. Wow! We also have the Spicy Talk. Woohoo! Whoa! All your favorite smutty books. Oh, and my favorite, Margaret. Margaret! It comes in both black and white. But not only that, we have shorts and a bomber. Whoa! We also have a sketchbook. Look at the packaging. So hurry up and head on over to MeatCanyon.store and pre-order. Pre-orders end May 17th. And if you miss it, you might not get it. Actually, you won't get it because it's a pre-order. How many times we gotta tell people it's a pre-order?
What I'm saying is that even if you were like, I'm just dressing up, I'm just cosplaying, it's always going to be bad because there's like always a level of societal norms that follow interacting with a military person. Oh, so you think this is funny? You think it's funny being Colonel Cooper?
And they point to their legs that are gone.
What about these? Shows his wheelchair just like swollen lumps. What do you think of these? These were blown up in Egypt. We can't talk about the curse of the Sphinx. Look at you, little guy. You come here, motherfucker. You're my little Lieutenant Dan. Stolen Valor videos have been on the internet since way back in the day, often racking up tons of views and infuriating viewers everywhere, all over the globe. And one of the most viral examples being the fake ranger that was called out by an actual veteran in the mall. It's always someplace like this, a post office, a mall, just somewhere like a grocery store.
Yeah.
Beautiful. My boy Sean Yetman A 30-year-old man dressed in full camouflage and several military honors was casually walking around with shopping bags in hand. Ryan Burke, a recipient of the Purple Heart who served in Afghanistan, could easily tell that his uniform was off. He starts interrogating him why he has badges for accomplishments that don't match his military history.
Hey, sir. Hey, my son would like to meet you. He really admires guys in the Army.
Hey, buddy. I'm Sean.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy, I'm Sean. He has like a fucking Reeboks bag. I just picked up Air Jordans, little buddy. Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm Sean.
I'm what's called a TAC 1. All I do is I go out on missions.
Where'd you get your 3 CIBs at?
Afghanistan.
All 3?
All 3.
You know you need to be in 3 different campaigns to get 3 CIBs, right?
This one was from Afghanistan.
Okay.
That's from Iraq.
Okay.
And that was for my second rotation back to Afghanistan.
You know, no matter how many you do, you can only get 1. For Iraq, Afghanistan, all 3, you can only get them. You know that, right?
Because my campaign took me outside of mission lines from Afghanistan.
That doesn't make any sense. And you're in 2nd Bat Rangers?
Yep.
There it is. Where's your combat patch at?
I gave it to a little kid again.
All right, why's your flag so low on your shoulder? It should be up here.
Got me on that one, bud.
I love that. Got me on that one, bud. And after catching him on multiple things, screwing up the answers, Yetman starts pretending to take a phone call from a staff sergeant, despite telling Ryan that he was a staff sergeant.
Staff sergeant. He's calling a staff sergeant. Why is he calling a staff sergeant if he's already a staff sergeant? That doesn't make much sense.
Hey, where are you?
This video was taken in 2014, and it was later revealed that this man had also pleaded guilty to impersonating a police officer in 2003. That's so funny, dude.
Okay. Here it is, guys. Stolen valor at its finest.
Who's like there's an infamous guy. There's this channel I love called DankNet, and he did a whole video on this guy who pretended to be a cop for like 10 years or something. Shout out DankNet. Good channel. Good channel. An investigation began in order to discover if Yetman was profiting off the stolen valor, perhaps using military discounts at the mall.
So you shop at the mall with Sergeant Major on Black Friday?
Sometimes.
Yeah?
About bags? Yeah, he was, dude. In another video posted to the Stolen Valor TikTok account, a far less convincing man was caught doing the same thing. Instead of having rehearsed answers to the cameraman's questions, he claimed that he had to wake up at 4 a.m. and had no clean clothes to wear.
It's called Stolen Valor.
I am not stealing anybody's valor, sir. I swear to God, if I had any other things to put on this morning, I would have done it.
Because of this, he decided to go into his stepson's closet and put on the first thing he could find, which was a full military uniform, complete with hat and boots. I love that. I mean, I had nothing. Hey, buddy, I'm gonna wear your army outfit, okay? Hoorah! Hoorah! As his son says to him, hoorah! Hey, Dad, pain's weakness leaving the body. That's right, son. Thank you for letting me wear a uniform today. I love you.
Being caught in a lie like that, I feel like you should get a lot of shit.
Yeah. Getting caught in any of these lies, you should be given a lot of shit. But at least can make a backstory for yourself. My God, at least like the first guy at least had a couple.
You know it's illegal, right? What you're doing right now?
Let me tell you something. If I was a phony,
yeah,
then I wouldn't be wearing this uniform.
My boy Yitman had at least a couple answers. Point, here's the thing. Couldn't you just be like, I just like the way it looks? The idea of the guy going up to Yitman at the beginning and being like, hey, my son wants to meet you. He's a big fan. Hey, how's it going, buddy? And like playing into it like that's fucked up. He could walk around just like, it's just an outfit. I bet you if he said that, the cameraman would have been like, oh, okay. Or do you think they'd be like, that's fucked up, man. You shouldn't be wearing those ranks and stuff. You're going to confuse a lot of people out here. Motherfucker. He's in his wheelchair. Come here. I just want to talk. That's my son's outfit. I don't know. I thought it was funny to wear. Oh, you must think you're real slick. The same excuse was used by a young kid dressed in full camo when he approached a man to ask for a cigarette. Turns out the man who started filming their interaction is a disabled veteran.
I haven't gone to boot camp yet. I don't have these were my older brothers. I'm just wearing them.
Okay, so why are you wearing the uniform?
Because I feel like wearing it. This is all I have clean.
That's all you have clean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't gone to boot camp yet. Okay.
What's the back of that say? Read the bottom of that.
Disabled veteran.
Yeah. What do you think that means?
You were in the military?
Yes, it does.
Does the kid not seem a little mentally...
I feel like they're not fully there, so I think they want to be respected.
Yeah, you're just like in a weird fantasy world. Because if you weren't like mentally like a little kooky for Cocoa Puffs, then wouldn't you just be like, I just wanted to wear it. I don't know, leave me alone. Or would you just be like, sir, I'm sorry, sir. Sir, sorry, sir. Would you do one of those? Sir, I'm sorry, sir. I will do better next time, sir. Just trying to bum a cigarette, man. As we keep going through these, because I can also see that too. Dude, I was shot over there. I have friends who died in that uniform, right? Now you walk around and ask for fucking cigarettes and candy. Is that kind of fucked up? I'm trying to find a balance. Because also, I think maybe I want to wear an outfit every once in a while, huh? Army boots are nice boots, Nick.
I wanted to buy the Nikes. They had the military boots. They're like $150.
Are you going to?
Oh, it was like 10 years ago.
Okay. People have also been wearing fake Army getup at Waffle House to get the 10% veterans discount. Which, you know what? If you don't do that, economically, you're not making sense. If you're putting up a discount, also, you're in trouble times. If you need 10% off a Waffle House, of all places, I bet you it's a lot like, I don't know, a guy getting caught murdering somebody. And the way where you're just like, is this your first time doing this? This is the first time I've ever killed somebody. Because I imagine the guy gets caught, well, I just do it here. You don't just do it here, dude. If you're getting 10% off eggs and toast, you're doing it everywhere. Also, you have the get up on, why wouldn't you? I would be more weirded out if it was just a guy being like, I just do it at Waffle House. You're a fucking psychopath.
Or that's going to be weird too if you go to some place and they offer, oh, you're military, let me give you a discount. And you're like, no.
No, I couldn't. I couldn't possibly take it. You know what? Fine. Yeah, you bit my arm. Go ahead. It's one thing to use as a means to get some kudos from strangers, but their lies can get a lot more out of hand. Like the American Idol contestant that faked an IED explosion.
Isn't that what you put in a woman's vagina?
I think so. During season 12 of American Idol, 26-year-old Matthew Farmer had auditioned for the show and surprised people with his amazing performance. My God, he was amazing. Play one note of him singing. That's an American Star if I've ever seen one. An American Idol, as it were. He came with an intense backstory about receiving a life-threatening brain injury from an IED explosion while performing military services in Iraq. While it's common for contestants on the show to create a dramatized story for the sake of garnering more attention in the competition, Farmer took things way too far. He even claimed that his daughter's birth was a miracle because he had to take medication for this injury and PTSD that made him sterile. Not only that, but he told the judges that his audition was dedicated to his friends in the service.
So this is basically a memorial tribute to all my friends that passed away overseas.
Oh my goodness.
He's a hero. He's a hero. Soldiers started coming out of the woodwork and reporting that while Farmer had indeed served, he was never involved in one single direct fire engagement and was never wounded, and made up this whole lie to try and make his story sound good to American Idol. Are we trying to win or are we trying to lose? All right. The same soldier also went on to discuss the truth behind the brain injury, stating it was not from an IED, but insisted it was accidentally overdosing on a mixture of alcohol and Accutane, the acne medication. He's like, I'll get back pimples, bitch. Sorry. I gotta have the demon sleep somehow, so I gotta take it down with a little bit of vodka. Sue me. According to him, he outed everyone who was drinking with him that night. And because he feared returning and being confronted for ratting on his comrades, he claimed that he had brain injury and PTSD in order to avoid having to return. First, he denied everything, saying the show producers fabricated the story without his knowledge, and eventually, he came clean and apologized before leaving the show on his own accord. Have him sing another song. But he also probably wouldn't have gotten that far if it wasn't for the story, right? Well, because the producers then too are just like, this is a pay pig.
I also like how he blamed the producers.
They made me say it. Okay, so then I guess I'm in the wrong because they made me say something. Okay. No, I guess it's my fault. This isn't the first time that someone used stolen valor in an attempt to gain attention from an audience this large in scale. We could also talk about the social media soldier, James Vasquez.
He looks pretty badass right there.
James Vasquez does look pretty fucking cool. Leaned up on some wood. He's rural like that. James Vasquez is a 48-year-old American veteran that volunteered to fight in the war in Ukraine. He'd post videos to social media, giving updates on the conflict while claiming to be on the front lines of the battle. Parts of the tales included destroying Russian tanks and capturing Russian soldiers. Stories that went viral and helped him reach 400,000 followers on Twitter. Those fighting in Ukraine would report that this was all a lie.
All these Russians that have bounties on my head. You better up the ante.
Even claiming that they would often see Vasquez enter areas after battles had taken place just to take videos of destroyed equipment and claim he was victorious.
So he was in Ukraine.
Oh no, he was in Ukraine, right? He's in Ukraine, but he's also just like, excuse me. Everyone's like sitting there like all tired and shit. Pardon me real quick. In another instance, he accidentally revealed the location of his unit in a social media post and nearly got people killed. Stories began coming out about him role-playing as a pain soldier. And quote, one time, he was really drunk and he was crying really hard about this friend of his that had his head blown off by a sniper in front of him in Iraq and how that really messed him up. I realized that story never could have really happened.
He was just crying, making up.
Fucking head blew off his fucking shoulders. Fuck! It's impossible to not be like, oh my God. You know, he's like, I know. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? This life I live. I'm a fucking nut. But goddamn, I'm still here. Pain is just waiting, leaving the body. Pain is just waiting, leaving the body. You okay, Vasquez? Yeah, I'm okay. To others, he bragged about his new online fame, stating, quote, I'm never going to go back to work as a handyman. I'm probably never going to have to work again after this war. I'm going to be famous. Is that a real quote? Who wrote that down?
He did.
Okay. The lies were catching up to him, and he eventually admitted that he was kicked out of the army, but didn't really say why. Even his wife was shocked to learn that he had lied about his Ukraine antics on top of his prior military history. His wife stated, I believed him. The war stories that had supposedly happened brought tears to his eyes. I felt terrible for what he had to go through and endure. And then come to find out it was all just a lie. Here I am. I've been with him for 11 years. I don't even know the man I married. Damn! My God. He was divorced by his wife, after which he deactivated his Twitter account and has since become an online laughingstock. And just months ago, a random user on Reddit posted an update about Vasquez, and the Reddit said this. A friend of mine just saw him in Cartia. This is not a drill. Update. He's been sidelined and they're canceling his contract. Not because he's a grifter, but because he's so shit at basic infantry stuff and such a hazard at the range that they don't want him around anymore. What a shame. Do you think his plan was to be like, oh, they're laughing at me now, but I'm going to actually go through the ranks, so I'm going to make it? And they're like, you're actually terrible.
So he's never been in the military except for right there?
No, I think he was in the military. I think he just did shit. Stuff would happen, and then he'd just be like, I can't believe I lost all these good men today. And they're like, this is a testing area. And he's like, war's hell. So what if he did it to practice his acting? Because he's like, I'm going to be on news shows. I got to be able to like cry on command. Also, maybe he wasn't. People are just fucking dumb, and they're like, is he crying? And he's like, ah! His head came clean off.
Do you think he's hoping for like an American Sniper type of fame?
Oh, dude. Yeah. He wanted the movie. He's like, Bradley Cooper's going to play me too. It's going to be awesome. It better not be Mark Wahlberg. Speaking of Reddit, people have often posted about their experience realizing one of their loved ones has been lying about their military service. Like this one, for example. My husband has claimed to be in the army for years. Before we met, but still. Claimed to go to Afghanistan for years. In a bomb squad that had an orphanage that ended up with the death of children in the orphanage because it was bad intel. Turns out, nope. All fake. I'm so upset. And what now? What would you do if you found out? If you were dating some girl and she's just like, yeah, I'm a bit of a jarhead. We do that stuff and then you found out you've never had any military experience. You weren't even in it at all. That's stolen valor, cupcake. I don't take kindly to that.
Are they like every day almost reminding me somehow, like with pictures?
Yeah, could you not put that there? Actually, can you make sure the flag's at half mast today? Just a buddy of mine.
What is wrong with you, girl?
You'd have to... Girl, what the hell is wrong with you? Gypsy. But there is an update to her story. She posted this. We'll keep it simple. After pulling his background and credit, I found out about $60,000 in back child support from kids I never knew about. 4 kids, all different mothers, and I'm making plans to move out and be safe in my divorce. I wonder sometimes with these kind of guys that lie about the backstory is if they're trying to scam the people that they're with, the couple, steal a bunch of money, and then they just leave. So then whenever they're like, well, tell us about him. Oh, he was a military. Well, I can't find any military records on this guy or something. You know, they're making a completely new persona. And also, like I said, you get the sympathy card with the military thing. Hey, not a bad idea to keep the wife quiet though, huh? I don't want to talk about him having a weird mental day. PTSD's being crazy. I better go to my quiet place. Just drink and watch like Madagascar in the basement. I like to move it, move it. Don't go downstairs. He's having an episode today. Move it! Many people that participate in stolen valor are much more sinister, using it to prey upon innocent people for monetary gain. Let's talk about the stolen valor scams, starting with Derek Aldred, the serial romance scammer. See, already getting into it. Derek Aldred would lie about his identity and scam women into giving him access to their finances to clear out their bank accounts. Sometimes he would pose as a Navy SEAL, and other times he was a doctor or a firefighter, but mostly a Navy SEAL. The coolest of all military people. Is it the SEALs or is it the Green Beret? I don't want to be a Green Beret. What the fuck would I want a Green Beret, dude? Like, make me a SEAL. Also, the Navy SEAls have the coolest commercials. The Navy does. It's them sitting like in a raft. There's like a fucking like giant boat on fire and they fall back into the water. They emerge from the fucking ocean with guns. I'm here to
fucking kill something.
Is that Marines?
No, it's Navy. Navy SEALs. Is that the National Guard? No. All that matters, dude, rock, flag, and eagle. Rock, flag, and eagle. His scams went on for 2 whole decades, as his efforts would be as elaborate as buying a slew of fake uniforms and even creating websites to make his identities believable. Linda, a woman from Minnesota, had moved in with Aldred, believing he was a decorated Navy SEAL, only to have her trust broken when he cleared out all of her retirement accounts before leaving the state to dodge the police. He's an old bird, too, dude. You got some retirement in there? She's like, oh yeah, I went that long time. Give me a kiss. He's like, another woman named Joanne was wined and dined by Aldred, who's posting as an international business attorney at the time. She realized that these were all being paid for by her because he had secretly stolen her social security number to open up a credit card account.
He is a very, very, very bad man.
No, baby, I got it. I got it. There are countless stories like this from women who have had their lives ruined by Derek Aldred, with some losing as much as $250,000. That sucks. That's crazy. Listen, there's a difference between getting fucking wined and dined and having $250K stolen. That's crazy. But in the end, he was caught by police after more than 24 women's stories became linked to Aldred. He was given a maximum sentence of 24 years in prison alongside a $255,000 payment and restitutions. And the judge stated this, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant left a trail of tears, emotional devastation, and financial ruin behind him. It is clear that he will never change, and we expect his sentence to reflect that. We are glad we are able to get some level of justice for these women.
I'm not trying to justify my behavior. My behavior was, I was a horrible boyfriend. Absolutely horrible. Destroying someone's life, I think, is a bit exaggerated.
Good man. Also, only $255,000 in restitutions. He's like, I stole way more than that.
I guess there's never enough for these people.
No.
They just want more and more.
Yeah. You got. I mean, it's the thrill of the hunt, I think. The thrill to spit on American soldiers and women and get money and pussy. You know how it is. By mixing stolen valor, Tinder, and AI, one man was able to engage in much more convoluted scam. Let's talk about the AI soldier dating scam. A UK woman named Mary fell victim to a romance scam after engaging in a lengthy online relationship with a man on Tinder named Mike Murdy. It's a great British name. My name's Mike Murdy. I'm a boxer from Liverpool. Mike Murdy was supposedly a 61-year-old U.S. Army colonel that was stationed in the UK. Mary, who had been single for over 20 years, red flag, was excited to talk to this seemingly perfect man. She was sent videos of Mike in his uniform and claimed that he was incredibly handsome. As it turns out, this was an AI character designed to scam people on dating apps, and his persona was complete with a tragic backstory, being a man that had lost his wife to cancer, and with AI images of them together to serve as proof. After giving the supposed soldier her address, she received jewelry and other trinkets that further cemented her infatuation with them. And a note was included that read this, and I quote, "You're the one I want to be with now and forever." I tell you what though, she's probably leaving some fucking snail trails around her house. 20 years single and she gets that letter? Get a bucket. Get some bucket and some towels. That's all I gotta say. Murdy claimed he was close to retirement and wanted her to help cash in on a life insurance policy for his deceased wife. Sure. Apparently this required her to send him money from her own bank account in order to have a briefcase with $766,000 delivered to her. It's only fair. And after paying $12,600, the briefcase arrived locked. She was then instructed to pay another $12,600 in order to get the 6-digit access code.
The risk of explosive devices everywhere, it's against the Army's rules and regulations. But I wanted to reach out to you to make sure the briefcase is delivered right to your doorstep.
She became suspicious by this point. But this is when Murdy sent a more frustrated AI video. In it, he claimed that she was focused on the money rather than their loving relationship. Manipulative cocksucker. She caved and sent the money, now losing a total of 25 grand. She was ghosted and eventually opened the briefcase to find piles of blank papers. When it comes to stolen valor, people usually think of people posing as members of military, but stolen valor can also include impersonating a police officer. Some would say that this is far more dangerous, seeing as these people can sometimes take the law into their own hands, using his newfound persona to power trip, like the case of Jeremy DeWitt. Oh, this is the danklet in that guy. And there you go, Jeremy DeWitt. This guy's a fucking nut. Jeremy DeWitt is a Florida man who, since the late 1990s, has been impersonating a police officer. He's harassed civilians and scammed people for over 20 years. years. He was originally caught for his crimes early on in 2001, which would be far from his first run-in with the law. And in 2003, he was sentenced to 2 years in jail for impersonating a police officer. And then in 2005, he was convicted for lewd and lascivious battery involving a minor. For this, he was given a year sentence and he was forced to join the sex offender registry. In 2009, he was sentenced for an additional 4 years for breaching the stipulations of his parole. It was after being released from prison that his stolen valor antics began to ramp up. DeWitt started a company that, on the surface, was a funeral procession escort service called Metro State Special Services. They would have the hearse and people line up and just drive. That's it. And he would just drive in front of them. Seems simple enough. But he made uniforms that looked identical to that of police officers, and even their company vehicles resembled police cruisers. He began hiring several people, most of which seemed to be wannabe police officers who wanted to join what seemed to be a mini police force operating illegally. And at one point, they had 18 cruisers being operated by their company. People say it operated like a cult. While impersonating police, they began using their illusion of power to harass people and illegally direct traffic. They'd speed and weave through cars whenever they were on the road while blaring horns and sirens. And in many cases, they would try to pick fights with other drivers. The wider public started to become aware of his crimes, mainly because he would post his body cam footage to YouTube. It was no secret that DeWitt loved the feeling of power, and he even admitted to investigators that this ego boost was one of the main reasons he had dreamt of being a police officer when he was young. His power-tripping ways were halted briefly in 2018 when it was discovered that DeWitt never actually registered as a sex offender for his previous crimes. For this, he was criminally charged. How did he get away for, what, almost 10 years? How the f did that happen? No, I'm good. Fill out this form. I'll be back. I have to go. Woo! Driving off. One of his later confrontations ended up being with an off-duty deputy. After screaming at him and threateningly slamming his hands onto his car, he identified himself and alerted DeWitt that he was breaking the law. DeWitt was so high on his own illusion of power that he continued to roleplay as he cussed the deputy, who began to call 911. As the off-duty man drove away with a 4-year-old son, DeWitt had his gang of officers begin to tail his vehicle to harass him further. What a fucking monster, dude. He was later arrested yet again in 2019 for being dressed in full police garb during a funeral procession, complete with pocket knives and a spray-painted BB gun. A month after that, he was arrested again for the same reason. He made his way on the Dr. Phil show in 2021 in order to prove he was innocent, even offering to take a polygraph test, which he took and immediately failed. Then, right after that, he was arrested once again for impersonating a police officer while wielding a fake pistol. Let people know it's a BB gun. I gotta get something new. He received 18 months in jail and was released again in 2022, only to be arrested months later for violating his probation. Throughout 2023 to 2025, he was arrested for various types of fraud. Because of his prior convictions, he was hit with a 7-year prison sentence.
Not long enough.
No, God. And he'll be back, though. Don't worry. It appeared that DeWitt was addicted to the power and fame. That was his absurd crime-filled life. People expect that once he is free, he'll go right back to his frauding ways. Of course he will. Every day's just like him being like, I need a break. In jail, you know what I mean? And then when he gets out of prison, he's going to be like, all right, I've had the perfect plan. Also, I just want to say, if you want to know more, because there's way more shit about DeWitt that you can know, check out the DankNet video. It's fucking awesome. It's really, really good. And also, DankNet just has great content, so you should check him out. Some people will do anything for a little ounce of respect, even if it's completely fabricated. Not only is this stuff illegal, but it's incredibly insulting to people who have seen actual combat and suffer real long-term side effects. If you want people to respect you, do something worth being respected for. It'll be much more valuable when it's based on something real. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today and talking about stolen valor. And guys, if you're gonna do this, just have fun with it, okay? Just kidding. Please don't do stolen valor. If there's any stolen valor people out there, I'll be honest, I probably can't tell who you are. I wonder the statistic of how many people have ran into a stolen valor person I didn't know. Not even interacting, you like walk by one, you're like, that's a military guy. That's it. Anyways, thank you guys. Bye-bye. We love you, servicemen and women. Thank you for what you do. Still feels kind of a bit. It doesn't feel very genuine, does it? I swear to God, I like you. My grandpa was a vet. He's dead. He is. He's dead.
What do you mean? I'm a soldier.
Yeah, but what's
I live for this country. I fight for this country, and I gotta protect the freedom of the citizens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's your MOS first of all?
MOS is a classified thing. I can't reveal that information.
Why is that?
Army, you know. That's how we roll.
Welcome Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on and sitting down because today we're talking about failed assassination attempts. What's the most you've ever despised someone? For most people, their deep hatred doesn't leave the recesses of their mind. Others, however, are driven to do some pretty wild stuff in the pursuit of revenge. Take the CEO killer, Luigi Mangione. Yes, he's hot. He's super sexy. He's got thick eyebrows. I got a unibrow coming in. How many comments I get of people being like, I'm growing a unibrow. You think I don't have a mirror, dude? I'm lazy. If I was stacked like Luigi, no one would be saying anything. They'd be like, unibrows are in. Luigi had so much animosity for the healthcare system that he traveled to Midtown Manhattan in New York City and shot a man to death. Regardless if you think it's justifiable or not, them's the facts.
They're saying he's innocent.
There are some people saying he's innocent. I'll be completely honest, I have no idea. How the hell are you supposed to know, dude? I don't have all the facts. All I know is this: I didn't lose any sleep over the dude getting shot. Let me just say that, all right? Sorry, I'm crazy. I'm an anarchist. The bullet on the gun read, delay, deny, depose. A play on the phrase delay, deny, defend. A strategy used by private insurance companies to reject insurance claims to people in need in order to save money, which is cold.
It's poetic.
It's good, dude. Honestly, you know what? It should be a part of a insurance CEO guy's job. You might be killed. You're getting paid big bucks. You may be killed, dude. Is that not fair? Is that not fair? Slightly, a little fair, just a little bit.
It's worth it. Worth the money. Worth the risk.
And I'm not saying death to every rich person. I'm just saying you're a healthcare guy. You're rejecting people who are like, I'm dying. That doesn't really quite fit into our economic strategy. You can do that as long as you know that you always have a target on your back. That's only fair, Nick. It's only fair.
Our mission and values are focused on helping people live healthier lives and making the health system work better for everyone.
You're playing God. I mean, the story is absolutely wild, but don't let this fool you. For every successful assassination attempt, there are a ton of failed ones. Way more failed ones than successful ones, okay? Take the recent assassination attempt of Donald Trump. I know. Oh, Donald Trump in a video. It's played out, I get it. But 20-year-old Matthew Crooks was somehow able to sneak his way onto a building with a rifle and shoot at the president, nicked his ear, despite two snipers surveying the entire event. Now, does that read like we're a little speculative of this? Of course! How are you gonna miss a giant man like that? We're talking of a football field and a half. That'd be one hell of a shot. He didn't really look like a kid that would be a good shooter either.
He was also bullied at school and sat by himself. Friendless.
I guess when I think of like assassination attempt stuff, I always think of like a grizzly man. But it's never a grizzly man. It's always like some like scrawny, even Oswald, whatever, which we all know he didn't really shoot JFK either. Crook failed in his attempt after shooting 8 times, although he wounded and killed members of the audience. Thank God, not the president. He was ultimately taken out by Secret Service. Some of these botched attempts can range from sinister to straight up cartoonish. So today, let's take a look at some of the craziest and weirdest failed assassination attempts of all time. Roll the clip. We can start with a recent story that blew up over social media, where a ramen shop owner placed a bounty on a negative reviewer, which is awesome. Get the political shit out of my face, conspiracy theory stuff. Give me the ramen shop owner who's just like, he said, what? What did he say about our noodles? He's like, he didn't like them, boss. What did he say? Go get Tony. We're killing this. A ramen shop in Kyoto, Japan called Hodajuro. It's a top-rated restaurant in the area. And unfortunately, that didn't stop 2 disgruntled customers from giving them a negative review after having a subpar experience. For this highly rated restaurant, this hit to their reputation resulted in some would say, not me personally, some would say it was an erratic response. Justifiable is what I say. The owner of the restaurant went on Instagram, showed images of their faces, and called out the people responsible before threatening them. In the post, the owner states this, and I quote, I saw your post, and you seem a bit weird. We try not to treat people like you as customers, so it's fine. But you should probably avoid eating out someday. Someone like you will get screwed. I don't care. Just come directly, and I'll deal with you. We run a planned business, so if you get in our way, we will get in the way of yours too.
How do they know it was them?
Well, what I'm wondering is, if it's like a Google account or something, does it track back to the whatever? And he's like, you. On their Instagram story, the owner announces that $100,000 yen reward for anyone that can provide personal intel about both reviewers or track them down and take action. To stop this proposed manhunt, he insisted that reviewers return to try their restaurant once more. It escalates to further threats, and I quote, the only thing he can do is come back, eat again, and write a good review with the photo. I told him I won't forgive him otherwise, not even for the safety of his family. Okay, dude. Pause! Come on, man. It's ramen. If he does that, he'll be killed right away. Jesus, this kid is so scared. He'll really do it. So he better just come back and eat. You know how awkward that'd be to pop back in that restaurant? Anybody? Hello? I like to think when he comes back too, they're gonna do this to him. You really f***ed us on that one, didn't you, buddy? And there's no more information released about this story, but the customer likely did not return after being threatened with physical violence. The tweet detailing the story received over 36 million views, which did more damage to their reputation than the owner probably expected. That is so great. I love that in the end, him putting out this hit, it was worse than that one single Yelp review. Well, we talked about that a bit in Japan. They have a very weird relationship with like reviews. It's very odd. People are very cold, but then also business owners will respond in like total chaos. So this being in Kyoto makes complete sense to me. Many assassinations end in failure simply due to minor technical difficulties. A common thing to expect in the heat of the moment. For example, we have the fake construction worker assassination. Recently, a video made the round showcasing an encounter in Toronto that involved a man disguised as a construction worker. The assassin identifies as a slim-built Asian man attempted to ambush a 41-year-old woman outside of her home. He acts friendly, but as the woman had her back turned, he pulled out a gun and tried to shoot her. The gun seemed to malfunction. In the confusion, the woman notices what is happening and sprints away from him. In the security footage that was released, we can see the man successfully shoot the woman once in the back. He's like, oh, that's how it works. Here it is. He gives up on going for the kill and sprints away in his car. The woman's injuries were non-life-threatening, and she has since been released from the hospital. The stories with that always creep me out because it's always just like, what was the angle? Why? Why her? We don't know. We don't know. You know what's fucked up too? The guy didn't even get caught. To be fair, it was recent, so maybe he'll somehow, some way, he'll get caught. He's probably got to go for it again, right? Can't shoot someone once in the back and then not want to kill him. That piss you off, probably.
You gotta get your money. You gotta go back.
You gotta go back and try it again. If you already kill one person, you're gone. So here, this to me, I'm like justification of people just being like, well, if I might as well just rip off the Band-Aid and just get it over with and just keep doing it. I'm a monster.
Just like that movie, The Cell. He wanted to get caught, right?
God, dude, The Cell. Jennifer Lopez is horrible in that movie. Good movie, though. Love that movie. Jennifer Lopez in that movie, though. The assassin lifestyle isn't just a young man's game. I disagree. Even senior citizens have tried to snuff out a life to no avail. Like the 93-year-old man who tried to kill his wife so they could die together. What the f happened to romance?
That is romantic.
Isn't that romantic? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, people always like, chivalry's dead. It is, dude. And you killed it. It's time to go, sweetheart. I'm dying. Time to go. A senior Florida man named Helmut Lochner, oh dude, made 2 attempts to murder his wife in the span of 2 weeks. I like how the first time she's like, Helmut. He's like, I know. I'm sorry. I know. I'm being silly. According to him, he was worried about leaving her all alone when he died. Romantic. Romeo and Juliet. Hello?
He was worried she was gonna get some tail.
Oh, dude, he was like, you better not get dick down after I'm dead. This motivated him to sneak behind her while she was watching television and use a rope to strangle her. God, what do you think? Do you like watching Young Sheldon? She's like, yeah, I love the show. Just go to sleep, Helga. Bazinga. Luckily, she was able to wrestle it off of her and call the police. Oh God, old people are so f***ing gross, dude. They're just like dinosaurs walking around, but just like weak babies. Oh, so she's probably just slapped his hand. He's like, my wrist is broken. But according to the dispatcher, the man was heard in the background saying, you can die with me. Yeah, Helmut's having a die with me. The police arrived to find the woman outside in tears, bruised and bleeding from the attack. I was expecting her to just fight him off immediately.
He's the one who's bloody.
I figured that he would be like on the porch like, die with me, you bitch! The man was evaluated at a local hospital before being charged with 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder and booked in jail. His wife reported that he had made an earlier attempt to kill her by smothering her with a pillow. Somehow, she got him to stop and just assumed that it wouldn't happen again. Well, she's like, see you in heaven. I got 2 tickets to paradise. Just stop. Okay, I'm sorry. Who did she tell? She must have not told anybody.
Helmut said, you're not gonna say shit, bitch.
That's 1950s love. Don't say anything, you bitch whore. It's like, okay, Helmut. That's good 1950s loving. Me and you forever, toots. I love you, Helga. If they're in a retirement community, those things are just like sex pits. They are. All those old people are just swapping and touching and groping. I'm thinking 93-year-old man. She's like, everybody's going, I'm sorry, way out. She's like 76. She's like some fresh tail at the retirement. He's just like, Auga, do my eyes deceive me or is that heaven? You have nice tits. Bazinga. But as you can see, love pushes people to do some particularly unhinged things. Just true. This is similar to our next story where a Tennessee woman hires a hitman to kill his new partner's wife. He's a southern boy with southern charm. Melody Sasser, a 54-year-old woman from Knoxville, had used Match.com in hopes of meeting a new man. She ended up infatuated with a man that is referred to as DW in court documents, going on a date together. I feel like Match.com's gotta be. These all feel like murder machines, don't they? Christian Mingle, farmers only.
Farmers only?
I think that legitimately is what I've seen commercials here. It's like a guy coming off the farm and he like walks into his computer. You know, you're a country boy. She went on a hike with him on the Appalachian Trail, and soon they both became hiking buddies. Later, he moved to Alabama where he became engaged to his current wife, referred to as JW. While it is not clear if there was a mutual, real romantic connection between the two, Sasser was infuriated to discover that he was getting married. She responded, quote, I hope you both fall off a cliff and die. That's sweet. Every one of these things, I'm just like, isn't that just kind of romantic though? She wants to like bludgeon his head and have him fall off into a crevasse. In order to get her revenge, she accessed a dark website known as Online Killers Market. It's not a very ambiguous name. It's like a dark website. What was it called? Online Killer Market. Under the name Katri. I was trying to give her a little bit of the doubt of Katri. I think it's just cat. She's like, I love cats. She spent $10,000 in Bitcoin for a hitman that could take JW out for good. She told the hitman, quote, it needs to seem random or accidental or plant drugs. Do not want a long investigation. She recently moved in with her new husband, and after 2 months, she was frustrated to find that the job had not been carried out yet. Instead of waiting patiently, she began threatening JW over voicemails using a voice changer. She also traveled to their home to key the new wife's car, which also I like how she's basically just being like Dennis Reynolds here. Whenever from It's Always Sunny, he's like, you're gonna die tonight. She's doing the Dennis system to him.
Is it working?
I think it might. Well, let's read. She kept reaching out to the hitman, unable to wait any longer, and she told him, quote, I have waited 2 months and 11 days, and the job is not completed. 2 weeks ago, you said it was been worked on and would be done in a week. The job is still not done. Does it need to be assigned to someone else? Will it be done? What is the delay? When will it be done? Her messages were intercepted by investigators, and she was soon arrested. Her home was searched and revealed a journal listing off other potential hitmen for hire websites she utilized. She accepted a plea deal for 100 months in prison, on top of restitution cost of over $5,000. I think that she should at least have to pay the $10,000 to Bitcoin to them. I mean, she's out 15 grand, but really, it's, you know, by today's market, you know, what the fuck? Which Melody Sasser isn't the first woman to get impatient waiting on her assassin to complete the job. So let's talk about Mary Ellen Samuels, the Green Widow. Mary Ellen Samuels was married to a talented camera operator known as Robert Samuels, who had worked on big films like Lethal Weapon. I know. Everyone's like, oh, I feel like a lot of people won't even know what the Lethal Weapon is now. It's like such an 80s meme. They met each other at their high school reunion, which is also very romantic. Two loves kindling over time, crossing paths. Hey, Mary.
Hey, Robert. I saw that movie Lethal Weapon that you filmed. Yeah. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I like you. Really?
Which together they lived a great life. Mary's husband was wealthy and took good care of her, and Nicole, their adopted child. This is Nicole. It's not really Nicole. Over time, however, the relationship took a tumble, and by 1987, they got a divorce. Oh, so dude, he was like, this movie's gonna be huge. But I can't get off the Lethal Weapon saying she made claims that Samuels was abusive to her and Nicole, and soon after, Mary openly talked about wanting Samuels to be killed, approaching many people with a plan to take him out. A hitman was hired, but not a reliable one. On 3 of the 4 occasions, he had failed to carry out the hit, and Mary openly complained about the $15,000 she wasted on him. It was becoming well known that she wanted her husband dead because she wouldn't shut up about it amongst her peers. At one point, she even asked one of her Hollywood friends for a loan to pay for another hitman. And eventually, she did hire a new hitman who carried out the job with ease. Robert was confronted inside his home in Subelvita, where he was shot in the head by a 16-gauge shotgun. And even not even 12 gauges, 16. We need 4 extra gauges. The police saw Mary as a grieving wife. That all changed when they realized she had collected $500,000 from the insurance. She had passed a polygraph test, so they cut her the check. The money was immediately used to purchase lavish items, like a $50,000 Porsche and a condo in Cancun for $130,000. In a particularly idiotic display, she had even broken $20,000 into stacks of bills and photographed herself covered in money on vacation. Honestly, that's kind of awesome. I like how all her friends were like, she definitely killed her wife, whatever. She's like, it's the 80s. movies. There's no repercussions ever. The investigation revealed that the hitman was a man named Jim Bernstein, who had a casual relationship with Mary's daughter. Nicole claimed that her father had sexually assaulted her, which pushed Jim to carry out the act. It's kind of fucked up too. You're the person f***ing my daughter, right? Yeah, I'm Jim. Okay, great. Should kill her dad. I like how it's just like one simple story. He's just like, that motherfucker's dead. If he's really in love with her, that, you know, he's like, what? Get somebody emotionally riled up. Even though what's kind of weird is there at one point she definitely had to tell him, like, I wish he was dead. I tried to kill him multiple times, and to not be like, it seems a bit odd, right? Why don't you just divorce him?
She wants all the pie inside.
I want the whole enchilada. Police searched for Bernstein, and he was found dead along a trail in Ventura County, California, due to strangulation. And as the investigation continued, it was discovered that Mary was behind the murder, as she not only wanted the insurance money, but also the Subway franchise Robert purchased that she had been managing. I also want the cold cut combo kingdom. I want it all, goddammit. Greedy ass woman, dude. God damn. Mary used their Subway shop to pay Bernstein for the murder, as well as $6,000 to another pair of hitmen to kill Bernstein over fears of him talking. Both hitmen pled guilty in exchange for testifying against Mary, receiving 15 years to life. Mary Ellen was sentenced to life in prison, which, to be fair, at least she got to do the cash thing. She got away with a lot of it there for a bit. It's funny, she kills Jim to stop them from talking, but then the two guys are like, I'm sorry, man. Killed a guy for money. But as you could imagine, people in the public eye are much more susceptible to assassination attempts. For example, two men once planned to kill and castrate Justin Bieber. I feel like you could probably leave out the castration. I'm not saying to kill, I'm just saying if you're gonna do one of those things, you just put a bolt in his head. I'm just saying castration, bit of overkill, all right? What are we doing here? Are you trying to send a message? Because God, I hope not. In 2012, a man named Dana Martin had become obsessed with Justin Bieber. Kind of makes me think he's collecting it then. Castration? If he's obsessed with Justin Bieber, got his balls in like a mason jar. Like it's Newton's cradle, but it's just 12-year-old Justin Bieber's balls. He was obsessed to the point of having a tattoo of him on his leg, a 12-year-old pop star. After sending him countless letters, not getting a response, he became infuriated and decided to seek revenge. I've written you several times. I need your balls. There was only one problem. He was already in prison, serving a life sentence for the brutal killing of a 15-year-old girl a decade prior. Because of this, he enlisted a former inmate friend as well as his nephew to help kidnap and castrate and murder Bieber alongside his bodyguard. Apparently, the two of them were already amidst a plot to castrate and kill two completely unrelated people. What's up with all the castration? He's just like, we need balls, gentlemen. Many balls. I don't think they're bronze. They're just like fleshy. They're like... But they agreed to travel to Bieber's New York City concert after they were done with that. In phone calls between them, it was decided that handheld hedge clippers would be used to castrate their victims, with Martin offering $2,500 per testicle. Like, I feel like he'd be like, I'll give you $5,000 for the job, but you're only getting $2,500 per pair. So you gotta bring me both if you want the full thing. The plan was underway, but met an immediate halt when the uncle and nephew missed a turn and accidentally ran into the Canadian border. The uncle was arrested due to an outstanding warrant, and the nephew was released only to admit to the police what they were planning to do. Definitely the nephew was like, I never wanted to castrate people, and my uncle said he was going to castrate me if I didn't help castrate them. In the end, all four targets were unscathed, and the men involved were all caught conspiring to commit murder. While some assassination plots involved catching a victim when they least suspected, others decided to make a big show out of the act. And a good example would be the attempted murder of Dave Chappelle. So many stars.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why people are mad at Dave Chappelle. You may remember the story from 2022 where comedian Dave Chappelle was attacked in the middle of a comedy show at the Hollywood Bowl. A 23-year-old named Isaiah Lee rushed the stage and tackled Chappelle wielding a pistol with a blade attached to the end of it, although he did not use it during the assault. Such a weird image.
Get that through security.
Well, that's what I'm saying too. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, it's all 3D printed. His reasoning for doing it was supposedly due to his dislike of the comedian's jokes against the LGBTQ community, as well as the homeless. Have we said anything bad about the LGBTQ or homeless? I feel like I've said some stuff about the homeless. LGBTQ. You guys rule. Don't tackle me with a gun with a knife, please. Thank you. The man failed to take out Dave Chappelle, and security guards soon swarmed him and began punching and kicking him. The comedian went right back to his act. Lee was jailed on charges of battery, possessing a deadly weapon with the intent of assault, and 2 counts related to the interfering with a public event. They're like, buddy, seriously, it's the Hollywood Bowl. Take it outside if you're going to do it there. It's a classy place. But not only that, but he was later charged with attempted murder based on the incident prior to this one. It turns out that the 23-year-old stabbed his transitional housing roommate during an argument, a crime that came to light with the help from the publicity gained from the Chappelle assassination attempt. I'll tell you what, that's what I'm saying. What did I say earlier? I said, once you try it, you got to do it until you're successful. It's the catch-22 because then when you finally successfully do it, you're just like living La Vida Loca. Like, I'm going to do it again.
That's what you say. You said once you get away with it.
Okay, that's what everyone says. That's what everyone says. I was just voicing the public outcry of what people say. And let me tell you something. This next one is something near and dear to my heart. As a metalhead fan, this is quite the tale. There's crazy individuals that tried to assassinate celebrities, but how about when celebrities are behind the murder plot? We could talk about Tim Lambesis, metalcore singer that tried to get his wife killed. It was discovered in 2013 that Tim Lambesis, the singer of the band As Lay Dying, had hired a hitman to kill his recently divorced wife, Megan Lambesis. While they co-parented their 3 adopted children, Megan began to feel that Tim was becoming distant and failing to properly care for them. So she noted that he had, at one point, become so immersed in bodybuilding that he was too distracted to pay attention to his kids. AKA, Tim also was taking a bunch of steroids. Show a picture of Tim a year before he started doing steroids and then show him after that. All natural. That's what broccoli and chicken get you. A little bit of creatine. A little bit, just for that pump, just to get me started. As things got worse, they began private mediation to determine the custody of the children. And as the divorce got messy, Tim feared he would lose over half of his income. Huh. Oh, my As Lay Dying money? Are you kidding me? This is all my Hot Topic shirt sales out the window. There they go. Thanks, Megan. Because of this, he reached out to a personal trainer at his gym about helping him find someone to kill his wife. Hey, man, you coming in today? Yeah, I'm gonna get my pump in. Hey, do you know anybody who can kill my wife? Sure do. Yes, sir. Yes, I do. The trainer pretended to find the perfect man for the job, but secretly tipped off the police instead. Hey, man, you look like a freak. Thanks, Tim. Do you know anybody who can kill my wife? Yeah, man, definitely. If there's a guy gonna kill his wife soon, you know, I mean, like, what the fuck was he thinking? An undercover cop met with Tim, pretending to be the hitman. He received $1,000 for expenses on top of his wife's address. $1,000, Tim? And well, just think about that. In 1987, they were paying 10 grand back then. I mean, he's like, listen, dude, Megan's gonna take half. If you complete it, I'll give you more. On top of his wife's address, gate codes, and pictures, the murder was planned to happen while the kids were with him. The job would pay out an additional $20,000 upon completion. All right, well, fucking maybe someone should kill me, dude. Tim Lambesis was soon arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison. After pleading guilty, he was released on parole in 2016. After his release, they let Tim join back in As Lay Dying because then they made this big sappy video. It's pretty funny. They're like, people make mistakes and we change and we grow. And then immediately afterwards, they all left because they're just like, no, we can't. We can't be with this guy. Tim Lambesis became the sole member of As Lay Dying, but still claims that the band will continue. Although throughout history, people have attempted to assassinate high-profile people in power, one of the most cartoonishly ridiculous cases revolves around the CIA's many failed assassination attempts of Fidel Castro. How could they possibly be so bad at it? Isn't that kind of their thing?
He's a slippery little fish.
He was. Slippery Castro is what we called him. Fidel Castro was a communist leader in Cuba that the CIA actively tried to assassinate for many, many years. Some of these methods included poison cigars, because Fidel Castro loved his cigars, all right? So soon after he came into power, the CIA spiked them with a deadly botulinum toxin. They were delivered, but nothing came of it, suggesting that they were either lost or disposed of. They even poisoned his ice cream. Fidel Castro was also obsessed with ice cream, eating it almost daily. Good man. All right, if you're in power and you're not eating ice cream every day, are you really living? The CIA decided to poison one of the desserts by giving it to an assassin working at one of his favorite cafes. And unfortunately for them, the poison that was stashed in the freezer became frozen stuck, eventually spilling all over the floor during their efforts to dislodge it. It's like a Three Stooges sketch. Or the poison pin! A pin hiding a hypodermic needle rigged with poison they ultimately gave up on before it could have even been taken to Cuba. The seashell trap, as Castro was known to scuba dive, a plan was concocted to rig underwater sea shells with explosives that would detonate when he picked up the shells to inspect them. As it was impossible to rig strong explosives to small shells, this plan was abandoned as well. And lastly, the fake Antichrist plan. The CIA thought that they would convince the Cubans, who were primarily Catholic, to believe Castro was the Antichrist. By doing this alongside faking the second coming of Jesus Christ, they thought it would be possible to push Cubans to overthrow and kill him. To fake the second coming, they aimed to have an American submarine shoot off star shells over the Cuban horizon to light up the sky. The plan was never enacted. Despite this info coming from direct CIA agents' testimony, the man who concocted this scheme denied its existence. He said, that never happened. Seriously, who told you that one? Because that never fucking happen. I'd be like, what are you gonna do? Assassinate me, dude? I have many ideas. Yes, I could. And lastly, we have a particularly unique assassination plot involving a mobster and a camera gun. In 1946, we're going back, boys. A 19-year-old woman named Pearl Lusk was tricked into murdering a man who she had never met. It all started when a gangster named Alfonso Rocco. Is that not the most stereotypical mobster name I've ever heard?
My name's Alfonso Rocco.
Alfonso Rocco approached her, pretending to be a detective.
I'm a detective. Okay.
He convinced her that he actually needed her to help solving an important case. Supposedly, he needed her to snap a picture of a person that was suspected of being a thief. I need you to take a picture of a guy. Okay, it's 1946. Oh, sure. That's what life's like back then. The target's name was Olga Tropini Rocco. Rather than a thief, this woman was actually Alfonso's ex-wife, who he feared would go to the police to receive protection from him after he repeatedly assaulted her and sent multiple death threats. He's like, why would you do that? Come on! You're being crazy! Pearl was willing to help, so he handed her a gun, crudely wrapped up like a present. He told her it was an X-ray camera. After identifying Olga at her place, he told her to get close to her and take a picture to see if she had stolen jewels on her person. She caught up to Olga in a subway, took her photo, and ended up shooting her in the leg. She survived the attack, but later lost the leg because, once again, it's 1946. Alphonse was outed for the plot and was chased by the police until he was eventually shot to death in a shootout. Pearl was so naive about the whole ordeal that she told the cops, I took the picture and at the same time somebody shot her. As it turns out, assassination attempts happen quite a bit, almost all the time. You just don't hear about them because people have no idea what they're doing and end up failing miserably. Even murder plots orchestrated by the CIA are downright cartoonish, and we only scratch the surface of how many weird attempts they've made to take people out. So what I'll say is this: stay safe out there because you never know what the people around you may be plotting. Thank you so much for watching the video, y'all. Seriously, stay safe. I'm gonna kill you. If I see you out there, I'm going to kill you. I'm joking. Oh. Yeah. It's only a joke.
Oh my god, you piece of junk! Oh, I'm so sick of nothing ever working in this damn office! John, fix the software! I'm so sick of not working properly! What are you doing, Sean? Give me that phone. Sean, give me the...
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're talking about fake babies, aka reborn dolls. For many people, playing with dolls and action figures was a normal part of their childhood, with some holding onto their childhood toys out of nostalgia for the past. Other people simply enjoy collecting dolls as a hobby, but the internet has allowed for a weird community of realistic doll enthusiasts to grow and thrive. Realistic dolls have been popular for some time, but these people take them to an extreme. Not only that, but these dolls have also led to criminal investigations and caused families to fall apart. What is it about these dolls that draws people to them? And how is it that the community keeps growing? To answer that, we'll have to go back about 30 years to the very, very beginning. The concept of reborn dolls began in the 1990s, when doll makers in the United States began to make hyper-realistic dolls by using techniques like repainting, adding new hair, and inserting weights to make them feel like a real baby. And it wasn't until 2002 that the term reborn doll was coined, as they were made from old vinyl dolls, repainted and resculpted to allow for more realistic looking features. What was once a little fake baby, now real baby. I love you.
Oh boy, do they look real.
Haunting. They're haunting. It's uncanny is what it is. It's very weird seeing something that is supposed to be, you know, even babies just do like a little whatever like that, but seeing it just completely stiff, you're like, looks like a dead corpse kind of. That's where it kind of gets me a little bit. I'm like,
Some of them kind of paint them a bit blue.
They do paint them as if they were pulled from a river. There's like a little bit of bloat to them where you're like, The people who create these dolls are called reborners, and the act of creating a doll is referred to as reborning. And over the years, reborners perfected the art of making these dolls, which continue to capture people's attention. At the same time people were making dolls, the internet was evolving as well. 2002 was also when the first reborn doll was added to eBay, allowing this even broader market to grow. And this led to the use of new materials such as silicone and the production of specialized parts to meet a new level of demand, a new level of realism, to make it as real as possible. Baby.
Reborn. Fusion Reborn, Dragon Ball Z.
Do the dance, do the dance. Editor, have two dead babies do a Fusion Reborn dance, and then they come back as a bigger dead baby. The dolls made in the early 2000s are now sought after collection pieces, with some going for upwards of $2,000. And as the 2000s have progressed, the community has only grown larger and more diverse. So let's dive in and take a look at the reborner community. With the growing market, reborners began creating online stores where they would make and sell their own reborn dolls. These virtual storefronts had fully built nurseries where they displayed their dolls for people to buy online, as if you were in a nursery, you know, like looking at babies. You know, the classic thing of looking through and there's a sea of babies in like plastic troughs or whatever, and they're like, that one's mine. Look at him over there, and he's just like... Eventually, in-person reborn stores began to slowly pop up, where you could walk in and choose a baby right off the street, and each reborn doll is displayed inside a crib, allowing you to browse the babies, pick them up, and purchase clothes for them. A popular online nursery, Dreamshire, allows an in-person nursery experience for $50 in addition to price of the baby. The room is set up like a hospital nursery with babies lined up in a row, and customers are expected to bathe the baby before taking it home.
That feels a bit...
Why? Clean it. What are you gonna do too if you're like, no, a guard's by the door?
Pull gun.
You wanna leave here alive? Hole. In Pennsylvania, Dolls by Sandy offers a Build-A-Bear-like experience. As they have more than just complete dolls, they also provide all the necessary parts to construct one. They have everything from eyeballs to hair to arms to even ebooks that teach you how to assemble and paint your own reborn dolls properly, which is kind of sick. I'd make him like a diverse king. Black arm, white arm, Mexican leg.
I thought you were gonna say like make him a cyborg.
Yeah, exactly. He has a laser eye, and one eye's just completely black, and he has one angel wing and one devil wing.
He's got cloud sword.
This baby sounds cool as fuck, doesn't he? You know what they do too? They'd be like, his name? Zach. At a store in Grain Valley, Missouri called Heavenly Touch Reborn Nursery, you can walk into a gallery of dolls on shelves and behind display cases, and this store promotes itself by hosting raffles where customers can win free dolls. It also features a giant baby crib parade float, complete with a person dressed as an oversized baby who tosses candy into the crowd, which I think is fun. Giant baby. I'm a nightmare. From outside the community, a lot of people are confused as to why so many people, mostly women, are interested in buying realistic silicone babies. According to people in the reborn doll community, they use these dolls in what is referred to as reborn doll therapy. This kind of therapy is sometimes prescribed to women who can't have children on their own. Still, it has a long list of claims, including being able to help with Alzheimer's patients, dementia, PTSD, anxiety, and depression. These dolls do have proven benefits for those who have recently lost babies and can be used as a tool to role play to help the parents in their grieving process. However, grieving parents are not the only people to engage in role-playing with these dolls. Today's episode is sponsored by Gamer Subs! We have our own flavor, raw meat! Go drink raw meat right now! Do you like summer in a glass? Then drink raw meat! Gamer Subs, zero sugar, right? Nice caffeine. Or if you don't like caffeine, they have caffeine-free options! Raw meat! Go get raw meat! Use promo code PAPAMeat on checkout. I swear to God, you're gonna get it. You're gonna love it. Please go buy this. If everyone just got one, right, it would end world hunger. That's a fact. If everyone got one right now, if you're watching this fucking video and you go get it, world hunger's done. Ring a ding ding ding. Go drink it. Raw meat. Raw meat. That's my flavor. Raw meat. Go drink it. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring this video. Go fucking get this. No, I'm joking. Many people buy these dolls and treat them like real babies, dressing them out, taking them out in public, and even building nurseries for their dolls in their homes. Many reborners recognize that these dolls are not their real kids, but that still doesn't stop them from treating it like it's a real baby. They know it's not real, but they treat it like it's a real baby. I'll be honest though, that pissed me off if I was a kid. If I was one of like the real kids, whatever, and my mom's just like, oh, I'm feeding the baby, I'd be like, what the what, hello?
Do you gaslight your child? Be like, this is your baby, brother.
Yeah, if you're a psychopath, sleeping, you got it. That would scare me, actually. You're gonna wake him. I'm like, he's not real, Mom. Your voice. He's going to wake you up. That would freak me the fuck out, dude.
Would you pick the baby up to shake it?
If you did that, though, the person would be like, no! Push you out of the way. She says, that would fuck me up, dude. That would freak me out, man. In an interview with one woman, she explained why she loved the doll so much, stating, quote, it feels like I have a real baby. I take them out to the park, and if I'm walking the dog, and maybe put it in the stroller, or put it in its sling, or hold it in a blanket, and people do think it's real.
That seems malicious.
What are you getting off by like trying to trick people? There's one thing with people collecting them, the same way that you would collect Beanie Babies or something else, which I think is normal. You can have like a realistic baby, the same way that like I get horror movie props or you get whatever, something that's real. realistic. If it has the weight of it, you're like, oh, it's just kind of cool. You're perfectly mimicking something. It's very impressive. But there's something weird to me about someone who's just like holding it in public and stuff. And they're like, oh, your baby's cute. And you're like, thank you. Because you definitely know they're not like, oh, it's a doll.
You want people to know you're doing this.
Well, yeah, it's like somebody wants, oh, it's a cute baby. Thank you.
It's the same way like pup play, where you go out and dress like as a dog.
They love the attention. It's peacocking a little bit, isn't it?
They want people to know, like, this is what I do.
Yeah, look at me. Look at my baby. He's real. He's not. But you'll never know. But it doesn't stop there. A growing number of reborners are no longer content with dolls just looking realistic. They want the dolls to act like real babies too. Some reborn shops have started producing breathing machines, animatronic skeletons, and heartbeat makers so your baby can look as realistic as possible.
That's like a mad scientist being like, how far can I go?
Well, at the same time, it's just like, I'm God. Does it? Is it not? Also, what do you get out of like walking in a room and like you're like walking the room and the baby's just like they're like this? You want the biddy? The baby want the biddy? You get the biddy if you say please. The breathing machines and heartbeat maker machines are flesh-colored cubes with ribs on the outside that are placed inside the baby's chest. And these kits come with a remote that can make the baby emote, including pooping, screaming, crying, and laughing. We've seen babies cry through the whole, because like little dolls that we've seen in the past, little girls get dolls, whatever. It's the breathing that gets me. Can you imagine seeing a room stacked with those?
And they're all breathing, slowly moving.
Welcome to the nursery.
You know what I would do? I would have a room of all these baby dolls and have one real baby.
You have 3 minutes to find him. In 3 minutes, the door will seal shut and a poisonous gas will be emitted. Good luck. I once again think about the kid walking in. This is mommy's nursery. Do you want to see it? Okay. She like opens the door and you're just like looking up at your mom. I stay at grandma's for a couple days. Is what it feels like. Don't go in mommy's nursery. Your brothers are sleeping. You go in there, there's like 150 babies. I'm picturing this mom with like wiry hair, wearing like a bathrobe, and she's just like, you can't go to school today. You have to watch your brothers and sisters. And he's just like, they're asking about me at school. These animatronic skeletons look like something straight out of a Five Nights at Freddy's as they stiffly move back and forth, and some even have a voice box inside to make it cry and scream. These lifelike features enable numerous channels to take this realistic approach even further through the elaborate role-playing and nursery videos, like the video titled Reborn Babies Laura and Landon Go to the Park Reborn Skit. A woman role plays taking out her 2 children to the park, and in the video, she dresses them up, helps them down the slide, and voice acts in characters for the babies.
Do you want to help feed Landon? I think he's hungry. No, he's not. There's one thing in here climbing. I know you're climbing, but come on, that's not on our course. No, Mommy.
This video has gained almost 90 million views, and many of the creators' other videos have reached like over 25 million views per video. And another popular roleplay video is showing off your morning routine with your baby. These typically involve waking the baby, dressing it, and feeding it. And on another channel, a woman shows off her new reborn doll nursery. She decorated it to look like a real baby's room with a crib, toys, and more. Her reborn dolls are placed in beds and a small tent in the corner, so it's like a little children's room. Let me ask you this: is there a difference in that right there of a person being like, yeah, this is my house, totally normal, and one room's like, this is my nursery room, and it's like a baby's room and there's a fake baby in there, right? It's all decked out. Is that any different than like the crazy bitch who has like a Coca-Cola merchandise collection? It's a whole room of Coca-Cola. I would almost prefer the reborn baby room. If I sat there and like one of my dreams, I don't know why, I've always wanted a bathroom that's the Thing themed. On the floor, it's like fake snow and stuff, like weird light, like, you know what I mean? Is that any different than if this person doing that?
I think it's just the uncanniness of it. When I look at the Thing bathroom or Coca-Cola shelves, I know these are products, inanimate objects.
It gets weirder the more you have. Let me ask you this then. Here's the better one. It's 20 of each. 20 babies in cases where you're like, yeah, 20 babies. I've collected them, all kinds, whatever. All from various artists. I like this artist, blah, 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 right? Would you rather go into that room or the guy who has like Thanos, Naruto statues, and there's like 20 of those? Is there a difference between that? Because at that point, there's no difference.
I would say I'd prefer probably the Reborn, because they know it's like, I collect these because I like the artistry of it. Whereas the Thanos thing, I'd be like, okay, so you're like a nerd, like a comic book nerd.
So you're a nerd? Yeah, I'm gonna stick to the realistic baby. But even keeping them in like a glass case feels weird to me. I'm like, get them out. It's because it's too real, you know? I don't know. Many collectors don't stop at just 1 or 2 dolls, and some reborners build large personal collections with dozens or even hundreds of dolls displayed in cribs, cabinets, and themed rooms. Now, see, if you're going into multiple rooms and it's like tons of cribs, that's creepy. It's scary. It'd be the same thing though. It's like because I've seen some YouTube videos of people being like, let me show off my anime statue collection or my comic book statue collection, and it's rooms of glass cases. To me, I'm like, that's insane. Like, yeah, it's a 1-bedroom apartment. It's just like glass cases everywhere, which, wait, more power to you. When you're collecting them, I'm just saying, you're surrounded by it totally. Like,
it's in his bedroom, the bathroom, the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so these are bathroom pieces. You're like, these collectors spend thousands of dollars on their dolls and will name each one, give them a specific personality and dress style. A collector named Mary Shortle claims to have over 500 Reborn dolls in her collection. And the creepiest kinds of videos you can find are the Reborn unboxing videos. Typically, when you order something, it comes in packing peanuts or bubble wrap. But for some Reborn babies, it's a whole different world. Your basic dolls always come dressed in a onesie and have a lot of wrapping around their head, obstructing their face. And inside the box, there are usually toys, diapers, and sometimes bottles. But that kind of unboxing is for babies who are already born. Some reborners are interested in newborn babies, and those are shipped inside a silicone womb. It's kind of metal, dude, at the same time. It's like the ultimate alien blind box. When opening the box, you are expecting to cut open the womb and remove the baby. It's like those toys where it's like, oh, let's find our fossil in the sand or whatever. How sick is that?
What if it came with a whole reborn woman?
Why aren't we there, dude? If it was like an Aztec sacrifice thing, thank you for your sacrifice. And you like take a knife, you're like, into the stomach. Slime all over it. And the woman screams. The voice box inside, but the face is just like this. Can you imagine all the collectors too? Like if you had 500, there's 500 dead bodies. I feel bad for throwing away. I need to bury him in the backyard. Sometimes sellers go to another level and include fluid and bloody placentas inside the womb. There's a great deal of artistic talent among reborners. That's true. And as a result, some organizations host competitions to determine who can create the most beautiful doll. Many times, these competitions are held at doll conventions, but there are also independent competitions as well. The Reborn Artistry Alliance is an elite group of reborn doll artists that host an annual competition, and these competitions have multiple categories, which include small, large, fantasy, cuddle, and any style reborn dolls. Within these broader categories, there are more specific ones such as best hair, most creative, best silicone, best photo, and rising star. To enter, artists must be at least 18 years old, be a member of the RAA, and submit an application or portfolio showcasing their experience in the reborn doll making field. In addition to these rules, entries must pay a fee and select a skill level that ranges from novice to prototype artist. If you win in your category, you receive a ribbon and a certificate. I think that's kind of sick, actually. It all sounds really legit.
Yeah.
It almost seems like, yeah, we brought home a ribbon. You'd be like, holy sh. Similarly to the RAA competition, the Doll Awards of Excellence is a similar event with numerous categories and specific entry requirements. This event differs from the RAA because it doesn't just focus on reborn dolls, but all dolls in general. While events like this celebrate all types of dolls, let's take a closer look at the types of reborn dolls. There's a lot of them. Buckle up. Maybe shock warning. I don't know. It looks like dead babies. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. If you're just getting into the hobby, the regular price for a reborn doll ranges from $90 to about $250. Those are the prices for entry-level dolls. Some collectors can spend thousands of dollars on single dolls, ranging from $1,000 to over $6,000. This most expensive reborn doll ever sold was a female infant doll for $22,000. It almost feels like they're buying like a racing horse, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Will she compete?
Yeah.
She's a ribbon winner, I'll tell you that much. What's even more insane is that these are the prices for dolls that don't have any of the special heartbeat or breathing features. They're just straight up silicone dolls. And the online stores you buy them from are pretty insane too. Websites like reborns.com and beautifulbaby.com are two of the most popular stores where people buy from, as they offer thousands of babies to choose from. These websites serve as a large community hubs where users can share their latest creations, offer services like repairs and custom paintings, and respond to specific doll requests posted by others. The variety showcased on these platforms reflects the true diversity of the reborn doll community. Reborn dolls come in a wide range of sizes and shapes with numerous options available. It's no wonder the community is so large. You can buy newborn babies if it's your thing, but if you wanted, you could go back even further and buy small fetuses with their placentas. For fans of James Cameron, they can buy Navi dolls on Amazon. You want a baby Navi?
I want a Jake Sully.
Yeah, is he the one that's crippled with his legs don't work? Yeah, give me him before the transition. If fantasy is more your style, they have a fawn doll, which is a combination of half goat, half man, or you can even have a Cyclops baby with one massive big ol' eye. A super popular kind of doll from this category is the Centaur baby, with tons of listings and different sellers selling dolls of baby centaurs from a newborn centaur to just a little baby centaur. I want a little baby fetus centaur in the womb that I get to stab open and pull out. Welcome to Earth, sucker.
Do you think people do that? Do like fetus newborns?
Dude, I don't even want to open that can of worms. Reborn dolls have a massive market among horror fans, as you can buy dolls of werewolves, vampires, Frankenstein, clowns, zombies, and even Gage Creed from Pet Sematary, the baby who got hit by a semi. The scene's pretty brutal. Show it! Each comes with a little accessory that match their respective movies. There are dolls for animal lovers as well. You can have baby monkeys, infant humanoid cows, and baby hedgehogs to add to your collection. And if all of that didn't satisfy your needs, they also have Christmas-themed dolls, including Cindy Lou Who, The Grinch, and Krampus dolls, all available for purchase. They also have babies with birth defects and disorders. You want a fetal alcohol syndrome baby? I don't drink, but I really want one. You can buy babies with cleft lips and others with Down syndrome and even a conjoined twin baby. But not everyone sees the appeal of these dolls. This community is subject to a lot of criticism and ridicule because people are either weirded out by it or they just think it's cringe, which like every other fucking community on Earth, dude. For starters, some people believe that it is unethical for people to make these dolls so hyper-realistic because of hypotheticals like a predator getting hold of these or doing illegal activities with them. These criticisms have some merit, as there have been cases of predators using dolls for the exact purpose, which only makes the community look much worse. Most people learn about the community through memes and videos on TikTok and Twitter, but people often feel lost and are sometimes uneasy about seeing them in public. One woman was confused and weirded out when she saw a 40-year-old woman bring a reborn doll to a dinner and have it sit next to her in a high chair. That person's probably going through some... I think that's one of the cases where it's not just a collector, is what I would assume. A Disney adult reborner made a video trying to defend her actions of bringing her reborn baby in a stroller to Disneyland because it's a part of her therapy. If you look at the comments, they are mostly unsupportive is a kind way of saying it. One family was almost torn apart after her husband was forced to choose between his wife's reborn business and his family's established business. Christina Keeler from Pennsylvania got into the reborn dolls as a form of therapy after losing a child during pregnancy. She loved her doll so much that she decided to open up her store and sell her creations. Her and her husband started a YouTube channel and began making content about their work of their reborn dolls. However, when their parents discovered their involvement with the reborn doll community, they were both disgusted and horrified. They gave their son an ultimatum: either stand with his wife and forfeit his place in the family business, or cut ties with the reborn world and secure his inheritance. He ultimately chose to support his wife and was subsequently fired from his family's business. What a king. Also, too, oh my God, Dad, please, could I sell ladders? Could I be in a paint business, Dad? I'd say, what the kind of choice is that? I'm going to support my wife. What is this? You can't be in the business with us. We're a glue family. There's a whole Reddit community called r/reborn doll cringe that constantly criticizes every aspect of reborn dolls. It's 81,000 members who constantly refer to reborners as mentally insane or make memes based on people's profiles. The subreddit also features parodies of reborners where users share intentionally bizarre or disturbing creations. They often use some techniques as traditional reborn artists, but apply them to craft their own twisted versions, which I do gotta say, it is pretty good. With the community already struggling to maintain a positive public perception, it becomes even more challenging to do so when there are reborn baby crimes. Because there are so many people buying and selling reborn dolls, scammers have emerged within the community, stealing thousands of dolls from buyers. I mean, a woman from Rockwood, Tennessee lost over $1,000 in an online scam while trying to buy a reborn doll. She had gotten into the hobby to cope with her disability, keeping her basically homebound, and having purchased a doll before, she was hoping to add another to her collection. She looked online and believed that she had found a reasonable price, but once she bought the doll, the seller kept adding new fees, like a $200 doll insurance and custom stamp fees for shipping. Once the price went over $1,000, she stopped sending the seller money and realized that she had just been scammed. That happens all the time. Yeah, anytime somebody's just like, oh, I need this more, just cut your losses immediately and be like, nah, dude, I'm good. Hey, Hunter's hack. Hunter's reborn baby or buying a baby off the dark web hack. Listen, if they don't just ship the thing out to you, just consider it a loss. Or how about the woman in the UK who scammed people by lying about having a stillborn baby to get money and sympathy? Back in 2009, an anonymous mother went online talking about how her pregnancy and how her baby was recently diagnosed with a rare disorder called which is when the brain does not split properly between two sides. And over the course of 9 months, the mother's story gained traction as thousands of people from religious websites followed her and sent her gifts and money. However, after the baby was born, the mother posted a picture that was later identified as a reborn doll by the doll's creator. The creator said, quote, "I've made that doll enough times that there's no mistaking it." I couldn't believe what she was trying to pull. It's outrageous that she would manipulate people like that. How f***ed up would that be? You know that a baby's not real and you're like, that's one of mine. Scamming is such a prevalent issue that multiple reborn shops online have warning plastered all over stating to be careful of scams within the community. The Reborn Artistry Alliance has created a comprehensive webpage featuring a list of websites to avoid, specific sellers to steer clear of, and various types of scams found throughout the community. On a different doll website, members post alerts about fraudulent business operating out of Guangdong, China to help others avoid unreliable sellers. And Chinese sellers are a big issue amongst reborners as they steal the work of others and sell cheap copies of the other dolls. Yeah, that's just Chinese 101, dude.
They do that with Apple.
Literally anything. And it's not just people online being fooled. Due to owners taking their dolls out in public, there have been numerous instances in which police believe a real baby was in danger and ended up wasting city resources responding to the doll. In 2008, Australian police were alerted to an unresponsive baby locked in a car. That's such a power move, dude. I'll leave it in the back. Like it's a 110-degree day. Windows rolled up, the baby's just in the back like this. Has the breathing machine in it, but the battery's going down, so it's like the voice box off. Unbeknownst to the police, the doll in the car was a woman's reborn doll. Police proceeded to burst open the window of the lady's new Hummer to try and save the baby, only to find it was fake. The aftermath of the incident is unknown. We had to put that detail in there. Her new Hummer, her bitchin' new wheels. Another woman from the UK had her house broken into by police trying to save one of her reborn dolls after they were called to her home. Avo Pryor, who's a 44-year-old woman, had just finished taking pictures of a newly constructed doll for her online shop when she headed inside to visit a friend's house, leaving the doll on the floor. At the same time, her mother was trying to call her, unaware that her daughter had left her phone at their house, so she called the police. And when they showed up to the empty house, they saw the baby on the floor and broke in through the back door. Since then, the woman has had to put stickers on her house, on her windows that state, "There are reborn dolls in the house. Please don't break in my windows." We're giving actual monsters just be like, "The baby's crawling around in my house. Those are just reborn babies. Don't worry about them." Oh, okay. Yeah, the baby's in there. That's fine. In another incident, an unusual case emerged when New York City police were dispatched to Croton Park in Queens because of numerous reports of a dead baby lying face down in the grass. When police arrived on the scene, they were greeted with what they thought was the body of a 3-month-old baby that was already blue and purple. See, they paint them that way. Why did they do that? Once the medical examiner arrived on the scene, it was determined it was a fake doll. Nobody knows who put the doll there, and police are still investigating who could have possibly done it. Could you imagine being a coroner and they're just like, it's silicone?
Yeah.
They turned the baby into rubber? No, it's a doll. Oh.
Dude, that would fuck me up if I came on the scene. I saw a blue dead baby.
You know, you'd probably start smelling stuff too. Like your brain triggering, you're like, oh.
You would pick it up. I don't think you would register fully.
Well, listen, during this video, when we were like basically writing this document, one of the nurseries that we listed in here, we went to the Heavenly Touch Reborn Nursery that was just outside of Kansas City. We drove there. It was driving distance. I really didn't know what to expect because listen, when you look online at these things, it's always people just being like, look at these dolls that look real. And they look like dead babies. Going in there, it could not have been like a more positive experience. We got to like talk to the owner, which I will say, walking in there at first, it is a bit uncanny. You kind of go in and you're just kind of taken back by everything. And also the owner was sitting there and she was painting a doll and it's like a fully naked giant red baby with its fucking balls out. And I was kind of like, oh, whatever. But it was just cool seeing the process of like, oh yeah. We asked her about like, you know, what kind of clientele do you have? And she was awesome. She was like, oh no, it's mostly collectors. Social media, it likes to dramatize and like, oh, it's for people who are going through X, Y, and Z, which is probably true. But I think a lot of people, it's like just the same shit with like collecting Beanie Babies and stuff. And to be fair, the more time we spent in there and just talked to her and just kind of like got a feel for how long she's been in business and stuff, the more normal everything became. So much so that by the end we were like, oh, this is sick. And we bought 2 of our own dolls. So without further ado, I would like to tell you of some of the newer additions to the Papa Meat family here. Beautiful baby Modine. Hello, baby. Go ahead, have a blinking contest with them. You'll win. I've tried many times. Look at him. He's a little pinky. He got a little hand. God damn, Odin, you gotta get your hair fixed up. You got burpee? You got burp? Odin, you got a burp? He loves this. This is his favorite game. This is his favorite game. And last but not least, joining our beautiful family is my little son, Pepper. Sorry, let me take off his deal. Look at him, Pepper. This is his happy dance. Oh, Pepper, look at you go. Pepper just loves to dance. I'm not even moving him. This is him doing it himself. Whoa! This is crazy. It's silicone. Let me tell you, we're talking about being a police officer and grabbing it. The silicone makes it feel like skin. I mean, the weight distribution, everything, it feels so real. The weight of everything, like when you're holding it, the head weighs a little more.
Look at his head. Look at all those veins. You gotta hold his neck. You have to hold his neck.
I'm easily about persistence. Motherfucker, go, dude. It's kind of fun, actually. So let it be written. So let it be done. Ooh, I'm creeping dead. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa. Awesome. The world of reborn dolls is a fascinating and unique realm that boasts a large and tight-knit community of enthusiasts online and in the real world. They're often criticized for their behavior, and sometimes rightfully so, but as we've learned, reborn dolls ain't your grandma's baby doll. They're much more than that. We will never truly understand what makes reborners so interested in these silicone dolls or how much bigger the community can get. Love it or hate it, the world of reborn dolls isn't going anywhere. Stay safe, and God bless. Good night. Hey, let me get Pepper's cat back on. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.